So the database could be the Oracle, the database could be the SQL Server, which is from the Microsoft Corporation. It could be any other database like a Sybase, etc. So you can access it in three ways: from the desktop, from the PC team member on your Android phone, and also from the browser. So when you access it from the browser, it gives you much more features in the reporting. That is the additional advantage of the of this version, which is the EPPM version, right? So basically, it does the same thing. It does the same thing, but this one is for the single user for the learning purpose. But you can do a lot of practical work also. I'm doing that lot of practical work on my computer by using this version. So this is not a problem. So it can also store a large amount of the data, but it is not so fast or not so huge and big like that. So here you can basically collaborate with the people spread across multiple geographical location. Now, if I need to collaborate with someone, then I need to get into the Zoom call to show them what's there on my screen, right? So there you don't have to, basically everybody can see, just like you use your Facebook, right? So in their Facebook, you can make a post, then the people within your friend list, they can see. So here, if you are basically a stakeholder in the project, all the stakeholder, they can share a common workspace in which they can keep the schedule, they can keep the resources, they can keep the reports, and they can keep all the files which are related to the project in the common workspace, and they can work and collaborate from different locations and different time zones. Right, guys? Is that clear? So we will learn using this version because this is the free the official version. So why do they provide this? Because the investment in the paid version is huge. It is like for your organization where you might work. So it will be US $3,500 per license. So if you don't have the resources in the job market to basically use this, then it will be much useless to invest in that, right? It's just like you have and huge aircraft, but you don't have the pilots to fly it. So that's why this version has been provided. So we are going to use this. This is not going to expire. Okay, so this is going to stay forever unless you want to upgrade it. So we are past the installation process. So now we come to the project management concept. So I would like to hear from you. It's actually not a question, it's more of an interaction. So you can give me a wrong answer. It's okay. So what do you think is a project? What do you think? What do you feel is a project?
It is a unique and temporary thing that is being done to accomplish an objective.
Okay. So you just think, I'll be back in a moment. Okay. I'll be back. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. So I'd like to hear. So, what do you think is the project? Praveen, make a guess.
Yes, sir. A project, suppose we received some project, so it's called from PO to dispatch activities is a project. I think
Ah,
that is a including project, suppose drawing, planning, and execution and dispatch and like that.
okay, fine. So let us go with the standard definition, which is enshrined in the PMBOK, which is the project management body of knowledge. So let me give you the introduction. Project management body of knowledge, it's a handbook for the project manager, which has been basically, compiled by the PMI, Project Management Institute, which was established in 1969 in the Pennsylvania state of the US by the engineers. Because the engineers were, the 60s were very exciting times in the US and the USSR. They were in a race for the space, to dominate the space, to weaponize the space. And when the engineers came from the universities into big companies like Boeing, Raytheon, and many other companies, those who were basically trying to reach the space, trying to put a man into the space, trying to put a man on the moon. So when they started to work together, they realized they were talking about the same subject but in a different manner, and they were carrying books from the professors in their universities to use, because the professors, when they taught, they also wrote the books for their students so that the students could use those books practically when they move into the field, right? So they were carrying the books from the different professors. They thought that they are talking about the same subject in a different manner. Why not standardize this? So what is the value of the standardization product? Standardized product is the same value, just like, guys, if you go roll back 10 years in time, do you remember the different brands of the mobile phones used to have a different kind of the charging pins? Hmm?
Yeah.
Right.
It
Yes.
was quite a very bad experience. If you miss to carry your own charger, then it would be a hell time for you to find another charger, right? Did you face those times?
Yes.
I faced those times.
Sure.
I used to,
Yeah.
Right.
and I had to travel. I had to make sure that I'm having three, four pieces of the same charger.
Mhm.
And I would keep one charger permanently in my travel bag, one in my laptop bag, one at home. So if I am in some other place, so I can at least find one charger. But these days I don't have to do. This is the standardized charging pin. That is the USB-C. So similarly, what they did, that they standardized the subject of the project management. They formed a not-for-profit institution called PMI. They brought in all the knowledge and the information they had in the various books and the standards, and they standardized it and they put it into one handbook called the Project Management Body of Knowledge. And it carried all the best information known at the time, and it continued to basically update. Right now we are using the Project Management Body of Knowledge version 7. Okay, so according to the PMBOK, the standard definition of the project is that it is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product or a service. So basically, each time we do a project, we come with a unique result. So it could be basically, even if you are a mechanical engineer or a civil engineer, you are doing the engineering projects in the same domain, but each time your result will be different. It will be different in size, in price, in budget, in challenge, in terrain, in location, in risk, quality, acceptance criteria. Everything will be different, and not something will be matching each time you do a project, right? So it's a temporary endeavor. Why it is temporary? Because once the product or the service has been achieved or created, the work in the project comes in an end, right? So how temporary that can be? It has a definite beginning and an end. So it can be something, say 2 weeks temporary, 2 months, it would be 2 years, it could be even longer than that, but it has a definite beginning and an end. So that's why all the projects, they have a start date and a finish date, because it is not an ongoing effort. And a project ceases when objective has been attained. So what is the objective? To create the product or the desired service or to solve a problem. And then the team is disbanded upon the project completion, and the team members are reallocated into another project in the work pipeline of the organization, right? So when the team is disbanded, right, so it doesn't mean that they won't have anything else to do. So they'll be reallocated. But remember one thing, each time you start a project, most probably you will have a different set of team members, because the team members are selected according to requirement of the project, right? Is that clear? So
Yes.
The project teams are neither permanent, they are not the same size. So you'll be working with new individuals, or maybe some new, some of the same individuals each time your company starts a new project. So how unique the product or the service will be different. So that different could be the size, the budget, the cost, the challenge, the risk, and the quality acceptance criteria. Okay. And in long term project, the product characteristics are progressively elaborated. For example, if you have a 5-year project, so you will detail out the first year's work, like your scope, your cost, your resources, your procurement, your quality acceptance. So then you will, as you are nearing the completion of the first year, you will start to detail out the second year. So before you complete the first phase, the second phase, the work for the, or the plan for the second will be ready to use, right? Then you will have a third phase plan, fourth phase plan, and so on. So you will be able to complete the entire project, right? Okay. Now let's go to the next. So basically, the project under the project they execute under limitation. The limitation, they are also called the word constraint. So I'm sure that you must have heard this word, constraint. So constraint means limitation. So what are the limitations of a project? So the project has limited time duration, right? If you ask the client that, no, if you tell the client I'm going to take that much time, so client would say no, no, no. Client will always approach to you with a limited time. He will say that, okay, if you can do this project in 2 years, you take it, or else I will give it to someone else, right? So there is a constraint. Suppose you tell the client that I would need 24 months, then the client might ask you to finish it in 20 months. 4 months less. You ask for X amount of money. The client says, no, you take 90% of the X. So that limits your money, you limits your time. Then what is the scope? Scope means the total work that you have to do. It has to done within the limits of the time and the cost, right? Now we represent it like a triangle. Triangle is like the time, then the cost, and the scope is the work that has to be do. Now these three triangle, they are actually enclosing another triangle called the quality. So what is the quality? Quality means the satisfaction of the client regarding the product. Means that what is the satisfaction and what is the expectation? Expectations are basically written in definite terms, right? Of quality acceptance criteria. The criteria are listed in the beginning, that what should be tested in the product so that it is considered to be good and fit for use, right? It is not a vague thing, right? It is highly scientific, and the acceptance parameters, then they are converted into the test by the team members, and then you test it. If that is matching the quality and it is matching the safety of the product use, then you say that, okay, that I have not only completed the work, but it matches the quality acceptance criteria of the product's functionality. Now, the quality is subject to pressure from time, cost, and the scope. If you are having less time and the less cost, or both, so then the quality will be poor, right? Is that clear? So then what do? We can use the Primavera to do a rough estimation in the beginning, and we would like to find out that if the quality expectation is going to match within the limited amount of time and cost or not. And whether the requirements, I mean, which are basically written as the scope of the project. Scope means the total work to be done in the project. They can be completed or not, right? Within the limited time and the budget. Now, to understand these things, we have to understand the details of time. So the time has got two components. I'm going to write their names. So one is the word duration and another word is the schedule. So guys, I would like to hear from you. What is the meaning of the duration and what is the meaning of the schedule? So it's okay if you give a wrong answer, that's okay.
Duration means start to end. Schedule means in between start to end. What activity, which time we need to complete. Am I right?
Okay, so and what do you think, Sylvester?
Yeah, it's like the the beginning date and the ending date of a particular event. And duration is more like how long the project is going to take. For example, some project may take 1 week, some project may take 1 month. So that's duration. But schedule is like the actual beginning and ending of a project.
Yes, you're right. So basically, the durations are the pieces of time, they're the span of time, just like we have span of length. So if you look at a scale, so what you can see there will be seeing millimeter, centimeter, meter, right? These are the span of length. So similarly, we have the units of time. So the units of time or the spans of time, they're like this. So I'm going to write it. So I'm sure that you can guess them. So these are the units of the time that you can enter in the duration column of the software. So would you like to guess? You're starting with them. So what do you think is them? You start from the smallest to the greatest.
Minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, year.
Yeah.
Totally right. So, these are the units of the time which we can enter into the software with our own expert judgment, right? It is based on the judgment of the experienced engineer, right? Knowledgeable person, subject matter expert. So, guys, let me tell you, the project work, basically planning the project is a teamwork. Okay, keep that fact in mind because you might be the best in the Primavera, but definitely there are many other subject matter experts, those who have done a lot of practical work. So, they might be able to give you the most corrected possible duration of an activity, right? So when you enter the duration, the software creates the schedule. So what is the schedule? The schedule is simply stated the start and finish date of each and every activity, right? The start and finish date of each and every activity. So basically, it's not only date, but it is internally the software has date plus time component, right? But we are not displaying the time because in most of the cases it is insignificant because we are not doing such a short projects in engineering. But suppose if I have to plan an event, right? The event is for maybe for 1 day or 2 days, then it is very important to display the time component, right? So that you can say that okay, it is going to start at this minute and end within that minute, right? So you have to display the time component also. For example, if I ask you that what do you get when you add 60 seconds? What do you get when you add 60 seconds?
Minute.
Minute, 1 minute, right? When you add 60 minutes, then what do you get?
Hour, 1 hour.
1 hour. So when you add 24 hour, then what do you get?
1 day, sir.
1 day. So when you
Sorry. Okay.
yeah, 1 day,
One
that's
day.
right. So when you add 7 days, then what do you get?
1 week.
When you add 4 weeks,
1 month.
when you add 12 months,
1 year.
when you add 10 years,
That's
Decade.
it.
decade. So when you add 10 decades, then what do you get?
Century.
You get a century, right? So we don't need to be that long. So these days we are using a lot of machines. We are using the project management software like Primavera. We are using designing software. We are using the GPS. We can get our projects done very quickly. So we don't go in terms of the decades and centuries. So, but there are many ancient temples in India. India is an ancient country. So I saw a temple in one of the states in India. So basically, when I went around the whole premises, after it took me around 2 to 3 hours to explore the entire place. So it was a huge area which had got different sizes of temples dedicated to various gods. When I asked the guide at the end, so how much time it took? It took me 3 hours to explore. So basically, how much time it took to be constructed? He says that it was constructed 700 years ago. It took around 3 to 4 generations of people to complete that project. And that similar size of a temple, it exists in New Delhi also, but that temple was constructed in 3 years' time, right? With the combination of the man machine material and with the right application of the project management. Okay, so we have reduced the time. So we are interested in the start and finish date of each and every activity. If we can control the schedule at the activity level, then definitely we can finish our projects on time. So time is basically consisting of duration and schedule. The duration is basically calculated by the engineers and the schedule is calculated by the software, right? Is that clear, guys? Hmm?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, the cost has got another word which is related to it. It is the price. So now you guys tell me that what is cost and what is price. So, these are two words and you have used them. These are not uncommon words, but they do have a distinct meaning, at least in the world of project management, right? So they have a distinct meaning here. So guys, you tell me that what is price and what is cost. Make a guess. Interact with me.
I think I think price means is a one product, and cost maybe one project. I think is
Okay, Sylvester, you go ahead and guess.
Okay, so cost to me is let's say the amount that the person spend on like buying materials or resources, and then price is more of like what's the worthy of something, the price.
Yeah. So basically, the cost and price, both of them are the amounts of money only. Both of them mean money. But cost is the amount of money which you spend to get the work done in a project. So when you get the work done in a project, your uh, major spending, I mean, your major cost is men, machines, materials, and cash. Okay. So men, machines, material, and cash. So when you are doing the work in the project, you need this. So these are called the direct cost. But beside this, there is an indirect cost also: cost of the infrastructure, cost of the environment, cost of transport, cost of the perks for the people that work there. So but these are the direct costs of every project: men, machine, material, and cash. So cash is the component of the money, the cost, which is basically used to get the work done by external resources like subcontractors, right? When the subcontractors work, you do not calculate their man machine, you just only calculate the result that you want, and you ask them for how much money they want, so which is called the cash component of the project, right? Okay. Now when we create the product has a certain usage value. Okay, the usage value of anything that we exchange in the human society, so that is measured by another amount of money which is called the price. So what is the price? So price is basically stated is the value index of the product, right? So the earlier the human societies, they did not have the money. So these days we measure things in terms of the money. So that the value of the finally created product is the price. For example, if I buy 100 liters of milk, right, and I convert it into curd, and if I sell the curd, will I get the same amount of money or more amount of money if I convert that into curd or yogurt?
More amount of money.
More amount of money, because I have created a value. Now I'm selling the yogurt for some time, then I realize that I can do better. So then I learn how to make butter. So if I make butter out of milk, so will I get more money than the curd? Of course, I will get more money than the milk, but will that be more than the curd? Yes or no? Definitely, the price of the butter is more than the yogurt. I believe so, right?
Yeah, correct.
Because I created a greater value, so I get more amount of the money. So basically price is the value index of the product. So then after some time I learned that how to make chocolates out of the milk, so I get more amount of the money, right? Is this clear?
Yeah, yes.
yes.
Right. So, you're creating more value. So basically, the value is represented by another amount of the money, which is called the index of the product. So earlier, mankind, they did not have the money. So what they used to have? They used to have the barter system. So once in a week, people will meet at a common place. They at the village market or something, they will exchange the goods directly, right? Goods and the services directly with each other. But after some time, mankind learned that it is inefficient. Sometimes you will end up getting less. Sometimes you will not be able to exchange all your stuff, and that will perish, right? So then they came up with the idea that we will have the metal converted into disc. So what they did, the metals were precious during those days. The metals were used for tools and weapons. So they created disc out of the precious metals like copper, bronze, gold, and silver. They used to call them coins, and they will exchange the coins, right? So they will keep the they will give the coins, they will keep the coins with themselves, and they will exchange the goods and the services. And if you have sold out, so you will have a lot of coins, and then you will exchange those coins for your own need and keep the rest of the coins with you. And if you needed something later, you will take out some of the coins and you will buy something with those coins, right? Right or wrong? Because the coins
Yes, sir.
don't,
Yes.
right? If you have any perishable item, that will perish. So if you wanted to buy the vegetables, you don't have to take lots of them. So you buy only that much you need, right? Okay, you go to the market, you give the coins, you buy the vegetables on a daily basis. Now that continued for some time. Then mankind realized the metals themselves are commodities. They are precious. They cannot be kept like coins. Like if you look at the gold, gold will be having much more value if you converted that into jewelry or something like that, right? So they released the metals and they started to circulate the paper money, which would mention the value. Right, in India, we have the paper money which says 10, 50, then 100, 200, 500. Right. So we use a combination of those to represent the value of the goods and the services. Right. So basically, what is the price? Price is the value index of the product. So, and the cost is the amount of the money which goes into basically making the product. So the project is using the money in form of the cost, which is that's why the project manager is supposed to do the cost management. Why? The price management is done by whom, guys? Can you guess? The price management is done by the marketing guys, marketing people. Have you heard of them? So what do? They create advertisements and they try to project a value index about the product into the minds of the buyers. Guys, you must have seen very impressive ads on the TV channels, billboards, electronic media, social media, right? Do you see those?
Yes.
Basically, they are trying
Yes.
to create a value index in your mind regarding the services of that company. But if you are doing something, the same job is being done by another company also, right, guys? So basically, it is
Yes.
not possible that you can drive the price in infinitely, right? So you can't have that. So that is why if you can't drive up the price, but at least you can control the cost. Because what is the price minus cost? Hmm? Price minus cost equal to profit, right, guys? And why do we need
Right.
the profit? Because we want to keep the business going. So, can a business sustain itself without the profit?
No.
No.
No. Because we need the profit to pay the salaries, to basically buy our raw materials, to invest some money into the research and development of the domain into which we work, so that we stay ahead of the competition. We want to create new designs, we want to create new functionalities, and so that their products, they look good and they look more valuable, right? So that's why we need the profit for sustenance of the business. But where does the profit comes from? The profit actually comes from the quality. But you cannot push up the price always, right? Because if you don't create a quality product, the customer won't buy it. So won't buy it means that he won't pay the price. If you don't get the price, can you have the profit? Hmm?
No.
If someone doesn't pay you, you can't have the price minus cost equation, right? Completed. So if you don't have the price, then your profit will not be zero. It will be negative. It will be a loss. So basically, what do? We make sure that we understand the quality acceptance criteria and we cannot push up the price. So what we do? We apply the subject of the project management. Then the project manager is going to calculate the optimal quantity of men, machine, material, and cash. If you cannot push up the price, but at least you can optimize the cost. Right, guys? Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
That's why you.
Yes.
That's why the word PM, which you usually know as the project manager, is also the profit manager, because he manages the profit by calculating the right cost of the project and keeping it stable during the execution phase. So if you are keeping the cost stable and you are matching the quality expectations or the quality acceptance criteria set by the client, then you are maximizing on the profit. So that is what is the smartness is all about. You want to be smart with the cost. How do you be smart? You create the value perception, you give the functionality with the minimal cost, because you can't push up the price, right? because the price has a computation, right? But the cost doesn't have a computation. Only thing you need to manage your cost is to basically calculate it, right? You do the quantity estimation for that purpose, right? You calculate the right amount of man hours, machine hours, material quantities, and the right amount of the money that you will pay to your subcontractors, and then you optimize the cost, then you get the maximum profit, and that keeps your business going, right? That's why you need the project management fundamentals and the software so that you can manage the cost. The price is managed by the marketing guys. So marketing guys, they do their best to get the maximum price, but the price meets the competition, so they cannot always push up the price. If they can't push up the price, but at least you can keep the cost at optimal levels, right?
Correct.
Correct. Okay, now the scope is connected to another word which is called the requirement. So I'm sure that you have heard this word also, requirement. So, guys, I would like you to guess. I'm not saying that you will have an exact answer every time I ask you something. So just make a guess that what is requirement and what is the scope.
Requirement is like the marching orders, like, the list of the things that are needed for a project to work. And then scope, I would say, is more of like, the exact work that need to be done. So, for example, like if you're talking about like cooking something, requirement, let's say cooking a cake, requirement will be like you need milk, butter, and then scope will be the actual cooking of the cake. I don't know if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, that is nearly there. So let me explain to you with this situation. Suppose there are four people, they go to a restaurant. So once they sit down, they are approached by the waiter. So the waiter will ask them, the gentleman, what would you like to have? So four people, they give the four food items they would like to have. The waiter notes the four food items. So that is the requirement of food, right? Requirement. He notes the four food items. That is the requirement list of food items. Yes or no?
Yes.
So now he takes this list to the backend. So what is there at the backend? A kitchen. And kitchen is managed by a role called the chef. So he gives this list to the chef, and chef looks at it. He says 6 minutes, right? So the waiter will come and tell the guest 6 minutes, and your food will be ready. Now, what the chef will do, he will basically start the work through his team member. So he might be sounding like this: you cut it, you chop it, you bake it, you mix the spices, you fry this, you put this into the microwave. Okay, he will give various activities to his team member, right? So once the work or the entire set of the activities will be completed, the food will be ready, which will be served to the client. So what is the requirement? If you bring it into the engineering, requirement is the wish list of the client. The client has a wish list of features and functionalities. The features and functionalities which are mentioned and documented by the client and signed off by the client is called the requirement. The requirement is studied by the engineering team. They create a drawing and they create a work breakdown structure. They create the activities to fulfill the requirement into a product. So the scope is the work to be done by the engineering team, and requirement is the list of features and functionalities given by the client. Is that clear, guys? Now let me write.
Yes.
So requirement is given by the client. So we say simply wish list from the client regarding the features and functionalities. So regarding the features and functionalities stated by the and then work to be done by the engineering team to fulfill the wish list of requirements and create the product. Okay, is this thing clear, guys?
Yes.
Now I'll give you an example. Basically, the requirement is basically in the IT industry, there is a role in the IT industry which is called the BPA, Business Process Analyst. Now, this guy's main functionality is to go and meet the client team and try to determine that what are the business of the process and what are the requirements of the software system which the client requires to automate their business, right? He talks to the client, he interviews them, and he notes all the requirement in a document which is simply called the product requirement specification document. He gets a sign off from the client. The client has to confirm that all the requirements gathered in this document are true and correct according to my knowledge, and we take full responsibility for mentioning the requirement correctly, right, guys? So is this thing clear?
Yes.
So after the requirement document is completed, after the requirement document has been signed off, and the client has taken the responsibility of its completion and the correctness, this requirement document is studied by the engineering team, and engineering team, they come up with a scope. Scope means they make a tentative drawing, maybe a 2D diagram or 3D diagram. They make a wireframe, they show it to the client. They have then they do iterations to correct it to match the expectation of the client. Once that is done, then they create a work breakdown structure, and work breakdown structure is the logical grouping of the work or the activities to be done by the team, and then they baseline it and they complete the work to match the requirement as stated by the client, right? So they create the product which matches the quality acceptance criteria, right? So is this thing clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now let us understand the quality. Now I think it will be much more easier. So basically, when we are gathering the requirement of the various the products features and functionalities, we also ask the client that what should be the performance level of the features and functionalities, right? So it is basically performance level of the features and functionalities of the product. These are stated as quality acceptance criteria list and tested accordingly by the quality assurance team. Right, guys? So is this clear? Read this once.
Performance level of the features and functionalities of the product. These are stated as quality acceptance criteria list and tested accordingly by the quality assurance team.
Yeah, this is in the shortest of the possible, right? So that you are able to understand it, right? But you can do a lot of trainings on the quality, and it could be running into 24 hours, 36 hours, like the Six Sigma training and all those. They're all pertaining to the quality. But here is the short. Now, this is the quality. Basically, the quality is subject to the pressure from the time, cost, and the scope. If you are not having enough time or enough amount of the money, so definitely there will be some shortfall in the quality, then which might not be the acceptance criteria. But we don't want them to happen. We don't want that exactly to happen. So what we do when we are collecting the requirement, we also collect the acceptance criteria, right? So we then check out whether the quality fits in well within the limits of the time and cost. If the quality doesn't fit in within the limits, if there is too much of the pressure, we are not able to complete the scope. So then we escalate this thing to the client, right? So then we tell the client to ease up on this, okay, to ease up on the time and the cost. So is that right, guys?
Yes.
Yeah, but what if the client doesn't want to easy time or cost or scope of the work?
Yes. So then you try to determine along with the client that can we create a product, can we reduce certain quality features, but still, if it is within the safe limit or not. If you cannot increase the time and cost, then you will have to basically roll back. Then you will have to roll back certain quality feature without compromising on the safety, right? Because the quality is not an absolute, you can say absolute virtue, right? So is this clear? So you have to understand that the quality is limited by the time, cost, and the scope, right? Is that clear? Okay.
Yes,
So you
so
have
so
to basically determine these things in the beginning, but always keep in mind that you should never create a product which endangers human safety or life. Right? Is that clear? If some project can't be, because I have many of the clients, they have set a criteria. They say that below this amount of the money, we will not do any project because they are into the infrastructure. Because it has happened many times in India. So Praveen knows this fact that many of the bridges under the constructions they have collapsed. Right, Praveen, you know of those?
Yeah.
Right.
Bihar is the specific one.
So very huge amount of loss to, I don't know who will bear the loss. Well, definitely there is loss of time that the people could use something within their lifetime, right? They'll have to wait for another 10 years to clear the debris, then start the project again. There's another flyover in Ahmedabad city, so
Yeah.
it was constructed at a cost of 46 crores. It will take more money, like 52 crores just to pull it down. But of course, that cost will be borne by the contractor. So it is a loss for the contractor. So the quality, if you cannot build something which can endanger, which can be safe for the human, then do not undertake the project. So you say no to such projects, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
yes, and who is responsible for checking the quality
So who
if
is
they're met or they're not met?
see, basically the project manager is the owner of the project. He is not responsible for directly checking the quality, but he is responsible for directly ensuring the fact in the beginning that we are able to meet the quality acceptance criteria within the limit of time and cost, right? So that at least you have to check. You can rope in the appropriate subject matter experts into your project team. And project manager is also people manager. He knows the right people to do the right job, right? Is that clear?
Okay.
Okay. Does the president of a country does everything by himself? No. The
No, he has a team. Yeah.
as a team, but he is the person responsible for selecting the right person. If the person is not right, then he has the right to replace the person. Right? Is that clear? He makes sure that all the right people are selected, they are doing the job right, and he knows the right people who can do the job, and he monitors them, he controls them, he instructs them, and he makes sure that he is basically tuning them. So that's why you are also the people manager. You bring in the right experts and whom you know that they are capable of taking care of this, right? So that you are having the right quality agent, because according to PMI philosophy, the quality has to be planned in. It cannot be inspected in, because by the time you inspect something, it might be too late. For example, guys, I'll give you a very small little example. But suppose if you cooked large quantities of some food item and it has got some excess salt, right? So is it possible to remove excess salt from the food? Do you have any such technology till date?
No.
No, it is not possible. You can go to the moon. That might be easier, but you cannot remove the excess salt from large. Right? So basically,
You-
what I'm trying to say is that you have to plan it in. If you have seen the chefs, those who are making feast for very large events, they are checking the quality at every point. So once they put in the metal, so they will check the taste and and the flavor and the quality of the food at every step. They want to make sure that when they cooked such, completed the cooking of the large the quantities of food, it turns out right on the individual's plate, right? So when you cook large amounts of food, so basically you can make a lot of profit. So similarly, when you're doing big business, big projects, the organization can make large amount of profits, or if you don't manage it properly, it can result in a big loss, huge loss, right? Okay, is that
Correct, yeah.
okay? So that's
So
why.
so Sajay, what you're saying there is all these four, I mean, elements: time, quality, cost, and scope. All these need to be planned at the very
Yeah,
early stages, at the beginning.
they need to be planned.
Project.
Must have a mindset for that. You must have certain calculation formulas known to you through, by the way of your engineering knowledge, your project management knowledge, and you can use the Primavera for that. You can use the Primavera for the estimation purpose also. So you will know it as we go ahead. Okay. Now
Okay.
we go to the next slide. So basically, what are the aims of the planning? The aim of the planning is basically to identify the total stakeholders. So guys, who are the stakeholders? Stakeholders are the people on your side and the client side, those who are going to be involved in the project. They want the project to be successful. So on the client side, what is the functionality of the stakeholder? On the client side, the functionality mostly they will determine the requirement, they will state the requirement is as much details as possible, and your job is to document it correctly, right? As the stated, you document it, and then you want to make sure that all the work to be done is known to you. So all the stakeholders should be known to you, because if you miss any person, then you will miss a part of the requirement. If you are not having the complete requirement document, then I don't think you will get the project result right, right? Then you have to evaluate the different project delivery methods, right? Then you have to determine that whether you can have alternatives. Suppose if you want to build a bridge can be constructed in many ways: cantilever bridge, arch bridge, and rope bridge, and opening bridge, right? Then you identify the deliverable. So what is the deliverable? Deliverable is part of the product. So suppose the entire product is a building. So this building has got several floors. So the client won't be paying you the entire amount of the project. Okay. He would not be paying you the entire price of the project. He will say that, okay, if you complete a part of the building, like if you complete each of the floor, I will make you the payment, but this has to be done matching my quality acceptance criteria and a time limit. So we created the list of the deliverables under a logical breakdown of the project, which is called the work breakdown structure or the project breakdown structure. And what is the work breakdown structure containing? It is containing the list of the activities, right? Then we identify the activities required to produce the deliverable. Then we write the activities into the WBS groups. Then we try to identify the resources. What are the resources? Man, machine, material, and cash. Then we use them optimally. Why optimally? Because we want to maximize on the profit. At the same time, we want to be able to match the quality acceptance criteria agreed with the client and documented in the contract, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Because the contract is a promise, it is a written promise. Majorly, what does it promise? Basically, it promises to the client, we will finish your project on the agreed time limit. We will finish your project within the agreed price limit. Okay. And we will give you a product which matches your quality acceptance criteria. You will be satisfied and it will match the requirement of the functionalities which will meet your business requirement or your any other kind of the requirement as expected, right? So we identified use the resources in an optimal manner so that we also are a profitable business. So the product has to match the quality acceptance criteria, and the project has to be profitable as well, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we need to have both. And then we also check and evaluate if target dates may be dead. So a project that doesn't have one finish date, it has got multiple finish dates, which are called the milestones. I'm sure that you have heard the word milestones. I will explain more in detail. And then we identify the risk. So guys, what is the meaning of the word risk? What is the meaning of the risk?
Anything that may have a positive or negative impact in a project.
Yeah, it will have an impact, but you know what is the major, the trait of a risk? Risk is an uncertain event. If it happens by itself, and if it happens, then it can cause loss, delay, to the project, right? So is this thing clear?
Yeah.
So
But sometimes risk can also be a good thing, yeah? Like there's some positive risk as well.
yeah, there is a positive risk as well, but we do not consider the project the positive risk, because that can be absorbed. But we are mostly concerned with the negative risk. So negative risk is the thing that we mostly focus and prepare for. For example, there are two kind of risk. So one is the predictable and one is the unpredictable. For example, can you predict an earthquake? Earthquake?
No,
No,
no.
not yet at least. But you can predict rainfall in a particular region to a great extent. For example, in India, we do have certain months of the rainfall and we can predict them. But still, we cannot predict if there would be a flood, which is basically unpredictable risk, right? We have to identify the risk and we have to be prepared for both predictable and unpredictable. But certain risks which are absolutely unpredictable, for example, pandemic. Can you predict that what will be the next pandemic and when is it going to happen? So, guys, could you predict the corona the virus?
No.
No.
We could not. We could not predict, even though I was getting certain visuals from my friends in China in the month of the November 2009. And I thought, those visuals are coming from some clips of the movie or someone created them or something like that. It showed me a long line of the people where some of the people, he said, these people are lined up outside a hospital for treatment. Oh, there's a huge number of the people. Why is that so? Why are the Chinese running short of the hospitals or doctors or what? No, he said, there is something which is big, and people are getting affected here in a very big way. So I could see that some of the people are falling down while standing in the line. And he said that a lot of the people are dying in those lines. So I was shocked. So I thought, okay, that is happening in a very far place. And that was in the month of the November 2019. And by the month of the April 2020, I was under the lockdown. So were you. So we could not foresee that it's going to reach my home. Okay. And and there are a lot of people that died in India too, right? All over the world, right? So, that was quite a horrible times. That was something that we were not prepared for. We could be prepared for the rain, we could be prepared for the fire, okay? But this is something we cannot be prepared for. But we have to still identify the risk and we have to plan to minimize them. And that is the part of the planning. We provide a baseline. So, guys, what is a baseline? I'm sure that you have heard this word, baseline.
Like a benchmark that is,
The benchmark is something which is global, but the baseline is local. I'll just explain to you right now. See, suppose your project is going to take, let's say, 1 year, and you get all the activities checked by the subject matter expert, and he says, yeah, that is correct. So that is a baseline for your project. Now, what is the benchmark? So benchmark is something which is when you go to the industry level, you say that what is the benchmark of the safety of a lift? There are certain benchmarks which are global, right? So basically, the lift rope should be able to take double the actual mentioned load on the lift. If the lift says 10 people, the rope should be able to be a 20 people, right? So that's a sort of a benchmark, and benchmark is also a baseline. In fact, it's a baseline. For example, if you looked at the mercury-based thermometer, have you seen that it has a red marking? Have you seen that?
yeah, yes.
So what is the temperature at which it is marked? If you would look once again, it is either marked at 98.4 degrees Fahrenheit or 37 degrees on the centigrade scale. So that is the baseline temperature of the human body, right? And if you take the temperature of any person, and if it exceeds that, you will come to know, oh, this person is not well, he is unwell, he needs to go to the doctor, right? And if you looked at your medical records report, did you see that there is a column which says reference range? Did you note that?
Yes.
Mm,
Reference range, then your actual value of your own test, right? The doctor looks at those. So the what is the reference range? Is the baseline. So when the doctor compares the baseline with the actuals, he would be able to know that what is the extent of the ailment, then he will be able to determine that what is the appropriate amount of the corrective action, right? He requires to
Mm.
prescribe to you. He might be prescribing you certain exercises, maybe medicine, maybe sometimes if it is too much, he might ask you to come and take the treatment in the hospital, right? So basically, how far your actual values are varying from the baseline, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now we need the baseline in the project also. So what goes into the baseline? The planned duration, the planned schedule, the planned resource units, the planned cost of each and every activity. So these are part of the baseline. So the more more accurate calculation you make, the more reliable trusted baseline you have, and your project management will be much more better. And of course you need to use a software like the Primavera, right, to organize
Okay.
all data and provide you the baseline, organize the baseline, then get the actual values and compare the actual with the baseline, then tell you the variances. And once you are seeing the variances, then you will be able to use your good judgment to determine the appropriate course and the quantity of the action you need. And then you will be able to manage the project and finish the project within the agreed limits of time, money, and achieve the quality acceptance criteria. Then you will have a profitable business as well, right, guys?
Yes.
Yeah. Can the baseline be changed?
Yeah,
Like, can you have like multiple baseline? I guess what I'm trying to say.
baseline can be changed, but usually it should not be changed. It should not be changed if your team members are slow, right? If your team members are slow, if they're not matching up, you ask them to work hard. Or if you think that you calculated the baseline wrong, and if you think that you need more people, more machine, so you can add more people and the machine into the plan, and you execute that plan, right? So you can change the baseline. Then if you have an event like the corona pandemic happening, you'll have to change the baseline. You'll have to change the fresh dates and requirement of the resources. If the client changes his mind regarding the product, he says that, okay, I want new features inserted into the product specification. You say, fine. Then we will first take the requirements. We will do an impact analysis. And in the impact analysis, you can quote him the new schedule and the new extra amount of the money which you need. And definitely you will have to change the baseline, because now the work that you will do will be compared against the new calculated values, right? Is that clear?
Yeah,
Yes.
but so
So the baseline
so
should not be changed frequently. The baseline should be changed only when, if there is an external factor. For example, if the factor is due to some force majeure which is beyond your control, due to climate, due to acts of God, as the people say, and due to the change in the client's mind. So you should not change the baseline, because it's not a good thing. It is not professionally good. You should basically, once the client has confirmed that my requirements are complete and clear, and he has given you a sign off, right? So you should create a good drawing. You should make a good work breakdown structure. You should make sure that all the activities are listed. They are having the right duration. They are having the right resources. And then you have a very solid baseline, right? So you should not change the baseline unless and until it is changed due to certain external factors. If the government is changing certain policies which require an increase in the safety features or parameters or something, then you might change the baseline, right? Is that clear?
yeah, that's very clear. But may I have additional question there? It may be a little bit out of scope. But for example, in construction works, dealing with a contract, contract, and for example, as you said, there's a force majeure or like a corona pandemic happened. Who that caused a delay, and that may affect the cost as well. So will there be like a compensation for things that are not caused by the?
Basically, it is the way you agree. If you
Okay.
agree in the beginning, no, if there is an external factor due to which the project is getting affected, the client will bear the entire cost. So that should be mentioned in the contract. It is not always
Okay.
right? I cannot say that one agreement fits all. It's not like that. In some project, maybe the contractor say, no, I'm a small contractor, I cannot bear that much cost. If there is a force majeure or there is a extreme climate and it stops the work, then you will be bearing the cost. So the client agrees and he says that, okay, you just go ahead and do the project at my behest. I'm signing in the contract that all the risk will be mine. Then the contractor may start the work. Sometimes the risk might be 50-50, right? Is that clear?
Yeah, clear. Thanks. Yeah.
So that is something where the way which you agree in the beginning. So that should be mentioned. It is not that it is either always the client or always the vendor. No, it's not like that. It is basically how the parties they agree in case of the force majeure, right? And mostly the force majeure is the responsibility of the client only, right? Okay, mostly.
Yeah.
Okay. And then assist in the stakeholder communication, how we generate the reports and we assist the management to think ahead and make informed decisions. So that is the aim of the planning, right? So with that, let us look at the situation. What are the benefits of having a planned project? What is the benefits of having a baseline? And there are two organizations for comparison. This is the one, and this is the number two, right? So in the number one, what is the work culture like? The work culture is like you have the project manager saying, oh, guys, let's start the plan. Let's finish the plan quickly. Let us start the project quickly as soon as possible. The sooner we plan, the sooner we are able to start the project and sooner we are able to finish the project. Now, what happens as they do the work, they notice that there are certain things which don't match the quality acceptance criteria. Then they have to undo a part of the work done. So, guys, do you see this rollback, this loop back, this
Yeah.
U-turn, right? So basically, this is you might do on the highway if you miss one of the exits, right? You might take exit and you do a long U-turn to come back on the track. So this is what happens in the project as well. So so then they will redo and they continue to work like this: do, undo, redo. Maybe big or small. They continue to work like this. They finish the project and they show it to the client. The client says, okay. Okay, the client is okay. Now, in the second case, what the project manager says, guys, we will work according to the PMI process. We will use the project management fundamentals and we will use the Primavera to set a baseline in which we are very much sure about the outcome and the basically the measurement of the duration, schedule, and the resource cost and the units. They have a baseline, right? This is a solid line of the values which they compute, right? So this is the baseline and this is their execution, right? Do you see this green line, guys? So mostly they try to manage to keep the green line near the baseline, but sometimes it varies. It's not a loop back. There's no loop back variance and they control it. They control. It varies and they control. It varies and they control and they finish the project here. Then they show the result to the client. In this case, also the client says, okay, but what is the benefit of a well managed project? So guys, you read this. What is the text in this rectangle saying?
Benefits of planning, saving of time, cost, and resource.
Right, you save time cost. So the saving will come from the time. For example, the first organization is able to do 10 projects per year, right? So let me write this. And the second organization is able to do, let's say, 14 projects per year, right? So it's able to do 14 projects per year. So which one do you think will be making more profits?
Second one.
Second one, because they are having the same investment, same size, same number of the people. Okay. So basically they'll be having more profits. And where do you think the people will be able to get paid more salary in first or second?
Second.
Second one, right? And where do you think you guys would love to work?
Second.
Second.
Second one, if you go to the second one, will be right fit. But I recommend that you guys should go to the first one, right? Why? Because the project management fundamentals. You can make a huge change. You would look like a king there, right? Is that clear?
Yeah, that makes sense.
If you know the project management, if you know the Primavera, you can work in both. If you go to the number two, you will be an immediate fit, plug and play. The day you join, within 2 3 days you are able to show your productivity. But if you go to the first one, it might be a little bit of the struggle in the beginning, but maybe after a couple of months you can show them a huge change, the huge difference. You would just cut down the time of the project up to here. So management will see you like the king, right? So it's like that. So basically you should not be afraid to work in any organization after you understand the project management and you are able to use the Primavera to implement that. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
You should be bold and confident. Okay, fine. So
Sure,
that's
sir.
yeah, so that's what we are preparing for. So guys, you read this.
Projects fail in the beginning, not in the end.
Yeah, the project fail in the beginning. What does it mean? That if you did a very miscalculated requirement analysis, you did not complete that, or something was not matching, what happens? The result will show up in the end and it will look like a failure in the end. Actually, the project has failed in the beginning only. So you should be very careful in gathering the requirement, documenting them, creating the diagrams, checking them at every stage. So what we are trying to say is that besides knowing the Primavera, you should be implementing the project fundamentals very well. I'll give you an example of India, right? I will go to the year 2019. Actually, we are trying to basically explore the moon as a nation, right? So we are having two things, right? We are a developing nation also, but we are in the club of the space faring nations also. So we launched our first satellite in 1975, and in 2010 we became very ambitious. We put a flag on the moon. We planted a flag on the moon's surface. Then in 2012 we also had a similar moon project. In 2019 we became even more ambitious. We said that okay, we will send a lander, a rover on the south pole of the moon, and we will try to prove that there are certain things which are useful for the humanity in the future if we make a future base. So what happened? So there were three components. One was the rocket which will take the craft into the moon's orbit. So that was fine. The orbiter went fine. Then the next part was the lander and the rover. Now what happened? The lander, it failed to have a soft landing. It means that it crashed, right? But did that crash happen at that point? No. Actually, there was some faulty design in the beginning. So basically, it was a failure all the way going to the moon. Is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now we came to the year 23. So during this 4 years, our scientists, they studied the gap. They did a gap analysis of the failure, that what failed it, what should not fail. So they redesigned the whole product, the whole thing, and they planned it once again, and they made sure that it is a success from the beginning. So we had a very soft landing in the month of the August 22, I believe, 22 or 23, 23, I believe, right? So it was quite a success. The original mission was for the 14 days of the, basically we will be getting the results of the experiment for 14 days, but we got it for 18 days. So which was considered as matching the quality acceptance criteria, right? So basically, what is the moral of the story? Project fail in the beginning, not in the. So we would like to have a success in the beginning. So how do we get a success in the beginning? By using our project management fundamentals to gather the requirement, document it properly, and use the Primavera. Right? Is that clear? We
Yes.
use the
Yes.
software as well, beside knowing the project management fundamentals, so that we are managing a success from the beginning. Now we will take a break for 20 minutes, and after that we will discuss on the project management more, right? So let's break for 20 minutes. Let us relax. So during the break, okay, guys, you can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now we are going to learn about what is the project management. So basically the project management is the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities in order to meet or exceed stakeholder needs and expectation. So basically, who is the stakeholder? Because the stakeholder is a very wide term. So from my point of view, so the stakeholder would be my client. So I've got many stakeholders. like the client, my team, my bosses, my subject matter experts, my suppliers, my subcontractors, and the vendors, right? Those who are providing me the materials. So they're all the stakeholders, and all the stakeholders, they want the project to be successfully completed because it is in everybody's benefit. So stakeholders are the individuals and organization involved in or affected by the project outcome. So if you have a big project, you might be having a joint venture partner. So that joint venture partner is also a stakeholder. So all the stakeholders are positive stakeholders. But if you have any rivalry with another business, so that could be the negative stakeholder, right? Okay, then we come to the next. So related endeavor. So what the Primavera can manage? The Primavera can manage the sub projects. Now, what is the sub project? The sub projects are stated to be the components of a project that are often contracted out. Contracted out. So, guys, can you give me an example?
Sorry, sir, it's not catched.
Can you give me an example of a sub project?
Sub project, like activity.
No. I'll give an example. Okay. Suppose you are constructing a huge building and you are a construction company. So basically, what you will do, see, in the building which is under the construction, you will need a lot of work to be done, which is specialized work. For example, tile work. For example, the paneling work on the outside of the building, the electrical work, the plumbing work, the HVAC installation of the lift. Does the construction company make the lifts? Yes or no?
No.
No. The construction company, it gives the installation of the lifts to another company. So they make the lifts, they install the lifts, right? So, that is a sub project. So that is given to the subcontractor, right? So the sub projects are the components of a project that are often contracted, like HVAC. Do you think the construction company will have the specialized knowledge of that? No. But they can definitely
Actually,
calculate their requirement, that how much cooling they need, they can specify that, and then they will give the work to a specialized company, those who are able to do that job. So basically, the sub projects are another set of people or group which will do the part of the main product. They will create the support. Now, what is a program? So basically, it says consists of a group of projects supporting a broad general goals. Broad general goals, right? So keep that word in mind and managed in a coordinated way. For example, I will write the word space here. Space program, right? So space is a program. For example, there are various teams in a space program. They have a different kind of focus. So one team is involved in launching the weather satellite. Another team is involved in launching the communication satellite. They make the communication satellite, they launch them. And another team would be interested in the geosensing and the remote sensing satellite. Another team is interested, or they have the specialization in the basically the GPS satellites, right? So there are various kind of the satellites which are launched by the various teams. Now, what is the common thing between them? The common thing between them is the launch platform, the launch site, the launch facilities, and more especially the rocket science. So rocket science is basically, is managed by another set of people, those who could be the rocket scientists. So if there is a success or a failure in one of the earlier projects, so that can be shared in the projects later. So basically what happens, so when you run a program, the broad general goal is the same, that is to benefit from the space, right? So when your broad general goals are the same, then you would have a lot of sharing of resources, subject matter experts, knowledge, and you would be sharing the launch pad or the platform. Okay. So because your broad general goals are the same and you are going to manage that in a coordinated. So the benefit of the earlier project is available to the later projects. So that's why we say that it is a space program. So similarly, in the Primavera, it can help you manage the programs. So it can help you create a portfolio, and you can keep the similar projects as part of the same program and portfolio in sort of a structure, which is also called the EPPM, Enterprise Portfolio and Project Management. So we will see that very soon. These are certain facts You just have to keep in mind that beside the project management, the Primavera can help you do the program management and also help you manage the sub projects, right? Now let's go into the life cycle. So what does the life cycle of a project looks like? So according to the PMI, there are 5 phases of a project life cycle. The first phase is called the initiating phase. In the initiating phase, so what we do, we initiate the project. We are trying to explore the project at the request of the client. So in the initiating, what we are trying to determine whether the project is technically feasible to be done by my organization. Second thing is that is it profitable? If both of the things they are okay, if it is possible to be done by us, and if it is a profitable one, so then what I will do, I will sign a contract with the client, right, guys? Hmm?
Yes.
You
Yes.
you take up the project only which you can do, and then you should be able to do it profitably as well. If it is not profitable, but technically it's okay, would you still go ahead and do that project? Not, maybe not.
No.
Okay. Okay, fine. So if that is okay, then what you will do after you take up the project, after you sign the contract, you will do the planning. So this is the phase in which you detail out the work. So you detail out a lot of things to get the work done. You detail the scope, you do the scope management, resource, you do the resource planning, you do the cost planning, you do the risk planning, you do the quality the planning, you do the procurement planning, you do the communication planning, stakeholder management planning, all kind of planning that you are do in the planning phase. So once the planning phase is complete or even nearly complete, so then you start doing the work, which is called the executing or execution phase. So as soon as you start the execution, you start to do the monitoring and controlling. So guys, remember, monitoring and controlling is in parallel, right? As soon as the
Yes.
project starts, the monitoring and controlling also. Monitoring means watching out how you are doing the work. So you are gathering the actual values, actual duration, actual schedule, actual units, actual cost. So you are gathering almost all the data and the actual quality parameters which are achieved, right? Then you compare that with the planned parameters, and if you find a variance, then you do the controlling. So monitoring and controlling goes side by side, and it starts as soon as the execution starts, and it stops when the execution work is completed, right? So once you're done with the execution, so you go to the next phase, which is the closing. So closing means gracefully closing the project. So what happens during the closure? So during the closure, for example, if I finish the construction of the building, so what I will do? First, I will list out certain checklist of the activities. First, I will clean up the site. I will remove the debris and the unused material. I will restock them. I will try to get quality acceptance certificate from the client. Then, if that is okay, then I will raise the final invoice. I will get the final payment. I will make payments to my subcontractors and vendors. I will release them from the project. I will release my own man and machine from the project. I will keep some bare minimum staff on the site, mostly the administrative guys, right? And then I'm going to basically hand over maps, drawings, and document to the client. I will provide some training of the equipments installed in the building to the client's operational team and the maintenance team. Okay, I'll provide certain maintenance material to the client, and then I will do the landscaping and the gracefully exit the site. Right. So that is part of the closing. So basically, you can create your own checklist in another kind of the project now. What is the role of the Primavera here? See, the role of the Primavera is here. Guys, do you see the shading? Hmm? So basically, this shaded portion is the representation of area of Primavera's control on the project's life cycle. This is the area of the Primavera's control on the project life cycle. So some part of the project's life cycle is out of the purview of the Primavera. So why is it so? Because in the beginning, when you're making the presentation to the client, so What kind of softwares do you use? It is not the Primavera. In the beginning, you use something called the PowerPoint, right?
Yeah.
So when you are
Yes.
initiating the project, so you make the presentation to the client, you use the PowerPoint, you might use the PDF files, then you might share certain Excel based data with the client, right? And you might you might share certain diagrams with the client, visuals. Then you might use certain videos to showcase to the client that what your company has done in the past, right? You make this presentation, right? So once you sign a deal or once you sign a contract with the client, so then what do you do? So then you start to use the Primavera, because then you start creating the documents in the Primavera. You can upload the documents, you can store the documents, you can version the documents, you can collaborate on the documents, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So this is where the Primavera steps in. Then the Primavera helps you in controlling the entire life cycle of the project and closing the project, right? Is that clear? So you need that control, right? Because there is a lot of data. So in the beginning, all the data is very, very unstructured and scattered. So you need a software like the Primavera to help you organize the data into a structured manner, and so that you are able to create a baseline, and then you are having a good control on the project from initiating till the closing of the project, right? So is this thing clear?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is clear for me, but I would also like to ask, there, I think I read somewhere something called benefits realization. Can you expand a little bit more about that and where?
Can you come? You're sounding very distant. Can you please come near the mic?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now that's better. Yeah, tell me again.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I would like to inquire more about the term called benefits realization and how does Primavera
Yeah, basically,
interact with that?
what is the objective of a project? That is the benefit. I'll just tell you. For example, if I am going to suppose if I'm going to launch a moon rover, right? So what is the benefit? So you say that, okay, we'll be able to explore the south pole of the moon. So basically, once we have closed the project, then we do the benefits evaluation. Did we benefit from the project? But before we even start the project, then we first do an evaluation. What is the benefit? Sometimes, the projects which are mostly, such kind of the project, they are sponsored by the government. The benefit might not be to the individual, the benefit might be to the entire country or the entire humanity, or entire humanity. But in the case of the commercial ventures, like the companies, organization, so from the client point of view, what is the benefit? If they get a shopping mall constructed, basically the benefit for the client is that they'll be able to lease or rent out the spaces and make good money out of those places, right? We create, and for us, what is the benefit? For me, what is the immediate benefit is a profit, right?
Yes.
Okay. So from my point of view, from engineering point of view, the only benefit I get in constructing the shopping mall is my profit. But for the client, it is a long-term business of leasing, renting out those properties.
So
So
can Primavera also
you
be
have to
used to
do.
track those positive things, those benefits?
See, basically, as an engineering company, my benefit is only one, that I finish the project on time and I take my payment and I get a profit. But from the client point of view, the client is going to track the life cycle of the project. Okay. So he would be basically looking at the benefit as it is being delivered, right? So maybe the benefit might not be immediately realized, but the benefit might it might have an incubation period.
Okay.
So when you have a venture, so invested in a venture, so as an engineering company, my job is finished. Now it is up to the client how they want to sell those spaces, right? They say that our incubation period is 1 to 2 years. So within the 1 to 2 years, so I should be having this much of the revenue from this premises, from this building, as I sell or lease out the spaces, right? Okay, so that is the benefit realization. So you got to do certain research before you even invest into that. Okay, then you set certain success criteria that if this is achieved, then the benefit has been realized. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, there is another lesson for us. So here is the project lifecycle. So it is basically showing you the amount of the money, how the amount of the money is distributed across the project lifecycle. So this is the initiating, this is the planning, and this is the execution phase. And of course, with the execution, monitoring and controlling is there. And this is the closing. And now it has been observed by the PMI that, out of the total budget of the project, so 68 to 72%, 68 to 72% of the total project budget is utilized in the execution phase. Now, what is the lesson for the project manager? If you make a mistake in the initiating or the planning, it will cost you very little amount of money to fix it. Because everything is still either on the paper or in the computer, right? Right.
Yeah.
So if you make changes either on the paper or the computer, basically the major cost of the change will be time cost of the people involved in the project, right? You might have to call a particular person or a subject matter expert once again and get that thing checked, and then you might get it changed, right? Okay. So that is the extra amount of money you might have when you do some planning. And if the planning needs to be redone, so that will be exactly the time which is spent by the resource, right? Like the planner or the project manager or the Primavera subject matter expert. So the amount of the time they spend in redoing the plan, so that will be the cost of the fix, right? But in case you make a mistake in carrying out the work, so that would be involving a lot of man, machine, and material time. I mean, the material cost, right? So if you have that, so that will be a huge amount of the money. If you make a mistake of $1, it might take you even $5 to $10 to fix that. It has been observed, right? And it has been observed from various kind of the project, not just one domain, because this is the nature of the project, right? In the nature of the project, the major part of the budget, which is 68 to 72%, is spent in carrying out the work. So, what is the lesson learned? The lesson learned is that you should be very, very diligent. You must do your due diligence when you gather the requirement, when you sign the contract, when you design and plan, so that you are absolutely sure, or maybe even 95% sure, that what you have planned is exactly what you need to do in the execution phase, so that you don't have to change anything, right? Okay. So that you are able to do the execution with a little amount of the variance. Your project goes in a straight line, then you close the project, right? So this is how the project life cycle should go ideally, right? Is this clear? So you should have the accepted deliverable at every milestone. And of course, the entire product will perform very well with minimal changes or minimal tuning, right? So this is how you define and organize the project. First, you define and organize the project. You establish the project team roles: project manager, quality tester, external tester, team members, executive members, and then technical writers, okay, site supervisors. You write the resource breakdown structure, you establish the project. I'm not saying that you will know the actual names in the beginning, but you can write down the roles that are required in the project. Then you define the project parameter. What is the total duration? What are the various milestones? What is the total budget of the project? And what is the quality acceptance criteria, right? And things like that. Then you define the project framework, that how you are going to do the project. Is it going to be the waterfall or the agile methodology, whether you are going to use the Primavera or something else? So then you plan the project, then you develop the work breakdown structure. The work breakdown structure, let me remind you once again, these are the logical grouping of activities to be done. So once you write the activities, then you can develop the schedule. Once you put the duration, then actually the schedule will be automatically calculated by the Primavera. So Just have to put in the right duration and the relation. Refine estimates and resource requirements. Develop the risk management plan. That how do you foresee the risk and how do you plan to deal with those risks? First aim should be the prevention. The second aim should be the mitigation. If the prevention is not possible, then we plan how to execute and control the project. We collect the state of each and every activity. So what do we do in the collect status? We collect actual duration, actual resource units applied, actual physical work done, and actual amount of the money consumed. We then compare it with the baseline value. Then we analyze the variance. Right? We analyze the variance in schedule, in cost, in quality. Then we plan and take the corrective action to match the baseline. Then we report the project status to the various stakeholders. And once the work is done, in the closeout, we try to get formal acceptance from the client if that is done. So then we we compile our lesson learned and we archive the project information so that it serves as a guideline for the future project. That what did we learn there? So because what we learn, it becomes part of our individual memory and institutional memory, right? So where does the institutional memory goes? It goes in creating the curriculum, the training curriculum for the future generation of the resources, managers, engineers, right, guys? Is that clear? And individual memory goes with you as work experience, right? So each time you do a project, you learn your lessons, right or wrong,
Right.
and they add to your experience, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So you know that how to do the things right, and if you do this, it will be right, and if you don't do this, so that might be wrong. So this is how you do it. So now I'll take you back to the previous diagram. So keep this diagram in mind that the project cost a lot of money during the execution phase. So you must do planning from the requirement, and changing the baseline is okay if it is done at the behest of the client, but it should not be changed because you made some mistake in the requirement gathering. Is that clear?
Yeah.
You should approach the project work very diligently, proficiently, and efficiently, and in minute details, right? You should gather all the requirements, make sure it is communicated to the client in a proper document, and client is able to understand what you have written in the document, and he should be able to agree it, or he should be able to suggest the changes which are required. So this is the life cycle of the project. I hope that you will remember it, and the Primavera controls the whole of it, right? And remember this lesson: project fail in the beginning, not in the end. So don't be the one to manage a failure, manage a success, right? And these are the benefits of the planning. So you should plan well so that you can execute well, right? And the triple constraint, basically, there is a limit. So you have to keep that there is a limitation of time, limitation of money, and the work has to be completed. And you have to meet the satisfaction or fitness for use criteria or the quality acceptance criteria as set by the client, right? So you have to do all this. That is the role of the project manager. Now, I would be pausing here and I would like to hear certain questions if you have any.
Yes. And this is maybe based on your experience. How long does requirements gathering should be? I know that maybe probably it would depend on project, but roughly, because I think that's very important when you in the initiating part or in the gathering requirements.
See, requirement.
Do you recommend? Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Requirement gathering should be done as soon as possible. It is as soon as possible, but as soon as the possible doesn't mean that you compromise on the quality. As soon as possible means that you should not be sitting idle, or you should not be wasting time chatting with the client resources and waiting for it. You should tell the client in advance that, look, I'm coming on this date to meet you guys at your site, at your office. Make sure that you gather up the list of all your stakeholders and intimate to them to me in advance, and make sure that when I come, and you have gathered all your stakeholders at your end, right? And all are there. I would like to talk to them. I would like to interview them. I would like to conduct a survey. I would like to conduct a meeting. I would like to gather the requirement as soon as possible. So as soon as possible means that you should do it with a sense of diligency, urgency, and sense of responsibility. Right? Is that clear?
Yeah, yeah.
I can't set a time period for that, but that should be done within a reasonable time without compromising the quality or without even wasting a moment. Right? Okay, go ahead. Next question. Praveen, do you have any question? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If you guys don't have any question, now let's go hands-on. So guys, so tell me, how many monitors do you have? Sylvester, how many monitors do you have?
2.
Oh, you have got two.
I mean, I have one monitor and my personal computer.
Okay, fine. So I would request you
Oh,
to log in from both. Can you please log in from both?
I've already logged
yeah.
in. I'm logged in for both of them.
No, I don't see both of them. No, are you having the at the second screen, right?
Yeah, I have my PC and then there's a monitor screen, yeah,
Oh,
which
okay.
I've duplicated my,
Okay, fine. So it means that both of them are connected to the same computer. Okay. So Parveen, you
yeah.
screen. Okay, fine. So this guy doesn't have the double monitor. So on one screen, you do one thing. Oh, you have another one. So what is that? So this one is your mobile phone. Actually, it's okay. You just stay logged in. So I will rename this as the Parveen 1, which is your laptop, and Parveen 2 will be your mobile phone, right? So that's your
Right.
fine. So,
Yeah.
okay. If I switch over to Sylvester screen, then you will need to look at the mobile phone. Now, Parveen, you go ahead and share your screen. Share your screen. Uh, Praveen, you share your screen.
Yeah.
Okay. So, guys, you are seeing. So,
Sorry.
oh, just do one thing.
What's it?
In your mobile phone, you just mute it. You mute the speaker and the mic, and then
Okay. Done.
what's there on the top?
Uh,
On the top. So, do you see this black box like this thing?
yeah. Yeah. Approve.
What is this thing and what is this thing? Can you move them out of the way? Correct. So that's better. Now you close this document, okay? Close this. No, those things are back again. This thing and this thing is back again. Okay, you just remove them. Okay. So let me help you close the PDF file. No, you had shared only the PDF. So you share the entire desktop. So quickly share the entire desktop. Share screen, full screen. Full screen. You have to share full screen with us. Not only that, but you close all the other thing. You close PDF file, Word file, anything that you have there. Please share the desktop, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
now you start the Primavera. Now you start the Primavera. Okay. Now you log in.
So your mouse you are working.
Actually, I am not able to click even on my screen, so I don't know what's happening here. Um, just a moment. Okay, now you log in, you enter the password, then you click on the connect. Can you please connect your laptop to the power source? Can you connect the charger, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, now you have some box here, right? So at the top. So just try to hide that box and keep it out of the way. Just make sure that it is not blocking your view. If this box seems to be blocking
Yeah,
you can drag the box here to the bottom. You just grab it with the mouse and you drag it here. Drag it down. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Bring it down. More. Push it. Push it down. Okay. Fine. Now let us try to understand the structure of the interface, the various parts. So you can drag it even down. Okay. You put it even more down. Right. Fine. So I hope that it is not interfering with something. Yes. Yes, correct. So just wait. Okay. Now I'm going to mark certain part of the screen. So guys, do you see the top part which I've marked? So can you read the text there in the boxes on the top?
Primavera P6 Professional 24, no current project.
Yeah. So these are the two different pieces of the information. One is telling you the version, and one is telling you that currently no project has been loaded into the memory. Right? When you don't have any project loaded into the memory, it will say no current project. Now let us do this thing. Let us load a project into the memory. Right? To load a project, let us do this thing. Let us select the Saratoga Senior Community. You select.
Sorry, sir. Do you want me to also do the same thing, or should I just keep
It is.
watching here?
Yeah, absolutely. Just wait. Praveen, just wait. You start this thing. Okay, you just come up to here. I'll wait for you to synchronize. Yeah, you have to do it.
Okay, just give me a few seconds to open my Primavera as well.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you have to do it. You have to watch it on one monitor and do it on the another monitor. So you can choose your screen. So do you have the same size of both the screen, or they are a little bit different?
Yeah, one monitor is bigger,
Okay.
23.8 inches,
So
and the
just
other one is smaller.
okay. So I think you will be comfortable doing in which one, the bigger or the smaller? I think you do.
The bigger one.
Yeah. So you do your work in the bigger and use the smaller one as a monitor, as like a projector, right? Like a projector screen that you would see in the classrooms, right? So you can look at that one and you can use the bigger one. I've got basically, I have beside my laptop, I've got two more monitors. So I'm using the 27 inches and I'm using another monitor, which is like, I believe it is 19 inches for looking at the additional documents. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just make sure that you are synchronized, right? So, and you stay synchronized. I run a small batch, I run quality batches. Okay, no compromise on the quality. Now, after you selected the Saratoga, you select the option open project, which is at the top, right? You select this option, open project, you right click,
Wait. So sorry, sir.
you,
So help me
you right
understand
click.
this.
So
Should
you
I just extend one version because I'm a
no,
little bit
see,
confused?
you select the Saratoga Senior Community Project and right click.
No,
Right.
before I go there, before I go there, like how should I manage my
Oh, yes.
screens here?
Just do one thing. You extend. You extend. Yeah. Use the option extend. You press Window P and extend. Okay. And then in the bigger monitor, you keep your Primavera. In the smaller monitor, you keep the zoom. Right.
Okay, let me do that now.
Yeah. So make sure that you are comfortable. So the smaller one should have the zoom and the bigger one should have the Primavera. So you can basically drag it toward the right side and you can move the Primavera. So which is your primary monitor, the bigger or the smaller?
The smaller one.
The smaller one is the primary. So then the bigger monitor would be on the right side. So if you drag the Primavera toward the right, it will be getting into the view of the bigger monitor, right?
Correct, yes.
Now you're
Oh, yes, I'm now set.
now you're logged in.
Yes.
Okay, correct. Now if you're logged in, then you select the Saratoga Senior Community Project. Then you right click.
Already done that.
Okay. Now select the option from the top, open project. So you will see
Done.
message loading data. So once you see that, you will see that you have come into the activities tab and you are seeing the project code and the project name at the top. Do you see that on the top?
Yes.
So in this space
Yeah.
earlier, it was saying that no current project. Now it is mentioning the project code and the project name. So basically in the Primavera, if you load multiple project, you will be seeing the multiple project IDs on the top, right? So right now you are only seeing one because you loaded only one project. Now once you load a project in the Primavera, you can also load the WBS. Now to load the WBS, you have to click on the WBS button. So this is the WBS button, work breakdown structure. So basically what it means, the WBS means the logical group of the activity. So we create the group in the WBS tab. So you click it and the tab will be opened here next to the activities. Click it. So it has come, right? Then we click on this human, the icon on the left side, that is representative of the resources tab. So it will open the resources tab next to the WBS. Correct. Now, after that, we click on the next icon, that is the reports. So you click on it. The reports tab will be opened next to the resources tab, right? So now what we have is these are 5 tabs, but we will continue to learn from the top. Now, the next to the top is the main menu. Do you see the main menu options? What do they say? Praveen, read them. Read these options.
File, file, edit, view, project, enterprises, tool, admin, help.
Correct. So I hope that you are using a wire mouse. So with the mouse, you click on the file. Click that. Now, once you click on the file, you will see the sub options, right? Do you see the options? So it is
Yes.
giving you the commands directly. Now that is the main option. Now this is the command. New open means if you want to create a new project, if you want to open an existing, if you want to close, page setup, print setup, these are called the command and they have the small little icons. Now this kind of a menu system, it is called the drop down menu. Why it is called a drop down menu? Because it drops downwards, right? It drops downwards. So that's why it is called a drop down menu. Now, if you want to hide the drop down menu, with your left hand, you press the escape button on your keypad. It's on the top left. Escape, ESC. Press that. Correct. So you can hide a drop down menu. Now, it has got the options file, edit, view, project, enterprise tools. Now, you click on the view, click on the view. So if you click on the view, you will see the longest drop down, right? Do you see that it is stretching from top to the bottom, right? No? And you have
Yes.
lots of options. So basically, the options which you have here, they are also mentioned here. The same options are here. You see that?
Yeah.
The same options are there on the menu panel. So that is called the menu panel. If you know these options by name, so that's okay. You can click directly on the icon if you can recognize the picture. But if you don't recognize the picture, then you can click on the view. But the problem with the drop down menu is that you have to have the entire structure in mind. So if you have a particular button that you want to do, maybe you want to click on the table font and row, then you should remember that where is the table font and row, right? Is that clear? Or you might have to click all the options, then find the one that you need. So that could be cumbersome. And two, basically to save time on that. So what the Primavera has done, what the Oracle company has done, they have given you the option to put the icons on the menu panel because the icons are pictorial buttons and some of them can be easily recognized. For example, so first of all, you press the escape. Okay, I want to show you another way that you can basically get the drop down. Now you press Alt F. Press the button combination Alt F. Alt and the F, right? You see that Alt F, it gets you the sub menu for the file because the file, the letter F is having an underscore, right? Now you press the escape. Escape key. Correct. Now you press Alt N. N. Press Alt N. So you will get the menu for the enterprise, right? Because E for enterprise, E for edit, but the shortcut key for the enterprise is Alt N to distinguish it from the Alt E, right? So you can see that, the letter which is having the underscore is the letter which will activate its submenu, right? Okay, now you press the escape. Okay, now you press Alt A. You'll get the sub menu for the admin. Alt A. Correct. Now you press the escape button. Escape key. Right. So this is both way. Now, why I'm asking you to do it, because if you are comfortable with using your hand, you can use your hand, you can use the shortcuts. And if you're more comfortable in using the mouse, you can use the mouse also. You should be proficient with both. Basically, I use both. If something is very much near and convenient for my left hand, I do it with the left hand. And if something is more convenient to be done with the mouse, so I do it with the mouse. Okay. So I make sure that I use the maximum capabilities, right? Now, the next part of the screen, as you can see here, this is called a panel-based menu, right? This is a menu system. This is the panel-based menu. This is the top panel. It contains the icons. So there are certain icons we can immediately recognize. So certain icons we will recognize over a period of time. If you take the printout of the document number 1, it will help you a lot in learning the icons quickly, right? You would be able to understand what is the meaning of the icon, particular icon. So there are 4 panel menus: top panel 1, top panel 2. The top panel 2 is yet to be basically configured. We will configure it. It will appear here. So this is the left panel and this is the right panel. So we have got 4 panels: top panel 1, top panel 2, left panel and right panel. So 1, 2, 3, 4 panel menus are there. And these are very flexible. We can arrange more buttons there. We can add more buttons. We can sequence the buttons. Okay. So now what we are going to look. So guys, if you look at this icon, so what does it look like? What does it remind you of?
Print.
Printer. So basically you can do print of functionalities using that button. You can access the printer, right? So you can see preview, you can print the documents. And if you look at this symbol, so what does it look like?
Like filter.
Filter. So you can filter the data which is visible on the screen. So there are some of the buttons which you are able to recognize in the beginning, but some of the buttons will become more meaningful once we start to use them, right? And it will be useful if you can print the document number 1. If you print it in the color, it will be the best, right? Okay, now we are going to basically understand more part of the screen. So if you go to the next part, so this part is called the tabs. So you have got the various tabs here, right? So what are the various tabs? Projects, activities, WBS, resources, reports. So guys, do this thing. Click on the project tab here. Click on the project. Okay,
Yeah.
so if you click on the project tab, you can see that there is a certain part of the screen here. So basically, if you click on the project, so there are 5 tabs here. So it is not that there are only 5 tabs, there are more tabs, but these 5 tabs are the most important tabs that you need to keep open at the beginning of the day. As soon as you log in into the Primavera to start your business work, so you will basically have all these 5 tabs on the screen and ready for you. Now let us understand that what is the internal structure once you click on the tab. So if you look at the screen, it has got 3 parts here. So one is the table and another is the Gantt chart and the lower part is the details, right? Okay, now let me put some label on them. So this part is the table and a table is consisting of columns, right? Now this part is the Gantt chart. So Gantt chart is named after Henry Gantt. And these bars, these are called timelines. Okay. And what you're seeing on the top is the time scale. So you measure the timeline against the time scale so that you know the duration, and you are able to approximately able to know that what is the start date and finish date of the particular project's timeline. Now, the lower part of the screen is called the details. Okay, the item details. So any item which you select on the top, its detail will be shown here. So for the details, you can see them in the tabs. So these are the tabs. So basically, these are called info tabs. Info, because they display more detailed information, right? Okay. Now, if you select something on the top, its details will be displayed here. Now, the table is consisting of columns, and right now we have got 4 columns: project ID, project name, total activity strategy. You can see that it shows you the ID number or the identification code or the number of the project name, and you can add more columns. Now, between the table and the Gantt chart, there is a sort of a partition. Do you see this partition? This is the vertical partition. You can drag it toward the right, you can drag it toward the left, right? So if you want to give more space to the Gantt chart, you can drag it toward the left side. If you want to give more space to the tables, so you can drag it in the middle. And this is the horizontal partition. You can drag it up, right? And you can drag it downwards. So I'm getting a little bit of slow response from the screen, but I'm sure that you can see it. Now, I'll let me show you something. So if I join this timeline to the top like this, let's say that I'm looking at this project, which is Saratoga Senior Community project. So guys, tell me that what is the duration of this project? How much time is enclosed in this shaded area? How much is the duration?
3 year, 6 months.
Yeah, 3.5 years, right? Sylvester.
Yes.
So, just like you measure something against a scale, right? You can say that this is 10 centimeter or 3 centimeter or 12 centimeter or 1 meter. So here we are measuring the length of the time. So the timeline is kept against the time scale, and then we can say that, okay, this particular project is 3.5 years, right? So it can show you that what is the length of the duration, right? So this is called the time scale. Okay. Now we look at the lower part of the screen. The lower part of the screen is the item detail. Now, if I've selected this Saratoga Senior Community, just do one thing. You click on the General tab here. So if you click on the General tab, you will see the general information like the project ID, project name, status, the responsible manager. Okay. So then you can click on the dates. So you can see the various dates of the project. This is the planned start. This is the data date. Data date is the date till which the data has been updated regarding the project actuals, right? The actuals date of the data is mentioned in the data date. And there is a column here, must finish by. You should never use this column. Okay.
Why?
You should not use it because that is going to mess up the calculation of the critical path. Either it will basically compress the critical path, or either it will stretch the critical path unnecessarily. So both of them are unnecessarily. It is not required. So basically, once you have entered the data, you should let the software calculate the finish date on its own, right? So here it says the finish date is 5th of the January 2015. So which is okay. The actual start and actual finish will come when you status at least one activity in a project, you will get actual start. And when you finish the last activity in the project, then you will get the actual finish. Right? Is that clear?
Yeah, but
Yes.
so remember, like in the triple constraint thing, time was one of them. So what if the project or one of the requirement like force you to finish it by a certain date?
Yes, yes, good question. Yeah. So you're thinking in the right direction. See, the client will always definitely give you a time limit. So what do? You take a yellow sticky notepad, you note the date, and you stick it on the corner of the screen, right? Do you see that? You see on the top?
Yes.
So then if the client says that you have to finish the project by the 31st of the December 2014, basically what is the date here? So you can see that your date is here, the calculated date is 5th of the January 15. But what is the requirement of the client? The client requires the project to be finished 5 days earlier, right? So what you can do is schedule compression, right? Is that clear? I will teach you that. So you
Okay.
on a sticky notepad, but you don't mess up the calculation of the finish date by entering the must finish date. It is not recommended, at least not in this stage, right? So you first
Okay.
learn that what is the right, what is the straight and easy way of things. Then you slowly and slowly add to your expertise, right? So this is not to be used by you in the beginning. So you can basically try to avoid that. You can write the date on the yellow sticky notepad, and then you look at your finish date. Then you apply the fundamentals of the schedule compression, which I am going to teach you very soon. Okay, now let us go into more details. Okay, now you select the next tab. The next tab is the activities tab. So once you select the activities tab, you will see the activities tab is also having the same structure. So it has got the three parts, right? So the first is the table, the second is the Gantt chart, and the third is the item detail. So whatever activity you select at the top, its details are mentioned there, right? It has a different information tab. So there is a time scale here also. But here the time scale is basically stretched out and it is using smaller units of the time, right? Now you click on the WBS. Click on the WBS. In the WBS also, you will find that it has the same structure of the screen. So let me resize the various windows or the subframes into my diagram so that it looks the same. So you can see that it has got the three parts because the project activities and the WBS, they have the time component in the information, right? So when they have the time component in the information, so it is useful to have the representation of the time in the format of the Gantt chart, right? So this is the Gantt chart. So these three tabs are having the same structure: table, Gantt chart, and item details. Now we can see that this is very flexible. So if you want to divide the ratio of the screen between the two parts, so you can drag this. Basically, this is the vertical divider. You can drag it in this way, and this you can drag up and down, right? So let me show it to you. If you grab it from here, so you can drag it toward the right. We can drag it toward the left, and then we can bring it in the middle if it is basically required by us. If we want to balance the screen, we want to divide the screen equally between the table and the Gantt chart. So that is left to our judgment, right? And if I want to subdivide the screen between the top and the bottom, right? If you would like, so you can do it. If you think that you need to look at more information at the bottom, you stretch it up, right? Okay, or else you keep it at an optimal size. So this is with the three tabs, projects, activities, and the WBS, they're having the time component in the information. Okay. Now let us select on the resource.
So sorry, sir, before we go to the resource, my screen here, like, you see how in Praveen, in the time scale, there is a Q1 and Q2, 3 and 4. In my screen, there is June, month, year,
Yeah.
and then there is like numbers,
Okay, just don't
dates, I think.
you basically have to shrink the time scale. You just click on the zoom out, the button on the top. So that is going to use the bigger units of time. This is the bigger units of time because the quarter is bigger than the month, right? If you
Yeah.
condense it, then you are going to get years and quarters, right? Years and quarters are used to depict the longer duration items, right? So your WBSs are longer duration items. So, and if the project is long, so you use the year and the quarter, right? So you can squeeze the time scale. Basically, you're squeezing the length, but you're increasing the units to the bigger ones, right? And you are showing more durations of time by using the time scale of year and quarter combination. We will come to it. Now,
Okay.
let's get into the resources. So click on the resource tab on the top. So you'll get into the resource window. So you can see that it doesn't have the time component. So it has got only the table and the detail here, right? So basically, it can be resized, right? If you drag from here, you can shift it up and down. So it will show you the details of the resource that you have selected on the top. Now come to the reports tab here. So in the reports, so you can see the list of the reports here. And basically the Primavera comes with a lot of inbuilt reports which you can use. You can use them. You can create copies. You can modify them. You can create even more newer versions as per your requirement and convenience. So you can create more reports from this existing reports. So definitely when you start using the Primavera, you will definitely find a report which is matching your requirement. So you use that report, you copy that report, you modify that report, you can add more columns to it, you add more details, you will create a new version of the reports. So you are not limited to these reports. These are just a initial stock of the reports, right? And you can create more reports by using certain reports of the initial stocks. Okay. But remember one thing, this part of the screen that is basically the detail part, it is fixed. You cannot drag it up and down. Okay. Keep that fact in mind. Try to do it. Praveen, try to do it if you can. Try to bring your cursor and try to drag it. You will see that you are not able to move it. So I'm letting you know in advance so that in the future you are not confused, right? So you know it from the beginning. Okay, so this part in the reports tab, it is fixed, right?
Fixed. Okay.
Okay. So now we come to the projects. Now we are going to configure basically the buttons, right? So right now what we have is your panel number 1. We would like to add more buttons here so that we can create the panel number 2. So we are going to basically expose more buttons and we are going to create the panel number 2, which will appear here, right, in the outline as I have marked on the screen. So now to get more buttons, so guys, you come with me step by step. You click on the view. So both of you click on the view. So in the view, if you look down, you will see the option toolbars. Near to the bottom, you will see the option toolbars. So after you select the toolbars, you will see the option customize. On the right side, you will see the option customize. So just hold your screen. So, okay. Sylvester, did you click on the customize?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, once you click, so you will see the customized toolbox. I don't call it a pop-up. I'm an engineer. I say that I want to do something, I'll use an appropriate toolbox. I've got toolbox for doing electrical things, another toolbox for doing plumbing things, another toolbox for the woodwork. So this is a toolbox for customizing the buttons, right? Now, what I do is that I activate a set of the buttons. I click on the action checkbox. Click on the action. Then you select administrator. Then you select dictionaries. Then you select the find. Then you select the publish. Then you select the reports. Then you stop, right? So you selected all this, and guys, please confirm, especially Sylvester. So just make sure that you have got the 6th layer of the buttons. Do you count 6 layers there? Just check on your screen how many layers of the buttons are there. I just want to make sure that you didn't miss any.
6 layers, yes.
Yes, 6 layers of the button, right? Great. So you are on track. Now you click on the close button to close this toolbox. Okay, just click on the close. So once you have closed it, you have got the 6 layers of the button. Now we are going to configure them into the panel 2. Do you see this outline? We are going to put all the buttons into that one, right? Okay, now how to do it? It's very simple. See, it is just like you do your car parking. You park your car. So what you do when you park your car, you just go very carefully between the rows of the car. You find an empty slot and you turn your car into that empty slot without bumping into the adjacent cars, right?
Yeah.
You're good at parking your car? You're sure you don't bump into the other car? You can do the same thing here also, right? If you are careful there, I'm sure that you will be. So you have to be here with the car. You have to be good with the steering. So here you have to be good with the mouse. Okay. And if you want to have a full control, use a wire mouse. Now see that what I'm going to do. I'll go to the left side. You see on the left, the cursor will turn into a claw. You see a claw, four-sided arrow. I call it the claw cursor. You see the claw there? Okay, I'm going to grab this set. I'm going to move in a very straight line. So when I come to the empty spot, do you see that right now I am under the empty spot? Guys, please confirm that you see that what I'm trying to tell
Yeah.
you. Now
Yeah.
Yes.
see, I have driven in a very straight line. Okay. So once I come to the empty spot, then I will very carefully, I will push up this set into the empty space, right? You got to do the same, right? Now you grab the next one and you move it in a straight line here up to the empty spot, and then you push it up like that. Go ahead. Straight line. Good. Absolutely good. Yes. Excellent. So you're a good car driver, right? You do the same here. You drive in a straight line. Very good, very good, very good, very good. Now you drive this one here. Yeah. Yes. Now you drive the last one. Okay. You bring it here. You drove a little bit roughly, right? You see? But stay in control. Okay. So no drunken driving. Okay. So that's not allowed here or there. Yes. Okay, fine. So what you can do, you can park a little bit here. Okay, that's it. So once you've done that, we will do the next step. So Sylvester, tell me, you're done?
Yes.
Very good. Now you will see that there is a set of the buttons. So how do I recognize a set of the buttons? See, all set of the buttons, they have got 2 items to indicate their boundary. This is the one, the dot, and there is another one, that is the triangle. All set of the buttons have these 2 things, right? So this dots and the triangle, that indicate that it is a completely one set. Now, what you need to do, I'll just tell you. First, let me draw the lines. So this is one set of the button on the top. So all I want you guys to do is that I want you to drag this set into the green slot. You drive it toward the right side. When you come adjacent to the green slot, so you bring it down, right? Drive in a straight line and you bring it inside the green rectangle, right? A little bit more down, you pull it down, and it will be aligned with the existing set of the buttons. A little bit more down, you drag it down, drag it up, drop it, release it, right? So you are done like this. So you're done.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now, this is a special set of the buttons. So it has got a very special buttons which we need to use in the beginning. So that's why I asked you to bring it down, right? Now, when you want to add more buttons into the existing set of the buttons, so you have to start from here. You click on this small little triangle here. You click it, you will see add or remove buttons menu. You will see that.
Yes.
Now click on add or remove the buttons. Now, once you click on add or remove the buttons, so you will see that there is a set of the buttons as you can see in the drop down. You got to add more buttons. So one of the buttons you are going to add is the lock all toolbars. You select lock all toolbars, you will see a tick sign. So once you see a tick sign, you will see that this button has been added onto the top row, right? Do you see that?
Yeah.
You're basically what you're doing, you're activating these buttons, right? Oh, because you need them. Now you select expand all, collapse all, and collapse to. These three buttons. Now, this drop down you can hide by clicking on the empty space. You click on the empty space on the Gantt chart, and you will see that you can work with one hand only, right? So what are the definition of the empty spaces? I'll show you that what are the empty spaces. This is an empty space. This is an empty space, and this white space as I have marked. So, these are the empty spaces. If you click on any of the empty spaces, you disturb nothing, but you can basically hide the drop down, right? So is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me tell you that what is the utility of exposing this. Basically, you see this button, it looks like a lock, right? So guys, what I'm actually doing here, I'm not only training you, but I'm transferring my, I'm transferring my experience to you, right? Because I want you guys to use the Primavera like an experienced the person, right? So I don't want you to use it like a novice because I don't want you to make the mistakes which I did. I will share my mistakes. I'll share my success with you. I make sure that you use it like an experienced person. Now I'll tell you that what happened in the beginning. So when I started to use the Primavera in 2010, I will not lock it. So as I would move the cursor, the cursor will go wildly around the screen like this. And then what happened as the cursor is moving across the screen, the cursor will get entangled with this thing. Do you see these handles, these dots? You see these dots here?
Yeah.
And it will misplace the buttons and the menus. And in the middle of the working day, if you misplace your buttons or the menu, it is quite a waste of time, right? So basically, the first thing then I realized after quite some time, the first thing that you should do is use this button and stabilize the menu, right?
Okay.
So just click that. So once you click this, you will see that the dragging handles are gone. Do you see that? So it is basically you can accidentally click a button, but you will not accidentally misplace the menu. If you click a button, it won't be harmful. But if you misplace the menu or if you displace the menu, then it will be harmful. Right? Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, all your buttons and your menu system, this top one, these are all now fixed and stabilized. Okay. So this way you are ensuring that all your buttons are stable. But of course, you got to be very good with the mouse. You should use a wire mouse because I'm an engineer. I have to do some design work. and I prefer to use the wire mouse because the wire mouse doesn't have a lag time. I'm not saying that the wireless mouse is useless. I use the wireless mouse for a different purpose. When I'm in a large room, when I'm making a presentation, I use the wireless mouse. I keep my laptop near the projector screen, then I walk around the room and I use my wireless mouse. That's okay. But when you're doing some planning work or designing work, try to use a wire mouse. Okay, is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay, and try to use an external keyboard as well. Okay, so that you can preserve your laptop keyboard for a long life, right? Use an external keyboard. The bigger keys, you can basically use them faster because I belong to the era of 88. I saw a computer for the first time. We used to have this. Laptops came much later, right, guys? I believe that you
Yes.
have used a but desktop also sometimes. So these days we don't have the desktops at home. We have only the laptops. Everybody has a laptop. My kids have it. My wife has it. I have it. So basically, but when I do my work, I prefer to use an external keyboard and mouse, right? Okay, now coming to the main point. The main point is that once you have stabilized the button, now we are going to expand the set of the buttons as on the screen, right? We need more buttons. Now to expand the set of the buttons, we start from here. So you click on the spot which I indicating. Look at the tip of the arrow. You will see a small little triangle. Then you select add or remove the buttons. So once you select add or remove the button, you will see a set of buttons here. You select here page setup, then you select print setup. So you can see that those buttons are getting added on the top. It is expanding the number of the buttons, right? So this way we are configuring the Primavera for our own special use, right? So basically to hide this menu, you can click on the empty space, right? Correct. You can click here also. This is also empty space. This one. This one is also empty,
Okay.
right? Okay. Now we come to the next set. So this is the next set that you can click and select add or remove the buttons. Now you have to select the buttons as I'm going to mark activity usage spreadsheet. Then you select the resource usage spreadsheet. Then you select arrange children. These three buttons only, right? Okay. Now you click on the empty space, the white space here, and this will go away. Correct. Now we go to the next set. Let me mark that for you. This is the next set of the buttons. So Sylvester, I think you look at the reference screen and then you can find the same on your own screen, right? I hope you are comfortable.
Yeah,
Sylvester.
all is well on my end. Yep,
Okay, very good.
all
So
going along well.
since you are seated in a quiet room, you keep your mic on, right? Okay. Now you click on this one and you select add or remove the buttons. Now you select here the no bottom layout. So once you click on the no bottom layout, then you click on the empty space here. Now after you clicked on the empty space, and then you click here, and then you click on add or remove the buttons. Now here we have to select the first four buttons. So let me tell you, new layout, open layout, save layout, save layout as, and then you also select table font and row. Then you also select user preferences, right? These six buttons. So Sylvester, you can time to time you can confirm that you are synchronized.
I am synchronized. Yeah.
Good, good. Now you click on the empty space here. Okay. Now then you go to the last set on the top. Then click add or remove the buttons. Now from here, you will select global change. Then you select the button summarize. Then you will select recalculate assignment cost. Then you select the next one, that is the issue navigator. Okay, so you will select these 4 buttons, right? So just make sure that you have them. Now, to hide it, you can click on any empty space either here or here. Okay, so that's it. So now, once we are done with the first layer, we will go to the second layer of the button. So you click here. Then you select add or remove the buttons. And then from here, we need only one button, that is resource curve. The last one, the resource curve. Okay. Okay. So after you're done, you click here on the empty space. Right? Okay. Now I will tell you the next set of the button. The next set of the button is here. So here you select add or remove. You click on add or remove the buttons. Then you select the report groups. Okay. So after that, you click on the empty space here. Okay. Then we are done with that one because we had done that in the beginning. Now we will work upon the left panel. You click here. Now you click
Sir,
add.
sir, I have a question.
Yeah.
Suppose in tab 1, tab 2, top line 1, 2. Suppose we have all functions is open, so it's any issue with
See, basically, you don't need all the functions in the beginning. So, from my experience, what you need in the next 2 years will be sufficient. So, as you go deeper to 2 years, so you will become wise enough to select more buttons, right?
Okay.
Basically, you know what
Suppose
happens is that those who are teaching from the interface point of view, they will ask you to expose all the buttons. You might not use them for the next 2 years, but that will be
no,
very.
sir. I'm asking for suppose we have to remind that which function need to open that.
See, you will basically, you will have to click this triangles, right? You can basically all the button sets are there on the screen. So if you feel that instinctively you will come to know that which button do you need more. So you won't be needing any more than this during the next 2 years, right?
Okay.
Within the next 2 years you will be focusing on the planning, baselining, monitoring. So when you go to more advanced function like the extension of time or something, contract management, then there will be much more buttons. So you will come to know. So those are
Okay.
very advanced things. But basically, our main focus is that we are able to do the project management, which is very, very important. Okay. So we
Okay.
need
Okay.
the buttons that we are adding right now. So we'll be using them for the next 2 years. So basically, I'm not asking you to expose all the buttons and confuse yourself, right? Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Now you select this option, add or remove the buttons. Now here you select commit changes. So, this is the button to save the data and the refresh data. It means that when you are working in a networked environment, so if you want to see the changes which has been made by your colleagues, so you refresh, just like on a Facebook, if you open the Facebook in the browser and if you keep it there, so it's not going to show you the changes or the posts which are made by your friends, right? Even if you want to see that what are the posts made by your friend list, so what do? You refresh the browser, right?
Okay.
Only when you refresh the browser, then you can see that what are the fresh posts which are made by the other people in your friend list. So here, when you refresh the data, you will be able to see that what are the other changes made by these stakeholders, okay, in the
Okay.
Primavera ecosystem, right? So you refresh the data. So commit changes means that you are saving the data into the database, right? Because when you're making the changes, the data stays in the memory. So when you press the button commit changes, so it pushes the data from the changes, updates, or new data into the database. So when it goes into the database and your colleagues, they refresh. So when they refresh, so then what happens? So they get to see the changes you made, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now click on the white space. Now you click on this one, this triangle. Now you select add or remove the buttons. And then you select enterprise project structure. Then you select roles. Then you select OBS. Okay, then you click on the white space. Then after that, you click here. Then you select add or remove the buttons. From here, you will select one button, that is issues, only one. You need only one right now. Okay, then you go to the right side. So now you click here, add or remove the buttons. So now you are going to select dissolve, link activities, then unlink activities, and then undo, and then you will select fill down. Okay, so these are very important buttons, right? If you look at the spell check, do you see the spell check? So you don't need spell check because the spell check is F7 because you use the same shortcut in the Word also, right? Do you remember in the Word, if you want to in Word, Excel, PowerPoint, if you want to do spell check F7, if you want to select all Control A, right? Okay, now,
Right.
and rest of the buttons, they don't work here. They will work in the network the version, right? You click on the white space here. Okay, now we are all done. So we have all the buttons that we need. Now, the first thing that we will do, that will implement the font, and I believe that after that we can go to the lunch. So first of all, we make sure that you are in the project tab, right? After you have made sure that you are in the project tab, you click on this button, you can see that this button is having alphabet, right? A. So it means that this is used to basically set the font. Table font and row, that is the name of this button. Click it. Okay. So Sylvester, you are here?
Yes.
Good. Now you can see the alphabets. You click, this is the button. It will bring up the font selection box. Now I'll tell you that what to do here. First of all, guys, when you want to select a new font, first of all, you should clear out the existing font name like that. It should be completely clear. So now I'll tell you the best font that you can use in your life is the Vardhana font. So I just type here the letter V, only just one letter. Okay. So when I type V, I get V for Vardhana. Then I select the Vardhana. Then I select the regular. And then I select the number 9. But for Parveen, it will be number 8. So Parveen, what is your size of the screen you have right now with you?
I think sir, 20, 18 to 20.
Oh, 18 to 20. Then I think that you can select the number 9. Right? So both of you select Vardhana, regular 9. Okay. So that's good. If you have anything less than that, you can go for the 8 because we have to fit lot many columns. But since you have the good screen size, so you go for the Vardhana, regular 9, then you click on the OK. And then you click on the OK once again. So guys, you will see an improvement in your eyesight. So Sylvester, is your eyesight improved?
Yes.
Can you read better now?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. This is the benefit of the Primavera. Your eyesight day by day, you will be able to read small text, right? You will be able to read. So, you know why I'm saying that? I'll tell you one thing. See, I started my career in 1990. So when you are an IT professional, you have to constantly stare at the screen, right? Whole day, almost like 8 hours, 10 hours. So a lot of my colleagues that started with me, so they are all wearing specs these days. I'm 58, but I don't use any specs. My eyesight is absolutely normal. I might have a number very slightly, zero point 0.5 or something like that. It's because, I have always selected a comfortable font, a comfortable distance of the monitor. I tried to use additional monitors wherever I could. Even these days, the doctor recommended that I should go take an eyeglass of zero point 0.5. But instead of that, so what I did, I bought a bigger monitor, 27 inches, right? Okay. So because once you start using the specs, then your eyesight, it will start to adjust to that one. So I don't want that. So it is better to use a font which is very comfortable to read because you will be using the monitor for a very long time throughout the day. So guys, remember the font. Vardhana regular 9. Okay, this works everywhere very well. Not only in the Primavera, you can use it in the Word if you type documents, if you can use it in the Excel also. So that will be. So you do the same thing here. You go to the activities and WBS, and one by one you set the font to Vardhana regular 9. Okay, go ahead. You set the same font in the activities tab also. Okay. So I believe that you're done with all the 5 tabs. Sylvester?
Yes, I am done as well.
Okay, fine. So you just remember this font, Vardhana regular 9. So we will be using the same font in many other places as we get the pop-ups, right? So you come back to the project tab here. Okay. Now we are going to go for the lunch. Okay. So after that, we will continue our understanding the interface. Then we will start understanding the enterprise project structure, WBS, and portfolios, programs, and all that, right? So we will do a lot of setups and interface things today. So I stop the sharing and I will pause the recording, but not log out. You just click on the play. Okay. So Praveen, you share your screen.
Yes. Is okay?
Yeah. So now I hope you guys have applied in all the tabs.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now we will start to understand the utility of the buttons at the top. Now on the top, so we can see a pair of the buttons here. So you can see that there are 2 buttons here. Actually, these two buttons are complementary, right? So you click on the left, just click on the left button. So what do you observe?
The Gantt chart
Table.
is gone.
Yes, correct. Basically, the Gantt chart is hidden out of the site, right? So you click on the right side button. Now you can see the Gantt chart. So when do you need to hide the Gantt chart? Basically, if you want to use, if you want to see large number of the columns at once, you can basically hide the Gantt chart. So you can use the entire screen for looking at the columns only, right? So you can see a lot of columns if you hide the Gantt chart, right? Now, what I want you to do, I want you guys to click on both the buttons 20 times. So you click on the left button 10 times, right button. So left, right, you do it 20 times. Why? Because this is a very basic combination of the button that you will be needing to use throughout the day. That is why. Okay. So you click on both the buttons. So left, right. So you do this. And next time I'm not going to tell you that this is the button. So I just ask you, okay, you hide the Gantt chart or show the Gantt chart. You should be able to use this, right? Because you need to do this several times in a day, maybe 50 to 100 times. So you should remember these two buttons. Absolutely, right? Okay, now you get the Gantt chart back. Okay, okay. Now I'm going to tell you another set of the buttons which are also complementary. These two buttons are complementary. First, you click on the right side. Click on the right side button. So what do you observe?
Info button. Bottom side.
Yeah, basically, if you click on the right side button, the bottom details are hidden. Now, if you click on the left side button, the details will come back, right? And I want you to do this. Basically, again, I would like you to do this 20 times so that you remember them permanently, because you need to use these two buttons also throughout the day. Okay. Now you click on this one for one last time. Okay, fine. Now I'll show you another set of the buttons which you need to use very frequently. Look at this side. So you can see, these are complementary button, but these are mutually exclusive, right? So there is one button which is double plus, there is another one which is double minus. So only one of the buttons is active at a given point of time. Now you click on the double minus button. Now what do you observe?
Activity. I think
Basically, the left side, which is consisting of the table data, the right side, which is consisting of the Gantt chart display, both of them, they collapse. This is called the collapse all. So collapse means shrink, right? And then you click on the double plus, it will expand all. Collapse all, expand all, right? Just do it 20 times. So collapse all, expand all. So I hope you remember these two buttons, okay, permanently. Okay, now I'll show you another set of the another button there, which is also related these two. So if you click on this one, you can see the plus minus, right? So you click on this button. So if you click on this button, so what you're seeing that there is a box which says collapse. Now let me do this thing. Let me move this box a little bit toward the right side. Okay, here. So I just bring it here. Okay. Now from this box, you will see that there is a drop down here. You click here and you will select the level 1 and then you click on the apply button. So what you're saying is the top row. Now on the top row, you see this word enterprise. So guys, you tell me what is the meaning of the word enterprise? And I'm sure this is also a very much common word that you have heard, right? So what is enterprise? What is the meaning?
Enterprise is a group of companies.
Correct. So basically the enterprise means that it is a group of companies. So let me write it here. Group of companies, those which are doing diverse business. And this is managed by a role. This role, the short form and the role is CEO. So can you tell me that what is the expanded form of the CEO? What is the full name?
Chief Executive Officer.
Yes. So what is the role doing? Basically, what is the purpose of this role? The purpose of the chief executive of the officer is to basically make sure that you know that the entire groups, I mean the entire group companies, they are doing profitably well. And if they have any new opportunity, a new venture, they can just invest into that. And if any part of the business is not doing well, so he can take the decision to basically shut that down. And he can take the decision to diversify further into new business, right? So basically, this is what he does, right? So just like the Virgin Group, right? So who is the CEO of that? Who is the CEO of the Virgin Group?
Don't know. No idea.
So, I'm asking for the Virgin Group because you are in the Ireland, right? So it is in the UK-based group. The Virgin Group CEO is Sir Richard Branson, right?
Okay, thank you for sharing that. I had no idea myself as well.
Oh, you have no idea? So basically
But I know Virgin Group, yeah. I know
So basically,
the
they are
company.
running diverse businesses. They are running the Virgin Airlines, the Virgin Music Group, and the Virgin. They are going into another venture that is the space tourism. He has launched a company called Virgin Galactic, right? And 2 years back, he took a trip to the space, right? Okay, just like Jeff Bezos, he is the CEO of the Amazon Group. So he took a trip to the space also in the SpaceX, right? So basically, what these guys are responsible for the profitability of the group. And if they see there is a new opportunity or new business venture that they can go into, they just invest into that, right? So whenever a person he starts a business, he usually starts one business. So once the one business stabilizes, then the person he might feel that okay, one business is not enough to give the financial security. So what the person will do? He will start another business, another one. So he gets basically sort of a financial security for himself. And then what happens when he starts one business? How does he venture into another one? So he hires managers. He gives them the responsibility, and that frees him up to think more, to spare more time, to look into something else. So he does that. Okay. So if you expand it, so what you do, you select the level 2 here and click on the apply button. So you would be able to see the next level under the enterprise. And do you see that these are the diverse businesses that this group of companies is running? And in the project management, there is a specific name for the diverse businesses here. These are called portfolios. And portfolios are basically managed by the role called portfolio managers, right? So these are the portfolios. So basically, portfolio in the common language, you can say that this is a business unit. You must have heard a term something called BU head, business unit head. So that is the common language. But in the project management, this becomes portfolio. So portfolio is managed by the portfolio manager. The role of the portfolio manager is to basically keep the business profitable in the particular portfolio, bring in more projects, and make sure that it is managed well, right? And whereas the CEO is for the overall profitability of the entire group, he can decide to start a new portfolio. When that new portfolio is established, it is stabilized, then he might hand it over to a portfolio manager for running that, right? So that is the job of the portfolio manager. Now, if you go to the level 3, you click here, you select one more level. So once you click on the level number 3, so you can see there are certain more things under the levels. These are called the programs, right? Do you see this? Program 1, program 2. So why there are programs in certain portfolios? Because when the portfolio becomes big, they are further subdivided into programs, right? Programs are specialized businesses, right? And there is a role. So let me write it first. Program, and then you have a manager here. Program is managed by the manager, that is the program manager. Now, what is the role of the program manager? Basically, in the beginning, the portfolio manager is doing the same thing. He is getting the business, he is prioritizing the projects, that which project should be done when and what is the resource requirement. So he does that in the beginning. Now, what happens when his responsibilities increase? So, it is further subdivided into programs. So they are classified into some specialized businesses. Then the program managers are appointed. Then program manager is taking care of the prioritization of the projects within the programs and providing them resources, and portfolio manager focuses more on development of the business, right? Now, what are the 3 roles? CEO, he is responsibility for profitability and functionality of the entire group of the companies. Portfolio manager is taking care of the business development of a particular business unit, and program manager is taking care of the programs which are part of the portfolio. Right, guys? So is this thing
Yes.
okay? Fine.
Okay.
Now we come to the next. So let us do this thing. Let us click on the OK button, and this will be hidden, right? So you can see now there is one more way to expand and contract these groups. So first of all, you click on the collapse all. So now everything is collapsed. Now you click on the expansion here. Okay. So you click on the expand here. Now you have expanded the portfolio. Now let me do this thing. Let me
Sorry, can you go back a little bit? After collapsing all, you said we should click on expand all, yeah?
Yeah, so you got to expand on this this plus symbol. So you will see a plus
Okay.
symbol right now on your screen. So when you expand it, it becomes a minus symbol, right? Now,
Yeah, I've seen it.
let me stretch the column name a little bit, because what's happening that you are not able to see the full name. So I stretch it a little bit more. So now you can read it a little bit better, right? Okay, so let me go in the middle. I can get some grabbing tool and I can stretch it. Now you can read. So you can read that this is the short, this is the project ID, which is in short, and this is the project name, right? Now let us do this thing. Let us expand the energy. You expand the energy. You click on the energy portfolio. So you can expand it. So after you have expanded that, you expand the product. Now, after you have expanded the product development, then you expand the program 2, then you expand the program 1. Yes. Then you expand the program 1. Okay. So now you can see the projects which are under both the portfolios, right? Okay. Now let me ask you something, right? I want you to think and then you can tell me. So now I want you to count the number of the projects under the energy. Do you see this white rows here? Those are the projects. So please count them and tell me how many projects are there under the energy services portfolio, right?
6.
6.
6. And how
6.
many of the projects are here under the program 1?
6.
6 again.
So how many do you see here?
10.
Yeah, 10. So basically, the number of the projects is more in the product development. That's why it has been subdivided into the program 1 and program 2, right? Okay. Now, we would like to understand that how to use this information properly. Now, we have to basically look at more columns. If you want to look at more columns, then what is the button you click? So you click on this button, which is the table button.
Which button are we clicking? Sorry.
Table button, table. Actually, Praveen, I don't know. I'm not getting a good response from your computer. So let me check the speed. Then you expand it on. So let me check. I don't know what's happening here. So let me check your internet speed.
Yes, I think some is slow down.
Yeah, so because I'm not getting.
I'm seeing also my second screen very low responding.
Yeah, so if that is so, if the speed is less here, then I'll have to shift to Sylvester's screen. So let me check what's happening here. So when I click on something, when I'm drawing, my drawing appears with a time lag, okay? It's not letting me draw on the screen instantly. That is the problem. Do you see this? Download speed is excellent. The upload speed is the problem. That is. So upload means that when you talk to me, when I want to see your screen, I will use your upload channel. So when you want to see my screen or hear me, then you will use the download channel. Yes, the upload channel is the problem. That's why I'm not able to see your screen. So let me do this thing. So you just you have your mobile on, okay? So Sylvester, you share your screen. So I would work from your screen, okay? That's okay.
Okay.
Because I don't use my screen for a demo. I can do it, but I don't, because I want to be at least on some student screen so that everybody feels comfortable. Yeah. So you can basically put me on the smaller screen. Yeah. Now I can see it. You expand the Primavera and you bring it onto the entire screen. Yes. Yeah, that's good. So I can see it very bright and yeah.
So does that mean will I be able to follow along then?
So you use so which one you are letting me use? You let me use the smaller one. You keep the bigger one for yourself, right? You shift it to the bigger screen, and you basically, just do one thing. I'll just tell you that what you do. You don't need to
Yeah.
shift the screen. Just do one thing. You press the Alt P and use the option duplicate. You click on the option duplicate, right? So both the screens are same now, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So now you look at your big screen and use that, right? You put the smaller one a little bit away. Now you just click here and maximize this. Just click on the top and maximize the screen that you have right now. Yes, correct. That's it. You're fine. Just don't worry. I'm the IT guy also.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
If
you.
you have in the future any operating system problem, you want reinstallation or something, repartitioning, anything, you can just let me know. Okay, now let us come to the point. So we have the columns displayed here. So Praveen, you can see the entire screen.
Yes, yes,
Okay, you can see both the ends of the diagonal arrow.
yes,
Okay, so fine. So now just confirm if you can see top to the bottom.
yes, sir. In my
Oh,
big screen, mobile, I can.
yeah, fine. So in the mobile, that is for the reference. So basically, if you look at the mobile, you keep the mobile screen parallel to your main screen and make sure that the mobile screen is vertical and supported by a stand or some water bottle. Okay, just make sure.
Sir, excuse me, sir, I Miracast with the TV. So I see seen in TV.
What do you have? You have a stand?
Uh, no, in TV also I television LCD.
You're
Oh,
using a TV
Costing,
monitor, yeah? Oh,
oh, you
yeah,
have
costing
the.
with TV.
nice.
Okay, okay, great, great.
Cost.
Yeah, so that's good. So that's good. I hope you are comfortable, right? I just want to make sure that
Right.
you are comfortable. So it doesn't matter. We'll take extra time. Okay. So that's not a problem. We'll not rush this training. This is very important to be learned in a proper manner, right? Okay. So what we
Right.
have right now that we are seeing only the columns. Now we are going to expand all the columns. So you click on the double plus button. So that will expand the entire screen, right? Okay. Now I think that you have got more resolution here. So let me use the full resolution of your monitor. So let me set this up a little bit better way. So I think you will be able to see more. So if I go down here, so I can see the percentage. So we can use the 1920 by 1080. That will be much more beneficial. We keep the changes. And instead of the 150, we will use the 125%. Let me see that if that makes a difference. So we should be seeing much more columns on the top, right? So we get more space to use, right? Do you see that? Suddenly you have more space here, right?
Yeah.
So why do we need this more space, extra space? Why did I expand this? Because we are going to add more columns here, right? So we will now learn that how to add more columns in the Primavera. So Praveen, you are still fine?
Yes, yes,
Okay, great. Now you right click here. You right click here. So if you right click, you will see this tool, right? You are in this tool.
yes.
Okay, now you select the columns
Mm,
and then you click on the customize.
yes,
So once you click on the customize, what you're seeing, oh, your screen is absolutely, I don't feel any difference. It feels as if I'm using my screen, right? So it is so fast and bright. Okay, so what you have is this toolbox. It is called the column toolbox. Now, let me tell you, you have a different set of columns for different tabs. So for the projects, you have a different set of columns for activity, for WBS, resource, and reports. Every tab has a different set of the columns that you can use to add the columns, but this toolbox functionality is the same, right? So when you get this toolbox on, it will have the same functionality. Now, you can see that the columns which are mentioned here, Okay, you have the same columns here, right?
Yes.
So basically,
Yes.
these are the four columns which are selected. So they are applied here. Now we are going to add more columns, but we will make this toolbox more comfortable to use. So what I would ask you to do, push this up a little bit, and then I think you can push it a little bit toward the left. Now do this thing. Now you drag it exactly in the same direction up to the tip of the arrow. You just drag it from the corner. Yeah, because if you drag it this way and drop it there, so if you drag it at an angular at the 45-degree, you expand both the height and the width, right? It has expanded both, but if you drag it horizontally, you will expand only the width. If you drag it vertically, you can expand only the height. But this way, you can drag and you can expand the height and width both. Now, you will click on this button and set the font to Vardhana Regular 9. Table font and row. And then you click on the font. So after that, you select your favorite font, Vardhana Regular 9. So it is just a one-time job because we are using this installation for the first time. Then you click on the OK, and you stay here, right? Now I'll tell you how to use this. So on the left side, there are groups of columns, groups. Now, if you expand the group, you will be able to select the column, right? So we want to insert new column after the project name. So what do? You select the project name column. Okay, now let me tell you one more thing. If you want to select a column, use this button. If you want to remove a column, use this button. But there are two buttons you should never touch. These two buttons are dangerous. You are recommended not to touch them because if you touch them, what is the disaster? I'll just show you. I'll give you the demo of the disaster they can cause. See this. I click on this. Do you see that? What has been done? It selected all the four columns. And if you click that one, it selected all the columns. Do you think that you can work like this with all the columns on? There are 300 columns. Can you work with 300 columns?
No.
So we just
No.
cancel this thing. We will start from four columns, right? So guys, never do this. Okay. So once again, you right click here. Then you select the columns. Then you click on the customize button. So once again, you will have to do the setting because we did not apply the setting last time. We had canceled out of it, right? To save ourselves, right? So what do? You expand it at 45-degree angle up to the tip of the arrow. 45 degrees. Not this, yes. Now you drag it and bring it up to the tip of the arrow, right? Now you select the project name column. And after selecting the project name column, you set the font here. Set the font to the Vardhana Regular 9. Vardhana Regular 9. And then you click on the OK and click on the OK once more. Okay. Now we are going to insert new column. Now, after the project name, what I want is basically the percentage of the completion, right? Okay. So what do? I go to the percentage complete group. I expand this. So here I can see there is a column here. Just a moment. Let me expand this. So you have a column here which is saying schedule percentage complete. Okay. You select this column and you take it to the right side. Now then you close this, click on the percentage completes. You just close it. So after that, you expand the duration. You okay? You click on the duration. Okay, so after you have expanded the duration, so you will select BL project duration. BL means baseline, which is the planned duration. Take it to the right side. Yeah, click that button. Yes. Now you select actual duration. Click on the actual duration and you take it to the right side. Okay, so you have got the BL project duration and the actual duration. So Praveen, you are synchronized.
Yes, yes,
Correct. Now you click on the duration group and you close that group. Now after the duration, we would like to include the dates. So you expand the dates group here. Click on the dates. So after you have expanded the dates, now you select start. Now you click here. Then you select the finish column and you take it to the right side. So after that, you select the actual start. Take it to the right side. Then you select actual finish and take it to the right side. Okay. So you have selected these four.
yes,
Okay. Now
yes,
you close the dates group. Close the dates group. So after you have closed the dates group, now we are going to include the cost column. So we expand the cost group. Now then we select the column, the BL project total cost. BL means baseline and baseline means which is a best planned value. Baseline. Correct. After that we select actual total cost. Here is the actual total cost column. You take it to the right side and after that you select the variance BL project total cost, which is right at the bottom. So after that, you select the remaining total cost column. Okay. So please confirm that you got the same.
yes,
Okay. Now to implement this column, you click on the OK. And this box will close. Okay. Now once you close the box, you can see the data is here, the columns are here, and then we will use our common sense to organize the width of the column, right? Okay. First of all, so I look at this column, this is okay. Then I look at the schedule percentage complete. So what I find that I can shrink this column a little bit. So what do? I squeeze it like this, not too much. And then I squeeze this column BL project duration. I've got some white space, but I still make sure that the column heading is not squeezed, right? Now I'll tell you a trick that we use in the Excel. If I go to the in-between space of two columns, do you see the double-sided cursor?
Yeah.
So you double click there and the start column will right size itself, right? Do the same trick here. Now you come to the next. Sometimes you might end up clicking on the column. Do you see this arrow, small little arrow?
Yeah.
Basically, this is a sort of this is a indicator of sorting, because if you click on a column, the data will sort itself, right? So what you should be doing when a particular column gets sorted, actually, the best practice is that only the ID column should be sorted. You just click on the ID column, and the triangle should come here. Okay. Okay, so once you see the triangle and the triangle is pointing upwards, you will see that the data is sorted from smaller to greater value, right? So that is the best way. Now you do the same thing here. You click here in the middle of the actual finish and the cost, and then it will right size. Now you scroll to the top by clicking here. If you click here, you will see an up, the arrow there. Yeah, you click on this. So now you click on the top row, that is the enterprise. You place your cursor on the enterprise. Now, I would like you to notice something. If you would note, and if you looked at the cost column, the currency symbol is missing. It means that the data is displayed incompletely. So this you can adjust manually. You should look at the top row, because the top row contains maximum value, right? It contains the maximum value of the money, right? So basically it has the largest number of the digits. If the top row is visible properly, it means that the data is being displayed properly. So we want only up to the remaining total cost column to be displayed on the screen. We have balanced the width of all the columns, and all the columns are displaying the complete data. But if you look at the project name, even if it is displayed partially, it's okay. But if you display the date column or the numeric column partially, it will stop making sense, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Because if you display the project name even partially, you can still read one letter: Nesbit, Harvard, Juniper, Saratoga, Sunset, Johnstown. You can still refer. But if you see the numeric column partially, will that make sense? No, that won't make sense. This number won't make sense, right? So the numeric column, the date column must be displayed completely. Now, since you worked hard on this, basically, you created a certain looks, a layout. So in the Primavera, when you create a layout, you select the font, you select the sequence, you select the columns. So you may also change the color, so you can save this looks, because if you preserve it, then you will find it looks the same when you log in next time, or else you might lose the looks. So what do you do? That in the Primavera, to preserve the layout, the looks, you go to this button and you click this. This is called Save Layout As button. Okay, you click this button. So once you are in this box, so you can write here projects layout. Let the word projects remain. Then you add projects layout by, you put a space. Yeah, project layout by Sylvester, right? And you write your respective names. Correct. Now, after you have done this, you click on the save button. So I want you to see something. So once you have saved the layout, you will see the layout name here. So this is the layout which is controlling the looks of the data, right?
Right.
And you can
Yes.
see the layout, you can export the layout, you can import the layout. So why I'm asking you to put your name? Suppose if you work in a big company, so if many people want your layout, you send it to them. The layout file is having an extension .plf, Primavera layout file. You can export it, and many people can use it. And when they see your name, and then they can bless you, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So that's why I'm asking you to put your name there. Okay. So basically, if they like the way it displays the column, so it's like that. Because if you put your name, they can contact you because you're the subject matter expert. So when you create a document, you write your name. So here I am teaching you a best practice, but it is not necessary technically, right? But when you work in an organization, when you write a document, you write your name as the author. So if you create a layout, if you put your name there, then people can contact you, then they can discuss with you that if they would like something more, right? So that's why. Okay, now we will explore the different layouts which are already inherent in the Primavera so that we can understand that how layouts work. So to understand more layouts, you click here. This is the button, Open Layouts. So you can see, the layouts, they're having two kinds of the categories, global and the user. Global means that it is visible to everybody in the company, and user means it is visible to you. This is your private layout, right? You see that? You created this layout. It is under the user.
Yes.
It is not visible to anybody else, but everybody else can see the global, right? So let us do this thing. Let us shift this box a little bit toward the right. We keep this in the corner. Now we will see that what happens when I select another layout. You select the chart view and click on the apply. You see that what it does? It shows you the same data. It shows like a hierarchical chart. This is called hierarchical chart. So it shows you the top parent. Who is the top parent? Enterprise. So enterprise is at the level number 1. So then at the level number 2 is portfolio, level number 3 is program, right? And all the rest of them, they are all projects. This is a project, this is a project, this is a project. All the ones which I'm indicating with the blue lines is a project. Now, let me put the number. The number 1 is enterprise, and number 2 is the portfolio, and number 3 is the programs, right? Okay, is this thing clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
In certain portfolios which are new, basically due to the less number of the project, they have not been subdivided. So you'll have the projects directly. Because when you start a new business, will you have lots of projects when you start the business in the beginning? Think
No.
of no, you won't have, right? So if you're doing good, if your company is delivering well, and you acquire a reputation that okay, you are doing delivering good stuff, great value, and with the basically in minimum time, and your prices are good, attractive, the value is the maximum, then you will get more business, right? So
Yes.
it will expand, and then you might subdivide that later into the programs. So you are going to put the projects subdivided into the programs. Okay. The programs will be created under the portfolio, and then you will appoint the program managers as well to help the portfolio manager. Okay. Now select project coding. Apply. So here you can see very generic information about the projects. It doesn't have any tree, right? It doesn't have the parent-child structure. So what you are seeing, ID, name, estimated size, project manager, status, strategic rating, location, sponsor. This looks like a project's biodata, right? Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, this is a very interesting in the column here, location. Do you see that? This company is a multinational company. So in how many places it is based? I mean, how many location it works from? China, Russia, Europe, Latin America, that's a huge place. So then what is next? Australia, then Brazil,
Brazil.
then
India.
even in India, yeah, and then North America. I think that is the unique, right? Total unique. So how many? So it looks like it operates from 8 places, right?
Yeah.
So that's quite huge. In the future, you might be working in a company like that. And maybe at least within the same country, it might be in different location, different cities, different towns. So all your team members would be coming from different locations, and you can work within the same workspace, right? And you can plan, you can track, you can manage the project, at least on the manage. But there are people on the site, so they'll be updating their data from the site, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now we will look at the next one. You select the project cost and apply. So you are seeing a different set of columns. What you're seeing is the hierarchy. Then you are seeing the focus is on the cost to performance index. The schedule performance index, the schedule performance index is a column which indicates the speed of the project. So basically, if you have done PMP, so you would be able to know if you have done any formal project management training, it is actually the earned value divided by the planned value. That indicates the schedule performance index, and the cost performance index is basically earned value divided by the actual cost, right? And these are one-centric, means if the SPI is 1, the project is activities are starting on time and activities are finishing on time. And if the cost per performance index is 1 or greater than 1, it means that the project is on the budget. Okay. If it is less than 1, it means that the project will be needing more money than the budgeted cost, right? And then this is a forecast. this column at completion total cost. So this at completion total cost, this may change as we move further into the project. So this may increase or decrease. It is based upon the current performance. So we make a prediction, right? So that's the column. So, this is providing you sort of a project management perspective. Then we select the next one. Standard project view, click on the apply button. If you click on the apply, you will see another set of the columns. So what you're seeing is the finish column, but the start column is not required. Maybe the person who designed this layout is mostly interested in the start, and I mean he's mostly interested in the finish column only. Then this is the original budget, this is the forecast, then this is the actual labor cost, this is the forecast of the labor units which are required, and this is the actual total cost at this point of time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is giving another view about the projects here. Now we select our own layout. You select your own layout. This time you click on the open. If you click on the open, it does two things. It applies the layout and closes the box, right? It does two things at once. Apply and close the box, right? So do you like your layout? Okay.
Looks okay, yeah.
You're okay with this. Okay, now we will use this layout to understand the data, right? Now, first of all, what we will do, that will understand the sorting. I want you to click on the project ID column once again, only once. Now look at the triangle. The triangle is pointing downwards. So we can say that the triangle is upside down, right?
Right.
And you can see the data is also upside down. You look at the numbers, right? You see that the numbers are upside down. They are decreasing. Greater to smaller. Now,
Right.
Now you click on the project name column. The triangle is pointing upwards, right?
Yes.
If the
Right.
triangle is up, the data sorting is also up. You can see that the data is going from A to Z, A to Z, right? Do you see that? C,
Yeah.
H, J, N, S. So they'll be sorted within the group. They're sorted alphabetically A to Z from top to the bottom, right? Which is actually the right direction of the data, right? Okay, now you look at the column once again, you sort it, you click on it once again. The triangle is upside down, right? And if you look at the sorting, that is also upside down. The data is going from A to Z in the upward, so which according to us is upside down, because normally when we sort, we prefer to look at the data from A to Z, from top to bottom. So right now it is sorted like Z to A, right?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now, if you click here on the BL project total cost, you can sort that one. So you can see that the value of the project, the budgeted, the baseline total cost is getting sorted. It is increasing, right, from top to the bottom. So, basically, if that helps you in getting some perspective, it's okay. But now, let me tell you the best practice. See, once you are done with the analysis of the data, the sorting should always be brought back on the ID column. Whether it is the project ID or activity ID or WBS ID or resource or reports, always bring the sorting back to the ID column at the end of the analysis of the data, right? Always keep it here. So is this in clear? Click it. Click it once more. So just make sure that the triangle is pointing upwards, right?
Okay.
So this
so if I click it here, it means it will sort the entire column. So just this column.
only this column, right? So it is
Okay.
like the Excel. In the Excel, you can combine multiple columns for sorting, but here you can use only one column at a time. right?
So do I need to make sure the triangle is facing up for all other column or just for the project ID column?
Only here, only here. Only
Okay.
because you can sort only one column at a time.
Okay.
Okay. Now, so that is the best practice. At the end of the day, you bring it here, just like you park your car in the designated slot at the end of the day when you come back home. If you are living in the apartment, you have a shared car parking space. So you have your own designated slot, right? So you have to park it there. So this is the idea. Now, we would like to analyze the data. Let us try to understand that how does it work. You click on this column here, schedule percentage complete, and this will get sorted. Right? So you can see that this is sorted, right? So once you see that this is sorted, so now let us try to understand the data, right? So you can see this thing. Read what is the name of the project.
Nesbit building expansion.
Nesbit. Now, what is the completion? 0%, right? So nothing has been completed. See, there are two things. Either it has actually not been completed or it has not been updated here, right? So let us assume that the project is not done yet. Nothing has been done. This data is latest, right? Now, if it is 0% complete, you look at the actual start column. It is blank, right?
Yes.
The actual finish column, it is also blank because actually nothing has been done. So there can't be actual start date or actual finish date, right? So those columns are blank. Now look at the actual total cost. So you have not spent any money at all. Actual total cost is 0. And since you have not spent any money, you can't even have a variance. There is nothing to compare, right? So there is no variance. Now look at this column, remaining to total cost. So this column will have the same value as the baseline project total cost. So whatever you have planned, the total amount of the money remains, right? Is that clear? Because you have not spent anything at all. So is this clear, guys?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That's how you use this, right? I mean, I'll show you more uses of the data here. Now let us look at another one. Now I want you to read what is the name of the project.
Sunset Gorge routine
Maintenance, right? So that is the name of the project. Now, how much it is complete here?
100%.
100%, right? So it is totally done. Then you will note that actual start date is there, right? And actual finish date is. So how do you get the actual finish date? Actually, when the last activity in a project activities list is finished, then only you get the actual finish date. Because logically saying, the project is considered complete when the last activity is completed, right?
Right.
So when you complete the last activity and mark it as complete, the actual finish date is picked up and displayed here by the Primavera. Right? Okay, so let's go ahead further and analyze this. Now, I want you to look at this column. Now, what is the total cost of the project? What is the planned cost?
92,259.86.
Okay, now look at the actual cost.
37.259.19.
Okay, if you ignore the cent, so you can see it is approximately $5,000 more, right? Right?
Right. Yes.
So $5,000 more has been spent on completing the work, and due to which there is a variance which has been caused, right? If you look at the variance, so it is mentioned in the bracket. Do you see that? Let us assume that it is $5,000 mentioned in the bracket. But why this is mentioned in the bracket? Because it's
minus.
Yeah, this is negative, this is minus. So minus is not mentioned in the financial system, right, guys? So remember this thing. In the financial systems, the guys are polite. They don't write the minus, they write it in bracket. So bracket means that it is a debit amount of money, right? So guys, you must have noticed a message which comes from your bank server. If you get money, it says your account has been credited. And if you basically spend some money or give some money, it says your account has been debited, right?
All right.
Yes.
So basically, this is the debit amount in the financial system. It is mentioned in brackets. So you spent more than that. You spent $5,000 more than the planned amount, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is how you interpret the status. Now we will interpret more. We will not stop here. Okay. Now you look at this project. So you read me what is the name of this?
A Town Corporate Park.
Corporate bar.
Correct. Now how much it is completed?
31.03%.
31. So you can ignore the 03. That's a very insignificant number. So it means that this project is 31% complete and 69% is remaining. Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Now I want you to notice something. Do you notice that actual start date is populated, right? And actual finish date is blank? Because this project has started but not yet finished, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if you look at the start date, it has got suffix A, right? So A means actual data is there, but there you won't see a suffix here. It means that actual data has not yet been collected or compiled, or the finish date has not yet reached the actual completion date, right? Is this clear?
Yes.
So that's why
Yes.
you don't have the A suffix here. So basically, what is the utility? It is just an indication, guys. Let me tell you, in real life, the actual start date can vary, but less chances, but actual finish date will always vary. In my lifetime, in my career in the IT industry, I have not seen a project which finished exactly on the same date as the planned. It will be always either off on the earlier or the later side of the planned finish date, right? Is that clear? So what we project managers are trying to do, we are trying to make sure that it does not vary too much. So things stay near the baseline. The duration stays near the baseline. The finish date should stay near the baseline, and the actual cost should stay near the baseline. And yet we achieve the quality acceptance criteria as set by the client, and we maximize on the profits. Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, 69% of the project is yet to be done. They have completed 31%. Now, I want you to see something. See, to complete 31%, you have spent this much amount of the money, and that is your variance. Now, if you look at the variance amount of the money, which is 4525, right? So is it a positive amount of the money or a negative amount of the money? Look at that carefully.
It's a positive amount of money.
It's a positive amount of the money, right?
Yes.
So what does it mean to you? What does it convey to you? Tell me, what is your interpretation? Start thinking.
It means this project is saving some money.
Yeah, basically, till this point, till 31%, the project team is doing good. They're spending this much amount of the money. So what is the ideal variance? Zero. Whatever you plan, you spend it. Basically, they have spent less till 31%. But let me tell you guys, 69% is yet to be done. Now, if the project management team, if these guys are not careful, for the remaining 69%, it can happen that the variance will slowly and slowly it will become zero, and then it might even become negative toward the end of the project, as it happened in this case. Do you see that? The project is 100% complete, but the variance is negative. Why? Because if you are not careful, it can happen. Do you get the point?
Yes.
Yes.
So monitoring and controlling has to be done on a regular basis. So if you have a good plan, but you should monitor it also. If you find there is a variance from the baseline, then you should take the earliest corrective action. Because if you take an earliest corrective action, then it will be a small thing to take care of. But if the variance becomes big, you will soon run out of the time and you won't be able to control the variance, right? If the variance they become big, so they just go out of control. So is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that is the lesson learned. So the doctors they advise you to take a full medical checkup, right? Every year for the young people and maybe for the seniors they might advise it every 6 months. Why? If there is any kind of the medical ailment that you might have developed, so the sooner it is detected, the sooner it can be treated very mildly, right?
Yes.
Right or wrong?
Right.
Right.
So similarly, the health of the project was checked by various parameters like baseline duration, baseline start, baseline finish, baseline total cost. Okay. So if you see a variance very early, if you monitor the health of the project regularly, you can take an early corrective action and you can keep the project on track. Okay. Fine. Now,
Okay. So sorry, Mr. Sajay, I have a question. So
yes,
because you mentioned a very strong point there about monitoring and controlling, and the earlier you monitor and control, the better. So how about, from what you just showed, explain to us, monitoring and controlling start during the execution phase. Is there a way you can do monitoring and controlling even in the planning phase?
see, in the planning, you plan well. Basically, you start monitoring and controlling when you have baseline, because we must have something to compare against, and we must have the actual data. So once we complete the planning and we are sure that the planning is complete and correct, so of
Yeah.
course it has to be checked by the several project management team member who might be subject matter experts in their own domain, right? So you have got various kind of engineers, civil, electrical, mechanical, IT. Then you have got a finance guy, right? Okay.
Yes.
So then you have the architect, the designer, all those guys, they look at all the aspects of the project work and they say, yes, this is the right baseline. All the values, they seem correct and we are committed to it and we freeze it, we baseline it. So when people start doing the work, they start to gather the actual data and at a preset intervals, like weekly, if it is a midterm project and if it is a short-term project like 6 months, then you should be doing it every 3 days, right? The sooner you can find the variance, the sooner you are able to control it. Right? Make sense?
Well, it does, but I'm still not. So what you're saying is monitoring and controlling is done in the once a baseline during baseline.
When you start doing the work, when you start generating actual data, you don't have the actual unless you do some work. Right?
Okay.
See,
Yeah.
see, when you are driving the car, so what you're doing, you are executing, right?
Yes.
Okay, if someone took you to a highway, which is a very straight highway, he says that, Sylvester, this highway, I'm putting your car in the middle of the lane, right? And you close your eyes and drive for 100 kilometers, you will reach the destination safely. Will you do it?
Yeah.
Will you close your eyes and drive?
No, sorry.
You will monitor, right? So what you will do, even though it is a straight drive, there is not an absolute bend. There is basically the straightness of the road is accurate to the last 1 millimeter. Let us assume that. But there can be a play in the steering, right?
Yeah.
So suppose if you're going 100 meters and after every 100 meters, your car is veering by 5 millimeter, right? Do you see that what's going to happen after you go 300? So you know that your car may go off the road. You got to monitor.
Yeah, you keep deviating from your target. Yeah.
You get the point. So what you do, monitor means you watch where you are. And if it is seeming to go off the middle of the road, then you control it. So monitoring and controlling. So you have a baseline. So where is the baseline? So in the middle of the lane, there is a marking, there is a guideline, right? Okay. You can follow that guideline, or you can use your common sense to judge if you are in the center of your own lane. So I'm just saying it only for the situation where you don't have any other car. But just imagine if there are more cars in the adjacent lanes, and one of the vehicles from the adjacent lane, it start to veer into your path. So then what do? You got to take a corrective action. So it is based upon your expert judgment. Either you slow down your car, you let that pass, or either you become fast and you leave that behind. Right? Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Right.
So what you're doing till your journey is finished, you are monitoring and controlling. You are executing, driving the car, watching the road is monitoring, and taking the corrective action is controlling. So you are doing that throughout the journey. Right or wrong?
Right. I think I understand
The
now.
same
Thank you.
understanding in the project. In the project, you have something to compare against, right? So,
Yeah.
what can you compare? You can compare the actual duration against planned duration, actual schedule against planned schedule, actual resource units against planned resource units, actual cost against planned resource cost, right? So, is that thing clear?
Yes, and then now I understand your point earlier when you said project fails in planning or in the beginning, not in the end. So yeah,
Yeah, definitely.
make total sense now. Yeah.
You are going to an unknown place. So, you know what you do? You will punch the name of that place in your Google map, right? If you don't know, if you don't have a baseline in your mind that which route I should use, so you trust the Google map. So what does the Google map do? It provides you a baseline to drive, right?
Yeah.
And if you take a detour on the way, if you find that this part of the road is blocked, so you take a detour, then Google map will bring you back onto the main course, right? It does that. Okay,
Yeah.
is that clear?
Yes. Thank you very much for clarification.
Yes, definitely. That's why I don't run large batches, because you can't teach Primavera in mass production, right? I hope you guys will appreciate that at the end of the training, and recommend my training to your friends. Okay, and keep me in business. Okay,
Okay, definitely. Yes.
Yes.
definitely. You know why it is very important, because I need your support to transfer the good values to the coming generations. Because, otherwise, the Primavera is going to increase in the features, but the knowledge will dilute. If the knowledge is diluted from generation to generation, we will have, so if I look 10 years down the line, so we will have a Primavera which is very advanced, because the team inside the Oracle, they're advancing it. But whereas the team which is outside, nobody is spending the time to learn it. And guys from the Oracle, they don't come out of their buildings and go to the whole world and to teach and preach. They're not going to do it, man. Just trust me. They will not come out. They will say, "You buy the latest version. You buy the latest version." So every year after year, they're going to add new features. But if someone is not taking the responsibility to propagate that, so do you see that what is going to happen in the future?
Yeah.
Primavera will be advanced, but people will be using hardly a part of it. So I want to make sure that if things are getting advanced, the next generation should also know the complete thing, and they should try to use it as much as possible, so that humanity as a whole remains advanced, right? Okay. So you can help me in that. Okay, guys. So first of all, you should learn it yourself. Okay. Now we will look at another one. Read the name.
City Center Office Building Addition.
So how much you just read up to 3 letters, that is 3 words.
Okay. Yeah.
City center office, because the project name can be referred in a partial manner. You say Nesbit, you say Saratoga, you say Juniper. That's okay, right? But the numbers
Yeah.
have to be complete. Now look at the percentage completion. How much do you think it is completed?
16.67%.
Let us round it off to 17%, right? Because 0.67 is greater than 0.5. And then we can say that the project is 83% yet to be done, right? Okay.
Yes.
Now, let us look at the amount of the money which is in the variance. Now, look at the variance. To complete the work up to here, look at the variance amount. How much is that?
11,590.
And it is in the bracket.
Yeah, it means negative.
So does that look good? How do you feel now? Pretty bad.
Panic.
At this point,
Panic.
it does not look good at all.
Doesn't look good at all because still 83% is to be completed. And only at the 17% completion, they are having a variance, means that they spent this amount of the money extra more than the budgeted amount of the money which they should have spent at 17%. This is the next amount of the money. If they continue like this, so they are obliged to complete the project, then it might erode the profit amount and the profit might become negative, right? So if you take over this project, then what you are going to do? Are you going to compromise on the quality and reduce the variance to zero, or what else do you think that you will be doing to 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 alleviate the situation? What will you do? What will be your strategy? Tell me, guys.
Probably understanding the reason why there is this big of variance at the very early stages and try to course correct from there, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, so now let me tell you that what you should be doing. Basically, first of all, you will try to understand the root cause, as you're saying is correct. Then you will tell the team that, guys, we are not going to compromise the quality, and no, we are just going to make sure that, this negative amount of the money does not increase further. So for this project, we will take less margin and we will deliver the product with the quality acceptance criteria matching as agreed with the client. Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Why? Because we have to retain the client. We have to keep the reputation of the business good. We have to look good to the client. We have to look good to the whole world. Right? Is that clear?
Yeah, so that we can
Yes.
keep getting more business from
Yes.
clients. And just like you said, we can get even recommendation as well from other.
Yeah.
Like clients can say good things about us, and then we can get more customers. Just like I'll be a good ambassador for your program as well, for your training.
Absolutely
My
right.
friends.
Absolutely right. It doesn't matter if I'm teaching just only one person per week. Okay, but the thing is that every time a person who comes in, he might send me a lot of students. I'll tell you, some people, some of my students, they have opened doors of fortune for me. One guy, he came to me 3 years back. So suddenly he came within 3 years. I had no contact with him because usually my students in the group, they continue to talk. He came to me after 3 years. He said, "Look, man, I am the top boss in this company and I want you to teach the 10 people." Right? So
Wow.
I'll just to tell you what happened. So, that was in the month of the September. It was a rainy season here. It was basically a storm. And he wanted me to come 60 kilometers and through the rainy roads, and in north of India, the rains are very heavy and sometimes you can't drive yourself. So I told him, no, I will come after the rainy season. He says, just don't worry, man. So I'm arranging everything for you. We have a group of 10 people. You have to train them and you will get your full rates, and I'm going to accommodate you near the company. So he sent me a car with a driver. So he picked me up from the home. So he put me up in a 5-star facility near the company, which is 60 kilometers away in a manufacturing zone, which is a little bit away from the main city center. So I was there and he gave me the basically maximum rates without any compromise, because when we take up the corporate training, so you have to compete, right? You have to compete against many other trainers, vendors, and then you have to get a proper rate. He said, no, full rate. No, nothing less. I want you to give me the same quality of the training to my team members, which I got. Right? I say, yeah, fine. I feel good. You put me up in a nice place, and then I can work with full energy. I'm not driving. I'm just walking into the office. It's just a 5 minutes walk. So I can walk in with full energy after a breakfast. So I can walk in back to my hotel room, which is quite comfortable. I can take good rest. right? So, that happened.
I imagine you enjoyed that session.
Yeah, I enjoyed all the 6 days, right? So that was quite good experience. So, you have to do good, and basically, if you do good, it just comes back, right? So
Absolutely.
we Indians, we believe in karma theory. So that is something which
Karma, yeah.
karma. Now people are learning that. Okay, people are now trying to understand that. Okay, so do good, get good. Now this is the thing which you will do. You will make sure that you will tell the team that, guys, so whatever has happened has happened. We keep it constant. We don't let it escalate any further. We finish the project on time. We will finish the project with the quality as a promise to the client in the contract, and we will make sure that we continue to do business with the client, right? And we keep our brand name also good looking to the world. So this is what you will do. So this is basically used for the monitoring, right? Okay, there is one more way that you can do the monitoring. So first of all, you switch on the Gantt chart. Switch on the Gantt chart here. Okay, now you click on the project ID here so that it gets sorted. So basically you will bring it back here and in the upward direction. Now, let's say that we are here in the quarter 2 of the 2010 and we are looking forward in timeline, right? So let me shade a portion. So, this is the shaded portion in the red color. Okay, now this is shaded portion in the green color, right? And this is the shaded portion in the blue color, right? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so in the shaded portion, so how many projects are running in parallel? How many projects
Six.
you count? 6 projects, right? And if you look toward
Six.
the quarter 4, or maybe if you look toward the quarter 1 of the 2014, so how many projects are running in parallel?
Sorry, sir. Again.
I want you to
Three.
look at this part. Let's say if you look at the quarter 2, right? So how many projects you can see in parallel?
Two.
2 only,
Two.
right? Only 2. Now, if you look at the year 2015 and 16, how many projects are running? Nothing.
Zero.
0 projects, right?
No.
Okay, now let's say that you are the CEO. Now, from the CEO point of view, you know what the CEO will say? What you are going to say? Oh, you will say, okay, guys, you have 6 projects here running in parallel. And if you guys need any help with the resources or any kind of anything, whatever you need, man, machine, money, or cash, you just call me immediately. I will provide you that because I want these projects to be delivered. Then you look at the year 2014, then you tell your marketing team, guys, so our projects are big, they take a lot of time for the bidding and competing process. So just make sure that you are doing good market campaign and to get the projects into the pipeline, because if you don't get the projects here, then by the time we reach 2015 and 16, we would be unemployed, right? Is that clear?
Right.
Yeah.
No. So within a
Yeah.
span of 6 years, the company can be going from hero to zero, right?
Right.
Yes.
So, this is the benefit of EPPM. It lets you manage the enterprise, right? So this is the enterprise level data, which can be seen by the CEO and seen by the senior managers, those who are in the marketing and sales. They can basically take the decision to increase the marketing efforts. You will see many of the companies are advertising, right? So actually what they're trying to do, they're trying to get more business, right or wrong? And
Right.
Correct.
if you see certain companies, they are not advertising, but they're still doing business. So it means that their hands are full, right? Right or wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Right. If the company is having hands full, they don't spend money, they don't spend much money on the advertising. But how do the senior managers come to know? They use the Primavera. The Primavera tells them that how much business they have right now in the delivery pipeline and how much they have in the work pipeline. and what they need to do in the future, right? So that's why, it is so important, don't you think? It is a very crucial piece of information. If you don't start the campaign here, so by the time the company reaches 2015 and 16, so they will be jobless, right? Is that clear?
Right. Yeah.
And
Yes.
big
Yes.
businesses means big profit, and big businesses also mean big losses. If you are not using the work capacity or the workforce to the full occupation, right? If they are not fully occupied, so it will be cost a lot. It will be costing a lot, right or wrong?
Right. Right. Can this also means like these enterprises or CEO, apart from advertising, maybe they may need also to innovate and be more creative, yeah, to
Absolutely.
go in the same trend with the changes as they're happening in the world.
Yes, yes, yes. They're using Primavera. They're using Power BI. You must have heard of data analytics, right?
Yeah, yeah.
In the
Because
future, who is the more powerful businessman? One who has more data, one who has more understanding of the data, right? So you can take bigger decision. You can start big business. You can basically, if your business is big, then your profits are big. If your profits are big, then you are having greater size of the team. And if you have large number of the people on your side employed with you, you are more powerful, right?
right, right,
Big size business, more powerful. Big size army, more powerful country, right? No, it's
right,
like that.
right, right. Yeah.
So this is what the big corporations they do. They use tools like Primavera. They are looking for people like you, those who can basically work here in the beginning. Then you will start the work here in the program. Then they will escalate you to the portfolio manager, right? Okay, that's how the companies, by employing skilled people, they become powerful. So the skills run the world. That's what I tell my students. Okay, now let's come to the main point. The main point is that this is how the EPPM helps enterprise, portfolio, and project management software. That's what the Primavera is, right? Now we are going to configure the Primavera so that it gives us the data in our own way. So let us switch again back to the table view. Click on this. So we are back into the table view. Now we are going to configure the Primavera. Okay. So first of all, we will click on the admin. Click on the admin button and we will select the option admin preferences. How do you prefer the Primavera to function? So we are here in the admin preferences. First, we are in the general. In the general, we have an option here, code separator. We can see a dot. So basically, this is the dot which will be used to separate the parent and child code if they are on the same row in a report. So this is okay. We are fine with that. We are not going to change it. But if you look at the first day of the week, we will use Monday. Why? Because the weekends are better. If when you are displaying a calendar, it is easier to interpret a month if the weekends are collected on the right side, right? Saturday and Sunday.
Right. Yeah.
So if the calendar displays from Monday to Sunday, it is good. So you select Monday, it is easier to interpret as well. Then you can see the default duration of a new activity. So right now it is 5. We will set it to 6 because we need that more often. So something that we need more often, we set it in the default duration. So you set this default duration to 6. Make it 6. Correct. So after you have done that, so okay. So Praveen, please confirm that you have done the same. You selected Monday and you make it as 6.
Right. Then
Okay. Now we select the next option, that is the data limits. Basically, this data limits is setting the limit of the tree view, right? So basically, if you look at the EPS WPS tree, maximum levels 20. So 20, what does it mean? Parent, child, parent, child, parent, child, parent, child. It can go up to the 20 level. So, but how many are we using actually? Practically, we are not using more than 4 or 5. Like this is the first, and portfolio is the second, and program is the third. In our case, we are using only 3. But in real life, you would never be using more than 4 or 5 So this is okay, this is redundant, right? So we don't have to change any of the values here. So these are more than sufficient for us, right? So what we will do, we will go to the next option, that is identity lens. Identity. ID means identity. Now, basically, the rules of the project management, it says that the project entities, whatever is an entity in the project ecosystem, it should have a unique identifier. Like the project itself has a unique identifier. WBS code is a unique identifier, the WBS resource ID, activity ID, cost account ID, role ID. Because if someone has an ID, it becomes easier to manage, right? So, guys, I'm sure that Sylvester, I believe that you have a social security ID, right?
Yes.
So how many characters are there in that? If you ever noticed or counted, just approximately.
Maybe 10 or 9.
Maybe 10 or 9. In India, we also have the UID, unique identifier. So we have basically got 12 characters, basically 4 characters and a dash, then 4 characters and a dash, and then it's like that. So as you know, as people say, those who are subject matter expert on this, they say that it is the largest country in the world. Okay. So we have a billion plus of population. It is basically the uniqueness of the ID is good enough for the next 500 years. Right. Okay. So
Yeah.
basically, if you look at the project ID, there is a provision for 20. But if you look here carefully, let's say that this is the project, MagnaPad, right? So how many characters are being used here? Just count it. In the MagnaPad project, how many characters are there?
9.
9.
9. So I think 20 is quite good, right? We did not change it. We did not increase it. So we can leave it there. Then we come to the next one, that is the time periods. Now here it is very important thing to learn, very, very historical thing. Okay. So guys, you tell me that how many hours are there in a day?
24.
But can a person work 24 hours in a day?
No.
No,
Not
nobody
quite.
can. So at least you can answer it for yourself. You say, no, I cannot work 24 hours a day. So then how much you can work? What is your optimal? So this was the question which was asked by many countries after the United Nations was formed. I'll tell you that why the United Nations was formed, to prevent the Third World War. Okay. So, and there are many sub-organizations under the United Nations, WHO, UNICEF, ILO, which is International Labour Organization. So the member countries, they decided to have, for the development, economic development of the world, then they decided that it is very, very necessary to have reasonable, rational labor laws, right? Which are good from the business point of view, which are good from the people point of view. Then the major question was that okay, the laws apart, so what is the ideal working duration of a person? The businessman would say, oh, if a person doesn't work 10 to 12 on the hours in my business, I cannot run my business profitably. Then the person would say, the workers, they say, no, that is too much. We can't work more than these many hours. So, there was a tug of war. Then people, they examined from all the angles, medical, economical, and everything. And then by using the numbers, statistics, and then it was observed that 90% of the people in the world, they can work 8 hours a day very optimally, right? Without having any ill effect on their health. So that's why it is 8 man hour. But some people can work more. That's okay. Say the remaining 10%, maybe they can work more. But there is a percentage of the population, 5%, they can work. They don't want to even work at all. Even if they're fit, they don't want to work, right? But there are certain people, if you look at the CEOs and those people at the top, if you look at their daily routine, they start very early morning. And when they get up in the morning, they go for the shower, they take their tea and coffee, they go for the exercise, then they start their day, and then they go through the news, the status, and they start communicating with their managers. They assign them tasks. They take the corrective action. They work almost like 10 hours a day, right? Is that clear? So for us workers,
Yes.
normal workers, it is 8 hours a day. And this was adopted on 1st of May 1953 worldwide. May Day. Have you heard of May Day?
Yes.
May Day celebration or the Labor Day,
Yeah.
right? So
Yes.
basically, on this day, one of the major thing which was implemented that a person should be working optimally 8 man-hours a day. So an organization can be 5 days a week or 6 days a week, but the man-hours per day will be 8, right? And if you look here carefully, the man-hours per week is 40, right? So basically, every project management software, it defines the working day, the working week, the working month, and the working year in terms of man-hours, right? Okay. So here, basically, it says the man-hours is 8, which is constant all over the world. But you can choose to run either 5 days or 6 days a week or 5.5 or 7 days a week organization, right? Now, what we are planning to do, we are trying to basically run a 6 days a week organization. So, guys, if I multiply 8 with 6, then how many man-hours do I get per week? 8 multiplied
48.
48.
48.
So you can write here 48. We can write here 48. Now, if I multiply 48 by 4, so how many man-hours do you get per month?
192.
Mm,
192, that's right. Okay, now if you multiply 192 by 12, you can check out in your mobile calculator. You just pull up your mobile calculator, or basically, what is better? I will tell you. You use the on-screen calculator. We can set that up once. Okay, so let me do it for you. So we can type the calc here and we can right click and we can pin it to the taskbar, right? So what do? You do this yourself. You do this 192 multiplied by 12. You do it on the screen here. Using your numeric pad, you can key in the numbers, or you can do it like that by 12 multiplied by 12.
304.
2304. But I'll tell you something. We assume that there are exactly 4 weeks every month, but it is not so. Because there are certain months, there is an fifth extra Saturday. How many months? Approximately 5, right? I'll just show it to you right now. Just have a look what I'm trying to show you. So guys, I'm going to click on the calendar. Now let us go to the month of the March 2025. So guys, look at the month of the March 2025. How many Saturdays do you see?
5.
5.
In fact, it has got 5 perfect weekends. So guys, you are going to have a good time in the March. In 1 month, you are getting 5 weekends. No, isn't it?
Yeah.
Aligned. Okay, you have got 5 weekends. Okay, you can relax a lot in the month of March. It will be quite springtime. Okay, now let us look at the April. It's having, now again, look at the month of the May. You have got how many Saturdays here?
5 again.
So it makes 2 months.
One.
Right. Now again, look at the month of the August. How many Saturdays are here?
5.
Oh, it has got 5 weekends too. Oh, that will be quite relaxing. Yeah. Okay. So now you look at the month of the November. So how many Saturdays are there?
5.
Not only that, it has got 5 weekends too. It is a 30 days month and perfectly aligned to give you the maximum relaxation, right? Okay. So 25 the year 2025 seems very good. Now look at the month of the January. It has got 5 Saturdays. So you can say that within a span of 1 year, there are 5 months which is having an extra Saturday. So what you can do, 8 multiplied by 5, you have got 40. So you can compensate those extra 5 days by adding 40. So what does it make? 2304 plus 40, 2344, right? So basically, you can say if I work 6 days in a week, my man hours per year will be 2344, right?
Yes.
Correct. Now let us do this thing. Let's go to the months abbreviation and let's make it MO. You put a small letter O adjacent to M. Right. Okay. Then you change the abbreviation of the minutes to M. Now I'll explain to you that why I made you do so. See, in the future, you guys will be also using the MS project. So when you use the MS project, in the MS project, these abbreviations are fixed. They are hardwired. You can't change them there. But it will be quite odd if you have to switch between the MS project and the Primavera several times in a day. So you might make a mistake. So then I found that when you are doing the entry or you're importing or exporting the data, so it is better to set it up in the Primavera, right? Is that clear? So mentally, you will use the same abbreviation in both the places. That's quite good, right?
Yeah.
Because these Primavera guys are very generous. They let you do so. They can change the abbreviation, but in the MS project you can't do it. It is fixed. MO for months and M for minutes. Okay, but you change it here and you make it compatible. You make yourself compatible, and you make the data compatible as well. Now we come to the next is the earned value. Earned value is basically to basically observe the status of the project, that how the project is progressing. That is the earned value. It is part of the financial system. So there are certain formulas which are recommended by the PMI, and it has been set according to that. We have got nothing to change here. So these are correct, right? These are okay to go with. So we don't have to change anything here. We let them be. Then we come to the next, that is the reports. Okay. So in Primavera, when we generate the reports, so we can change the signature, right? So you write your name in the label or into the header, and in the footer you write your company name.
Full name or just first name?
That's the first name is good enough. I'll tell you that what is the utility of this.
Okay.
You write your company name. I'll tell you. Okay, great. Okay, Turner, I know this company. Okay, fine. Now, let me tell you that what is the utility of this. Suppose your company is one of the vendors in a multi-vendor project, right? Then you send a report to the client, and client has got several reports in front of him. So don't you think it is convenient for the client that he has a signature to look at? So Sylvester, you don't have to sign it, right? So you know what will happen. So he will know that Mr. Sylvester from Turner and Townsend has submitted this report, right? Is that clear?
Yeah, so it's like email signature, yeah? Yeah.
Just like email footer. Yes, exactly like that, right? Okay, so that is the benefit of this. So he would know that where it comes from. So he can get in touch with you if required, right? Click on the options. Yeah, email signature. Yes, that is a very good comparison. So I can use it next time. Okay. So now you copy this URL. Yeah, I learned in the classes. And you open that in the browser. You go to your Chrome browser. So I believe that's your favorite. Okay, now you click on this tab. You go to the next tab, that is the Zoom tab here.
There is this bar that is hindering me here. Okay. I open.
Okay, now you can just paste the URL here. So you delete this whole thing. Okay, then you paste the URL. You press Control V, and then you press Enter. Okay. Now you do this thing. You click on the accept all. Yeah. So that's okay. That's fine. Now you press Control D. Press Control D.
P.
No, D for Delhi.
Okay.
Now click on the done.
Hello?
Oh,
Oh, okay. I thought the only one here.
yeah.
Is Mr.
Don't
Sujoy
panic, not,
here as well?
not
Oh,
this.
he's gone.
No.
Okay, guys, I'm back. So basically, what you have lots of information here. You just expand it. I'll just show it to you that what is the value of this. So there are certain guides. So I have provided you the guides, and the bookmark is here. Basically, you can see the bookmark, and from the symbol, you can recognize that what is that for, right? You can recognize this, you can recognize this, you can recognize these symbols. So that is the value of the bookmark. So then, if you expand the guides, so you can see the guides here. Okay, so I have given you the user guide. It's already there in your document folder, right? You can come back,
Yeah.
you can explore more later. Okay, so this is the version 24 documentation. Okay, so for the next 1 year, till the month of the December 25. So you will come back here for any updates. So mostly if you want to do something more, you can check out if you are interested in something more. So some people are interested in the administration part. So you can come here and you can check that out, right? Okay. Now let's get back into the software. So we can basically explore that later. Then we come to the rate types. So in the rate types, we are going to use the standard rate. So standard rate is fine. We go with only one rate, which is the standard rate. And then we come to the industry type. So the Primavera uses a different set of columns for different industries and different set of features on the screen. But the best one is the engineering and construction. If you use this one setting, so that will work for majority of the project that you do, right? So that's okay. So you don't have to worry about anything else. Now, exception site list, we don't need in this version because this is a standalone version. So this is not useful here. So, but it will be useful. So when you are going to use the online version, right? So just keep that in mind. Now we close this. So all those preferences will be set up. And change in the industry selection, what it is saying that it will be implemented when you restart the Primavera next time. Okay, so you click on the OK. Okay, now you click on the admin once more. So we have got more the options to set there. Then we select the admin categories. Admin categories. So baseline types. So basically, when we are trying to freeze the good values, we set the various baselines. So the baseline types which are provided here, they are quite good enough. There's no need for us to add more baseline types. So these 5 types are good enough, but we need to add certain expense categories. So click on the expense. Okay, now let me explain to you that what is the expense category. See guys, when we are doing a project, so we are using the resources, right? So we know that there are 3 resources, that is man, machine, material, and there is a 4th type of resource, that is the cash. Now what is the cash? Basically cash is the amount of the cash spending that we need to spend to facilitate the work in the project. So we need to plan that amount of money as well so that we can get the true picture of the total cost of an activity, right? So there are certain categories which we need to spend to make the work much more better. So you click on the add here. So one of the categories that we'll add is staff welfare. So that is the amount of the money we use to make the people comfortable. We use it for food, we use it for medicines, we use it for uniform, we use it for pick and drop, staff welfare, right? Something which makes the people happy. So you type here in the new expense category staff space, then you write welfare with a capital W, correct? FARE, and you press enter. And then we want it to be visible on the top when we want to use it. You click on the shift up. Then you click on the add button once more. And then you write here transport expenditure. So this is the amount of the money, which is the planned amount of the money for transporting your materials from the warehouse to the project site, right? So the amount of the money we would like to spend on transport by getting the services from transport companies, trucking companies, right? Because there are certain things which are heavy and they require specialized handling by external resources. So for the external resources, we do not measure their man, machine, or material, right? So what we do? So we only explain the services required and we ask them for the quotation of the money, right? So that is transport expenditure. Then we come to the next one, that is the WBS categories. So according to the PMI, there are 5 phases in the project life cycle. So they are in this particular order: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, and closing. So if you look here carefully, the executing should be on the third spot. So you select it and then you click on the shift up. Now, the fourth one should be monitoring and controlling. So what do? You just get into it by double clicking here and you select the word monitoring, you cut it and you paste it at the front, right? Cut. And you go to the front and you make it monitoring and controlling. And you put a space and a space and go to the end. You can remove this and you press enter. Monitoring and controlling. Yeah, so that looks good. So, Praveed, you are synchronized?
Yes, yes.
Okay, then we come to the document categories. Okay, now let me explain this to you. So I told you that in Primavera, you can upload and maintain the documents, but it's not like the Google Drive. So when you upload a document, it will ask you a lot of information. It will ask you the category. It will ask you the author name. It will ask you the topic of the document. It will ask you what are the keywords in the document. It will ask you the creation date of the document, right? So it will ask you the status of the document. It will ask you many information. So one of the information it will ask you is the category. So there are lots of categories mentioned here. I don't believe that you have to create a new one. So you will find the one you need. Now, if you use a particular category more frequently, you can push it to the top. For example, I want you to select the detailed design specification and you can shift up and take it to the top, right? So that will be much more better, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I want you to come to the document status. So status means that what is the current state of the document? You can select any one of these, but one more state of the document, which I feel is very important to have here, is rejected. I will tell you the reason. You click on the add and then you write here rejected. Okay, so why? I'll tell you, because if you have a document and if it is rejected and if you keep it in the system and you can let your team members see and you can basically use that as an example for learning, right? So your team members can learn and get better that what got it rejected. Okay, so they can basically do it better. Okay, they can basically make it good. Now click on the risk categories. Now, you know, guys, what is a risk? Risk is an uncertain event. So that can be positive or negative, right? The positive events, they are called the opportunities, and the negative ones are they are called the threats. So basically, we are more concerned with the threats, right? So there is a category of the risk, which is the resource risk, but here it is wrongly structured. Basically, when we think of a risk, so we write the risk into the risk register. It has a risk register here. You can use it from here. Okay. But the point is that the categories have to be created correctly. So if you look here, basically the resources should be at the top, people and customers should be under it, right? So we are going to fix it. So first of all, you select the resource and then you click on the shift left. Correct. Then you click on the shift up. So now after it has been shifted up, then you select people and then you shift right. And then you select the customer. Then you select the shift left. So what you have is people and customer under the resources, right? So once you have that, then we need two more resources to be under this. They are machines and materials, because they also can cause risk. Because if you are not getting the machines and materials on time, on quantity, on quality, then it can delay the project, right? So what we do, we click on the add here. And then you write here machines and equipments. Machines and equipments. Equipments. And you press enter. And then you click on the add once again. Then you write here materials. And then you press enter. So you have got the resources. There are four kind of the resources here. So when you enter a risk in the risk register, you can select the appropriate category, right? So this is a sort of a master data. So
You don't put cash in here as a resource, or it's already covered maybe in the cost. Yeah?
So I think it is covered in the cost, right? So
Okay.
why the estimating is considered a risk? Because if your estimating is below the actuals, right, which is required in the real life, so it can be a risk. So that's why your estimations have to be correct, so that you have the correct baseline, and which leads to minimum variances, right? Then you come to the notebook topics here. Okay, so basically, what is notebook? Have you heard of something called WBS dictionary? Hmm?
No.
Okay. If you have done any formal project management, WS dictionary means work breakdown structure dictionary, where you can explain something in more detail. So it is called a notebook here. You can detail out something for EPS, for project, for WBS, for activities, for resources. So, but the Primavera is a very disciplined software. You cannot write just a note just like that. You have to select a topic, but sometimes you are not able to select a topic. So then you are in a dilemma what to do. I'll tell you. You add a category here, general notes. You click on the add. Then you write here the notebook topic as general notes. Okay, general notes. We are going to use that very soon. So basically, I'll tell you which I observed during my career with the Primavera, with my usage as a user. So basically, if I am trying to put a note, I'm not able to select a topic. I put it into the general notes. So later, when I have more bandwidth to understand and think, so I either you select an appropriate category or you add a new category if required, right? If immediately you cannot take a decision, you put it into the general notes and preserve the notes, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I have a question, and this may be a little bit out of this scope that you're explaining here. I'm just wondering. So, for example, let's say assume in the future, let's say I get a client who wants me to manage their projects.
Okay.
Can I use this kind of version of Primavera to do that? Let's say they have multiple projects.
I'm doing that
Or
last 12 years.
okay.
I'm doing
This is the same. I don't need any
not the last
clouding
12,
or
but the last 14 years I'm using this version only. This is good.
okay.
Basically, I'm
Thank you.
not having very large amount of the data because it connects to the SQLite. And SQLite, I have observed that if you have a powerful computer with 20 GB RAM or something like that, you have the i5 and you are using the SSD, right? A solid state drive. So you can
Yeah.
have projects which are having up to say 5,000 rows, 6,000 rows, if the number of the rows is more, then I believe that you need to use the version which can connect to the database, right? Because the databases are faster, right? Okay.
Yeah, and I don't need the internet for this one, yeah? Or do I need
No,
internet?
for this you don't need the interface because the database is right
Okay,
on your hard disk.
nice. Thanks. Yeah.
Even if you're disconnected from the internet, you can still do your planning. But if you're working in an organization, definitely they would like to keep the data in their own data center or in a data center which is provided by the Oracle or provided by the Amazon Web Services or provided by the Microsoft. Right? Is that clear?
Very clear, because I'm very interested with your. Remember when you did your introduction, you said you were working as a project manager, but also you started working as a consultancy, like on your own thing. That inspired me. Maybe I may sometimes do the same. Like I'll be working as an employee, but also doing my side gig as well. I don't
Maybe
know.
5 or 6 years down the line, you can go back to your home country and you can do a lot of work. You can be the king there, right? Okay.
Hopefully,
But then
inshallah.
yeah,
Yeah.
you all be there. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, fine. So, no, I do have an invite from many of my students to come to basically DRC and to Ghana. You know, Ghana. I love Ghana chocolate. Okay, the chocolates.
Oh, you have been to Ghana? You went to Ghana already?
I have the invite. Okay. They,
Oh, the invite. Okay.
they say that, okay, you just come here. You don't have to spend a single buck. We'll pick you up from the airport and
We'll host you.
we will host you here.
You
So,
should go. You should go. You should go, Sajay. You will love there.
okay.
Although I've never been to Ghana, but I assume it's beautiful there.
No, it is very much nice, and people are very soft. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not saying that people of Tanzania are hard, but I can already feel them. Okay. Yeah.
People
So,
generally people are nice all over the world. There's very, very few outliers, but majority of the people are nice.
definitely, definitely. Okay. Okay, great. So now we will work upon the unit of measure. Okay. So you click that. Okay, first I will explain to you the concept. What is the unit of measure? This is used for the physical measurement of materials, right? So materials have certain measurement. I will write them one by one. Okay, and I'm sure you will agree. And if you feel that something is missing, you can let me know. We can measure a material for length. We can measure a material for the area. We can measure a material for the volume. And then we can measure a material for the weight. We can measure a material for the count. Count is equal to the numbers, and the numbers is equal to the units. They have the same meaning, right? So there are 5 physical measurements. Do you agree? Or do you think there is more? Tell me, Praveen.
Sir, yeah, this is good.
So these are all.
Very-
Here are the 5 ways you can measure a material. Now, the world has got two kind of the measurement. One is the British imperial and one is the decimal, right? So length, if you look at the British imperial, how do they measure? They measure in inches and feet, right? If you use the length in feet, then the area will become square feet and the volume will become cubic feet, right?
Yeah.
Right.
If you look at the decimal system, what do they have? Centimeter and meter. For example, if you use the meter for length, then the area will become square meter, then the volume will become cubic meter, right?
Right.
Right.
Now, for the weight, the British imperial measurement of the weight is ounces and pounds. I'm sure you have heard of that. Ounces and pounds. And if you look at the decimal, so the decimal, they have got the milligram, centigram, decagram, kilogram, and they have the tons, right? So that is the
Right.
measurement of the weight in the decimal system. So what is the measurement of the count in the British system? They've got something called dozens and gross, right? But if you look at the decimal system, what do you have? 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 1 lakh, 1 million, 10 million, billion, trillion, right?
Right.
So is that
Right.
clear? So this is the way you
Yes.
count. So these are the 5 parameters based upon which you can measure a material. But definitely, if you look at the dollar, Dollar is not a physical measurement, right? Is that clear, guys?
Hmm.
Dollar is not a physical measurement. So what do? You select the dollar and delete it. Okay. You remove the dollar. Okay. Now, what I want you to do, I would like you to look at your WhatsApp in a moment. Just give me a moment. So I will send you some additional units of the measurement, and you got to update them here, right? So I'm sending them into the group. Sent. Okay. Now you guys open your WhatsApp in your mobile phone, and whatever is missing here, you add them. Okay. You can start from the top. If you look at the top in the screenshot, you will find that what you have first of all is meter, right? So you can add the meter, then you can add the square meter, then you can add the cubic meter, and you can add the numbers, and you can add the items. Tons you can skip because it's already there, right? Correct. METRE, which is the meter. Meter is the, see, there is a two kind of spellings are there in the English language. One is METRE. METRE means length. There is another one which is METR. METR means instrument, right? So here we use METRE. So cubic meter, I mean square meter will be M2, right?
Yeah.
We write it as M2, but actually we know that it is basically the 2. If you write it on paper, it will be a little bit on top, right?
Yes. The same to cubic meters as well.
Correct. So, but we can't do it here, so we write it as M3. So we understand it. So you guys complete the list and you skip the one which is already there, right? You add only the ones which are new.
Done.
So you are done. I believe that you are done. And let's have a look. Meter, square meter, you have put them on the top. That looks good. You are going to use them very soon. So I believe that in the future, so when you have a newer kind of a material, so I'm sure that with your good judgment, with your wisdom, you will be able to judge that how it should be measured. Or if you don't know that what is the measurement of a material, then look at the packaging, right? Okay, is that clear, guys?
Yes.
So you can understand that how this material should be physically measured. Now you click on the close button. So these values will be stored in the master database. Okay, now we are going to look at the admin for the currency values. Now click on the currency button. Now in the Primavera, you can have a true conversion from one currency to another. So if you created the project with the value of a particular currency, you can convert it to truly the value into another currency. But the intermediary currency is the US dollar, which is called as the base currency. So US dollar always is having an exchange rate of 1. So when you send money from one country to another, okay, so basically what happens, it goes as US dollar. So you go to your bank. So you give them a certain amount of the money in the local currency. They convert the local currency into the US dollar. So the bank charges you for two things. One, they sell you the US dollar at a commission, and then they also charge you for the transference of the money from the origin to the destination country, right? So once the money reaches the destination country, the recipient gets the local currency. The US dollar is kept by the recipient bank. Okay, is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's like the US dollar is the basically the de facto, the default currency, which is having the exchange rate of 1. Now, one of the currency which is not here, maybe the INR is not here. And so what is the currency in Tanzania?
Tanzanian shillings.
Oh, Tanzanian shillings. So just let's have a look at the list. So do you find it here? You have this? No, you don't have that, right?
No, I don't see
You don't have that? Okay, just do one thing.
go to shilling.
So you can scroll it. You can scroll it yourself. Do you see the name Tanzania? You have got the currency from very small Latin American countries, but you don't have,
Yeah, it's not.
even you don't have the INR. India is such a huge country. You don't have, so you can create that. Not to worry. Okay, so we are going to create two currencies here. So just click on the add. Now in the currency ID, you write here INR. INR, you write this is the three letter code for the Indian rupee. So you write here Indian rupee. Actually, the word rupee comes from the Sanskrit language rupa. Rupa means silver. Right? You write here rupee, space rupee. With a space, then you write RUPEE. Right. And it has a symbol. Now, how to get the symbol, especially for Praveen, you can press the combination of the button Control Shift and number 4. So you will get the symbol rupee. Right?
Control Shift and number 4.
Number 4. If you do it, you will get it on your keyboard. If your
No.
keyboard is having the Indian English, so you will get this symbol. If not, then I can put it into the chat box. Okay, so let me do this. So you can copy it from the chat box. So I put it into the Zoom chat box. You can copy and paste it from there. And then in the exchange rate, you write here 83. You write here 83.
Now 86.
That's okay. That is going to update anytime. Okay. For the time being, right here 83. So, okay. So, Sylvester, you write here 83.
Okay, 83. Oops, 83 0.
Or you can put a decimal there. That's fine. So if you press enter, you will see it's going to format it. No, you don't have to do it now. Okay. Yeah. So it's going to put 6 digits after that. Why? When you are converting million, so it has to be accurate. Otherwise, you put it there, right? You just put 83. That's it. Press enter. It's always going to do it, right? Okay. Now you are going to add Tanzanian shilling, right? You click on the add. Then you write here the 3-letter international code. Correct. Then you write the name. Now, if you have any symbol and if you can type it, you can put it here. Or what you can write TS or something like that. Yeah, TSH. Yeah, just leave it there. And then you write that what is the exchange rate against $1.
Okay, let me Google that, but it should be around 2,000 or
So
currency.
you can get it from the internet, xe.com. There's a site which is very, very reliable. And
xe.com, yeah?
yeah, xe.com, you can bookmark it because you will need to consult it frequently if you are sending money home or you are getting money from home. So what you can do that you can go to this site, you open this in a new tab. So let me type this. It's a very simple URL, xe.com. Now, so here you put here 1. Okay, so here you put the amount as 1. And then in this 2, you select here TZS, I believe. So you just type here TZS. No, you just type it. You won't be, yeah. Now you select and click on the convert. So once you click on the convert and then you scroll down, so you'll be able to see that what is the today's rate right now. So basically you can use 2531, right? 25, right? So you can use that much. So that's okay. Now come to the Primavera. So is it displaying the currency symbol there? I believe that it has a symbol, no? The Tanzanian shilling. So what is the, hmm?
Yeah, this is the symbol, Tanzania TZS.
Oh no, TZS is the 3-letter code. Basically, this
okay.
this is the symbol is like this. Okay, it should be something like that. So if it is not there, it's okay. You can write here TZS. That's okay, right? Okay. Now let us come to the P6. So you can write the first 4 digits. Okay. And press enter. Correct. So here, instead of writing TSH, you can write in small letters, you can write TZS, right? So that makes sense. Okay. So now this is the master table, right? So we store these values in the master table. We update it from time to time, but not so much frequently. But it is reasonable that if you update it once in a month, now click on the close button here. Okay, now what you have done that you have basically updated the master data. Now we are going to use these values. So whatever values that we have updated in the master. So basically with the administration, you update your masters and then whatever you prefer, you can use it from the user preferences. Okay, so when you join a real company, you won't be seeing the admin option because you will not have the administrator right. Okay. So someone else would be the administrator. If you want a new currency or something like that, you will have to. But why the administration is here? Because you have installed the software and you are the administrator here, and you can do all the settings for yourself. And if you learn it, then it is easy for you to set up the Primavera. environment, right? So that's why I'm teaching it. In the future. You might even, if you join a small company, you might be a man of many hats. So you might be wearing the hat of the administrator as well. So that's why. Now we will go into the user preferences to implement those changes. So click here on the user preferences. So whatever we prefer, we will implement it. So first is the time units. So we would like to see the duration label of the time unit, because right now what we are seeing is just a number. We don't know how to interpret this number, whether it is days or months or whatever. You select this checkbox and then you select the subunit as the hours. And then you select the show unit label, right? So after this, you select the dates option here, dates. Then in the dates, so we would like to not only see the date, we would like to see the time component of the date. You select 12-hour format, so it will include the time as well. So it is good for the learning purpose, though even we don't need it practically in real life. So, but it is good to understand the scheduling. Then we select the currency. Okay, so first time you select the INR here, then later you can come back and select your Tanzanian shilling as well. So in the search box, you type INR. INR, that's going to narrow down, right? You select and click on the selection button, the green plus button, this one. So this will help you select. Now, after that, you select the assistance. Assistance means help. What do you need the help for? So you need the help for the new wizard, new resource. So that's okay. But you definitely you don't need help for the new activity. So you uncheck this box. Uncheck this box. Okay. Use new activity wizard, uncheck this. Now you select application. So in the application, you select here. So what would you like to see when you start the application? I'll tell you, the best thing that you should be seeing is the list of the projects, right? You click on the projects and then you would be seeing the list of the projects. So when you start the application, right? So you will be seeing this tab. Even if you close all the tabs and restart the Primavera, you will immediately see the list of the projects, which is quite reassuring that your data is there and it is intact. Then password we can skip. Then we come to the resource analysis. The setting which is provided is correct. So we don't have to change anything here. This is set according to PMI standards. Then we come to the calculations. Even the calculations are set according to PMI standards. We don't need to change. And then we come to the startup filters. So for the startup filters, we just make sure that we have selected these options. So Praveen, you make sure that you know all these options are selected.
Yes. Done, sir.
Okay, done. Now you click on the close button at the bottom. So you know all these changes will be applied, right? So you will see that it is reloading itself. Now let me show you that what changes you are seeing here. So let me, because the amount of the data has increased due to the conversion, and you can see that the duration is having the fraction, right? You can see 588 days and 3 hours, 5 hours, 4 hours, right? You can see the fraction of the day, right?
Yes.
So you can see the time component. Do you see the time component here in the date or the start date? And you can see the increase in the number of the digits. Because when you multiply 1 with 83, so the number of the digits, they increase, right?
Right.
Do you see that? So what you can do, you can stretch these columns a little bit more. So that you see the monetary symbol. See, if the monetary symbol is not visible, it means the part of the data is basically hidden out of the view, which is not going to give you the correct interpretation. You won't be able to understand, right? So this is how you get the rupees. Now, if you want to change the currency, once again, let's say I would like to see the value of this project in Tanzanian shillings. So what do? I go to the user preferences once again. And from here, I will select the currency. And then I will click on the search box and I will type here TZS and click on the green selection button. And then I will close this box by clicking on the close button. So now it will immediately reload, and now you can see the number of the digits have increased, right? Because you're multiplying $1 with 2531, I believe. So what you can do, you can double click like this, right? So you can see the complete digits, right? Okay. So that looks good. So basically you can
Yes.
currency and you can get a true conversion. So only Primavera lets you do it because it has a master database against the US dollar. So $1 and what is the conversion rate against $1, so that you can keep it in the master and you can have a look at it, right? Now, what we will do, that we will basically switch off all the, basically close all the tabs here. You click on this close button here, cross button. Yeah, one by one, you close all the tabs. Now you don't have any tabs at all, right? So all the screen is empty, but what you see on the top, just read. What is there on the top? What does it say?
Project open in database.
Yeah, it is basically a project is still loaded into the memory, but it is not being displayed, right? So basically in the Primavera, if you close the tab, that doesn't mean that the project has been closed. The project data is still loaded into the memory, but it is not being displayed. Now, what is the symbol of the project? So guys, have a very careful look at this, okay? This green toffee-like button, right? I call it green toffee, okay? So this is the symbol of activities tab, right? Remember, click this and you will get the activities tab, right? And since the WBS is also part of the project, and if you click on the WBS button, you will get the WBS tab, right? So you will get the WBS and activities because they are inside a project, right? Okay, now let me tell you one more thing. If you press Control W, what it will do, it will unload one or many projects from the memory. So why you should unload a project? Because if you unload a project, the data which you have updated will be taken from the local memory and it will be sent to the database for safekeeping, right? So now what happens if your laptop crashes, you can go and log in from another laptop and you can see the same data because the data has been kept in the database server, right? So it is just like having an excess amount of money in your pocket and you don't want to be robbed. So what do? You go to the nearest bank and you deposit the money into your account there. Then you can go to another city, travel to another city and withdraw the money from the ATM using your debit card, right? Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. So if you put the money into your bank account, it is there, but nobody can rob it from you, right? Okay. So do you want to close this project? You say yes. So then you will observe something. So once the project is unloaded from the memory, so it is saved into the database and read, what does it say?
No current project.
No current project. And you will see that when you don't have a project in the memory, you will see most of the buttons are inactivated, right? You see that? They are inactive because you don't have a project to work upon. Now, the rest of the buttons which are active, they don't require to work upon the project. They work upon something else, right? Okay. Now, let us do this thing. Let us exit. You click on the file and exit. Okay, so you have exit out of the Primavera. Now you restart the Primavera. Okay, so what do you observe, guys? You observe that it opens the project tab, right? Did you note that?
Well, we
Yes.
didn't use the preferences. We said like we want
Yes,
to see projects.
we had told the Primavera that whenever I start the Primavera, even if all the screens are closed, you should know why you should do this. I'll tell you. So, because many of the people, they would see a blank screen and they will get panicked. Okay. So, it is for that reason. So you are assured that all your data is here. And if you want to load a project, you can select a project, you can load it. Okay. Now let us do this thing. You close this tab once again. Now, does it mean that you'll have to reload the Primavera to see the project? No. So guys, have a very careful look at this button and you keep the shape and structure of this button in your mind. This is the button to get the list of the projects, right? So you remember this button. And if you want to learn it faster, you can print the document number 1, which I shared with you, right? Click it. So you get a list of the project, right? And if you want to load any particular project, you can select a particular project. And if you want to load multiple projects, you can, if you want to, suppose you want to load all of these 6 projects here, right? If you want to load all the 6 projects, then what you can do, that you can right click here on the group and open project option. You know what it's going to do? It's going to load all the 6 projects into the memory. All the 6 child projects or constituent projects into the memory, right? So once you click on the open project, it's going to load 6 projects into the memory, right?
Will I click it? Okay.
Okay, so open.
You want me to open it? Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, when you load large number of the projects, so that's going to occupy more memory. So you can see the number of the projects which have been loaded on the top. Do you see that? You can count how many project the IDs are there. 1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, right? You can see. So if you want to still count without looking at the top, just do one thing. You click on the collapse button, it will show you the list of the projects here. Right? Do you see the 6 projects here? Collapse all?
Yeah.
6, right? These are the top level of the project, right? And each of them are individual projects. So which are part of the group. So why does the Primavera let you multiple projects into the memory? What is the practical use? What is the utility? Now, if you are working as project manager, a program manager or a portfolio manager, sometimes there might be a relationship between the activities of one project into the another project. What is the reason? I will give you just one example. Suppose you have a big equipment, right, which has to be shared between multiple projects. So it means that it can go in a sequence from one project to the next one, right?
Yes.
And if you want to avoid a scheduling conflict, then what do you do? So when you assign this machine to different activities and different projects, so you basically link up the activities in finish to start relationship. So what happens? So the schedule of the machine will be created correctly according to the according to the availability of the equipment from one project to another. So there won't be any scheduling conflict. There won't be any common dates utilizing the same machine, right? Is that clear? So that this machine can be used in a sequential manner across all the 6 projects. So that could be one probable reason that you would need to load multiple projects at the same time. So Primavera is a program management software. So that's why it lets you do that, right? Now, how to unload the project from the memory? What is the best practice? Always unload the project from the memory for safekeeping on the server, right? So how do you do it? Control W. So press Control W and you click yes. So look at the top. So what does it say?
No current project.
No current project, right? Okay. Now let us switch over. Let us switch the currency back to the INR. So you click on the user preferences, then you use the currency INR. And you click on the close. Okay, fine. Now, what is the next thing? So the next thing is that, so guys, do you want to take a break or continue? Because
I do have a
so you
yeah. Let's continue because I have a meeting in in an hour time.
Oh, in an hour's time. So I think you will be finished much before that. Okay. So let's continue. But if you need to go to the washroom or something, please do let me know. We'll wait for you. Right. So you want to go to the washroom or something? Or so
Yes, yes, sir. 2 minutes, 2 minutes only.
yes, please come. Yes, yeah. Please be comfortable. We'll wait for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I just need a table. That's why I don't have a table. That's why it's a little bit tricky for me to put this thing like the setup in my room.
Because it's kind of messy, right? Working from your end.
How do you call that hoodie? The thing that you
We call it Udu.
Let's go.
Okay. So you're back. You're back.
Yeah.
Win.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Sylvester, you are here.
Yes, I am back.
Okay, great. Now we are going to learn about the EPS. EPS, if you look here carefully, you see this pyramid symbol, this is how the data is represented, right? Okay. So let me show it to you. So first of all, you collapse the data. EPS means enterprise project structure. Okay. Now you switch over to the chart view. You just click here, it will switch over to a chart view. So what is there at the top? Right? You will see this pyramid symbol, right? So, this is the top of the pyramid. This is the tip of the pyramid. So as you go down, so the pyramid expands. So you click here. Do you see that it expanded, right?
Yes.
So the data which is contained in the enterprise, it is like a pyramid. Okay, so you can click on the minus button to fit the data on the screen. You just click here, zoom out, so it will fit. So when you expand each of the levels, it will expand even further. For example, if you expand the engineering and construction, so it will expand even further, right? You click this. Now it is expanding in the horizontal direction, right? So let me show it to you how you can make it expand so right now it is vertical. So if you want to make it expand, so you select here horizontal, right? So it expands further, right? If you expand all the groups below here, okay, so it's going to look like a pyramid, right? It already is starting to look like a pyramid, right?
Yes.
Right? Here. Do you see that? Okay, if you expand this corporate group and if you make that data go horizontal, right? And if you expand the information technology group and if you make the data look horizontal. So you can see that it looks like a pyramid. So, that's why the symbol of the pyramid is used to basically symbolize the enterprise project structure. Enterprise project structure, how the projects are aligned or structured under the enterprise. That's why it is called EPS, enterprise project structure, right? So if you expand and expand, it's going to increase more and more. Now, if you click on the expand all, you click on the expand all. So it's going to look like this. And if you want to see the whole thing, you click on the zoom out and it's going to zoom out and fit it onto the screen as much as possible, right? Okay, fine. So if you have a bigger monitor, maybe you can read that, okay? Now, what do? You click on the table. So it's going to go into the tabular view. So it looks like this, right? Okay, so now let us collapse it all. You click on the collapse all. Okay, now after that, you expand the enterprise. Expand the enterprise. And then you expand the energy. Okay, now you are having a meeting with your boss and you are having a meeting with the CEO. Now, what the CEO is saying to you, he's saying that Sylvester, so we are doing good business in the energy sector. So I feel that before we get lots of projects, so let us subdivide the energy portfolio into three programs, right? He says that, there are three classifications of the energy in my mind. One is the renewable. Then second category of the energy projects that we are doing is non-renewable. And third kind of the category of the projects that we are doing is nuclear energy, right? These are the three forms of energy. What is renewable? Wind, solar, hydro, right? Wind energy, solar energy, and hydro. And what is the non-renewable? So the power stations which are fired by coal, which are fired by gas, right? Which are fired by the liquefied petroleum, right? And the nuclear is nuclear, right? So what he says that we will hire three program managers as well, right? Okay, so let's do it. So now, so we will use the EPS tool. So guys, this pyramid, if you click it, it's going to pop up the EPS toolbox. Right? You see that EPS toolbox? Now, first thing that you should be doing is change the font. You select your favorite font, that is Vardhana Regular 9. Okay, Vardhana Regular 9. You select the font here, you type here V for Vardhana, then you get Vardhana. And then you can use the size 9 because you are using a bigger monitor. You are doing the right thing. Okay. So what you have is Vardhana regular 9. And if you want to make it a little bit more comfortable, you can stretch it. Then you can increase the column size. And if you can pull it from the bottom, then you can increase the height as well, right? So what you have is this. Okay. Now under the energy, we want to create 3 new programs. So what is the energy services? Actually, to be very, very clear, we write the word portfolio like this, portfolio, energy services portfolio, because this is the portfolio. Everything which is directly under the enterprise is portfolio, and anything which is under the portfolio is a program. You can see it here, right? You see this program? Okay, so we are going to create 3 new programs under the energy services portfolio. And for that, we click on the add button and it will add a blank row here. Now we push this row and bring it below the energy. Push it up, shift up, stop. Now we have to push it toward the right side so that it becomes a child. So it becomes a child element. Now you write the code here in this, in the EPS ID, you write here REN in the caps. REN, you write here REN in the capital letters. Then you come to the EPS name. So that should be normal. You write here renewable energy program. Renewable NEWABLE energy program. That's perfect spelling. Good. Press enter. No, we don't need that A. Yeah, that's perfect. Now you press enter. Okay, so Praveen, you are synchronized.
Once again, energy program.
Yes. So you look at your demo screen.
Yeah, done.
Okay, now we will use the copy paste method. We don't have to type. So there is a copy button here. Once you click on the copy, then you will see the paste is active, right? Okay, now you click on the paste. And then do you want to copy the project? You say no, we don't want to copy the project. We just only want to copy the group name. Now this has been pasted like a child, but it is the child of the energy. So we shift it left so that it comes under the reference of the energy. Now, what is the code for this non-ren? So you change only very little of this and you change it to non-ren. So you go to the beginning, you just add the word non, N-O-N, R-E-N. No, there's no space here. No space, no space. Correct. Now here, you don't have to type the whole thing. That's why we copy pasted. You just go to the beginning and you type here non, N-O-N, and you put a dash. Yeah, correct. Then you press enter, right? Okay. Now we can click on the paste button once again. Because see, once we copy something, it stays in the clipboard. And then okay. Now here we change the EPS ID to nuke, N-U-C. That is the short code for nuclear in caps. Correct. Press enter. Then you add the word nuclear in front of the you remove the word renewable and you replace that with the word nuclear. Okay. Capital N, nuclear energy program. Okay.
Yes.
Nuclear energy program, right? So it looks good. So you have this structure. You can see in this toolbox when you work on this, it puts the things here, right? Do you see that?
Yeah.
It is making the changes here.
Yes.
Oh, don't shift that. My lines don't shift. Okay. Okay, fine. So, okay. Now you click on the close button. Okay. So you have done this. Now what your boss is saying that you select so guys, just make sure, especially Praveen, just make sure that, this column is sorted. You must have a triangle pointing upwards. You see this triangle here?
Right.
Hmm?
Yes.
So it means that the data
Right.
will have the same sequence as on the demo screen. So now you select the first
Yes.
and you cut them. Control X. Select these first two, you select just like in Excel, you do Control X. You do the same thing here, right? Control X. Yeah, you have cut the data. Now you select the renewable and you paste it, Control V. To paste, use the shortcut Control V. V for victory, so it will paste, right? Okay. Now you select the next two. You select 870-910, cut, paste into the non-red. No, not copy, cut, not copy, not Control C, Control X. Okay, we don't want a copy. We want them to be moved. Control X. Cut. Yes. Now you paste it here. Control V. Correct. Now you cut the remaining two into the nuclear energy program. Control X.
Oh, Control X. Sorry.
Control X. Yeah, you do Control X to cut. Yeah. And then you do Control V. Okay, that's good. So you've done that, right? So you can see the data is inside these groups, right? Right. Okay. Now we are going to analyze the data. Now let me do this thing. Let me mark. Now what your boss is asking, that he's saying that, Sylvester, tell me that which program is having the maximum value of the projects. So what do you reply to him? So what do you tell him?
Nuclear energy program.
Correct. So what he will do, he will tell the guys working on the nuclear energy program. So guys, this nuclear energy program is doing good and we have very high value projects. And if you need any resources or any kind of help, you can tell me, right? And then he's asking you, tell me which program is having the least value of the projects. So what do you tell him?
Renewable energy program.
Renewable. So what he's going to do, he's going to address the marketing guys. He's going to tell them, look, guys, and you guys should be doing more efforts to get more projects. We have more bandwidth here. We have more capability here. But what we need is more work, right? Is that clear? So what he's saying that to the portfolio manager, he says that, okay, just don't worry, to help you to develop the business in your portfolio, I'm going to appoint 3 program managers. So I will provide you 3 program managers for these 3 programs, right? Is that clear? To help reduce the load on him, so he can be more free to develop the business, right? So he tells this to the portfolio manager, the energy portfolio manager. So he says that I'm going to appoint 3 program managers for the respective programs. Now, how do you see the manager? That is if you want to see the manager, so first of all, you select the portfolio, then you click on the detail. So if you click on the detail, so you can go to the general tab. So you can see that there is a column here, responsible manager, right? So he is the manager. Now, if you look at the symbol of the manager, the symbol is matching this one. Do you see that? There is a man with a blue board, and this is a man without any board, right? So what is the difference between the two? A blue board. So what is the significance of the blue board? The significance of the blue board is that this guy who is having a blue board, he is a board member. So who is a board member? CEO, portfolio manager, program manager, and not the project manager, because the project manager is a resource who works inside the project as a resource. And these guys are outside all the projects, so they are managing the business, right? Is that clear? So these are indicated with a blue board with the human icon, right? And then if you look at this icon here, you will see a human being with an activity symbol behind him. So basically, this is a list of the resources and their activities, what they are doing, which resource is having which activity. It can start a new tab here if you have a project loaded, right? So we will understand it later. Now, this is the responsible manager. This is called OBS, Organization Breakdown Structure. Now we will work upon that. We will create the positions of 3 program managers who will take care of the renewable, non-renewable and nuclear energy programs, right? Now to create the managers, so we click on the OBS tool. Okay, click this. So you get a toolbox, right? So what do you do with this toolbox? You configure that a little bit. You push this up and you stretch it from the bottom to increase the height so that you can see more data. You can increase the size of the column, and then you select your favorite font, right? So that you can see a little bit bigger size, right? You select, yeah. Okay. So, Praveen, so please tell me you are synchronized up to.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're done? Oh,
Yes, yes, yes.
that's very good.
Yes.
Now, actually, these are the people. So basically, let me write something here. So, the enterprise is managed by which guy? What is the name of that role? The enterprise is managed by CEO, right?
Oh,
Right. So I write the CEO here. So this is the guy who manages the enterprise. So the CEO is managing the enterprise. Then all the guys that report to him directly, they're all the portfolio managers. So who is this guy? This is an energy. So the energy is managed by portfolio manager. So he is the energy. Just a moment. So I think Sylvester, you can write it correctly. So you write here portfolio manager, PORT, folio manager, right? So he is the portfolio manager. Correct. Press enter to save the data. Correct. Now, what he's saying that, this portfolio manager, his heads are chock full. So he wants them, basically he wants 3 program managers to be recruited, placed under him, right? 1, 2, 3 positions are to be created under him. So if you want to create a new position, you click on the add button. So it will create a new row and you push that row outwards toward the right side. And then you write this name here and then you add the word manager. So it will become renewable energy program manager. Okay, you write it like that. Renewable energy program manager. 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 Right? And you press enter. Now, once you press enter, you realize that you need more space. You can drag this column, right? Just drag this. First of all, you drag this. Make sure that you're looking at the complete text more, little bit more. Give it more space, because you are going to type in longer text, right? Yeah, that's better. Now you click on the copy and then you paste it. Be smart, right? And you shift that left side. You click here. Now you make the required changes only. Do not retype the whole thing. Only make little changes. Observe what you need to change. Change only that much.
Non.
And you go to the end and you can remove the dash one because it is put by the Primavera to make it unique. You make it non-duplicate. That's why. Okay, then you can click on the paste once again. And you do the same thing. Now you guys are very smart. And you press enter. Right. Okay. I'll wait here. So, Praveen, please confirm.
Yeah, done.
So, guys, you just created the position. Now, let us look at the responsibility. So click on the responsibility tab. It's blank. They have got nothing, right? Right. So these three guys, they will not have any responsibility because you just created the position. But if you click on the portfolio manager, he will have lots of responsibility. He will be responsible for all the 6 projects, right? If you click that, you will see a long list of the responsibilities, right? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. If you push this box a little bit more up and you stretch it from the bottom, so you will be able to see a lot of responsibilities he is carrying right now. Okay. And you have to from here. You can see a lot of responsibilities. He is having the energy. Now, what your boss is saying, he's saying is that he should be only handling the portfolio so that he can spend more time developing the business rather managing the projects, right? So he says that you
Yes.
hand over this project to the newly appointed program managers, and he should be having only the portfolio and he will work full time on developing the business, putting more work into the work pipeline so that we all stay employed, right? Okay, so let us do this thing. Let us first close this. Now we are going to shift the projects. Okay, we are going to reassign the projects to their to their respective managers. Okay, now let us start with the renewable energy program. You click this. Now we have to not only assign the project to the program, but also to the projects under it. Now, if you look at the responsible manager, it is CEO, which is not right. Actually, this should be assigned to the program manager. Just wait, not right now. Now no, just not right now. First, you close the box. Let me explain something. Now you select the project here under this sunset goal. And you look at the manager, right? Does it look right? No. This should be again with the renewable energy program manager, right? So now let me tell you something. You listen to me carefully. You select the program. Okay. Now, guys, I'm going to teach you a technique, but you have to understand it with a keen attention. See, when I want to update the projects also with the appropriate manager, I have to open all the projects, but I don't have to open them one by one. So what I can do, I can select the group. So right now you can see the Sunset Gorge and the Johnstown projects, they are under the renewable energy program, right? So if you open the renewable energy program, you can see these 2 projects will open up as well. When you update the program, these 2 projects will also get updated, right? So this is the concept. Now I will tell you the first step. First, you right click and open the energy program. You right click. Open. Correct. So you will see 2 projects will also get loaded into the memory, right? Do you see on the top?
Yeah.
Or into the memory. Now you come back to the projects list. Come to the project list. Now your cursor may go off this program, so you bring the cursor back onto the program. So once you have done that, select this, select the program. Okay, now you select the appropriate manager by clicking here, right? So if you click here, it's going to show up a pop-up. And within the pop-up, you can select. But since you are using the pop-up for the first time, so what do you need to do? You need to configure that. You increase the size a little bit. I think if you increase it up to here, it should be fine. Then you increase the column width, you can see the complete text. And of course, you need your best font. So here is your font button. So you click there and then you select the best font, right? So which you are very much comfortable with, right? Now you select the manager, which is the renewable, right? And you click on the selection and then you confirm it, yes. Now, you know what happens is the project were in the memory, so it will update the project as well. You know, this is a technique, but if you don't do it like that, then you will have to update the projects one by one by one. If there are 100 projects, you will have to do something 100 times. So you want to be smart. Now, let us check the manager. So this manager is correct? Yes or no, guys?
Yes.
Yes, yes,
Now, you select the Sunset Gorge. It should be having the same manager. Renewable Energy Program Manager. Is it correct?
yes,
Okay, now check the Johnstown. So does it have the correct manager? You should check your data always, right? Correct. So these two projects should be under the program management of renewable energy program. Now, since you have updated these two projects, your job is done. Now, what is the best practice? If you're done with some data, you unload the data from memory, right? So do you unload? What is the shortcut to unload
Control
the data?
W.
Yes,
Control W.
yes, very good. So go ahead. That's a best practice, right? Okay. Now you do the same process with the non-renewable energy program, right? You right click and open project. Now you come back to the project tab. Okay, so you do the same thing. You come back and you change the manager to the appropriate one. Now I believe that you can use your wise judgment to do it. Now, whenever you make changes, you should be doing self-diligence, means that you should check what you have done. Is it correct? Is it correct? Yes. Now, what you should be doing? Unload the data
Unload.
memory, Control W, right? So that you don't mix or mess the data, right? Okay, this is a safe practice. Okay. Now, you will open and you will come back to the project tab. Then you will select the program once again. And then you will select the manager, nuclear, update, click yes. Okay, great. Now, after you have done that, you should check, does it have the correct one? Yes. Then you say
Yes.
unload. Are you sure you want to close this project? Yes, I want to close the project, right? Okay. So guys, so what you have done today, you have learned the fundamentals of the project management, and then you have learned how to set up the interface and various important buttons of the interface. This button, you know, these are the important buttons that you have been using throughout the day, right? Okay. Then
right.
you have learned how to save the data by pressing the Control W. You're pushing the data from the local memory to the database. So you have understood the structure of the data, EPS, OOBS, and now we are done with the agenda for the day, right? So I think it was quite a good day. And now I would like to hear some questions from you, and then we can go. So any questions, Sylvester? Okay, just don't worry, guys. If you don't have any questions right now, if you come across any questions in the night, so you write it down, right? So you write it down, and we can basically answer those questions in the morning tomorrow. Because I'm not going to hold you because you have to go for a meeting, and I believe that I have to give you some buffer time as well, right? Okay.
Thank you.
Sir,
Thank you very much. Yep.
I have, sir, I have a question.
Yeah, quickly, so that Sylvester can hear the
Sir,
answer.
yeah, before we do entry in enterprises, so is compulsory to organization structure made.
Yes, you must, because if you don't create a structure, haphazard, you are a civil engineer. You just imagine that you are going to create a township from scratch. If you don't mark out the sectors, how are the people going to found the houses later? You have to first cut the entire town into sectors, sector number 1, 2, 3. Then within the sector, you must have the blocks, and within the blocks, you must have the house numbers. Right? Is that clear?
Okay.
Have you seen that our ancient, the cities which were ancient and now they are so haphazard. If you go to the cities, for example, in India, we have cities which are more than, 2000 years, 3000 years old. Very difficult to find a house, very difficult to find an address. But if you go to any of the new parts of the cities, like if you come to Noida or Greater Noida, these cities, they have been developed from large areas of land from scratch. They have straight roads, roads intersecting at 90 degrees angles. They have the sector numbers, right? The sector numbers, they are opposite. On one side, you have the even number sector. On the other side, you have the odd number sector. It is so easy to drive in and find a house, right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
So similarly, when you are going to set up a new database, you have to set up what kind of businesses they are doing. So you create those businesses as portfolios. And if the business have been further subdivided, you can create the programs. If not, you can put the projects directly under the portfolios. Portfolios are compulsory, programs are optional, right? Is that clear?
Okay, sir.
Okay, is that clear to you, Sylvester?
Okay.
Yes.
So organize your hard disk as well, right? You should create, just like we created this EPS, you should create the proper folder breakdown structure. You organize your files, organize your life, right? Because you should be the most organized person in the bunch. That's what will make you the leader. Okay, fine. You should have a good control on the time. I will talk about that later tomorrow, right? So right now, I let Sylvester go and take care of his meetings. Okay, guys?
Sir,
Good.
recording,
Thank you.
recording,
Bye-bye.
sir. Where is it, sir?
Recording is in your computer. It's in your computer. If you want to see it, you share your screen. I will just show it to you that where it is. I'll just show it to you. You just share your screen.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Now, just give me the remote control. Okay, I'll just show it to you. So first of all, we will go to the C drive. In the C drive, so just a moment. In the C drive, we have a folder which is called the users, right? So then we will go into the folder which is having your own login name, right? So you will see one folder with your login name. So we go into the users.
Public.
I believe that you are using this folder, Praveen, right? Your login name is Praveen. Now inside the Praveen, you will see documents. So I click on the documents. So once you go inside the document, you will see this folder Zoom. So this has been automatically created by Zoom, right? And this is your folder for today, which is containing the recorded file, right? So right now the recording is going to be converted. You don't have to do the double click. It's saying the double click to convert. You don't have to do it, right? So when I close the meeting, this file will start converting. So then you can come.
Cost control.
Okay.
And you're right, the time and cost were the two main constraints. And I asked my supervisor, which one is the most important? He said, well, there's not the most important. Both of them are most important. But I think you're right. I think time is can be more crucial than even.
Yeah, because if you talk to the client, can you give me more time to complete the project? He will say no. But if you want for more money, some clients may agree. You say that okay, fine. If you need more money, more funds too. If you want to add more man and machine to increase the rate of the work and reduce the duration, you're welcome, right? But the
Right,
client
yeah.
always approaches you with a fixed unit of time. He says that okay, I want to get this project done within 2 years, and let me find out that who says yes. So he might talk to say 5 or 6 vendors or companies, and whoever says yes, so he gets the contract, he gets the business, right? Okay,
All
so
right.
basically we need to have control on the activities. For that, we must put a definite start and finish date on each and every activity. So when we link up the activities, then it will create the overall duration of the project. And then you will get a finish date, a predictable and stable finish date for the project as well. And the schedule is consisting of start and finish date, as you know right now. And schedule is created by calendar, right? And I want you to read this 6 rules. Why? Because I want these to echo in your mind forever. Read them.
Schedule,
Okay.
start, finish is created by calendar. Schedule is adjusted by critical paths, non-working days like weekends and holidays. Schedule is adjusted by dependencies, lead and lag time. Schedule is adjusted by date constraints. Schedule is adjusted by activity types, only Primavera. Schedule is adjusted by resources, labor and non-labor.
Okay. So basically, if you talk about the labor and non-labor, so labor means man and non-labor means machine. So that is an American terminology. It is mentioned inside the Primavera that if you want to create a human resource, you will select the button labor. When you want to create a machine resource, so you will select the button non-labor. Okay, just keep that fact in mind. And the rule number 5, activity types, is only Primavera. It's a special, very much special feature, and which is available only in Primavera. Okay. Now, if you look at the first rule, it says created. But if you look at the remaining rules, what do they say? Adjusted. Okay.
Adjusted.
Yeah, adjusted. So they only adjust what has been created. So first you create the schedule by using the calendar. Then you adjust them by using the other knowledge of the critical path, non-working days. Then you adjust it by the dependency. Why do you adjust? Because you want your schedule to be very realistic, which is useful to control the project in the real life, right? Okay. It should be very much near to the practical way that we do work. Now, what is the calendar? So, do you know about the history of the calendar, how it came into being, and what would have been the problem if the humanity didn't create a calendar? Okay. No. So let me tell you the history of the calendar. Actually, in the beginning, the mankind was, as far as the known history, in the beginning, man was hunter-gatherer, right? So they will just like the other apes. So, they used to live in groups and they will basically live in some safe distance from the jungle in some caves or something. So whenever they were hungry, they will form a group so that there is safety within the group. So they will go out into the jungle, they will hunt. Then when so a hunter and gather. So they will hunt, and when they were on their way back, they will gather some like eatables, like some vegetarian stuff, like vegetables, fruits, shrubs, herbs, so which are useful for them. So basically, they didn't need a calendar. But what happened after some time, as mankind was evolving, so they noticed that whatever seeds that they were throwing away, were discarding, they were growing into new useful plants, and they were getting more stuff from those. So then mankind realized that why don't we just grow them ourselves in large numbers? If we grow them ourselves, if we facilitate that, and we facilitate them to grow, then we can get them near our dwellings. They started to do it. Then after some time, so mankind then realized that we need to be near some sources of the water, right? For doing the agricultural work, right? So mankind, so what they did, they started to move near the sources of water, which were the rivers. If you looked at the history of the world, you will see that the major civilizations have developed near the river. Like if you look at the Egyptian civilization, right? So it is developed near the Nile River, and then in Iraq, the ancient civilization is near the Tigris and the Euphrates River, and in India, so you have the Sindhu River, you have the Ganges River. So the northern plains of India, they had a great civilization that developed near the sources of fresh water, because the sources of the fresh water provided the agriculturist, the man has now turned into agriculturist. Now, what the man did, so instead of the hunting, they started to basically bring the animals into the farming practices. They created farms. They brought in the goats, sheep, horses, buffaloes, camels, and useful birds like hen and then turkeys. And they started to grow them in farms and domesticate them for meat and milk and also the fiber like wool, right? So basically, the mankind started agriculture and those farming practice. But for the agriculture, you got to be very specific with the knowledge of the seasons because certain food grains or fruits or vegetables they grow more in certain seasons. So you should know the right time to sow them, right?
Right.
So you must have also observed that there are certain fruits and vegetables, like for an example, India, the watermelons, cantaloupes, and cucumbers, and fruits like that. They grow more during the summer. We find them more during the summer, and in the winter we find more of the citrus fruits, apples, and all that. So basically, it was very important for the agriculturists to know the season. So the first calendar, basically, mankind also observed, that a particular season repeats itself after 365 days, right? So then the earliest ever calendar which was created, so that was used to track the seasons. So mankind could see that the season is repeating itself after 365 days, and before the onset of the season, they will sow the seeds at the right time to get the maximum yield. So the earliest calendar, they were used to track the seasons. Then later, after after the mankind, it ensured a lot of supply of food, the regular supply of food from the farming practices and the agricultural practices. Then mankind started to express happiness over the seasons, right? In India, the season of the rains is a great joy, right? The onset of the basically the springtime, like when the winter goes away, it's a very pleasant time. So basically, it's a time of renewal in the nature. So basically, the Indian New Year is basically around that time only at the onset of the springtime. Okay, so then after basically the calendar started to mark the cultural events. After the culture, after see first it was used for agriculture, then culture, and then came the religion, right? So basically the calendar that we are using right now internationally, this is called the Christian era calendar, in which the year zero is considered the year of Lord Christ's birth. So in India we have our own Hindu calendar to mark our festivals. So that is right now running into the year 2080. And similarly the Arabs, they have their own calendar, which I believe is running into the year 1426. Okay, so different cultures have their own calendar to basically take care of their own basically festivals, functions, and celebration. But the original use of the calendar was for agriculture. The culture and the religion angle came later. So that's why, as a project manager, I want to make sure that I make the best use of the limited time which I have, because time is one of the greatest resource that a man can have. Right? You cannot get done the time. You cannot go back to your school again. You can't be young again, right?
Right.
Okay. So basically, as a project manager, also I have to make sure that whatever the limited time that I have signed the contract with the client, so I should be able to finish my projects within the promised date and the duration. So what we do, we start to schedule the activities by calendar. So let us learn the first rule. So to learn all the 6 rules, so we will go into the Primavera and we will create our own separate portfolio, learning and development portfolio. And within that portfolio, we will create these 6 lessons like a project, and we will put some activities there. Then we will see that how does it work? How does the scheduling work? Now, let me tell you guys, I lay very great emphasis on the scheduling because the scheduling can make or break your career, right? Because I have got feedback from many of my students. They told me that we were working in Australia, we created wrong schedules, and after 1 or 2 warnings, and we were fired from the job. Because if you can't do the job practically, then you are not fit. So basically, you should be absolutely perfect in the scheduling. So, and if you make a mistake in the cost calculation, that will not be immediately visible. But if you make a mistake in the scheduling, that would be a pity. So that would be immediately visible. So it is better that you learn the scheduling absolutely perfectly. So let us do it. So first of all, let's go to the Primavera.
Okay.
So you start your Primavera, you can click and you launch the oh, you're already there. Yes. Now, once you are there in the Primavera, so we are going to create a new portfolio, right? We have this portfolio like engineering and construction energy. We will create a new portfolio, learning and development. To create a new portfolio, we click on this portfolio tool. So which is the pyramid. So you click on this pyramid symbol. So once you have clicked on the pyramid symbol, you will be here. So Praveen, please confirm that you are synchronized.
Yes, yes.
Okay, now you click on the add button. So you can see a new row has been created. You push this row and bring it just below the enterprise. Now in this, basically that is the ID. You write here L and D. Just like ENC in the same format, you write L, ampersand and D. Same format, L and D. So shorthand, you will find it over the 7. Okay, great. Now here you write in the same format, learning and development. Portfolio, you can add the word portfolio, right? To be explicitly clear. Learning and development portfolio. And you press enter. So this will be created. So the portfolio has been created. You will note that whenever you create a new portfolio, it is by default assigned to the CEO, right?
Yeah.
Because why? Because CEO is the best person to reassign it. He knows that who should be doing this. Now he says that, okay, Sylvester, I want a portfolio manager to be appointed, right, to take care of this portfolio. Now, what is the purpose of this portfolio? So we'll be using the time of the project managers in waiting, right? You are on the bench, right? You just finished a project, you are waiting for the next one. So we'll use the time to train the freshers, right? Okay, so that's how the big organizations, they utilize the time of the project managers productively, right? They use the experience of the project managers to train the freshers. So now the next step is that we are going to create the position or the manager, portfolio manager, to take care of the learning and development portfolio and reassign the portfolio to that position, right? Okay, now this has been created. So we close this. You click on the close. So once you clicked on the close, now we are going to select OBS tool to create the manager, right? Okay. Now you click on the add button. So once you clicked on the add, now you select, you just type here, learning and development portfolio manager. Learning and development portfolio manager. Portfolio manager. So what you have done, you have created a manager just right now. You just created the manager. Like if you look at the responsibility, it will be blank because he has to be assigned a portfolio. Just click on the responsibility button. Just tab. It's blank, right? Now select the energy portfolio manager. You will see that he's managing his portfolio, right? He's responsible for the energy portfolio only, right?
Yes.
Because this is what the boss told yesterday. Now, if you click on the nuclear energy program manager, you will see that he is responsible for the program and is responsible for the 2 projects which are part of this program, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so this is how the things are organized in a big organization. So, there is a very clear chain of command and reporting relationship. He is the top guy. Then, all these portfolio managers, they report to him, and all these program managers, they report to the portfolio managers and the programs which are containing the projects. So they have the reporting relationship with the project manager. But the project manager won't be here because the project manager is actually a resource. He is not part of the board member. So he would be inside this, right? He will be part of the resource group. He will be inside the resources. Okay. Now we close this box. So we have done. Now, after we have created the manager, we are going to apply the manager to the portfolio. So you select this portfolio. Now you reassign it, you hand it over from CEO to the respective portfolio manager. Now you can see the manager here, right?
Yes.
Now you select it and you click on the assign. So once you clicked on the assigned button, it is reassigned, right?
सर मैं मेरा नहीं हुआ सर
Hmm?
एलएनडी में एलएनडी के बाद कहाँ जाना है
So after the L&D, you just come to the general, and in the general, you select the responsible manager.
ओके जनरल ओके
Yeah. So in the general tab, you will find the details.
या ओके
Okay.
डन
Mr. Sajoy, can you also, I remember you mentioned it yesterday and you mentioned today that project manager are not part of the board because they're not resources, yeah? I mean, they are the resource. They're not. Can you kind of explain a little bit that, like, why project manager cannot be, or they're not considered to be part of the
He's not
board?
a board member. He actually works inside the project. So once we go inside the project, so that will be explicitly clear. So it is not
Oh,
an answer which can be given in one sentence, but definitely as we move toward, you just note this question.
okay,
You
okay.
get the answer automatically. Okay, please note this. So as we move into the resource breakdown structure, tomorrow you will automatically get the answer. So once
All
you
right.
see the picture, you will get this. So there are certain questions which I can answer immediately. There are certain questions which are actually answered by doing, right? So you'll have to wait for those answers. But definitely you keep your question pending. Don't lose the question. That's a good question.
Okay.
Okay, now what we have done that we have created the portfolio and we have assigned it to the appropriate manager. Now within the portfolio, I can create projects, right? So you can see this word project. So it means that if I click this button, you can create a project, right? So basically this add button, let me tell you that what is the purpose of this add. In every tab it can create a project. If it in the project, if you're inside the activity, it will create an activity. So it will create WBS, it will create resource, it will create reports. So this button is used to create, and the red cross button, this big one, so that is used to delete something, right? So now we want to create a project inside the learning and development. So we keep that selected and we click on the add button. So click on the add button. So once you click on the add, so already the EPS has been selected. So you click next. So then the project ID, let me write this for you. So it has to be written in a particular way. So this dash one, so let me tell you that when we work upon the next lesson, so we will do the copy paste. So when we do the copy paste, the unique project ID series will be created. The next one will be automatically created as 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on, right? And the first lesson name will be, let me write that for you, scheduling with calendars. And guys, mind it, the correct spelling of the word calendars is DARS, because some people think it is DRS. That's a little bit of law with the English language. So many words, they sound the same, but they are not the same, right?
Right.
Okay, now once you have this, so you click on the next. So then it is asking you for the start date of the project. So, and as a project manager, I always sensitize my students to start planning early as possible, right? So we will use a future date. So we will use the date 1st September. So you go to the date of the 1st September 2025. Okay, you scroll to the month of the September, right? So why I'm doing that? I want to create a mindset, plan early, right? The sooner you plan, then what happens? You can find flaws within the plan. You can get it checked by all other subject matter experts and people, those who might object to something. You get everybody on the same board, and then you say, guys, okay, if you have to say something, say it right now. Say it right, and you have it right now. Let's have all the arguments and the discussions. And I want a project plan to be closed within the next 1 week, right? So once you have basically done that, then you have a little bit of adjustment. Then I think you might not have to change the date or the plan, and you can use that plan as a baseline, right? So the date you want to start the project is 1st of the September. So you are an early planner, right? And then the
Yeah.
start time will be, so you can select here, the start time will be 8 a.m. So if you scroll either way, you will get 8 a.m. Up or down, you just continue to scroll. 8 a.m. Okay, now click on the select and just hang on here. So Praveen, please confirm that you are done the same.
Done, sir. Done,
Oh,
done.
so make sure that you're having 1st September 8 a.m.
Right. Mm.
Now click on the next. Next. So after you clicked on the next, so then you click on the finish. You know, this kind of interface is called the project creation wizard. So what do you do with the wizard? So with the wizard, you give the answer step by step to create a particular item. Now we will look at the details of the project below. The first tab is the general. So in the general tab, you can see the general information, you can see the project ID, you can see the project name, you can see the responsible manager here, right? Then,
Yes.
then we come to, if you want, you can change it. You can change it from here. Then you click the dates. So when you look at this date, this is the plan start date, which was entered by you. This is the data date. And data date right now will be the same as the plan start date. But what is the data date? Data date is the date till which actual data has been entered, right? Suppose if your project is of 1 year and you have entered the data, that is the actual progress for up to 3 months. So it will show you the date till which you have updated the actual data, right? Because without entering the actual data, you cannot get a status of the work. You don't know whether the work is on schedule, whether the work is on the budget, right? So basically data date is the date till which actual data is updated. Now there is a date which says must finish by date. You should never use this. I had already mentioned this to you. Don't try to use it. It's not going to work for you guys. And the finish date will come when you enter at least one activity, right? And the actual start date will come when you complete at least one, when you start at least one activity. And the finish date will come when you finish the last activity inside the project, then the actual finish date will come. Right? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
So keep these various dates in mind. So actual start for the actual start of any one activity and actual finish when the last activity inside the project is finished. So actual finish date will be visible here. So that's why you don't have any finish date here because the finish date column is blank. Why this column is blank? This is blank because you have not created any one activity. So if you create at least one activity, then you can start seeing the finish date. Okay. Now we come to the default tab here. In the default tab, the most important default value is the calendar. Now, where does this calendar come from? Actually, this comes from the sample data, which is provided inside the Primavera. Why this has been provided? Because you can't create a project without a governing or the scheduling calendar. It is not possible. It is not a done thing. So it must have at least an initial calendar to begin with. Now, this is a corporate calendar, which is according to the US standards and timing. So it is having 5 days a week and the shift is like 8 to 4 p.m. It's like that. But we are going to change this calendar. We don't want to use this calendar. We will create our own, but later. First, we will go with this, right? Now, let me explain this thing. Activity ID. The starting of the activity will be prefixed by A. Then the suffix will be 1000, then the increment will be 10, right? So basically, it's going to be starting like this, A 1000, then A 1010, then A 1020. So it will be like this, okay? A 1000, A 1010, A 1020, right? So why are we keeping the gaps? So if you look carefully between any of the two series numbers, you can insert 9 new activities. But why are we keeping the gap? Because once you create an activity, so this activity might be associated with the various other thing outside the project domain, right? Okay. So it is not advisable to change the activity ID because there might be confusion. Someone might still be referring to the particular ID number. So what the project manager best practice says, keep the activity ID constant, but keep some space for new activities. Now, why do we need that? Suppose if the client changes his mind regarding the product design. If he changes the design, so in that case, we'll have to insert new activities here. So we can use the 9 empty slots. We assume that not more than 9 activities would need to be inserted between the existing ones, right? So is this clear? So that's why we are
Yes.
keeping a gap, right? So we are keeping a gap of like 10, 20. So between 10 and 20, you have empty space of 9 slots. So you can insert. So if you have, suppose if you need to insert more than 9, so what you can do, you can renumber them like 10.1, 10.2, 10.3, like that. Okay. So you can create more series like that. Now, for the duration type, we will change this option because when we apply the resources, there is a number 2 option which you can select. So that gives the best calculation. You select this fixed duration and units per time. Okay, so basically, the per hour rate of a person or the per hour rate of a machine is calculated accurately by using this setting, the duration type, which you will understand once we come to the resources. Now, after we have done these settings, so we are good to start. But before we can open the project, so it is basically good to first save the data. Do you see this floppy button is active? So if you make any changes, and if those changes haven't been saved yet, so this button will be active. So you click on this button 2 times. Okay, great. So this is just to make sure that you have saved the data. Now you refresh the data. So when you save the data, you should refresh the data. Why? Because in the future, you will be working in the networked environment, right? And when you refresh the data, you are able to see the new changes which are done by your colleagues. Okay, now after you have done that, you open the project, you right click and open. So once you open the project, you can see that there are certain columns here. So we want to see the data much more clearly. So what we do, we click on this button to hide the bottom details. You click this. Okay, now you click on the table button to only look at the table. We want to see only the table. Now what we are seeing is only the table. There are certain columns here which we don't need. So it is not that we never need this column, but we are in the planning phase. We are going according to the life cycle. The initiating phase has been cleared by your boss. Your boss has signed a contract. Now he has given you the responsibility of planning the project to you. So you are in the planning phase. So in the planning phase, you have to plan out the details of all the activities, the resources, the resource breakdown structure. You have to apply. If the planning is completed, then you will enter the execution phase. So when you're in the execution phase, you will be doing monitoring and controlling. So which will be done through the reporting activities, right? So we will learn the Primavera according to the life cycle of the project. So right now we are in the planning phase of the life cycle. Is that clear to you, both of you guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Initiating phase is completed because the contract has been signed with the client. Now we are going to plan, and we are going to plan the schedule first. So we would like to reconfigure this. So we would like to remove these 2 columns and insert two other columns which we need. Now to configure the column, it's very simple. So you can right click on any part of this strip, right? Any part of the strip you right click, you will get the menu. So in this menu, you click on the option columns. So once you have the column, so you get into the column tool. As I had told you that every tab has this column toolbox, and you have a different set of columns in every screen, right? So you need to expand it. You expand it up to the tip of the arrow. You drag it in the 45-degree angle. Drag it downwards in this direction of the arrow and just leave it there, right? So you get the right size. So this saves time because some people, they work like first they drag it this way, then they drag it this way. I said no, don't do it. You drag it this way. If you drag it this way, then you expand both the width and the height, right? So after you have done that, so we are going to remove these 2 columns. So you select the remaining duration and you click on the remove button. So you have removed it. Now you select the next one, that is the schedule percentage complete, and click on the remove. Okay. Now, first of all, if you are comfortable with the font size, it's okay. If you are comfortable, I think you are using a bigger monitor, right?
Yes.
But still, if you wish to, you may change your font to Vardhana Regular 9. Okay. Nine font. Okay. Then you click on the OK. So once you have done that, so you have selected the font. Now you will close this group, percentage completes. Now you select the finish column because we want to insert new column just after this. So you select the finish column on the right side. Okay, now the column that we want to insert is the calendar column, but I don't know where it is. Now in the Primavera, if you don't know in which group is your column, so you can find it. You can find by using the search method, right? So you click on this small little menu button, and then you select the option find, click on the find. So once you click on the find, so you will see this box here. So find what? So you type here calendar, right? So let me show you something because this thing works. If you suppose if you type a spelling like this, see guys, please notice I have typed a wrong spelling deliberately. Why? Because some people think that I have to type the complete spelling. No, it's not so, because it doesn't work like the Google search, right? Because the Google search is based upon the fuzzy logic. No, this is based upon the exact match. Now, if you type a wrong spelling and you click on the find next and see that what happens. Click on this. Click on the find next. So what does it say? It says no matches found, right? Okay, now you click on the OK. So once you click on the OK, now I'll tell you that how to play smart with the software. You don't have to type the entire spelling. You just type just first four or five characters, and most probably they will be matching, right? If you type a few characters for 4 or 5, that's good enough. So they are going to match. So if they match, then you will be able to find the column, right? Now you click on the find next. Now you click on the cancel to close the box because you have found it. You click on the cancel now. So you have found the column which you required, right? Now you take it to the right side by clicking on the select button, add to list. So it is added to the list. Okay, now the next, now you close this box. That's a best practice. You should close the group which you have used. Now, the next column that we need is the predecessor details, but I don't know where it is. So I'm going to use first 4 letters only, right? So you click here on the find, and I'm going to enter only first 4 alphabets, PRED, right? So you just type here PRED, and then you click on the find next. So once you clicked on the find next, then you can click on the cancel to close this. Now you select and take it to the right side. So that is your predecessor details, right? Now, once you have selected all these columns, then you click on the OK. So once you have selected the columns, so they will appear here. Once you click on the OK, these columns will be applied, right? Now, we have to enter the data. We have to create the activities. So you go to the add button and you click that button 14 times to create 14 activities. Okay, you just count to yourself 14 times and you click this. And you press enter. Okay, so you have created the activities. Now, if you look at the columns, so with the data, so you will get an idea that which column should be given how much space, right? So if you look at the activity ID column, because the space is a constraint, right? So we have to optimize the space which is given to each of the columns. For example, I'm going to do a double click. No, it's going to expand. No, I don't want that. So I will do that manually, right? New activity, I'm find original duration. I'm going to squeeze this. So what I will do that I will squeeze the column size so I still can see the column label. Now, if you look at the start column, I'm going to do the double click. So it expands. But if you look at the data, they are so near, so it is confusing to read. So I'll create a little bit of the white space. Do you see that? A little bit of space is good. So then you click on the finish So then once again you create a little bit of the white space and then you click on the calendar. And I think then since your screen size is big, so I think you can do with a smaller font size. It still will be comfortable, but we'll be able to pack in more data on the available screen space, right? Okay, now let me also check if your screen resolution has changed because yesterday I had adjusted it. Let me check the display settings. So 125. Oh, we are going to use the scale which is 100%. So 100% will give us more space, right? So we would be able to see more on the screen. Now you switch on the, now you bring up the Primavera here. Now I think you have more space here, right?
Yes.
And you're still comfortable to read it?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Now, since it is fine, so now what we have done the adjustment. Okay. Now after that, we will select our activity, the first one, right? Activity A1000, which is at the top. Okay. Now, once you have done that, so Praveen, are you synchronized?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. Now you click on this Gantt chart to get the Gantt chart. Now you will notice that the Gantt chart that you are getting, actually the time scale is starting from the year 2010. So does it mean that you have to scroll a lot to reach the year 2025? 15 years you have to scroll. You know, it can be very long. It can be as long as your backyard, right? But you don't have. So
Yeah.
to do, you need to play smart with the software. Actually, the Primavera has a hidden feature. Why I call it the hidden? Because it is neither there in the icon nor it is there in the menu. It is hidden. It has to be known. It has to be basically told by someone who has basically struggled with it to find it. Right? So that you can learn it instantly and you can be an expert, right? So basically the hidden feature works like this. I put a tick mark here, and if you do the double click, and you do the Gantt chart will land up here. Double click, quickly, right? Do you get the point? Okay. So try this once again. Try to click here. Kit. Do you see that? So you have to click exactly in front of the activity, right? Now you click here exactly on the tick mark. Kit. You see that? So it has come exactly on the spot. Now, if you want to adjust the placement, so you can drag the first layer of the time scale. The first layer of the time scale is used for dragging. The time scale has got two layers. Let me outline them. The first layer is in the red color and the second layer is in the blue color, right? Now, what is the purpose of the second layer? The second layer is used for expanding or shrinking the view. If you expand it like this, it doesn't make sense. And if you shrink it to this much, it even doesn't make sense. Can you read it?
No.
No. So what you should do, you should expand it to a point where it is optimizing the view, where it is optimizing the space, and you can read it, right? And if you expand it like this, you can read. But you can't, you can't have so much space, right? It's your screen. It is not the Sahara Desert, right?
Yeah.
So you can't have lots of space here. So what you can do that you can optimize. Okay. Now this is the line which is used for the status. Since we are still in the planning phase, we don't need to look at this line. So we click this button to hide it. We switch it off. So instead of that, so what we see is a blue line, right? So let me do this thing. Let me expand it a little bit more so that we can see the timeline, which is having a reasonable length, right? So I do this double click and bring it here. Now I'm going to ask you something because I want you guys to keep thinking constantly, not listening passively, right? So guys, you tell me and guess that what is this line? What is this line about? What do you think it is representing?
Baseline.
No, think again. Look at where it starts from at the top.
September 25 is
Your
starting date.
That date
Start
of
date.
the
Yes.
yeah.
So that is the time scale. It is starting from there in the time scale. So let me put a label on this. This is representing the project start date, right? Yes. Okay. Okay. Now, what is that thing in the rectangle which I have outlined? So what is that thing
Time scale.
on the top?
Is
So
it time scale?
that is the time scale. So basically, you are representing the time like a scale, right? And you can measure these things. So what are you trying to do with this? What are these green bars?
Task bars.
These are, yeah, task bar, or you can say activity timelines, right?
Yeah.
So basically, the timeline of the activity is measured against the time scale. So you can see that if some activity has a longer duration, so its timeline will be longer, right? Okay. So if
Yes.
some activity has a shorter duration, so its timeline will be shorter, right? Now, if you look at this, so what is that one? What do you guess? Think,
It's
explore.
like a ruler. I
So
don't know.
basically, it belongs to something, right? So basically, this is only one. This is the project timeline, or what you can say that this is the project summary bar. Sometimes, in softwares like MS Project, it is called project summary bar because it summarizes the project level data, right? So you can call it both project timeline or the project summary because it summarizes the overall duration, because it summarizes the overall schedule of the project. It summarizes the overall cost of the project. You will see all the summaries rolling up to the top. Just like in an invoice, all the summaries, they roll to the bottom, right?
Yeah.
So in a project, it is the summary of everything goes to the top, right? So I'll show it to you right now, so we can see. If you come to the project, you see the project totals are at the top. What is the total value of the project in the enterprise? Do you see them at the top row, right? So
Yes.
it is summarizing the data of the entire enterprise, which you can see at the top, right? Now,
Yeah.
basically in the activity, it is also having the same structure because this is what Henry Gantt created many, many years ago in 1910, right? So if Henry Gantt, if if he came to life and if he were here and I would explain things to him, so basically he would be very happy. He will jump with great joy, right? No? Because
Yeah.
it would take, basically, if you wanted to do this job, it will take you at least 45 minutes to do it on a piece of paper. We have done it in a matter of minutes only, right? We have created the table of the activities. We have created the Gantt chart, which represents the basically the length of the activities in a graphical manner. Now, if you want to explain things to the people, those who are going to work in the projects, you can do it, right? So basically, this is something which is very, very useful for a project manager. Now, before we go any further, so just keep these facts in mind: time scale, project timeline, activity timelines, and project start dates, and more things will be revealed to you. Now, first thing that we would like to do, since we have worked hard upon this layout, we should save the layout, right? So, guys, how to save the layout? So, to save the layout, you have to go here. You have to click on the Save Layout As. And then here you write activities layout by Sylvester. Activities layout by Sylvester. Okay, then you click on the save button. So once you clicked on the save button, you can see the layout is saved here, right? Do you see that? The layout
Yes.
saved on the top, it is displaying that, okay, the layout has been saved. And this is the current layout, which is controlling the definition of the screen, right? Okay. Now, what next? Now we are going to understand that how does it work. So if you look at this corporate calendar, so it is showing you the starting time at 8 a.m. and it is showing you the finish time at 4 p.m., right? So basically, this is the calendar which is creating the schedule. So this calendar got applied by default because it was the immediate default. Now, what is the structure of the calendar? So before we can go inside the structure of the calendar, we have to understand the time scale. It is very, very important to understand the time scale, that how does a time scale function. So before we go into the time scale, we have to understand the time units. So what are the units of time? Just like we have the units of the measurement. So what are the units of the measurement, guys? Millimeter, centimeter, meter, kilometer. So similarly, there are the units of time. So what are the units of time like? Minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, and years, right? Okay. So in fact, there are more units of time, but we don't use them because they are not practicable for us, right? We don't use the decades or centuries. We don't want our project to be that long. In the modern world, we finish maximum, that is the number of years. We use a couple of years to finish even the mega projects, right? Okay, now let us understand the units of time. Now, if you go into the time scale, now I want you to read this, that what are the various time scale units? Read this from top to bottom.
Years, quarters, months, weeks, days, hours, minutes.
Right. So basically, it is going from smallest to the greatest. So you can enter the years. But if you look at the quarters, it is display only. You cannot enter quarter because the quarters are fixed. The quarters are not random. It is fixed. How fixed? Basically, if you look at any calendar, if you talk about there are 4 quarters. So what does the quarter word mean? Quarter means 1/4, 1/4 of something, right? So what is the 1/4 of 12 months? 3 months. 3, right? So what is the first quarter? First quarter would be what? So guys, tell me, what is the first quarter in the calendar? How many months it has? Which months?
January to March.
Correct. So that is the first quarter. So similarly, once we move into the project management role, so we should be more concerned with the terminologies of the schedule of resources. We should know calendars. We should know quarters. We should know about the time scale, time units, resource units, man hours, man days. All these things, they become more of a concern for us, right? So we are going into that mindset. So basically, the quarter of an year, there are 4 quarters: January to March, and then April to June, then July, August, September, then October, November, December is the last quarter, right? So of the year 2025, we are in the first quarter right now, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So now we want to enter these units. So how do you enter these units? So basically, if you want to enter, so you will use this entry letter. Now you read it from the top, like Y for years, and you read it a little bit loudly so that it echoes throughout your life in your head. It should be into your soul, right? Read it.
Years.
No, Y for years. Read it like that.
Oh, the entry letters, yeah?
Yes, you read it along with the entry letter. Y for years, MO for months, like that.
Y for years, MO month, W for weeks, D days, H hours, M minutes.
Yeah, and you should remember it as good as the Baba black sheep, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is now which is required thing in your life, right? Okay. Now we are going to go into the Primavera and see that how it works, to control the time scale, right? So now you select the Primavera. You click here. You click here to get into the Primavera.
It's all right, just a second.
Okay. Now you are into the Primavera. So once you are into the Primavera, so what we will do, that we will try to understand the time scale. So to understand the time scale, so we will start from the maximum time units. So how to get the maximum time units? So if you basically click this button here, this one, this minus button, it's going to basically maximize the time scale. It's going to implement the maximum time units on the time scale. You continue to click till you get the year and the quarters. And so once you get the year and the quarters, you will find that you cannot shrink it anymore because this is the maximum unit of time that you can have, right?
Yes.
So what is the maximum unit of time right now you are having on the screen? That is the year and quarter. And comparatively, 6 days, if you look at the yearly scale, it is hardly visible. It has become microscopic, very thin. I don't think it's not even that much. Okay. So if you look at a 6 day activity inside of a quarter, so do you think that it deserves that much thickness? I don't think so. It's not even that thick. Okay, but still there is a representation. But which so this time scale is useful for what? If you come to the project this screen, and if you switch on the Gantt chart here, this scale is useful because the projects are long duration, right? So is this clear? This is suitable. This time scale combination of year and quarter is suitable for the projects because the projects they have the longer duration, right? So is this clear, guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we use a time scale. So similarly, I'll tell you that what is the meaning that who should be using what time scale. For example, if you are a tailor, so what kind of scale would you use? Would you use the centimeter or the kilometer? If you were a tailor,
Centimeter.
centimeter. And if you are an highway engineer, then what scale would you use?
Mm.
Highway engineer. My God, what are you saying, man? You will be using the kilometer scale.
Okay. Sorry.
You're highway engineer. You're not going to use the centimeter.
Okay. Okay. I think I heard different word.
So
Okay.
for you, so even the meters won't matter. When you bill your client, you will say that, okay, I can just drop the last 5 kilometers. Doesn't matter. I will bill you for the round numbers of the kilometers of the job done. You don't even bother about the meters or the kilometers, right? A couple of kilometers of the work you can give for free, right? So because you're working at a very large scale, right? So this is the scale of the work. So similarly, if you are looking at activities, so this is not the scale that you would be using. So usually you would be working within the range of weeks, months, and the days, right? Is that clear? Now
Yeah.
we're going to operate the time scale step by step, and we will see that how does it work when we expand it step by step. Now we will expand it by one step. We just click on the zoom button one time. Now, do you notice a change in the scales? So what you have is the year. Now, instead of the quarter, so what do you have here? Months. Did you note that?
Yes.
So basically, when you stretch the quarter, so what do you get out of it? Months, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Because the months, they live inside the quarter. So when you stretch out the quarter, it reveals the month, right? Okay. Now we will see further. So once again, you click on the zoom plus button. So once you click on the zoom plus button, if you look at the first layer, so if you expand the year, so what do you get? So when you expand the year, so what you get is quarter, right?
Yeah.
Because the quarters, they are inside the year, because the quarter is the subunit of year. So if you stretch the year, you reveal the quarter, right? Make sense?
Yes.
So then you click on the plus button once more. So if you click on the plus button once more, now what's happening here? So once you expand the quarter, so what do you get to see? Months, right?
Month.
And what do you get to see below the months? So what is this scale? Just below the months. So you see this number. So what do they represent? What do these numbers they represent here?
Date. Date.
Week.
No, look carefully. They have a gap of
Date.
7. They represent the weeks.
Oh.
And all of these are Mondays because we had told in the beginning that we would like to start the week with a Monday. All these are Mondays. So guys, don't you remember that 1st of the September here is a Monday, right?
Yeah.
So all these are showing you the weeks. So you are seeing a combination of month and week because the month and week, they are superset and subset. So let me refresh that fact to you. Just look here. So what becomes under the months? Weeks, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Correct? Okay, now we will go further. Now let us do this thing. Let us bring this in the center because, as we are expanding, it is sliding toward the left side. We want to keep it in the view. Now you click on the expand button once more. So once you expand it, so what do you see on the top layer? What do you see on the top layer, guys?
month.
No, look carefully. August 11, August 18. So what do you think they are? They are now the weeks. So when you stretch the months, you get the weeks on the top, right? So if you look
Yeah.
at the difference of the dates, July 21. So what is the July 21? It is the Monday. If you look at the September 1, this is the Monday. So what do you see in the next layer? What are these guys?
Days in the week.
These are days because the week is the superset and the days is the subset, right? Below the weeks, you have the days, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So it is showing you because you're expanding you are stretching the time scale. So as you're stretching the time scale, so the time scale is moving to the lower units of time, right? So these are the lower units of time. These are the smaller units of time. As the units of time, they become smaller, the Gantt chart is expanding, right? You see that? Now you can see a lot more, details in the Gantt chart. Now let us click on the zoom plus button and let us expand it even by one more step. So once you expand it by one more step, then what do you see? What do you see here, guys? When you expand it by one more step, so what you are
Day.
seeing? What is the combination? See, the combination is still the same. If you look here carefully, it is still the week and the day, but instead of the single letter, what you're seeing is triple letters, right? It is just a little bit luxurious, right? Just have a look. See, this is the previous scale. You have the single letter to represent a day. But if you click on the plus, you're getting triple letter, but the scale still remains the same. It is still week and day, right? Or you
Yeah.
have this, but if you have a big screen, like if you have 27 inches, so I think it's okay. But when people they work on the smaller screens like laptops, which usually have the 14 inches, so then I think it will be useful for them to use this one, right? But if you have a big screen, so if you want to be comfortable with and you want to give rest to your eyes, you want to keep your vision relaxed, so you can use it. It's okay. Now you expand it even further. Let's see that what is going to show next. Click here. What do you see? What you are seeing is the day, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So now it is showing you 0. It means nothing, but let us do something more with this. Let's go to the next one. So you click on the zoom button once more. So if you click on the zoom button once more, so what you're seeing is an entire 24 hours of the day, right? So let me bring this in the focus, and I think you will be able to understand that the Primavera can let you dissect the entire day into the 24 hours, right? So let me bring this here. Just a moment. So let me do the double click trick. The double click trick, I do it here. And then I bring the activity in the center. Okay, fine. So let me bring it in a little bit here in the center. Now I'll show you, just like, we will make our engineering drawing. So let me label them. So let me get my markers. Okay, fine. So I'm going to label this part. So what do you think it represents? How much time is that? If you look here carefully, so this span of time is 24 hours, right?
Right.
Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
And what is this span of the time? Do you see this white portion? It is starting with a blue line. So blue line is starting where? So basically, this is the working time of the organization. So we call it the work time, right? And you see this gray, the portion of the day, and gray portion of the day is not worked. So what is this portion called? The gray portion of the entire day. See, an organization doesn't work 24 hours unless and until it is something else, right? It is the non-work time, right? So is this in clear, guys?
Yes.
This is the non-work time. Now we have a non-work time here as well. So on this two portion, that is the beginning of the day and the end of the day, these are the non-work time. So guys, tell me, what is the starting time of this organization? Look at the time scale and tell me that what is the time of this blue line? What is the 8
a.m.
a.m. So, okay, I write that this organization starts business at 8 a.m. And what is the closing time? So, you look at the time scale and you make an understanding or a guess, whatever you can. Tell me something. What time does it end?
4 p.m.
4 p.m. So it ends at 4 p.m. So basically, what is the 4 p.m.? It is the ending is at the 15. So what is the 15? 15 is the 3 p.m. So if you look at the end of the 3 p.m., so 4 p.m. begins. So you know what happens when it is 4 p.m.? So it is the end of the business, right? Okay, is this clear? So the working time for this organization is 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. So do you see any break time? Do you see any break time in between? No, there's no break time. So what is the total work which is contributed by the people? So they contribute 8 man-hours, right? So is this clear? Between 8 a.m. to
Yes.
4 p.m. there is 8 man-hours, so which is fine, which is accepted standard all over the world, right? Now you guys tell me that why the first hour of the day is zero. Why is it zero? Why is it starting with zero? Why is it starting with zero? Use your logic, man.
Midnight.
Yeah, it is midnight, but why is it zero? So I'll tell you why is it zero. You just imagine that you have a digital clock which is set to the 24 hours format. So what you are going to see at the midnight in a 24 hours format digital clock. So how the display would look like? Can you tell me?
0, 0.
Yes. So it will show you three sets of zero. So first for the hour, the second set for the minutes, and the third set for the seconds. This is what the digital clock is going to look, which is set to the 24 hours format. This is exactly what it would look like at midnight. Now, guys, can you tell me that what it is going to look like just 1 second before the midnight? Just 1 second before the midnight, what will be on the display? You guys are engineers. You know a lot of maths.
23,
Yeah.
59, 59.
Yes.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
59, 59 is right. Think of it. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. So one second is elapsed. So that will be set to zero. So once you complete 60 seconds, you can add 1 minute on the left side. So if you add 1 minute, it becomes zero. And once you add the 60 minutes, so 60 minutes makes 1 hour. If you add 1 hour to on the 23, so it will become 24 hours. So 24 hour complete the day, right? So if the day is completed, so it will be set to 000, which is the midnight. So guys, just 1 second after the midnight, how is the clock going to display? What it is going to display? Just 1 second after the midnight. It's going to display 1 second, right?
Yeah.
So, that is why the first hour of the day is zero. So why it is zero? Because unless and until you complete 60 minutes, you don't have 1 a.m., right? So once you complete 60 minutes, only then you get 1 a.m. So this is 1 a.m., 2 a.m. So that's why the midnight time is called the 0 hour of the day. Did you ever hear people saying that? Oh, we are now in the 0 hour. So the hour means the day just started, right? So
Yeah.
after you complete 60 minutes of a new day, then you get 1 a.m., then you get 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And in this scale, so we are not going to the AM, PM. Basically, what we are saying that after the 12 p.m., so it is the 13 hour. So 13 is corresponding to 1 p.m. of the day, right? Is that clear? So guys,
Right.
can you tell me that who uses this time scale? I mean, which organizations they use this time scale, this 24 hours time scale? You know it. You have to recall it. And you
Yeah.
feel it. So which organizations they use? Organizations like airlines. If you look at their tickets, they will never mention the time in AM, PM. Right? If someone mistook the AM, PM, PM for AM, AM for PM, the people will miss their flights. Right? You got the
Agree.
suppose if it is written 5 p.m. and you reach the airport at 5 a.m., so will that be fine for you? If you
No.
mistook it for the morning time. So what they write, if your flight is at 5 p.m., they're not going to write 5 p.m. If you looked at your flight ticket next time, it will be written 17 hours ETA. I mean ETD, expected time of the departure, 17, right? Is that clear?
Right.
Yeah.
The airlines and the trains, they always use, even the military, they use this kind of the time format, 24-hour time format. So there is no ambiguity. But for simple folks like us, we use the AM/PM while talking, right? But these organizations like airlines, like trains, the travel industry, and the military, they use the 24 hours time format to be precise and to be concise, right? Is that clear?
Clear. Yep.
Okay, I believe that you were trying to ask some question. Go ahead and ask your question. Okay, no question. Okay, now my question is that, is this clear?
Yes.
So this is the dissection of the day. Can you just imagine that the Primavera is able to dissect the 24 hours of the day? From here, it goes to the activity, then it goes to the WBS, then it goes to the project, then it goes to the program, then it goes to the portfolio, then it goes to the enterprise level. Do you see the extent of the Primavera? And why the engineers all over the world, they love the Primavera? So you know what's happening there. The existing set of the engineers, they are having shortage of resources that know the Primavera well. So they look forward to you guys joining them team, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Yes, so learn it well. So you will be very good, plug and play, right? So just be that. So is this the point clear? So this is the dissection of the 24 hours, and Primavera can give you the details. It has the power to dissect the 24 hours and show clearly which hour you are starting the work. So basically, when we shrink the scale, we see the blue line only to perceive a date. But if you expand it, then you can clearly see the blue line is not only representing a date, but it is representing time of the day as well. So it is representing 8 a.m., right? You see that?
Yes.
Blue line is standing at 8 a.m. So the organization starts business at 8 a.m. and it ends the business day at 4 p.m., right? So basically, this is an organization which is having this structure. They don't have any lunchtime. I don't know what is the work culture. Maybe the CEO says, come early and go early, right? Right?
Yeah.
Don't spend time having lunch or relaxing. But okay, worry, we will create a good calendar in which we will definitely provide 1 hour of break time, right? Okay, so this is the structure of the day. But how does it come from? Where does it come from? Actually, it comes from this calendar. Do you see this calendar name? Corporate Standard Full Time, right? It is creating this kind of the structure of the day. Now we will go inside the calendar to understand, right? Okay, so guys, you're ready to go inside the calendar?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So to get inside the calendar, to study the calendar, so we click on this button. So guys, look at this button carefully. It looks like a sheet of calendar, like when we used to have the printed calendar, right? Monthly calendar. Every month used to have a separate sheet. It looks like that, no? So just keep that picture in mind. You know, what happened, guys, that in one of the sessions, one of my students said, oh, we have got so many icons. I'm so overwhelmed. I cannot remember all of this. I say, no, you have a talent to remember this. I'll just remind you. So during your college days, you used to remember at least 15 girls by their faces. By the face, you could tell your friend, oh, that's her name. She studies in that stream. She comes from that village or town, right? So use the same talent here. You still remember them. I know that. I hope your
Right.
guys, your wives are not around.
No, India.
You
Right.
have the talent, yeah. So you guys are. I can imagine your faces are lighting up, right? So use the talent, right? So don't be like that. Okay. So
Okay. Yeah.
be more dynamic. Okay. So use that same dynamism here. Love the Primavera as much. So you will definitely be very successful, right? Okay. So now this is what it looks like a calendar. Just remember this. So now you click that button. So it will show you the calendar toolbox. Now, in the calendar toolbox, basically inside the Primavera, the calendars are categorized into 3 categories: global, resource, and project. Let us understand first the global. So global, as the name tells you, Global. Global means that everybody can see and use this. So what kind of the calendars are kept in the global? Only those calendars are kept in the global category which are mostly used by most of the projects, right? Which are more useful, which are more common. Okay. The time schedule in this calendar is very frequently used in scheduling the projects. So the frequently used calendars are kept in the global, but who keeps it here? These calendars are selected, curated by the Primavera administrator. So he is the guy. He is hands-on with the Primavera. He has full knowledge of the company's business, right? So using that knowledge, he's able to identify certain calendar which are more useful for the majority of the project. He puts them into the global calendar category, right? Now let us look at this corporate calendar that which projects are using this. Do you see this button here, used by?
Yeah.
So you click that button. So once you click that, so you will see a list of the projects here. So if you drag it down, you will see the full list. So you can see that these are the projects which are using this calendar. Now you scroll down to the bottom of the list. You just click here, you will see a scroll down button. So do you see the lesson 1?
Yes.
That is your current project. So this project is also using the same calendar. That's why it is listed here too, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
You see that there are so many projects they need to use this calendar because schedule which is inherent in this calendar is globally useful. That's why it is in the global calendar. So most of the projects in this organization, they are working according to the schedule enshrined in this particular calendar. So that's why, all these projects are listed here. Now you close this, close the box. So once you close it, now we will go to the resource. So click on the resource. So, that's a category. All the calendars, basically they have the same functionality, but the resource calendar is for the resources. Suppose you have external resource and he's not a full-time employee, he's a consultant. Now, let's say that you have a consultant who works, you have external quality consultant. So basically, this guy, he works 3 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So if he works 3 days a week, it is not possible to use the regular calendar, which might be 5 or 6 days a week. So what do we do? If we want to create his schedule, we create an exclusive calendar for him. So which is mapped one-to-one for the resource. So that's why it is called the resource calendar, right? So if you want to see, so what does it look like? You select this calendar, which is having the name Frank Shu. So Frank Shu is actually the name of a person. So it is his personal calendar, right? So let us click on the used by. Click on the used by. If you click on the used by, instead of a project, what you're seeing is a resource, right? So
Yes.
look, it has the same symbol as the resource. So this is a symbol of the resource. And name of this resource is Frank Shu. So Frank Shu might not be working regularly. He might not be working 5 or 6 days. He might be working odd days. He could be working 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Monday, Wednesday, Friday, like that, right? So he needs a dedicated calendar to schedule his activities. Now click on the close button. Now, once you click on the close, then we will go into the project category of the calendar. So right now it is blank. Right now we don't have any calendar there. So what is the purpose of this category? In case you have projects which have very odd timings and those timings are not useful for any other project. So you create those calendars here, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Because if you put too many calendars into the global, that will defy the purpose. It will be very confusing for people to find and select the right calendar. We don't want it to be crowded. So if you have calendars which are useful for only a couple of projects, you create them here. So if you create your own project calendar, it will be visible to you only. It won't be visible to any other team. Only you and your team can access the calendar because that's what is the purpose, right? Because no other team needs it. If some other team needs it, then we can push it into the global by clicking this button. Do you see this? What does this button say?
To global.
Yeah, so you can push it to the global.
Or do you want me to select this?
No, I want you to read this and understand this and keep it in mind. Okay?
Okay.
We want
So
to,
that project calendar can also be taken to global if need
yes,
be, yeah?
yeah, if need be, if that is useful for the other the calendar. So right now you have nothing here. So that's why it is basically grayed out, or you can say it is deactivated, right? So you because
Yeah.
you got nothing to select. Okay. Okay. So now you come to the global. Now we are going to get inside the corporate calendar and to study the structure, that how it is structured. To study the inside of the calendar structure, we click on the modify button. We are not exactly going to modify, we are just going to have a look. Okay, so Praveen, you are here.
Yes.
Now make sure that the radio button on the left side is the selected one.
Yes. Total work hours a day.
Okay, now we will study this calendar step by step. Okay, now we will first go into the definition of the time period in this organization. So how they define their day, how many man hours are there, week, month. If you look at the man hours per day, it is 8, because that's a global standard set by the International Labor Organization, right? Is that clear? But there can be exceptions, that is at the organization level. So what we are mentioning here is the global standard. The global standard all over the world, humanity has standardized the meter, liter, kilometer, and the kilogram. Similarly, they have standardized that what is the standard work effort for a human being. It is 8, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
An organization can be 5 days, 6 days, 5.5 days, 7 days. Even certain countries like the Netherlands, they have 4 days a week, right? Because their government says we have so much prosperity, we don't need people going into the industries and creating more stuff. We don't need that. If people work 4 days a week, so even if you work 4 days a week, but it will not be less than 8 man hours, it will be 8 man hours, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So because if people work less and people go repeatedly, that's going to increase the carbon footprint, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So instead of going 6 days a week for 6 hours, so what they're saying that we can achieve the same productivity by going to the office 4 days a week for 8 hours per day. We go once in the morning and we return once in the evening. So that gives us the same productivity and it reduces the carbon footprint as well, right? Because then people are using less of the vehicles, right? These days. Okay, maybe in the future, so people will be going totally in the electric vehicles, like in the cities, you have the electric buses, trams, and then you will have the personal vehicles which will be running on batteries. Maybe the batteries will absorb more energy from the solar panels on the top. And if you keep the car outside, then most of the time you can charge them using the solar power. And maybe if there is no solar power, you can connect it to some source of electricity, you can charge it quickly. So, the things will be like that in the future. So, here the man hours per day will be 8. The number of the days can be more or less. It can be 4, it can be 5, it can be 5.5, it can be 6, or 6.5, or 7, right? So, man hours per day, it is the global standard, it is 8. Now, this organization works 5 days a week, right? Do you see that? Man hours is 40, 8, 5, the 40. Now,
Yeah.
we would like to find out the man days. So how do you find the man days? It is very simple. If you have 8 man hours, that makes 1 man day. 8 man hours equal to 1 man day, right? So is this clear? Now,
Yes.
now you divide 172 man hours by 8 so that you can get you get the number of man days. You can do it in your calculator. So you have it here. Just click on this calculator and you divide 172 by 8. So, and you tell us that how many man days are there.
21.5.
Yeah, 21.5. So it means that in this organization, people are expected to work 21.5 man days per working month. So this is the definition of their working month, because the calendar month varies from 28 days to 31 days, right? Now, let us see that what is their definition of the man year. So if you look at the man year, it is having 2000. So if you divide to 2000 by 8, and first of all, you clear this. Okay, so you divide 2000 by 8, so you'll be able to know the number of the man days. So number of the man days is 250. Now you do this thing. So see, a calendar has 365 days, right? Okay, now you click on the minus, and then you select 365, and then you click equal to OK. So do you see this? What is this 115? This 115 is the number of the non-work days in this organization, right?
Yeah.
Right. So basically their man days is 250. The calendar has 365 days. So 115 days in this organization is non-work days. And I'm still trying to find this organization all these years. Where is that one? Right. Okay. So once I find it, I think I will retire. Okay. Till I find it, I will continue to teach the Primavera. Okay. Okay, fine, good. So this is how the organization, that is their work culture. So work culture is decided by the top manager. They say our guys will work 8 man hours. So we'll have 5 days a week. We'll have 21.5 man days per month, and we should have 2000 basically man hours, or basically 250 man days for the entire year. So this is their work culture, right? Now click on the cancel. Okay, now okay, now you now we would like to understand it in more details. Now you click on the detailed work hours per day. Now you can see the detailed work hours per day. So basically, what happens if you click here any of the working day, you just click on the Monday. So you can see that, you can see the structure of the day here. Now let's click on the work week so that we can see it for the entire week. Just click on the work week. So what you are seeing here, basically, now let me explain this to you. See, in the Primavera, so you have got 24 the hours. They're represented by the time slots. Do you see that there are 24 slots here, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Each of the slot, basically it is horizontal. So it is subdivided into sub slots of 30 minutes each, right? So it is basically, it is cut off from the middle, right? So you can see that basically why each of the 1 hour slot is subdivided into 30 minutes. So it is like this. I'll just tell you why. Because if you want to have a starting time like 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, or if you want to have a closing time like 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, you can have that much. But in between times you can't have. You can't have a starting time like 9:15. You can't have an odd time. It has to be in multiple of 30 minutes. Right? Is this clear?
Yes.
Why is it so? Because it is not meant for small organizations. It is meant for big projects, engineering projects. So engineering projects, they don't worry about those timing like 9:15 or 9:20. So either you start at 9 or either you start at 9:30. Either you start at 10 or you start at 10:30. Either you close at 6, you close at 6:30, right? Is that right, clear? So that is, there are 24 slabs, and each of the slab is further subdivided into the pieces of 30 minutes in multiples of 30 minutes. So if you look at the Tuesday, you click on the Tuesday. So it has the same structure, right? The business is starting at 8 and it is finishing at 4 p.m. So this end is the 4 p.m., right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now, so till Friday, it will be the same. Now you click on the Saturday. Do you see that? All of these hours are non-work. So non-work is represented by the dark gray, and the working days are having a combination of dark gray and light gray, right? If you click on the Friday and you look at the structure, so what does it look like? You see that this portion is the dark gray and this is the light gray, and this is the dark gray again. So light gray represents the working time and the dark gray represents the non-work time, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
This is how you can create a structure of the day, right? So this is the basically the structure of this existing calendar. So we had come here to have a look, but we are not here to make any changes. So what we will do, we click on the cancel button. So once you clicked on the cancel, so you can click on the cancel once again. And then you click on the yes. So once you have clicked on the yes, so you come here, then you click on the close. Now what we will do, so we have studied this calendar, so we are in a mood to create our own calendar, right? So what we will do, we will scale back to the daily scale. So you click on the minus zoom so that we can use, and once more, and once more. Correct. Now you grab it and bring it here. Grab the time scale from the first layer and you bring it adjacent to this point. Yeah, grab it with the hand and you bring and drop it here. Now, since you made changes in the layout, so you should basically ensure that this layout is saved till this point, right? Okay. Now, what we are going to do, we are going to create our own calendar. Okay. And for that, we are first going to write a specification. We will create Indian Standard Time calendar. We will write a specification and then we will implement the specification here. And we will use that calendar to create the schedule, right? Okay, guys? Okay.
Yes.
Now, let's
Yeah,
take...
yeah. So sorry, Sujoy. Before we go back, is the view of the timescale, it's okay, yeah? We don't need to see the year, or we can maybe zoom back a little bit to see the year at the top as well.
No, there's no need.
Good. Oh, okay, that's fine.
We know it where we are. So you can see that what is the starting date and time here, right? Do you see in the start column?
Yes.
So basically, this is just a visual representation that if you have a longer activity, this bar would be longer. This is the activity timeline or the activity bar. So longer duration will have a longer bar, right? So, but we are going to use a different calendar. We are going to create a 6 days a week calendar. So we understand that what is the structure of the calendar. Now, the next step is that we will create a calendar. So let's take a 20 minutes break. And after the break, we will come back and we will design the calendar and we will create it, right? Okay. Okay, now we are going to basically create a new calendar, which will be called as the Indian Standard Time calendar. Okay. So before we create the calendar, we would like to first write the specifications. So let us go into the Word file. Okay. So we will find the specification there. Click on the Word file here.
Okay, sorry, just a second. Word file.
Okay. Now let us expand the size. So guys, just keep in mind that what is the definition of the non-work time? Non-work time is the regular weekends, the weekends which repeat every week, right? So for example, if you have a 5-day week organization, then you'll have Saturday and Sunday as the regular weekends. Now, monthly weekends are in those organizations which are working 6 days a week, right? So the organizations which are working 6 days a week, so once in a month, they will give an extra weekend off, right? So that will be called the monthly weekend, which occurs once in a month. Then, of course, the holidays. So these are the definition of the non-working time. So in the project management, we have only two definition, working time and non-working time, right? Okay, now we are going to create this calendar, Indian Standard Time. So you read the specification here. Read this.
6 week, Monday to Saturday, 8-man-hour working day, 48-man-hour working week, 192-man-hour working month. 2,304 plus 40 equals 2,344 man-hour working year. Shift details. So first shift 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. That is 4 man-hours. Lunchtime 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. 1 hour. Second shift, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. for man hours. Holidays as declared by the company.
So, this is the structure of the calendar. So I want you to notice something. Did you note that the first and the second shift, they are listed as 4 man hours? They're man hours, but the lunchtime is not listed as the man hour. Why? Because the hours which are worked by the man, they are called the work hour. They are called the man hours. Because the man hours, when you use the word man hour, it represents the work effort which is contributed by a person, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
So that's why the lunchtime is just 1 hour. It is just a span of time. So it is not the work which is contributed during that period. So basically, a person will arrive at the company at 9, he will leave at 6, right? So from 9 to 6, it will be 9 hours, but the contribution of the work will be 8 man hours, right? Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is the structure, and now we have to keep this in mind, and we will now create this calendar and use this calendar as the default project calendar. So, okay, now you click on the P6. So once you click on the P6, so you're here. Now to basically work upon the calendar, we again will click on the calendar button. So we click that. Now in the calendar button in the interface, we have add button. You click on the add button. So add will help you create a new calendar. So it gives you a pop-up. So we bring it here. And on the top, I want you to read this text. Read this text on the top.
Select calendar to copy from.
Yeah, it says copy. So why does it want you to copy a calendar? Why? Because it wants you to be smart. You work with the software smartly. You don't have to create a calendar from scratch. You just think that which is the nearest matching calendar and copy that and modify that. That will be quick, isn't it? So,
Yes.
so I believe that if I'm going to create a 6 days a week calendar, so I will take a copy of the 5 days a week. That is the corporate. And I will copy that and convert the 5 days a week calendar easily into 6 days a week, right? So you select this corporate calendar and click on the green plus button. So once you click on the green plus button, so what you get is a copy here. Now you rename that copy, right? You totally delete what is mentioned, then you write the name as IST. In caps, in capital letters. It represents the full name, Indian Standard Time Calendar. Now you press enter. So as you press enter, you will see that it gets sorted, right? It's sorted,
Yeah.
it's sorted according to the, so basically the numbers stay at the top and in the alphabet, they get sorted alphabetically. Now we want this calendar to be used very frequently. So we make this as the default calendar. So you select this checkbox. So it becomes the default calendar. Now this calendar is a copy and we would like to modify it as per the IST calendar structure. So we click on the modify button and we make sure that we can modify this and to match the requirement of the IST calendar. Now, first of all, we will define the time periods, that what will be the duration of the working day, what will be the man hours of the working hours per day will be 8 man hours, but the working week will be 48. Because here the organization is going to work 6 days a week. So 6 days a week will be 48, right? And then, and it will be 48 multiplied by 4. So the monthly man hours will be 192, right? And definitely the year we know that should be around 2344, right? We had already decided and calculated that. So that should be 2344. So once it has been entered and click on the OK. Okay. Now we are going to set the working week template, right? Which days will be work and which days will be non-work. Now let me show it to you. So it's so easy. Now this template is very easy to set. So if you want to make a particular day as a non-work, so what do? You enter 0, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, since already you have taken the copy and in the previous calendar, actually the working day is 8 hours from Monday to Friday. And since we would like the Saturday also to be a work day, so we input here 8. So 8 gives it 8 man hours of the work. So the Saturday will also become a working day. So once the Saturday is marked with 8 hours, so you click on the OK. So once you click on the OK, you can see that all these days which are represented from Monday till Saturday, they are represented in the light color, right? And the Sunday is a non-work day. Now, each of the day, if you click from Monday to Saturday, will be showing you work hours as 8. But we have to detail that, right? We have to detail that these 8 hours are starting at what time, what is the break, and what is the second shift, right? So we have to detail this. So click on the details. Now we have to do the same thing for all the 6 days. Now you click on the work week. If you click on the work week, you will be able to see all the days, but we want to basically set the 6 days. We want to set the format for the 6 days. So you select these 6 days. So you click on Monday, then you click on the last one, that is the Saturday. All the 6 days are selected. Now, what is the structure of the work? Basically, the 8 a.m. will be non-work. So how do you make it as non-work? So first you select the 30 minutes, first 30 minutes, 8 to 8:30. Then you mark it by clicking the non-work button. Then you go to the second slot and you mark it as non-work. So the entire 8 a.m. will become non-work, right?
Yes.
Click that. Click on the non-work. Correct. So the 8 a.m. is the non-work. Now the working time is starting at 1 p.m. So you click on the 13 and then you mark it as the non-work because it is also non-work time. And so you have marked the entire 1 hour, 1 to 2 p.m. is now the 5, basically it is the 4 till 6 p.m. will be the work time, right? So what you do, you click on the first, basically you can do it at once also. If you use the shift method, I'll just show it to you how to mark multiple slots as work. First you click the first slot, then you press the shift button, then you click the last slot. So you will see that all these 4 slots are lit up. Do you see a yellow highlight there? It's
Yeah.
very faint. You got to have a good eyesight to notice that. Now you click on the work. So if you click on the work, so all these 4 time slots, they are also marked as work. So basically what you have done, so you have told the Primavera for the 6 days, the starting time will be 9, lunch time will be 1 to 2, and the end of the business day will be 6 p.m., right? So end of the 5 p.m. is the 6 p.m. So this is the 6 p.m. So basically this is the pattern of the work from Monday till Saturday. Now after you set the pattern, you click on the OK. So after you clicked on the OK, then you click on the OK once more. So basically you have created the structure of the calendar and you will close this because we have created the calendar. Now we are going to apply the calendar. Okay. So Praveen, you are done up to here, same to same?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now guys, you go into the project tab. Okay. Now in the project tab, first of all, you click on the table button here so that we can hide the Gantt chart. Now you click on the detail so that we can see the details of the project. So once you see the details of the project, so you can, if not selected, you can select the default tab here. So you're into the default tab here.
Yeah.
Okay. Now in the default tab, you can see the calendar, right? So now you can tell the Primavera that we would like to use the Indian Standard Time calendar, right? You select Indian Standard Time, then you click on the selection button, right? So this is going to apply the Indian Standard Time. Now guys, I need to tell you something which is very important for you to know, that how does a calendar get applied from the enterprise to the activity level. See, I'm going to draw a flow chart. So you will be able to see there are 3 boxes here. Okay. Now the inheritance goes like this. So what is there at the top? At the top there is enterprise default calendar, right? Enterprise default calendar. Now, what happens that when you create a project, so this get applied to the and it become the project default calendar. Now, when you create an activity, so from the project, it is applied to the activity, then it becomes activity calendar, right? So is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Yeah.
what is going to happen right now? So when we set the IST as the project default, now IST calendar will be applying on new activities which we create after this point. So the previous activities which are already existing, they won't change unless you want to change them. So it means that in the Primavera, you can use multiple calendars. So what is the use of the multiple calendars? So why do we need that? Why should the activities even have multiple calendar? For example, basically the certain activities could be working in different time zones, right? Okay, I'll give an example. See, one of my clients, so he is making filtration plants, petroleum filtration plants for the clients in Middle East. So most of the work is done here. So he uses the default calendar as Indian Standard Time because most of the activities are done here. And some of the activities to basically to assemble the plant on the client side, which is done on the client side, they are scheduled with the Middle East calendar, right? So we identify the activities and we change the calendar for those activities only, right? So we will see it in a while that how it is done. Now, you click on the activities tab here. Now, in the activities tab, so you create a new activity. So click on the add button. If you click on the add, so you will see a new activity created. Now you press enter. Press the enter button. So once you press the enter, so you can see that, the new activity which has been created is having the IST calendar, right?
Yeah.
So is this clear? Because right now the project default calendar is IST. So from the project default, it is getting applied on the activity, right? Because this is how it is inherited. So initially, when you create a project, the project inherits from the enterprise, but later you can change it, right? If that enterprise default calendar, if it is not matching your requirement, you can create the one which is matching your requirement. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So now what we have done that we have created an activity which is basically having the IST calendar. So I would like you to notice something. Did you note that this is a 6-day working calendar? Do you see that activity is starting with on Monday and it is finishing within the same week, right? Did you note
Yes.
that? It is finishing
Yeah.
the same week on Saturday itself, even though it is a 6-day week activity. All those activities, those previous activities, since they are being worked using the 5 days a week calendar, they're starting on Monday, but they're finishing on the next week because the corporate standard full-time calendar, it provides 5 days a week work opportunity only, but this calendar it provides 6 days a week work opportunity. So the activities basically start on Monday, they finish on Saturday within the same week. But there is a problem here. Did you note that the scheduled start time is 8 a.m. but whereas in the calendar we had mentioned that every day the activities will start at 9 a.m. Guys, you remember that?
Yeah.
In the calendar, we had mentioned that activities should be starting at 9 a.m. Now, let me show it to you. If you don't remember that, just have a look at the timing. Every day, activity should be starting at 9 a.m., right? But then, why there is a mismatch here? It is a question many people, they ask themselves for 10 years. They couldn't find the answer, but I'll tell you the answer. Actually, this time is getting inherited from the project start time. Do you remember that when you had created a project start date, you had mentioned the time as 8 a.m.?
Yeah.
That is basically, you can say, is bypassing the calendar start time. So in this case, when you use a different calendar having a different time, which is different from the project start date. So in this case, you will have to change the project start date to match the new calendar's start time, right? So what we do, since this activity is defective, we don't need that, we will delete this. And then we will fix the project start date and time. And then you click yes. So after you clicked yes, then you click on the projects. So after you clicked on the projects, you go to the dates here, dates tab. So in the dates tab, you go to the start date and you change the time, only the time to 9 a.m. So you scroll up and you will get 9 and then you click on the select. So once you click select, so the time changes to 9 a.m. Now you click on the activities tab. So once you click on the activities tab, now we will see that how it works now. So Praveen, you are done. Have you changed the project start time to 9 a.m.?
Yeah, change.
Okay, now click on the add button here. So now you press enter. Okay, once you press enter, you can see that the activity is starting perfectly at 9 and it is finishing at 6 p.m., right? So you can see that it is being scheduled to start on Monday and it is finishing within the same week, right? Okay, now we will try to understand that how does the scheduling work. To understand the scheduling better, so what we do, we add another activity here. You click on the add button here, go to the right side. Now you enter the duration as 4H. 4H would represent 4 hours. And guys, always use small letters, okay? Mind it. 4H. Now write 4H and press enter. So this indicates that it is 4 hours, right? Okay, so once you enter the 4 hours, you look at the finishing time. So what is the finishing time here? If you start an activity for 4 hours, so the finishing time is 1 p.m., right?
Yes.
Okay, now you create another activity and this time you enter the duration as 5 hours. Okay. Now, once you enter it as 5 hours, so you can see that it is finishing at 3 p.m. But why 3 p.m.? Why not 2 p.m.?
Break time is not included.
Lunch. Yeah.
Yes, correct. Yeah, break time is there between 1 to 2 p.m. So basically what's happening when you enter the 5, if someone gave you 5 hours of the work, so what you are going to do? You are going to take your break, right? And then finish the 5th hour of the work after the break. So which will be 2 to 3 p.m., right? Is that clear?
Yes.
What the calendar is doing here for you. Okay, now let us do this thing. You create another activity and you enter a duration of 12H, 12 hours. So guys, what did you note? So what did the Primavera do? The Primavera has converted the 12 hours duration into 1 full day and a half, right?
Yeah.
Basically what it is doing, it is dividing the 12 hours duration with 8 man hours to create the man days. So you have got 1.5 man days of the duration, right? Okay.
Right.
Now do this thing. You add another activity. So this time you enter 24H. You enter here 24H. So what it is doing? Did you see that it converted the 24 hours into 3 man days? Did you see that?
Yes.
3 man days of work. So basically each time you enter any kind of the unit here, so the Primavera will always convert it into the man days, because the man days are easy to perceive, because a day is a day for everybody. But the definition of the week varies in organization to organization. In Netherlands, one week would mean 4 days. In certain countries, the 1 week would mean 5 days. In other countries, the 1 week could be meaning 5.5 or the 6 days, right? So basically, so in the Primavera, basically everything which you enter here, any unit of time will be first converted into the days. Any fraction of the day will be mentioned as man hours. Okay, now let's see. So you click on the add button once again, and then you write the duration unit as 1W to represent 1 week, right? 1W. So once you write 1W, so what it is doing? It is converting the 1 week into 6 days, right? So what it is saying that the definition of the 1 week in this organization is 6 man days. So it is converting that into 6 man days, right? Okay, so let us study further. You click on the add button, and then you enter the duration as you write here 1 month, 1 MO. So if you write here 1 MO, then what happens? It is immediately converted into 24 man days. So 1 month, one working month is consisting of 24 man days. Okay, now guys, I want you to ask a question. You entered here 24 man days, right? But why it is 27? Why not 24? Why the finish date when it is starting from 1st of the September? So that should be ending on 24th. Then why it is 27 and why not it is 24?
Sundays and non-working days.
Yeah, so definitely, someone asked Henry Gant this question. So then he told that guy, so look at the chart. So he created this chart and so that people could easily understand because it is intersecting 3 non-working days, right? Did you note that?
Yes.
So since it is intersecting with 3 non-working days, so that's why the finish date is going to the 27th, right? Now, what is the lesson learned here? There is a great lesson learned here. So once I was in a stakeholder meeting and someone asked me that what is the finish date? So I told that guy the finish date is 27th of September. Now, what happened? When the project was being planned, so later, some top level sponsor, he shifted the date of the project to the month of October, 1st October. And Praveen, I'm sure you know the month of the October contains maximum number of holidays in India, right?
Right.
And then the finish date shifted to, for the same duration, the finish date shifted to the month of the November. So then the stakeholder was sort of surprised that earlier you told me 27, now you're telling me it's going to the month. Then I told him, so see, the schedule is dependent upon start date and the calendar structure, right? So guys, now what is the moral of the story here? The moral of the story is that never ever verbally try to compute the dates and commit them. If you want to commit a schedule, so first you bring the data into the Primavera and use a proper structure of the calendar and ensure that you are using the correct date of the project start, and then you will generate the schedule using the Primavera, and then you can share that schedule with your stakeholders, right? Is that clear?
Right.
Yeah.
So duration is basically determined by you. The schedule is calculated by the software. So let the software do its job, right? Okay, so as you can tell the stakeholder politely, I will tell you the dates later. So when I have a firm start date, when I have a clear idea of what will be the calendar structure and what will be the non-work days inside the calendar. So once I do that, then I will be able to generate a schedule. And once it is generated, I will send you a soft copy. Okay, so this is how you deal with the stakeholders in a project. So if someone is trying to squeeze out a finish date from your mouth, so stop it. That's it. Say no. Okay. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Now click on the add. Now enter here 1Y, 1 year to represent 1 year. Okay, 1Y. So if
Sujoy, can I I'll be back a bit in a minute. Sorry for interrupting, guys.
yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? That's okay.
Okay. Endelea, Yuko.
Yes, we can start now. Now,
Yeah.
now you press enter here. Now you enter the duration as 1 year.
1 year.
Yeah, 1Y, you just type in small letters. Okay, so once you type the duration in the, into this column, and you make it as 1 year, so it converts that into the man days. Now, how it is doing that? So I'll just show it to you. So first of all, let me open the calendar. We go into the modify, and then we go into the time periods. Now, if you look at the time periods carefully, we have mentioned the time period in terms of the man hours, right? So guys, you tell me what is 48 divided by 8?
6.
6. So do you see that it is converted into 6? And what is 192 divided by 8?
24.
14,
So
48.
that's why, because we have specified the month in terms of the man hours. Now, what it is doing, that it is converting the man hours of the month into the man day, right? So it is converting 192 man hours, which is for the month, to it is converting into 24 man days. Similarly, it is converting the man hours of the entire year into the number of the man days, right? So it is dividing by man day, which is 8. So the man hour per day is 8. So it is dividing everything with the man hours per day to convert that into man days. So 48 man hours will be 6 man days, and correspondingly the man month and the man year will be calculated. Right? Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, when the conversion is happening, it is happening due to the units which you entered into the calendar. Right. Okay. Now, I believe that Praveen, you had a question, so you can go ahead and ask that.
So suppose any organization if we join in intermediate project in between. Suppose project already started in documentation, but execution balance. So in schedule, um, start date with execution date or initially date.
No, I didn't get the question.
Suppose any organization we joined in between in mid in project. Suppose start date already done at suppose September. We joined in December and
Okay.
execution from January. So
Mhm.
what will be started date of a project in plan?
So basically, let me tell you, see, what was the original plan? The original plan was to start the project in the September, right?
Right,
But the project actually started in the month of the January, right?
right.
So basically, you should re-baseline the plan. You should shift the date of the project to the January, because you cannot show that there is so much delay from the baseline. You cannot use the old baseline, because
Okay,
they could be due to certain drastic reasons which are beyond the control of the management. So basically, if the reason of the delay is basically beyond the control of the management, and you have no control on the start date, and the start date has shifted away by the 5 months, then it doesn't make sense to use the original baseline. So you'll have to create another baseline. So then you say that, oh, guys, our new baseline is starting from 1st of the January 2025. Now, if any delay occurs, we are not going to change the baseline. Rather, we are going to pull up the delay and bring and do some extra work and bring the project back onto the original baseline, right? Is that clear?
Okay. 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 Understood.
Fine.
So that process is called re-baseline. I think that's a keyword. So project can be re-baselined, yeah?
The project can be re-baselined if something is drastically changed. But if it is changed minorly and if it is happening on a day-to-day basis, so we continue to monitor and take the corrective action, right? Is that clear?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So we
Okay.
basically we re-baseline the project if the changes are very drastically and beyond your control. Then you say that okay, so we say that okay, this is the new date, and from this date onwards we will measure the delay. We will not measure the delay from the 1st of this September 2024. Rather, we will measure any kind of delay happening from the 1st of the January 2025. Now we consider it as the new planned start, and we baseline it, we freeze it, and we all stick to that one. So we make sure that we don't have to re-baseline it again. And if there are certain delays on the activities, on certain activities, we will try to make it good and bring it back to the baseline, and rather than creating a new baseline each time, right? Because people ask me this question that how many times we can re-baseline a project. You can, technically speaking, you can re-baseline a project as much as the data can be accommodated on the data server. But that doesn't mean that businesses would work like that. Clients are not going to stick to your organization, right? If you're not committed to the finish date. See, if you have an agreement with the client, only client can change the finish date of the project if he makes certain changes in the product specification. But if the client is not changing any product specification, he is not asking for any extra features or alteration, definitely you should stick to the original date as promised by you. Is that clear?
Yes.
Because you are the promise manager. What is the first promise which is made by the organization to the client? First promise that we will finish your project on the agreed time. We will finish your project within the agreed price. We will give you a product which is acceptable to you as per your quality acceptance criteria. These are the three greatest promises which are made by any organization to the client in the contract, right? And this contract is put on the shoulder of the promise manager, that is you. PM also means promise manager, right? Because you are managing that promise on behalf of your organization. You get paid for that. Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now we will understand that how does the schedule work. So basically, the schedule is dependent upon the calendar, right? Schedule is created by the calendar. Now let us do this thing. Let us see this. So you go to this particular cell for the first activity and double click that, you will get a pop-up. So it will give you a list of the calendars. Okay, click that. No, click. No, not right click, but click. So you get a list of the calendar, right? Now you select IST. So you change the calendar for this activity and click on the selection. So once you've clicked on the selection button, so do you see a change in the timeline here? Do you see?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because if you change the calendar, it changes the schedule. Do you see a change in the schedule? Starting date and finish date. And the same 6-day activity is now starting on Monday and is finishing within the same week, right? So basically, it is the calendar which is creating the schedule. Now, let me show you the flow chart that how this thing works. So let me draw the diagrams, then I will explain to you. Now, what do you do that you as a user, you apply your expert judgment in determining the duration of the various activities, right? Expert judgment. Now, where does the expert judgment come from? The expert judgment comes from your experience, your domain knowledge, your industry knowledge. your training, your mistakes, advice from the subject matter experts, the standards which have been established by your organization, right? So all this combined, it gives you an expertise to judge that if I'm doing this kind of an activity, then how much duration it is going to take, right? So every engineer knows that his kind of the activities and the duration, because you have been through all this, right? So you have so many years. So, guys, remember one thing. When you are a fresh graduate out of the college, you immediately do not become a project manager, right? First, the organization will put you in the technical role so that you can observe, you can work, and you can observe the life cycle of the entire project from start to the finish. So then you basically, you develop useful memory, right? So what is the useful memory? Useful memory is called work experience. So, so the your work experience gives you the ability to judge and determine that which kind of activities require how much duration, because you have seen that all happening in front of you, right?
Yes.
So that expert judgment you apply in the or because some people think that if I write the name of the activity and the software is automatically going to write the durations. No, that's a false belief, right? Only you can determine that. That is under your control. It is not so much artificial intelligence yet. And dread the day if that happens. So you and me will be doing nothing, right? Is that clear? Because we are required for our expert judgment, so we are useful. So once that expert judgment shifts to the machines, you and me, I don't know what we will be doing. I'm not sure. Okay.
That's very scary scenario here.
That's very scary scenario. We want to work. Okay. So we are good guys. So we don't want to live on the government social security payouts, right? So we
No,
want to have a good income, right? Okay. We want to have a lifestyle.
correct.
We would like to work. We would like to have expert judgment. We will apply our expert judgment at work and we will create good value for the employer. We will manage the project, right? Is that clear? So
Yes.
so we want to be useful. Now, what happens when you apply your expert judgment? So it goes into this column. Now, what does the Primavera do? It combines the duration. Basically, it picks up the duration and it combines it with the calendar. And then it also processes it with the scheduling program. Scheduling program, which is inbuilt, right?
Mhm.
Now, what is the outcome? So when the duration is combined with the calendar, structure of the calendar plus the scheduling program, the outcome is the schedule. So what you are getting at the top is called the schedule. So what is the schedule consisting of? The schedule is consisting of two things. The schedule is consisting of a start date and a finish date, right? Is that clear? This is the complete diagram. This is the complete flow diagram. So keep this, guys, take a very good look at it and keep this in mind. Keep this picture in mind. You will never go wrong and you will be able to work with any software. All the softwares, they operate on this principle. This principle is never taught in any of the training programs. They don't teach the schedule. They only teach you the buttons and the interface. If you understand this inherent principle, you will see the same result in any software that you plan. Because many of the people, they come to me, oh, sir, I have been doing projects. I have done the same project in Primavera and in the MS project. They give me the different schedules. That is normal. I say, no, that is not normal. You are not following the fundamentals of the project management. You are missing something in the knowledge of the schedule. No software will give you a different schedule or a different cost. If you are using the rules, if you're following the fundamentals, if you're not making a mistake, you will get the same result. So guys, you tell me one thing. If you're using different brands of calculators, will you get different results? If you're doing the same computation steps?
No.
Is that possible? No. All the calculators, all the computers, they are programmed in the same way to give you the same consistent result. So similarly, all the project management software, they will give you the same schedule, but of course, the ease of use and convenience and features that will vary, but they are built upon the same fundamentals of the schedule. So this is how it works. So your expert judgment is used to basically write down the activity name, and against that activity name, as per your knowledge, as per your team members, so you can write that what should be the appropriate duration in within which is considered reasonable as per the industry standard and as per the group of the experts, that this should be the reasonable time to complete this activity. So that will become the baseline. So against which you will measure the actuals, right? So this duration is combined with the calendar plus the scheduling program to create the schedule, which is basically displayed in the schedule column. So basically these start and finish in combination, they are called the schedule columns, right? So this is how it works, and you keep that in mind. Now, so once you have understood, now we are going to learn some additional feature of the Primavera, which is called the fill down feature. Now, what your boss says that I want all this activity to be scheduled by the IST calendar. So does it mean that you will do it one by one? No, I will teach you the fill down feature. So guys, first of all, you make sure that your cursor is here. For Sylvester, the cursor is already here. Now you press the shift button with your left hand and keep it pressed. You've done that?
Yes.
Now you click here on the last row as indicated by the tip of the arrow. You will see that all these rows are selected, and the basically your selection is on the calendar column only, because you can see the orange glowing outline here on the calendar column, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if you click on the fill down button, you will see something and you will learn something, and you should observe. So what happened? Click on this button. It is called the fill down. What did it do? It filled down this value in rest of the rows, right? From top to the bottom. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
But try this once again. So make it even a stronger memory. You try to do it from here to here. Okay, you click on this row, this particular row, which is having 6 days. No, you have to click within this column. No. You just close this box. No, because we want to operate on the duration column. So you got to click here. Now you press the shift and you click on the last row within the same column. Now you click on the fill down. So if you click on the fill down, you will see the 6 days are replicated from top to the bottom, right? Okay, so let me give you some more practice, right? Because this is a very useful feature. You will need it very soon. Okay, now I rename this as the task. Okay, so just a moment. So let me go back there. I renamed this as the task. Now I want you to fill down so that all the activities are named as the task. Okay, from here. So you don't have to poke it, right? Just touch it lightly. Yeah, that's it. Now click on the fill down button. You see the same value will be replicated. So is that clear? Praveen, is it clear to you?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Sure.
basically now the fill down won't work on a certain column. I'll just show it to you. It won't work on the activity ID, because as per the rules of the project management, you cannot have duplicate IDs, and the software will prevent it. See, when I select up to here and I click on the fill down, I don't see the fill down as active. Do you see that button is inactivated?
Yeah.
It won't let you. Okay. So let me do this thing. Let me try to type a duplicate number, right? A1000 is existing, right?
Hmm.
See, what does it say?
The value you've entered for activity ID is not unique.
Not
Please
unique.
enter.
Please enter a unique value. Okay. So let me make this unique. Okay. See that, guys? What happened? It got sorted and it got moved into the appropriate position, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So you can, if you want, you can insert new activities by typing the numbers. You insert a new activity at the bottom and renumber that where you want the new activity to go. Suppose I want a new activity here. So it comes here, right? It's so easy.
Yeah.
Now, I want this activity to be at the bottom. So what do? I type in the original number, right? It goes to the bottom. So this is how it works. So basically the fill down won't work here. So let me tell you, it won't work here, it won't work here, it won't work here. So where it is going to work, it's going to work here, here, and here. Because the start and finish date is computed and controlled by the Primavera, right? Is that clear?
Right.
Okay. Now, the thing is that if you look at the top row, that top row is still showing you the corporate standard full-time, even though you have changed it at the project level. Now, guys, let me tell you that Primavera is a little bit of passive because it's not a file-based system. It is based upon the database. I told you that whenever you save the data, you should fetch the fresh data from the server. So it is a classic case of that, right? Even though it is changed at the project level, this is not displaying here because it won't fetch the fresh data unless and until you fetch it. So what do you do? How to get the fresh data? You click on the refresh. So you will see this line will change because it is already updated on the project level. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Right? So you have to understand it is having a two-tier architecture. So you can just imagine it like two different boxes. So one box is containing the data and another box is containing the business logic. So the data input output, it goes from here to here. So in real life, it would be like that because right now this data is actually kept on your laptop, but in the future, you will be working in an organization where the data will be kept in some data center, right? The database. So you got to refresh it from time to time so that you can see all the latest changes here, right? Now, so let us go back to the first rule. So guys, you read the first rule and now you tell me, do you agree with this? Do you agree with this rule? Logically,
Yeah.
you still have.
Yeah.
So schedule is created by the calendar. So you agree with this rule. So hence the learning is complete, right? Now, what we do, a best practice, as I told you, that if you're done with a particular project, you should close that project. You should push the data into the server, back into the server. So what do you do? You should press
Control W.
Control W. That's the best practice. See, nobody's going to blame you for this, but if you do it, you will be one of the good resource, right?
Yeah.
So what happens that it is offloaded from the memory. It frees up your computer memory. You can use it for any other purpose. So if you are not using any particular data, if you are not using a Word file, if you are not using an Excel file, if you are not looking at particular websites, you should close them, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, we will learn that how to create copies. Now, we are going to create our lesson 2 using the copy from lesson 1. So rest of the lessons, we are going to create copies, right? So what do we do? So we make sure that our cursor is on the lesson number 1, any part of the column. So that's okay. Now you press Control C and Control V, one after the other. So you don't have to change your spot. Just press Control C, then you press Control V. Then you will start seeing a pop-up. So do you see this pop-up? It says copy project options, right? So now we are going to suppress, there are 3 boxes which will come in succession. So you have to suppress them every time. So you click here, do not show this dialog. So click this, click OK, and then OK once again here. And then the second box will come up. You suppress this box as well. Click here. And then you click on the OK. Fine. Then you click here. Then click on the OK. So this way you suppress the dialog. So it won't come next time, right? So what is your lesson number 2? So let's look at what is the lesson number 2. So read, what is the rule number 2?
Schedule is adjusted by days like weekends and holidays.
Yeah, schedule is adjusted by critical path and non-working days. So what we do, we write the name of this lesson as first we should expand this column to create some comfortable room. And then we write here critical path and non-working days. You delete the existing text and you start writing critical path and non-working days. So that is your lesson number 2. So every lesson is like a project. non-working days, right? Now you press enter. So once you press enter, so new lesson has been created. You open this. You right click on the lesson number 2. You will see that it is a copy of the lesson number 1. So why are we doing that? See, in real life also, when you are the primary, primary Primavera resource, you are the main resource for the Primavera. So a lot of people will be coming to you to put their activities into the plan, right? So what you do when you're done with one team, you create a copy, then you work with the next team. Why? Because I want to transfer my experience to you. Because it has happened many times in the past. I planned with one team and then I made a mistake with the next team. Then I had to think and roll back, and it used to take a lot of time, right? So what you do, you create a copy. You work upon the copy. If something goes back, you delete the bad copy and you take another copy from the good copy, right? Okay.
Yes.
So, that's being smart. So use the software smartly. Okay, fine. Now, there are two things which we don't need here, so which we are going to switch off. So now, in this lesson, we don't need this column. We don't need the time component, right? So first we will switch off the time component. To switch off the time component, so we will click on the user preferences button. So that's the button at the top on the panel 1. So we select the dates. And then we select the option here at the bottom, which says do not show time. Do not show time. Then you click on the close button. Click on the close button. So the time component is switched off. Now we would like to basically remove the column. So you right click here. So it will give you the options to manage the columns. So click on the columns. So once you click on the column, so you can see the list of the columns which you have right now. So what you do, you go ahead and select the calendar column and you send it back. Then, remove. So guys, do you see that it goes back to which group? General group, right?
General.
So next time if you want it back, so if you remember, you can go directly to the general group and pick it up from there. And if you don't, then what do? You can use the search option, right? Search by few letters, only by first four character. Why? To increase the chances of the accuracy of the spelling, right? If you enter a lot many, Primavera is not impressed if you make a spelling mistake. It's not like Google, right? In the Google, if you type the wrong spelling, the Google will still give you something, right? Okay, but here it won't.
Yeah.
Right? It is better to use a few letters, first 4 or first 5, and this will ensure that you are matching the spellings, right? So you get the result. Now click on the OK to implement this. So once you click it, so this column will be implemented. Now we are going to resize the column to reclaim the space, right? Because the space is very, very precious, right? So we reclaim the space here. We reclaim this much of the, but we do keep some white space, right? So that, there is a distinction that what is the data. Now this is the white space here. We don't need to keep that. So what we do, we move the partition here. Now that will increase the space for the Gantt chart to expand in, right? Because once we start setting up the relationships, this is going to expand. This is going to become a chain. So we need to use this much space. Now, since we made changes in the layout, that was quite significant. So what we should be doing? We should be saving this layout up to this point. So click this button. Okay. Okay, now, so we have rearranged the data. So we have everything ready to understand the critical path and the non-working days. So let's go for the lunch and we meet after 1 hour. And then we will understand that how does the critical path help in adjusting the schedule, right? So
Can you see my screen now?
yes. Okay. Now So we are going to learn about the critical path. So guys, so tell me what do you know about the critical path? So what do you think is the critical path?
Critical path is the so the longest path to finish the project. Yeah, like the longest time taken to be able to finish the project.
Okay, fine. So, this is the partial knowledge, but we will learn critical path not by the definition, but by observation, right? So, when you learn something by observation, it is a lifelong learning. We will not only learn about the critical path, we will learn what is the practical use of the critical path. What do we do with that knowledge, right? That is something they don't teach. When they teach the Primavera, it's a pity that they just tell you, look, this is the critical path. But what do you do with that in real life? So that is the main thing the main thing that you should know. So I'm going to teach you that. I'll make sure that you not only learn the Primavera, but you are able to control the critical path, right? Okay. So if you observe that all the paths, they are equal. Now let us do this thing. You go to the last activity and change the duration to 12 days. So we will learn it by observation. So you change it to 12 days. Do you see that the activity increased in the duration? Right? And I mean the activity timeline, right? It expanded. Did you note that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now you would observe that correspondingly, the project timeline has also increased and become equal to the longest duration activity, right? And I want you to notice certain things more, that it is not only the length which has increased, but you will see that the duration of the project is also 12 days. And the finish date of the project is being derived from this particular path only, which is the longest one, right? Did you observe that?
Yes.
Okay, now let us do this thing. Let's go to this activity 1090 and change the duration to 18 days and observe that what happens. So if you change it to 18 days, now this is the longest activity in the network path. And the duration of the project is being derived from here. The finish date of the project is being derived from the finish date of this activity. And you can see clearly that the project timeline is equal to the length of the timeline of the longest activity or the longest network path. Right? Is this clear? Okay.
Yes.
Now, let's say that, okay, this is the longest path. Then it means that, when I draw this line, so this line represents the finish date line of the project. So just like the blue is the start line, right? So this one is the start date and this one is the finish date line of the project, right? Okay, now, you know what the project managers will do in earlier times. So once they have completed and corrected the planning of all the activities, so they will draw this line and they will pick up the longest activity and they will mark it with a red pen. And then they will say that, okay, this is the critical path, right? This is the critical path. But why they're going to call this the critical path? So guys, I want you to notice something. If you look here carefully, do you see any gap between this activity and the finish timeline? Do you see any gap?
No.
So, they will say that, okay, this is critical because, so this is critical because, this doesn't have any gap between, basically, it doesn't have any gap between this path and the finish date line. So it has a zero float, right? So zero float means that I will just tell you that what is the matter behind this. Suppose there is a person who works on this activity, which is the critical activity. So let me clear up the space here. Okay. Let's say that there is a person who has been assigned to work on this activity, right? This is the critical activity. And in the middle of the project, he takes 1 day leave. He takes 1 day leave. So is it going to delay the project?
Yes.
Yes, it is going to delay the project. So if the current date is 20th of September and he takes 1 day leave, then what will be the new finish date of the project? Think of it.
Monday.
Date. Tell me the date of the Monday. Always talk in terms of date.
22.
Yes, correct. So as a project manager, let me tell you guys, never say Monday, Tuesday. Always use dates, absolute dates, right? You say
Okay.
22 September 2025, right?
Yes.
In your communication because Monday, Tuesday is there in every week, but dates are absolute, right?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So basically, to avoid any ambiguity in the communication in the future, you make this habit, you write the absolute date. Okay. Now let's come to the point. The point is that from the customer point of view, what is the impact on the customer? The impact on the customer is delay of 2 days, right? So
Right.
what the customer is going to say, he would say that, okay, earlier you had promised to deliver or complete the project on 20th of September. Now you are saying that you are going to deliver it on 22. And if you say that, okay, my guy took only 1 day leave, will that work? No, because the impact on the customer is 2 days delay, right? Is that clear?
Right. Yes.
So that's why, it is very important for the project manager to know the critical path activity in advance. And he should have a foresight to plan for the critical activity in such a way that, there is no delay there is no delay at least due to the lack of resources. See, there are two kind of risk. One is the predictable and one is the unpredictable. So predictable risk is something which can be prevented and mitigated, and unpredictable risk are something you have to bear with that, right? And the risk of the delay on the critical path is absolutely preventable. Absolutely. Okay, because it is predictable, it is calculable. You can calculate the critical path. The thing is that so what the project manager would do, they will take a red pen and mark it in red color. They will call it the critical path because there is no gap here. So they will say its float is 0. But why isn't the software doing it? Software should be marking this activity with the red color, and then it should be calculating in the total float column a value of 0 float here, right? But it's not doing it because when you install the Primavera, initially it is in the manual mode. So it does the critical path calculation manually. Why it does? So guys, let me tell you a little bit of the history. Primavera was released in 1983, right? Yes, correct, 1983. So in 1983, I was in the 10th standard and I had no idea, not much ideas about computers, but I had heard that computers are machines, that can do a lot of computations, like they can do a lot of advanced math, like they can solve algebraic equations, they can do the calculus. And that was quite impressive for me as I was in the school, and maths and physics was one of my favorite subjects. So, but I didn't knew anything more than that. Okay, now what happened that in those days, if you wanted to use the computer, the screen was not like this. So there were 25 by 80 character screen, and you would enter the data and it would be a batch process. So after you entered a number of activity, you will press the submit button, then only the batch processing will begin. Then it will compute and it will take a couple of minutes to give you the result. So it will show you that which activities had 0 float, and what the project manager would do, he will take the result and he will go to the drawing board and he will mark those activities in the red color. And he will tell his team, guys, look, these are the critical activities and we got to take special care of this, right? So what care, that I will tell you in a moment. So you might be wondering, it used to take a couple of minutes. That is too much. No, guys, it was not like that. Because before the computers, there were people with maths qualifications and degrees. So they were hired by banks, by financial institutions, by the project the project management consultants or the construction companies to crunch the numbers. Those guys, they were called the computers. Yes, the role of a person was computer, right? So you must have seen that in many countries, especially in India, still, a degree in maths is very much valued. I don't know if it is still valued or not, but maybe if you go back 60, 70 years, a person having a degree in maths was very much in demand in many kind of the places where they needed to compute large mathematical items or things. So maybe the person would be using a calculator himself, but he would be but minding the large numbers very well. Okay. So what happened that after some time when the computers came, so the computers replaced the human beings. So the human beings would take around 2-3 days to compute something. The computer will do it in a matter of minutes. So compared to those people, of course, the computer was faster. But if you added more data, then you will have to press the submit button once again. You could run only one program at a time. I remember if you wanted to type a letter, you would load a software called the WordStar. WordStar is a predecessor of Word. Then if you want it, then you will exit the word star. You will take the printout, you will exit the word star, then you will load something called Lotus 123. So did you guys hear of it? Lotus 123 is one of the earliest spreadsheet, right? So it is a predecessor of Excel. What we see is Excel. So Lotus 123 was there. So after we exited the Lotus 123, maybe we could work upon the Primavera. So if you entered one batch of data, so you would compute the critical path manually. So let us feel that how it works, how the manual process works. So guys, you will see a button here which looks like a clock. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So click that button. So it is a schedule button. And this button can also be invoked by F9 key. Now you click on the schedule button here again. So schedule. So did you note that it has computed this batch of data from here to here? So it has found that one of the activities is the critical path, it is the longest, and it is marked with the red color. Because why it is marked with the red color? Because if this activity is delayed, then the project will be delayed. But if this or any of these activities are delayed, then only those activities will be delayed, but the project will not be delayed. That's why they are not marked as critical. And you can clearly see that it has got zero float. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So why it has got the zero float? See, if you look at the picture, it is very obvious to you, right? Do you see that there is a zero gap here?
Yes.
That's why it says that there is a zero gap. There is no room for delay. If this activity is delayed, then the project will be delayed and we look bad on the promise. Because you are PM. PM is who? Promise manager. And promise manager should know the critical path so that he can control. Now I'll tell you how to control the critical path. But one observation is that the critical path is longest path, right? And critical path has zero float. Is that right?
Yes.
So these are the two observations you made. There is one more observation. The project duration cannot be shorter than the critical path, right?
Correct.
Okay. That is
Right.
logical understanding, right? That is a logical deducing. Just like we deduce the theorem. So here we deduce that the project basically the duration of the project is equal to the critical path duration. So project duration cannot be shorter than the critical path. So if I say it in another way, I can say that critical path represents minimum time or minimum duration required to complete a project. Right, guys? Make sense?
Right.
So,
Yes.
these are the 3 points. And, these are exactly the 3 points that you have observed. They are mentioned in the PMBOK. The standard definition of
Okay.
critical path says critical path is the longest path in the project network diagram, and critical path has zero float, and delay in the critical path will delay the project, and the critical path represents minimum duration required to complete a project. Exactly the same thing. So basically, where does it come from? It comes by observation made by someone 100 years ago, maybe Henry Gantt, right? Is that clear? I believe it
Yes.
was
Right.
because the critical path could not be clear unless or until you created a chart like that. So you can just imagine that how painstaking process it might be. Okay, if you are a construction manager and if you were to construct the Sears Tower, which was the world's first 100-story building in Chicago, right? It is right now it is more than 100 years old. That building it is 100 stories and it is still standing tall. Okay, now let us come to the.
Sajid, sorry. So again, this is maybe a little bit for like a discussion. So you meant to say Henry Gantt, he's the guy who I know he's the guy who invented the Gantt chart, but also even this critical path, he's the one that did use these kind of things, yeah?
See, basically, if you don't make the Gantt chart, can you see the critical path in your mind?
Not
Will that be
really.
possible? Can you picturize the numbers in your mind? No.
He must have been genius.
Unless and until you make a pie chart, unless and until you make a bar chart, line chart, and a clustered column chart, you cannot infer the numbers in a better way. Maybe some people can, but not everybody. Right? Is that clear?
Clear, yeah.
Yeah,
There must be a
maybe
lot of mathematics behind this, yeah,
maybe
behind this
maybe a
software.
person who is very good in maths and maybe a person with a degree in maths, he can visualize the number and he can basically see the graphs in his mind. Yes, some people can do it, right? But not everybody, not you and me. So we need the help of Excel, we need the help of the Gantt chart to understand the numbers in front of us, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And also, there is one thing I'm trying to focus on the project management, not the maths behind it, right? So you have to understand that point of view also. But we will understand the fundamentals, but then, of course, we'll be better able to use the software and appreciate and trust it much more, right? Okay, now let us do this thing. Let us say I entered another batch of data. You go to this activity and you change the duration to 18. The last one, you change it to 18, 18. So it should be also critical, right? But it's not immediately being marked as critical because the software is operating in the manual mode. So let us run it in the manual mode one more time. So I entered another batch. I will do the schedule once again. Click on the schedule. Now it will recompute the critical path, right? So it says that, okay, you have another critical path and both of them are having zero float, right? So it means that a project will have at least one critical path and a project can have multiple critical paths as well if they are equally the longest, right? So is this thing clear? Guys?
Yes.
Yes.
If they are equally the longest, so there can be multiple critical. Now what we will do, so let us move slowly and slowly into the modern time. So let's say that we were in the year 83. Now let us move into the year 2000. So what happened around 2000? People started to use the Windows version and the screens become graphical. Then some of the computers used to have the powerful CPUs. So what did the Primavera company did? Not the Oracle, because Oracle didn't happen until 2008. It was still with the Primavera, right? Primavera Incorporated. So what they did, they said that, okay, if you have a powerful computer, set the software in the automatic mode in case you have a powerful one. So, they were mixed computers. So some were powerful, some were older. So they said, okay, if you got a brand new stuff, so you set the software in the automatic mode and enjoy immediate computation of the critical path. So now let us do that. Okay. Let us set the software into the automatic mode. So, okay, now you click on the schedule button once again. Now you click on the options. So once you click on the options, you get a setting window. I want you to read this line. Read this line.
Schedule automatically when you change affects date.
Okay, fine. Now we will try to understand change. What kind of change? There are 6 changes which can basically lead to the recomputation of the critical path. So what kind of change? Let me tell you one by one. If you change the duration, if you change the relation, if you change lead or lag time, if you change the calendar or if you update the calendar, if you add an activity or if you delete an activity. So these are the 6 changes. Basically, you should have a note for that. So just don't worry. I have already put the note for you guys. So if you go here, so you will be able to see the note. You see this note? Read this and remember this.
Change in duration, change in relation, change in lead or lag time, change in or off calendar, delete an activity, add an activity.
Yeah, change in a calendar or change off calendar, right? I hope this, English is clear to you, the meaning. If you replace the calendar, right? or if you make changes in the existing calendar. So if you make any of the 6 changes, so it will immediately trigger the rescheduling of the entire data, even if you have 10,000 rows. But the thing is that your computer should be, powerful enough to handle that. So normally in the companies, so when where they are dealing with large amounts of the data, so they will with computers, so that will have 32 GB RAM, right? And they will have i7 high level CPUs, right? So that the change is affected immediately. So you don't feel that there is a lag time, right? So now we want the software to work automatically because we have a powerful CPU, right? So you click here, you select this checkbox. Now once you select it, then you click on the close. Then you confirm yes. Then one more thing you have to do, you have to click on the schedule button to implement this change. Now it is implemented, right? So we have to do something. So now let us look at the rule once again. So go to the rule. Go into the rules. You click on the word. Oh, you're not able to see. So let me click it. So look at this change. So just a moment. Look at, let's say, change number 2. Read that. What's that?
Change in relation.
Okay, so let's try that out. So what we will do, we will join 3 activities. We will relate 3 activities. Then we will see that what happens. Now you select these 3 activities from top: 1,000, 1,010, 1,020. Correct. Now you right click on the selection. And then you will see there is a option here, link activities, right? You select link activities. So once you link them, they are linked in the finish to start relationship. And these 3 activities add up to the duration of 6 plus 6 plus 6 to 18 days, right? And we have seen that it has been instantly computed, right? And the successor activities have moved into their respective position as per their relation, right? Do you see that? So they're like a, sort of, I can say, train compartment, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so they are basically in a particular sequence and they add up to 18 days. So they are marked in the red color, right? Okay, so it means that a project can have multiple critical paths, right? And a critical path can also have multiple activities. It is not that it is just one activity, but multiple activities can also add up to critical paths. And in real life, you do have multiple critical paths. And let me tell you guys a fact that you can keep in mind. 80% of the activities in any project, they are on the critical path, minimum. That's a fact. Okay.
80, yeah?
Yeah, 80%. Only 20% might be non-critical. So you've got to be very careful about that, right? So you have to take the knowledge of the critical path very, very seriously if you really want to control the schedule. Now, let us do this thing. Let us see that what happens in the non-critical. See, the non-critical activity, normally, what the project manager will do, they will draw this dark lines, right? You see this line. So basically what these lines would do, they will trace out the gap, right? These lines will trace. So these are called the float bars. Now, usually the float bar is not active, but we will activate the float bar. Now to activate the float bar, you right click here. Now you select bars. So once you've selected the bars and then you scroll down, you click here and you scroll to the bottom of this entire list, right? Yes, you click at the tip of the arrow where I'm pointing. Exactly at the, yes, correct. So you go down, go. Now you stop here, right? Now you will see there is a checkbox here. You have to click this checkbox 2 times to get it selected. Okay, now you select another one which is below it, negative float bar. You select it 2 times. So you have selected it 2 times. Now click on the OK. So once you clicked on the OK, the float bar is now visible. So you can just imagine so much work used to be done on the drafter, right? Can you just imagine? A project manager will be doing this. He is required to do it. They used to have huge draft boards as big as dining tables, and so you can find pictures of people, those project managers. I saw a picture where one guy, he was lying down on the on the board to make sure that he was drawing at the top end, and then he will slide himself back towards the bottom. So, okay, so that he can use a huge sheet. Okay, so people used to do it. So basically, for bigger project, long duration projects, so they would be doing that. And I've seen people working on the Apollo moon missions, right? I was a kid then. I was not there in the US. So what I'm saying is that on the internet, okay,
Yeah.
I was very much curious about, because I'm curious about space. So I'm curious about the project management also. So I was thinking one day, so how did they manage the project without computer? It is such a complex project. They sent 12 people on the moon. They brought them all back safely. 12 people. Neil Strong is the name which is well known. So he's the first man to step on the moon. But after him, there were 11 more people that stepped on the moon. They walked on the moon. They drove on the moon. They collected samples and they come back safely. And it all happened between the year 1969 and 1972. Can you just imagine that?
Wow, within 3 years.
Yeah, within 4 years, 69,
4 years.
71, 72, right? So basically, the moon missions. Of course, in those days, you didn't have very strong computers, right? And not very powerful computers, but definitely the project management was there. So I was curious. I went to the internet, started searching. And so I went very deeply and I found NASA archives, somewhere. And then I found that people were creating huge Gantt charts of those project plans of testing, of launching, and then retesting. They were creating plans, those sheets, and
Yeah,
that was quite huge, right?
because actually there was no one on the moon ideally before that, so they had no baseline. They had to create everything from the scratch, yeah?
Yeah,
Must imagine.
definitely. So, the project management was huge. So these days, we can basically do those projects. If I have to plan another the moon landing, so I'm sure that we can create the plan within the next 6 days, right? Okay.
Yeah,
We don't have to basically lie over big draft boards and big, huge sheets of paper. So we can create a very huge plan inside the computer screen. So maybe we can connect our laptops to a projector and we can create a huge plan, right? And if we need, then we have got, those printers, right? They are called plotters. So plotters are huge. You have billboard banner printers. So maybe instead of putting it on a plotter, I put it on a billboard banner printer and the entire Gantt chart will be printed there, right?
yeah.
So then everybody can observe and they can understand the plan, then everybody can do their task, right? So, that is the benefit. Now, let us look at this one. Let's go to the last activity and change the duration to 20, right? You change it to 20 days. Now, if you change it to 20, this is the only longest one, right? Do you see that? And
Yes.
activities earlier, which were the critical path, they have got float, 2 days float, right? You can see these activities, they have the 2 days float. So this is the 2 days. So two working date, just a moment. So let me use another tool. So you can clearly see that these activity, just a moment. Why don't I get the right tool? Okay, so you can see that these activities having 2 days float. This activity is having 2 days float, right? Do you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
And if you look at this one critical, it is basically defining the finish boundary. So it has got 0, right? Okay, so this is the tallest guy in the bunch. So the tallest guy has 0 float. He has room for delay, right? Is that clear? So it means a
Yes.
project always have at least one critical path, right? And a project can have multiple critical paths as well. That's a matter of coincidence, right? It's a mathematical coincidence because if you have a path 18, so 18 can be 6 plus 6 plus 6, 18 can be 2 plus 16, 18 can be 4 plus 14, 18 can be 3 plus 15, right? So there are many possibilities of getting a number, right? In various combinations. Okay. Now, let us change the duration of the last activity back to 18. Now, I'm going to teach you that what is the practical use. So once you change it to 18, now you can see that there are three critical paths, right? Okay. Now, what happens if our project plan is complete and correct? Then we call for a critical path meeting. Yes, we have to call for this meeting, critical path meeting. So then, before you call for this meeting, you have to apply the filter. So now we will use the filter button. We'll learn the filter. So you click on the filter. So once you clicked on the filter, you just click that.
I can't see there is.
Oh, so do you have something there? You drag it away. Yeah, you make sure that you have a clear view of the top, right? Now you have a critical checkbox here. So you click here, click on the critical checkbox, right? So Pradeep, please confirm you are synchronized. You are going
Yes,
right.
smoothly. No issue.
So what we are saying is that in the filter, but this is a ready-made filter. We can create a customized filter as well, right? So it has got a lot of ready-made filters. So this means that I want to see only the critical path or the critical activities. So it's going to filter out the non-critical. So I won't be seeing them in my view, right? So this is what we have done. Now I click on the OK to apply this. Now, once you do that, so you are going to see only the critical activities, right? So,
Yeah.
so what you will do that you will call for this critical path meeting. So let me write the name of this meeting that you should be conducting. You have to grow up as a project manager. So when do you call this critical path meeting? When your project plan is complete and corrected. Both should be happening because unless your plan is complete and corrected, can you have a true calculation of the critical path? Will that be possible, guys?
Hmm.
You can't, because if your data is not complete and data is not correct, and if you view the critical path, will that be true?
No.
No, it can't be true. So before you call for the critical path meeting, you should ensure that your project planning is complete and corrected. So what you need to correct? You need to correct the duration, you need to correct the relation, you need to correct the lead and lag times, right? Okay, so after that, you call for the meeting. Now, you count the number of the activities on the left side.
6, 5.
So you can see that there are 5 activities. Now, what you are going to do, that you are going to call these 5 people, those who are activity owners, into the meeting room, right? So now I'll tell you that what you should be talking to them about, right? What should be your focus of the meeting? So this meeting is critical path meeting, and you are going to ask them 4 questions. So here I write the first question. First question is like this: are you planning to take a leave during your activity? So are you planning to take a leave during your activity? So guys, I hope you understand that if any of these guys, they take a leave during their activity, so then it's going to delay the project, right?
Yes.
Because any of these activities, they don't have any room for delay. They have zero room for delay. Do you see this float? Float is zero. They cannot float, right? So they have no room for delay. Are you planning to take a leave during your activity? Now, one of the guys says yes. Now, as a project manager, so see, PM also means people manager, right? Guys, the word PM has got many meanings. Project manager is the top level meaning. So he's people manager, process manager, problem manager, promise manager, and productivity manager, proficiency manager, right? Is that clear? And PM has got another important meaning, PM, Primavera Master, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So you have, okay? There are a lot of meetings. Okay, so what you can do on Monday, you can go and tell your boss. So, I am so many things at once. So you need to give me a raise, right?
That's a very good argument. Yeah, it can be.
Okay. Okay, right now just wait. First you become proficient. Okay, so then you can go
Yeah.
and tell your boss. Now let me tell you, let me make you proficient. Okay. So are you planning to leave? Now, there are two kind of leaves that there is a person can take. One is the negotiable and one is the non-negotiable. So you got to understand this as a people manager. So he says that, boss, I'm going on a vacation to relax myself for a couple of days. So then you ask him, can you change the dates to happen after your task is completed? He says, yes, boss, that's flexible. It's not so hard and fast, right? So what he does, he says that, okay, I have changed. I will change the dates. So I will go after my activity is completed. So that solves your problem. So that is called a negotiable leave. Now, what is a non-negotiable leave? Suppose if the guy says, oh, I'm going to get engaged, or I'm going to get married, or my wife is expecting. So, these are certain things where the person has to be present personally, right? He has to be present himself, right? These are called non-negotiable leaves, right? So is this thing
Right.
clear, guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, in that case, so what you have to do, you have to arrange for an equally skilled resource during his absence period, right? So let me write the answer so that you can remember that. So if he says, and it is non-negotiable, then, so what you should be doing as a project manager. So ask the HR manager to provide you an equally skilled resource to work during the leave period of the original resource. To work during the leave period of the original resource, right? So is this clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay. So ask the HR manager to provide an equally skilled resource to work during the leave period of the original resource. So no, now you have to do it in advance. Why? Because you get to get these two guys together, right? So then you will ask the originally assigned resource to do a knowledge transfer, right? So is this thing clear?
Yes.
Once
Yes.
the knowledge transfer is done, so you know what's going to happen. So it will be ensuring the fact that you will be basically, you will be able to have basically the work done properly, right? So in the absence of the main resource, so there won't be any problem, right? So you so that you don't face any problem at all in getting the job done because the knowledge transfer will be done. And if the knowledge transfer happens in advance, right? So then what is the advantage? The advantage is that there won't be any problem in understanding. So the main resource will transfer the knowledge in advance, and the second guy he will take care of the job when the main resource is absent. So that is a good strategy so that it is not delayed. Now we come to the second question. Okay. So in the second question is about the machine. Now you ask your guys, do you have any machine which can break down during your activity, which can break down during your activity. Suppose you have a machine and the machine breaks down during your activity, definitely your activity will be delayed, right? So then what will you do? What will be your strategy? I want you to think and guess. Guess and think and tell me. So what will be your response to this?
Even a alternative machine,
Tell
like
me.
a backup machine.
Okay, so let me tell you, there are two options you have. If that is a smaller machine, so you will go for the option A, which is you say get a standby, right? If it is a smaller one. Now, if it is a bigger machine, so what do? You go for the option B. So you will do this. You'll say do preventive maintenance. You will do preventive maintenance. I'll just tell you that what it means. Guys, if you looked in the boot of the car, there is a spare tire, right?
Right.
It's a spare tire. So, that's a small resource. So basically that's a standby resource, right? That's always having the proper pressure. It has the same diameter as the existing car tires, right?
Yeah.
And you always check that pressure, right? So that whenever you need that, it is ready for use. So that's a standby resource. Now, suppose if you're going in a long journey, say 300 kilometers or more, so will you tow a spare car behind your car? Think of it. Hmm? Will you tow a spare car behind your car, or you will take your car for preventive maintenance for a long journey?
Preventive
Preventive maintenance.
maintenance.
Preventive maintenance, that's what we will do. And I will give you a very classic example of preventive maintenance. So when you get down from an aircraft, especially when you are using the ladder, have you seen that? If you look back, you will see many people surrounding the aircraft and checking the various parts of it. Why? Why they are doing the checking? They are doing preventive maintenance for the next flight. This is how the airlines make money, right? So the aircraft goes up and down a route several times in 24 hours. It is only the crew which is refreshed, not the aircraft, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
while you are going towards the terminal, so there are a lot of people, the next set of the passengers are waiting for the return journey, right? Is that clear? So basically,
Yes.
is it possible for the aircraft to be fixed in the midair? Is that possible?
No.
No, because the aircraft flies on the critical path. So next time you book a window seat for yourself and you just look out of the window, you will be able to see that. Because now you have learned the Primavera, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Now you will know, yes, you can tell the other passenger, yo, do you see that critical path? So we are flying on that. Most of the passenger won't be able to see that because they didn't do my training, right? Okay, so you know that the airlines knows that, the pilot knows that, the inbound crew knows that, the external crew knows that. So they all do preventive maintenance, okay, before each flight, right? So this is what you will do in your project because you are the pilot of your project. So you know that your project is flying on the critical path and you cannot afford to have a delay. Is that clear?
Yeah.
So if it is a small piece of equipment, you will get a standby because that won't cost much. And if it is a huge piece, it's a big machine, 100 tons crane, so you'll have to do preventive maintenance. So you will ensure that all the critical components of that particular equipment, they are checked, they are replaced, they are refurbished, they are basically serviced, okay, so that the equipment doesn't break down or the breakdown chances are very much minimized. So that is the idea. Now we come to the next thing. So that was man, that was machine. And the third is about the material. Now you ask this question, do you have any material? Do you have any material which can run in short supply during your activity? Which can run in short supply during your activity? And this guy says yes. Okay. Now, guys, you tell me that what will be your response to this? If he says that, okay, I do have a material.
No.
They may need to plan in advance, like what are the solutions to that if it happens, or they should arrange for them.
So do you have any material which can run in short supply? If he says yes, so guys, I'll tell you. I'll tell you so that you get an idea in the future. So guys, look at your project. So what is the start date of the project? Read
First
the
of
September.
1st of September.
2025.
What you should tell this guy that you order this material to arrive at least 15 days before the start of the project, right? So it means that you're asking him to get this material in into your warehouse by 15th of the August 2025. Why you are doing that? So that you can check the material, you can check it for quantity and quality, because I'm not asking for the entire material. No, that would be not wise, right? So what will be wise if you order the material for the critical path and ensure that it is having the complete quantity and the correct quality, it will at least ensure that the critical path activity won't be delayed due to any lack of materials, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me write this, but I'm not saying that 15 days is an absolute must. So what I'm saying is that you have to order it sufficiently before the start of the project so that you can check for quality and quantity, right? Okay, so I'm writing it for this one. Order the material to arrive 15 days before start date of the project. Okay. Okay. Now we ask the fourth question. The fourth question is like this. It is about cash. So man, machine, material, and cash. Now, what is the question? Question is that, do you have any subcontracted work which requires large cash payouts, right? And the answer is yes. So read this question. Read this.
Do you have any subcontracted work which require large cash payouts?
And the answer is yes. Now, what is the problem with the subcontracted work? So, guys, you have to understand that subcontractors, they do not have deep pockets, right? And if you're not paying the subcontractors for more than a week, so it might be possible that he won't be paying, he won't be able to pay, and some of the people may leave. And if the number of the people is reduced, maybe it's going to affect your schedule a lot, because this activity is on the critical path, right? Is that clear? So make sure that you are paying the subcontractor on time so that he can pay on time and he can keep his workforce together, because the subcontractor might have a strong contract with you, but he doesn't have strong contract with the people that he brings into your site. You have to understand this fact. Okay, is this clear?
Yeah.
So now what is the solution here? The solution here is that you should get an advance approval, and you keep the advance approval with you, and you take the cash only when required. It is just like having a post-dated check. So post-dated check means that you agree to pay, but on or after a certain date. So this is what is this arrangement. Because if you look at the large cash payouts, these require multiple levels of approvals. That is the problem. It's not you who is going to approve it, because it has to go through multiple managers. And if that delays the payment to the subcontractors, then your project can be in trouble, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So you can just write here like this. So get approvals in advance and take the cash only when required. Get approvals in advance and take the cash only when required. So this way there won't be any delay for the payments, right? Now, how do you remember these 4 points? So you can write a shortcut like this: 3M plus C, right? Is this clear, guys? What is the 3M? Man, machine,
Machine.
material, and C for cash. So if you remember these 4 points, then at least you will ensure that the critical path is not delayed, at least due to the lack of resources, because the resources is under your control, but you cannot control the climate, sudden turn of climate. You cannot control the political situation. You cannot basically predict an earthquake. You cannot predict a flood, right? Those are called unpredictable risk. This is a predictable risk, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
And the predictable risk, something which you can predict, so mostly you can prevent. So that's what you should be doing by ensuring the 3M plus C policy. So you should ensure that the activities on the critical path, they are not delayed, at least due to the lack of man, machine, material, and cash. Right? So is this thing clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I will teach you the near critical path. So guys, have you heard of something called near critical path? Maybe not yet. Now you will. Now you will know, and then it will make you even much more smarter, right? So guys, first of all, you remove the filter. Go to the filter, and you in the filter box you select all activities. No, not there. I'll tell you the best way to remove the filter is to select all activities. Why? If you apply multiple filters, you don't have to click multiple times. Maybe you might miss removing one filter and still it would be there. So if you click this checkbox, all activity, so it removes all filters at once.
Okay.
Huh? Okay, so keep this fact in mind. Now click on the OK, you will get all the activities back. Okay. Now, once you have got this, so what do you do? So just do this thing. This activity, which is 1190, you change the duration to 16 days. This 1190, you change it to 16 days. And for the 1040, you change it to 15 days. You change it to 15 days, right? So I want you to see something, observe, use your logical thinking. You see this, these two activities, they are very much near to the finish date, right? You see that?
Yes.
So how much gap they have from the finish date? So this activity is just 2 days behind, and this activity is just 3 days behind. And these are called near critical path. They are nearly the critical path, but not the critical path because they do have some float, right? Now, what is the risk with these activities? It has been observed in the practical world, in the practical project management. I'm sharing my experience that if I fail to recognize this near critical path, I'm well prepared to take care of the critical path. But what happens that sometimes if I miss the near critical path, the near critical path expands and it goes beyond the existing critical path and thus delaying the project. Right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So that can happen, right? It has happened for me. So then I learned that you have to take care of the near critical path. You have to set a policy. So then I tell my team member that, guys, let me set a policy. If any activity comes within the 3 days range, we will treat that like a critical path and we will make the same arrangement for that activities which we make for the critical ones, right guys? So I say that, okay, these are the near critical path and they should be also treated the same as the critical path. I know this because I just did it manually, but if there are thousands of activities, can I do it manually? No. I have to basically tell the software that please identify the near critical path which come within the range of 3 days, right? Now I have to tell the software. Yes, I can tell the software Primavera can handle near critical paths. Okay. So what do? You go into the scheduling tool here and then you click on the options. This time you will click on the options. So once you're in the options, I want you to read this text. Read this. Read the text. Read both the lines.
Define critical activities as total floats less than or equal to
Zero, right? Zero H. So
0 hours. Yeah.
it doesn't mean hour or day. Zero is zero. Zero has no meaning in terms of the hour or days, right? Zero period is zero period. So basically, the current rule says that any activity which is having the zero float is critical. Now, I change this rule to 3 days. So you write here 3 days. Instead of 0H, you change it to 3H. I mean 3D, 3 days. D for days, right? Correct. So you put here 3 days, then you click on the yes button. Click on the yes. And after that, you click on the schedule to implement this. So once you have done that, so you will notice that these are also marked in the red color, right? Now,
Yes.
if they are marked in the red color, are they really critical? Will they turn up in the critical filter? Let's see this. So you go into the filter and then you select the critical checkbox and then you click on the OK. So if you clicked on the OK and they turn up in the critical list, so that's quite good. So what do? You call in these guys as well. Okay. And you
In
have
the critical path meeting, yeah?
yes, of course. So now you have to take care of 7 critical activities, right? But you should use this in a very judicious manner. Why? I'll tell you. If you increase the gap, then you will see large number of activities. And if you include large number of the activities into the critical category, then you will have to spend a lot of money, right? And you will have to store a lot of material in advance. You'll have to get a lot of standbys, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So that would basically unnecessarily increase the cost. So you have to use it judiciously. It should be in the right measure. So what is the right measure? So guys, I hope I don't have to tell you how much salt you should put in your food, right? Is that clear?
Yeah, but based on your experience, you can advise us. I
Okay.
mean, well, it depends because our industry can be different from yours.
Okay, fine. So let me tell you based upon the common occurrence in the projects, right? So see, the projects, they have very similar life cycle in every domain, right? All the project they use, the major chunk of their budget is 70% is used in the execution phase. Now, let me tell you another common trait. In any kind of a project, you can lose 1 month in a day. I mean, you can lose 1 day in a month, right? Is that clear? So if you've got 1 year project, then you can use the 12 days gap for the near critical path. And it won't be an overkill, right? Is that
I'm
clear?
sorry, can you say that again, please?
So okay, hear me again. So if you are having a 12-month project, so we can basically, it has been observed, it is possible to lose 1 day per month. So it is basically for 1 year project, you can set the near critical path at a gap of 12 days, 1 day per month. That's a small little thumb rule that you may use in the beginning. You can adjust it to more or less based upon the observation in your project. Right? Is this clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what we are going to do, we are going to first remove the filter. So how do you remove the filter? You remove the filter by selecting all activities and then you click on the OK. Then we remove the rule. So how do we remove the rule? We go back to the same place where we put the rule. So we go to the scheduling tool and then we select options. Then we select this box, and in this box we put 0. Just put 0. There is no need to write H or D because 0 means 0, right?
Yeah.
Now click on the close button and click confirm yes. And then you click on the schedule button. You have to schedule that, right? So that it is implemented. So you can see that these two activities are now reverted back to normal, right? Okay, because you have set the rule back to 0. If you set the rule back to 0, then these activities are reverted back to normal. So only the activities which are having the 0 float, they will be marked as critical, right? Okay, now we will learn about the non-work day. Now guys, I'm pausing for a moment. I want to hear any question on the critical path and the utility of the critical path, practical utility of the critical path. I'm giving you an opportunity to ask me any question if you have any. Do you have any question for me?
So you did mention that in a 12-month project, common sense or experience says like we can lose one day in a month. Does this mean like, let's say if we have like a 36 month project, we can lose triple number of days in a critical path as well? I don't know if you get my point. It'll be 36 days, for example, in 36-month project, yeah?
If you have 3-year project, it won't be 36 days. 12 3 the 36, that might be too much. So in a 3-year project, you can set your near critical path gap to 20 days. So that should be good enough.
Okay.
So
Okay.
you should be a little bit strict, right, with your project, right? Don't eat the project sort of, not like the. I'll tell you that why am that, because my father was in the army, right? So many of my uncles, I didn't go to the army, but I was brought with a lot of discipline in the childhood. Now, when I became a project manager, that disciplined, approach to things in life that helped me a lot to grow in that role. I treat the project as a discipline. If you're not disciplined about gathering the requirement, if you're not disciplined about documenting them properly, if you're not disciplined about getting the signatures from the various stakeholders, some loophole can cause a failure, right?
Yes.
There is a saying in English, a chain is as strongest as the weakest link. Is that clear?
Yeah.
And the project is weakest, the project management will be weak if you have basically not done your due diligence in the project, either in collecting the requirements or getting a sign off from the client or making a proper diagrams, making proper designs, getting the designs checked. All that requires a very disciplined approach, right? If you look at the project management books, so they basically tell you that what to do. But if the person is having a lackadaisical attitude, so I don't think any amount of that project management education will work for him. It's not going to work for him. Even if you know the Primavera very well, but if you're not going to the office on time, and if you're not leading the people, and if you're not guiding them, if you're not properly mentioning things to them, and if you're not observing and giving them feedbacks regarding their timeliness, their approach to quality, then I don't think your project will work. And despite your good plan, the project can still have a lot of variance. It can be exceeding in budget, it can be exceeding in the completion date. So basically, your people manager, if you show a very disciplined face to your team, I believe they start to catch up that. It's like unsaid communication, right? Silent communication. So is that clear?
Clear, yeah.
Okay.
And another just follow-up question on that. I've been attending lots of meetings in my work currently, and as I said, we're working in a metro project, which is like a long-term project, maybe potential over 10 years. They talk a lot about schedule resilience. Can you maybe expand a little bit about that if you've heard about that the term scheduling resilience, like adding resilience to a schedule,
Actually, what is the meaning of
master schedule?
resilience? It means that you got to introduce a little bit of the buffer, right? So
Okay.
say if you're going to work for we have a project for 365 days, we can have something called acceptable variance. Sometimes it is called the resilience. In the engineering, we have a terminology which is called the expansion joint. Have you heard of expansion joint?
Yeah.
So I believe you understand that what is the functionality of the expansion joints?
Yeah.
In the hot countries, they are very much useful, right? If you have spans between the bridges, and if you don't put the expansion joints, then what happens? The bridges can buckle up, they can loosen down from the bolts, right? Big pieces of metals can push against each other, they can be bent. So it is because of the expansion joints, they expand to complete. So, that is called the resilience or acceptable variance. So you say that I have this project which is scheduled for 100 days, but it has an acceptable variance of plus 5 days. So it means that you can finish this project within the range of 100 to 105 days. Okay. So that in the project management world, it is called the resilience, or it is called acceptable variance. So what is the variance which is acceptable? Plus 5. So we can set an acceptable variance for the duration, for the resource units, and for the cost, right?
And this acceptable variance is being, maybe just like you explained to me a little bit earlier here, it's just like a discipline, yeah, like a salt. You have to use common sense sometimes, yeah. Or there's a formula
Yeah, yeah.
to obtain these
Common sense, yeah.
acceptable variance.
Because if you look at the recipe book, if you look at any of the recipe book in any country, any culture, you will see there is a measurement for all kind of ingredients except the salt. Salt, sugar, always mentioned, salt to taste, sugar to taste, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
They are never mentioned with exact quantities, but if you look at rest of the ingredients, mostly they will have an exact quantity which you might include. Okay, so you got to basically use that same thought process. You got to observe the things closely, and you will determine that what works best in the current project. So that is what is called expert judgment. But most of the times, if you use a process and if you use a discipline, you will be nearly there. Basically, why are we trying to plan a project? Basically, we are trying to be as predictable as possible. We are trying to minimize the variance. We are trying to minimize the unpredictability of time, unpredictability of the cost, and hence unpredictability of quality. So we are trying to make the time more predictable, but within a very small range of variance. We are trying to make the cost of the project very predictable within a small range of variance, and the quality should be absolutely acceptable, right? For the quality, there is no variance, and it should exactly match as per the accepted quality criteria as set and agreed between you and the client, right? Is that clear?
Yep. Thank you.
Because a compromise in the quality that can cause failures of big structures, and it can cause injuries and loss of life, right? So we should not have that. We engineers have a very responsible role to play in that, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now the critical path is clear. Now I'm going to teach you the non-working day. So what happens when you have a non-working? Let's say that your boss has declared that the Wednesday will be a holiday in the organization, right? So it will be a holiday. So he says that September 3rd is a holiday, and you know that it is intersecting on the critical path. And if it does intersect on the critical path, it is going to push the finish date of the project, right?
Yes.
Now, if there is a one day of the holiday declared on 3rd of the September, then you guys have a good look, use your logic and tell me what will be the new finish date of this project.
Monday the 22nd, third,
22.
22nd, sorry.
Right, because it's a one-day holiday, and if you push the critical path onto the Sunday, it will jump over the Sunday because it can't work on the Sunday, right? So you keep that date in mind, 22, right?
September.
22 September. Now let us learn that how to accommodate a holiday inside a calendar. So we go step by step. You click on the calendar button. So here you are in the calendar. Okay. Now make sure that the IST is selected. Now once you are on the IST, then click on the modify button. And then you scroll to the month of September. You scroll ahead. Now you select 3rd of the September. So guys, if you look on the right side, the 3rd of the September shows 8, right? The work hours is 8, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now we want to mark the 3rd of the September as a non-work day. So we click on the non-work button. So you click this button, non-work. If you do that, it turns into gray color, right? This is the color of the non-work, and you will see the non-work day is 0 hours, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So it has no work hours, it has 0 hours. So it is a non-work day. Now click on the OK. And then you click on the close. And since the calendar is in the, the scheduling is in the automatic mode, you will see that it has recalculated the new finish date. And you will see the Wednesday is marked with a gray color, right? So gray color means that on the Gantt chart, if you see a gray color, so it means that this is a non-work day. So the non-work day, what is the definition of the non-work day? Non-work day could be a holiday. Non-work day could be a weekend. Non-work day could be a monthly weekend, right? Okay. So if any of these three are there, they'll be marked in the gray color. So as you can see, this Wednesday has been marked as the non-work day due to which the finish date has shifted, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, the thing is that the Primavera has a drawback. So you said that, okay, the Wednesday is a holiday. Now, one of your colleague comes in, he says that, boss, you mark the Wednesday, 3rd of the September as a holiday. So what is the name of that holiday? Because all of the holidays, they do have some name, right? Christmas, Thanksgiving, and Independence Day if you are in the US, right? Okay. So every country has their holiday and a name for that is there, right? So we got to write the name, but in the Primavera, you can't do it on the calendar. So what do we do? I'll tell you how to list out the holidays in a project. So you go to the project tab here. So in the project tab, you select notebook. You'll find the notebook just after the general tab. Now, in the notebook, we would like to write a note, but Primavera is a very disciplined software. It will ask you for what kind of note you want to write. You click on the add. It will ask you reason. So if you can't find anything that matches, so you go and select general notes, right? You select the general notes category, that is the topic, and click on the selection. And then you close this box, close this box, close it. So after you close the box, then you click on the modify button. So you will get a pop-up box in which you can write the note, right? Now, let me show it to you that what you should be doing here. So you write here, list of holidays 2025, right? So how do you write it? So you will use the bullet number, right? The numbered bullet. So you'll write the date, then you'll write the name, right? So this way, if your organization has declared, let's say in the year, they will have 5 or 6. So you can write it like this. You can write the date and then you can write the name, right? So you can write it like this. So you can write the date and the number, right? Like that you can write, right? So this is the list of the holidays in your organization, and then you click on the OK. So this will be stored along with the project information, because you can't store it directly inside the calendar, but some other softwares like Microsoft Project, they let you do it. So inside the calendar, you can basically write against a particular date that what is the name of this holiday. Right now, in this version, you don't have it, but you do have it in another version of the Primavera, which is the Primavera Cloud version. It has it. Now, you come back to the Activities tab. Okay, now if you have someone asking you that what is the reason for this, you tell him that you can look at it in the project notebook, right? What is the name of this holiday? So that you know. Now I'm going to teach you that how to remove the holiday properly, because many of the people, they don't know, they end up making mistakes. So I will make sure that you don't make mistakes. Suppose if you entered a particular date wrongly, and if you want to make a correction, so how do you do it? That I will tell you. First, how you should know how to remove it properly. Okay, first you click here on the calendar tool. After you are in the calendar, so you select the modify button. Then you scroll to the month of the September. So once you are in the month of the September, then you select the 3rd of the September. And then you select here detailed work hours per day. Okay, now you can see that since it is a non-work day, all the slabs, they are in the dark gray color, right?
Yeah.
These are all the non-work hours. Now, I'll tell you, usually what happens, you might feel that since you made this particular date a non-work by clicking the non-work, and if you wanted to make it work, you might click on the work. But actually, this is the wrong button. So you click on the work. I'll show you what's wrong with that.
Do you want me to click here?
Yes, you click on the work. So do you see that it has basically made some of the days, I mean, some of the hours as working. But the question is that does it look like your organization's, pattern of the work for the day?
No.
No, because you can see that it is starting from 8 and it is finishing at 4. So this is not the usual pattern of the daily way of working, right? So I'll tell you what is the correct button. The correct button is the standard button. If you click on the standard button, so it will have a daily pattern which is matching your organization's pattern, right? Do you see that?
Yeah.
You can see that it starts at 9, then there is a break time at 1, and then the work is going up to the 6 p.m., right? Is this thing clear?
Yes.
Okay, now you click on the OK. Then you click on the close. Then you can see that once you have removed the non-work day, you will see the finish date has reverted back, right?
Yes.
So the schedule has recalculated itself. So you can see this is the 6 rules which it follows, right? So if there is a change in the change in,
Leave
right?
or like,
Basically, when you put a holiday, there is change in calendar. When you remove it, it is change in the calendar, right?
yes.
Okay. So if any of the 6 changes is done, so it will lead to immediate trigger of rescheduling, right? So this is how it works. So now this is all about the critical path and the calendar and the non-work days. Now I'm pausing for questions so that you guys can ask me any question. Do you have any doubt regarding the critical path and critical path meeting and the holidays, how to apply, how to remove? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So what you guys should do, what is the best practice that before you even put one activity into the project, you should have a complete and correct calendar in place, right? So make sure that you have created the correct schedule, correct structure of the calendar, and you have applied all the non-working days or applied all the holidays in the calendar, right? Is that clear?
Yeah. I may have one question.
Yeah, sure.
So in creating a calendar, for me, it feels like it needs a lot of consultation from all project team members, if I may say that, yeah? Because you like you, you may want to know what the
Lot of consultation from the project team member, just go to the HR head and you ask the HR head, so what is the work schedule followed in this organization? So you write it down on a piece of paper, right? So once you write it down on a piece of paper, you transfer it to the Word file, you send the Word file to the top boss and all the stakeholders. You don't have to go to them. You tell them, guys, this is the pattern of the work that I have obtained from the HR. So do you have any comments on this? So if people say, no, we have a different pattern or adjusted or updated, so you catch up that pattern on the document, right? Is that clear?
yeah. Because I was wondering, like, how do you know if these people will be on leave? Let's say they'll take leave during the activity, but that's for critical path meeting. But so yeah, I understand now. HR will give me an overview of the entire organization calendar, and then I'll use that as my starting point.
Absolutely. So use that as a starting point and you just get it confirmed all other stakeholders so that you have something which is known to all, agreeable to all, right? So after that, after you have created the calendar, when you start to add the activities, so till the point you have entered the activities, you can be assured that your calculation of the finish date is correct, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we are going to close this lesson. To close the lesson, so we use the shortcut key Control W. So close it. Okay, now we will learn the third rule. So let's go to the Word file. So in the Word file, so you scroll to the top. So you will see the rules. Now read the rule number 3. What is the rule number 3?
Schedule is adjusted by dependencies, lead and lag time.
Correct. So dependencies and relationships. So we will learn. So this is our lesson number 3 as well as the rule number 3. So we go to the Primavera. You get inside the Primavera. Now, what do? You just select your lesson 1. Select the lesson number 1. Then you press Control C and Control V. It will get, no. You just do Control C and Control V. Right?
All right, Control C and then Control V.
Yeah. So use the shortcuts also as well. You learn them. You remember them. They work very well. They're fast, right? So it has created another copy without any kind of pop-up because you had suppressed the pop-up last time, right?
Yes, yes.
Now you write the name. So let me write the name. Dependencies and relationships. Dependencies and relationships. Spelling is not correct. So let me fix it. Now it is correct. Okay, now you open lesson 3. So basically what you are doing, you are making a copy of the lesson number 1 and being smart, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Praveen, you are here?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, you are here. Now, first of all, let us learn the concept of the dependency and relationships. What are they? And then we will come back to the Primavera. So we have the raw data here, and then we will transform this and we'll be able to understand the concept. First, we understand the basics. So we go to the relationships. Now, if you want the relationship to happen, you need at least 2 activities, right? 2 activities, and then you join them. So one of the activity will assume the role of the predecessor, right? Now, I want you to read this definition. Read this.
Predecessor task is the one which controls the start, end, or finish date of the successor task.
So, sometimes in normal language, we refer to the predecessor as the boss and successor as the subordinate. Because you can clearly see the definition inside the project management is saying that is the one which controls. If someone controls, then definitely he is the boss, right?
Yeah.
Now, every activity has 2 dates, start, finish. So if you multiply 2 with 2, you get a total combination of 4. There are 4 ways in which the 2 activities can be joined. So the first and most common way you can join an activity is finish to start. Okay. So now for the finish to start, you read this. What is the predecessor? What is the boss saying to the subordinate? Read this.
When I finish, then you can start.
Now it will be represented like this on the Gantt chart. The arrow will be starting from the predecessor and the tip of the arrow will be hitting the successor, right? So guys, always keep in mind, the predecessor shoots the arrow and the successor gets hit by the arrow, right? So it will be represented like this. The finish date of the predecessor is going to control the start date of the successor. So that's why it is called finish to start, and it is programmed by default into the interface being the most common. Okay, now you read the next one. What is the next kind of the relationship?
Start to start. When I start, then you also start.
Yeah, so it says that when I start, so then you also start. Now, the start to start will be represented like this. The arrow will start from the start date of the predecessor. So it says that when I start, then you also start. If I start later, then you start later. So you shift with me, right? Okay, so it's like that. Now you read the next one.
Finish to finish. When I finish, then you also finish.
Right. So it will be represented like this. The arrow will start from the finish date of the predecessor, and the arrow will hit the finish date of the successor activity. Right?
Yeah.
Now we go to the 4th one. What does it say?
Start to finish. Before I start, you should be finished.
Now there is a precondition here. Read this.
That date is predetermined.
Yeah, it is a predetermined date and it is a little bit in the future on the timeline. Means that it is on the right side of the timeline. It is a little bit in the future. Okay. So just we will, now it is represented like this. The arrow will start from the start date of the predecessor and then it's going to hit the finish date of the successor. So it says that before I start, you should be finished. Now let us go to the Primavera and we will implement this and we will learn about this. So to implement this, so we have to basically use the WBS because we have to group the activities, right? So once we create a group of activities, then you will be able to understand it better. So to create the activity groups, so we have to create the WBS. So to create the WBS, we have to click on the WBS button. So you click this button, you will be getting the WBS tab on, right? Now, if you look at the WBS tab, we need more columns. Actually, the number of the columns that we see is quite less. So first of all, you click on this button to switch off the details below. And then let us do this thing. Let us drag this partition a little bit toward the right side so that we can make room for the new columns. Now you right click here. Now you select the option columns. After that, you select the option customize. Okay, so Praveen, please confirm that you are here.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so let us do this thing. Let us bring this box up to here and then we expand these height and width of the box. Then we select the WBS name. So then after that, we expand the duration column. Click on the durations. So here we will select BL project duration. BL project duration means
Baseline project duration. Yeah.
baseline. Baseline means planned proposal. Now, after that, we are going to close the duration group. Okay. So we are going to the dates. So dates, you expand this group, then you select the start date column. You go to the bottom, you select the start and take it to the right side. Correct. Now you select the finish column and you take it to the right side. Okay, so you can see the start and finish. Now you click on the OK. So you can see that these columns have been inserted, right? So once you insert the column, so then you get an idea that how much space that this column would need. So we reduce the extra width for these columns. Now you can see that the activity, basically, the Gantt bar is missing. So what do? You go exactly in front of here and you double click. You double click this spot. So when you double click the spot, so you can see that the Gantt chart has come here, but it is too small to be visible, right? So what you can basically use smaller units of time so that the Gantt bar can become bigger. So you click on the plus zoom. You click on the plus zoom once, then another time, then once more, then once more. Correct. So you get the daily scale, right? So once you get the daily scale, so you come here in front of the relationship line, and then you double click. So once you double click, you will see that now it is visible and in front of you, right?
Yes.
Now there is a bug here. I will show you the bug because I have to teach you the bug so that you guys don't get surprised. So guys, you click on the save layout as. Now you write the layout name as WBS summary by, then you write your own name. Okay. You are going to save the summary with your own name, WBS summary by. Sylvester. So once you have done that, so then you click on the save. So this is the bug. Did you see that when you saved the summary, this bar goes away. It just goes off the screen. That's a very strange bug. See, I bring it here. So it comes here, right? If I do the double click. Now, if I'm saving the summary, this goes away, but it doesn't happen on any of the screen, right? So if you have something here, right, like this, and if you bring it back, suppose if I bring it back, it's going to stay here when I save the layout. See this, right?
Yeah.
But there is a bug here. If you try to save it, so if you try to save it, this goes away. Okay.
Mm.
So just keep this fact in mind. So don't be surprised. Now we are going to create 4 summary groups. Now to create the summary groups, so what we can do,
Sorry, Sajay. So we don't need to remove the bug. It's just we leave it as it is, yeah?
Yeah. So
Out of our control. Okay.
yeah. Now you click on the add button. Now, what is the first relationship type? So you got to mention this here in the WBS name. You write here finish to start. Okay. Finish to start. Enter. Now you take your cursor back to the parent because you got to create the reference from the parent only. So you go and select the top row. Correct. Now you click on the add button. Now here in this, the new row you write here. No, here. You write here, start to start. Start to start. That is the second kind of relationship. Now, once again, you select the parent. Okay, so you can give it more space here. Okay, now you click on, yes, tell me.
सर WBS जो नेम लिख रहा है ना LSN3 वाला, इसमें मेरे इसमें डबल डबल आ रहा है.
So I'll tell you, basically, you know what happens. So, okay, so first let me complete here on the screen. So here you write here finish to finish. You write here finish to finish. So guys, just keep one thing in mind. So, this can be displayed in 3 modes. Just watch me. Right now it is being displayed as tree view. If I click on it once again, it will become flat list. Do you see that? It is sorted. And if I click on it once again, it will become reverse sorted but flat. But only when I click it the 3rd time, then it will become the proper sorted, right? So it can be displayed in 3 modes. So you just check out that are you getting the symbol after you clicked on the sort? Are you getting the symbol or not?
Yeah, good.
Okay, now after that you add the 4th one. I'll come and check your screen. You add the 4th one. The 4th one is basically start to finish. In the WBS name, you write here start to finish, which is the 4th possible combination, right? Start to, okay. Okay, so yeah, Praveen, you share your screen. So let me check what happened. Yeah, you're doing fine. Finish to start, start to start, finish to finish. Okay, now you press enter here. Press enter here. Now you go to the last one and just a moment. So 1, 2, 3, 4. No, the number should be changed. So you go to the first one here. and you change, and in this WBS code, you type there 1.
1.
I think you just a moment. Because if you type there 1, it won't take it. Now let me fix it. Just wait. Let me help you fix it. Just give me the control. Okay, so we go to the last one, and last one we make it as the 4, number 4. So this one becomes number 3, and this one becomes number 2. This one becomes number 1, right? Now, the last one you write as start to finish. You write the name here as start to finish, right? Okay, now press enter. Now you go to the activities tab. Come here in the activities. Okay, now you click on the expand all.
Do you want me to follow along as well?
And then, no, just wait. So let me help him. Now you click on the refresh. Because it has not refreshed the data. This is a very passive software. Right now the data is refreshed. So you're getting all of them in the green color. Okay. Now I think you're fine. So now you stay synchronized. So I'm going to. Okay. So now, Sylvester, you share your screen. Now you go to your activities tab. So, okay. So, Praveen, you are here?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just do this thing. You select the first 4 activities up to 10330. Yeah, first 4. You select these 4 and you cut them. Control X, right? You select these 4 activity, Control X, and then you move them into 3.1. So I want these 4 activities to be moved into this 3.1 WBS summary group. Okay. Control V. Okay. So if you want to see it at the same time, because the groups are closed, so you click on the expand all button here. Yeah, that double plus. You click that button.
Okay. See. Oh, okay. Sorry. Here. All right.
Okay,
Yep.
you can see that what you moved, right? So that you get a visual confirmation. Now, you select the next two, 40 and 50. And Control X. And then you paste it into 3.2. You select 3.2 and Control V. Okay, now you select the next two, 60, 70. You select this two. Control X. And you move it into 3.3. And then you select the next two, 80 and 90, and you cut them and you move them into 3.4, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I want you to notice something. Do you see that all the activities are in the green color? So green color means that right now, it has not recalculated the schedule, or it has not identified the critical path. Now, one of the rule of the critical path says that if you delete any activity, then the software will recalculate the critical path, right? You can see it happening right now. You select these activities and you delete them because we don't need them. Delete them. Use the delete button, or you can right click and delete. Both ways you can delete. Right? Delete. Are you sure you want to delete? Yes. Instantly, now the software, it wakes up. Then it starts to calculate the critical path, right? Do you see that?
Yes.
Because it triggered that rule. Okay. Now, let's come to the main point. Main point is that we are trying to understand the dependencies and the relationship. So I will talk about a situation which is involving the finish to start. So once I was discussing things with my engineer friend. He's a civil engineer. Okay. And then I was asking him basically, how do you construct a building? Right. So then he said that, the basic step is that first we dig out the earth. So that is called the excavation. So then he said that once excavation is finished, once it is finished, then we start PCC. PCC means plain cementing and concreting. Then once PCC is finished, then we start reinforcement. When reinforcement is finished, then we start shuttering. So, he was emphasizing on finish to start. So basically what he was saying is that, these activities, they work in a finish to start sequence, and you cannot do any of these activities in parallel, right? So let us write the name of these activities first. So the first activity you write in A1000. So this activity name is excavation. I'm sure you know it. Excavation. And write the next activity as PCC. In the capital letters, you write PCC. And then you write reinforcement. REINFORCE, ment, reinforcement. MENT. Then you write the last activity as shuttering. SHU double TERING, shuttering, right? Okay, just give me a moment. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay. Now, Praveen, you are here. Sylvester, you are here. So, guys, please.
I am here.
Okay. So, Praveen, you are here too.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Now you select excavation. Now you click on the details. So once you click on the details, so you can see that at the bottom, so what we have, there are two tabs here, which are predecessor and successor. If you want to set or view predecessor, you can use this. And similarly, you can use it for the successor. But the problem is that if you have an activity and most of the activities are in the middle, and if it is an activity is in the middle of the network, it will have a predecessor at the front, it will have a successor at the rear, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it means that we need to reconfigure these tabs to get a better tab. So guys, you just right click here, right click in this portion. So once you get the right click, once you do the right click, you select the option customize activity details. Now you can see the selection of tabs. So these two tabs we don't need, so we return them. So you select predecessor and remove it.
Sir, I didn't get this pop-up.
No, you have to right click here. No, you're not, I believe that you're not looking at the demo screen. You're only listening to my voice.
No, sir, I'm
So just see that where I'm marking, right? You right click here.
yeah,
Then you select a modify activity details.
yes,
Now you have it.
yes, yeah, get.
Now, first of all, you remove the predecessor tab. And then
Yes.
you also remove the successor tab. Okay, fine. Now we are going to select more tabs, not only the one that is the relationship, but first of all, you select expenses, you take it to the right side. You know which button to use? Correct. So you got that. Then you select notebook, you take it to the right side. Then you select relationship, which is the main tab. We came here for this one. And then you also select WP and docs, working procedure and documents. You take it to the right side. Now, after you have selected this, we are going to sequence them. So you do this thing, you select this notebook, and you push it down by one step. You push it down by one step like this. Okay. Now, just a moment. So, Praveen, you please check on the screen that you have these tabs in this. So you count how many tabs are there? 7, and you have them in this sequence. Please check.
Sure. Synchronize. Then.
Okay, now click on the OK. So it will implement this. Okay, now you select the relationship tab here. Now, guys, you can see that the relationship tab is very useful, right? So it shows you both. It shows you the predecessor and successor within the same window. You don't have to flip, right? Now, here,
Yes.
there is a column here which reads like relation. Actually, it's not relation column. Actually, it is relationship type column. So you got to expand the width of this column to reveal the complete name. So you do it on both the sides. This should be totally visible to you, relationship type. We are going to use it very often. So that's why we must know the complete name of the column displayed here, right? Okay. Now, who is the successor to excavation?
PCC.
PCC, right? So what you do, you go to the successor side and then you click on the assign button within the successor window. You click here. Now, once you do this, you will get a list of the successors that you can select. This pop-up says assign successor. So since you are getting it for the first time, so you will configure the height and width, right? So you drag it in the 45 degrees direction and that will expand the height and width, and you set the font. So yeah, I think that is good enough. So yeah, that's okay, fine. You keep it like that. So you select table font and row, and then you apply the Vardhana regular 9. So that will make it look much more better. Regular and size 9. Then you click on the OK button. Click on the OK once again. Now you can see this much more better. So now here you select PCC because you have come here to assign the successor, right? So then you click on the assign button, but carefully only once. Now let me tell you a new fact. See, in the Primavera, between two activity, you can assign 4 relationships because if you continue to click on this button, it will not deactivate until it has assigned 4 relationship, right? I'll just show it to you. I'll give the demo. See, first relation will be always finish to start, which is the default, right? Now, if I click on the relationship button, then it will assign the next possible relationship. When I click on the assign button, it will assign the next possible relationship. And when I click on the assign button, it will assign the 4th and the last relationship. Only after that, it will deactivate. Now this button is deactivated, right?
Yeah.
It might be one thing. If one relationship calculates, then what is the necessity of applying multiple relationships? Yes, it is needed in certain situations, but we don't need it here, right? So what do we do? That we make sure that we use only one relationship, right? So we can close the box, just close the box here. Okay.
Like, sorry, sir, before you proceed, you said for this one, we just need one relationship or one successor, but in what case we will need multiple?
Yeah, so I will answer that. First, you remove these 3.
Okay.
First, you remove the ones that we don't need. Yes, then you click on the remove. Okay. Now you write down your question. You write down your question, and the answer you will see tomorrow with example.
Okay.
Because we have to do something to be able to understand the answer. You write down the question. That's a good question. I don't want to miss the question. Nobody wants to miss the question, right? You're thinking, and I like that. Okay, so you will get the answer. Okay, now after you have assigned, basically, it has to be done through self-validation, right? So what is self-validation? Where you are allowed multiple facilities, but you don't need them in a particular situation. So you should be careful enough not to use them, right?
Yeah.
Self-validation, because there are certain softwares which allow only one relationship. Like if you do that in MS Project, if you applied one relationship and it will just deactivate the button. After that, you won't be able to apply another one. It lets you apply only one relationship. But here in the Primavera, being an advanced project management software, there are certain situations where you need more than one relationship. So it lets you do that. But since we don't need it here, so we self-check and we use only the one that we need. So we need the finish to start. Now let me tell you again one thing about this column relationship type. Actually, it looks very ordinary column, but it is not an ordinary column. Actually, it's a drop down. Normally, what happens that the drop downs, they have a button here on the edge, but this one does not have until you click it a little bit forcefully. You click that forcefully, then you will start seeing a button. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay, then you can select the other kind of relationship. Since at this point of time, we are here only to have a knowledge, right? So we select a finish to start and you put it back in the original position. Fine. So keep that in mind. So next time when we need to use start to start, so we will change it from the drop down. Now you select PCC. Then who is the successor to the PCC?
Reinforcement.
Reinforcement. So we go to the assign button and then we select reinforcement. And we assign the reinforcement by clicking only once, right? and it applies the default relationship FS, which is required. And now you close that box. Now we go to the shuttering. So bring your cursor on the shuttering. Now, guys, you tell me from the shuttering point of view, who is the predecessor? Who is shuttering's predecessor activity?
Reinforcement.
Correct. So, guys, in the Primavera, you can assign a successor, you can assign a predecessor as well. So, which we will do. Now, on the predecessor side, you click on the assign, and then you configure the box. You make this box a little bit bigger because it's a different box. You do the same thing. Yeah, I think that is too much. Just wait. So let me tell you that what could be the right size. The right size could be just up to here. Just do one thing. I'll tell you that how much you should be having. You just fit this into this triangle, into this rectangle. The rectangle which I have drawn. So make it a little bit less wide. You shrink the width. No, width, not the height. See, you reduce from this side. Okay, you just reduce the width a little bit, move it toward the left. That's it. So I think you are fine. Now, you just go to the top and you change the font to Vardhana Regular 9. Vardhana Regular and 9. Then you click on the OK and OK. And now you can see clearly that what are the various activities. You select reinforcement and click on the select button carefully but once and click on the close button, right? You got to self-validate yourself. Now you can see it has the same effect, right? It has set up the relationship type FS, okay? Fine. Now, how does the finish to start work? It works like this. So basically, it is the finish date which is controlling the start date of the successor. So all the predecessors, finish date is controlling the start date of the successor like this. So finish, then start like that, right? Now let us see that in action. Now do this thing, go to the excavation duration and change the duration to 10 days, okay? Change the duration to 10 days. If you change it to 10 days, you will notice that the excavation is delayed and it pushes the PCC. PCC is delayed, it pushes the reinforcement. Reinforcement is delayed, it pushes the start date of the shuttering, right? So all the predecessors are pushing their respective successors. Did you note that?
Yes.
And
Yes.
it is the longest chain, so definitely it is the critical path, right? This is the longest one. So you can see that they're in the red color. Now, let us do the opposite. Let's go to the excavation and reduce the duration to 4 days. You change the duration to 4. So if you reduce it to 4, then what happens? The excavation, it comes back, it says, oh, I'm finishing early. Then it tells the PCC to start early, and PCC does the same thing. It says, I'm finishing early, it tells the reinforcement to start early. Reinforcement finishes early, it tells the shuttering to start early, right? So this is how the finish to start works. Now do one thing. You change the duration of the excavation to 6. If you change it to 6 days, then what happens? So it springs back once again, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the finish to start. It's very simple. Everybody knows it because this is the one relationship that we start using immediately when we start using the project management software, right? So we understand it logically because it is easy to understand. But the thing is that later, as we develop our detailed knowledge about the more scheduling options or relationship options, then we start using different other relationship types, right? Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Now let's take a break for 20 minutes and then we will learn the rest of it. Okay? Okay, fine. Praveen, you are here? Just a moment.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now, guys, we are going to learn the start-to-start relationship, right? So start-to-start relationship says that when the predecessor starts, the successor can also start at the same time. But normally what happens, we don't plan like that. So in the beginning, we don't have much idea about the any other relationship other than the finish to start. Let's say that, there is a situation where I'm planning a small set of tasks. So these two tasks, so just give me the control. So first, I'm going to give my example, then I will remove my example, then you will be able to recall something from your own memory as your own example, right? Then the understanding will be complete. So I'm doing this. So there is a small little, testing task. So I write here software testing. Okay. So then I ask my team member that how much time do you think? So it will take. They say that, okay, it's 10. So then what do we do after that? They say that we will fix the defects. Defects fixing. So, and how much time it will take? 10. So it will take 10 days. Okay. Oh, just a moment. So I inserted a new activity by mistake. So I just go into the duration column and change the duration to 10 days. Now I ask my team members, so how do you think you are going to do these activities? Should it be in parallel? Should it be? They say that, okay, that will be, finish to start. So guys, let me show you. The finish to start is something that you can apply directly. So you select these two activities and then you right click. Yeah, then you select the next one, then you right click and then you select the option link. So, this is basically programmed to set up the finish to start relationship by default. Okay, just remember this. For the finish to start, you don't have to go through these boxes. But if you want to change it to something else, then you can go to the box. Now we come to the main point. So when I join these two relationship, if you look here carefully, so the total, just a moment. So let me bring this a little bit toward the center, right? So you can see that the total duration is 20 days, right? Do you see that? So basically,
Yes.
in the summary group, it is showing you the summary, right? So if you relate these two activity in the finish to start, it adds up their duration. So it is basically a summary duration. Because the start to start is a summary group, it doesn't have any duration of its own. It only summarizes the duration, dates, cost, resource units from the activities below it, right? So it shows you 20 days. Now, I show this plan to one of my team members. So he's a very smart guy. So he looks at the plan. He says that, boss, we can basically do these two activities in parallel and we can reduce the overall duration to 10 days. I ask him how. So he gives me the schema. He says that, look, we take a server, right? So guys, do you see the red box on the screen? So he says that
Yes.
the server computer and then this is a laptop. So this blue box is representing the laptop of the tester. And then you have this green box, which is representing the laptop of the developer. Now he says that in this scheme, so what is going to happen that first of all, the tester will find a defective line of code because the software is not a physical product, right? So two people can handle it at the same time if you upload it onto a server. So the tester will find the defective line of code, he will report it to the developer. Developer will go to that line, he will fix it. Meanwhile, the tester will find another defective line of the code. He will put it into the work queue of the developer. Later, the developer will go and fix. Now they can work in loop. So one person will find a defect, he will put it into the working queue, and the other person will, after fixing the first defect, he will. So, this way they can work in a loop. So they can work in parallel. They can start almost at the same time, right, guys? It makes sense? Because two
Yes.
people can handle. Because had it been a physical product, then only one person could handle, right? If I grab something, then the other person will have to wait till I release it from my hand. But here it is not so, because software is just a lines of code. It is not a physical product. So this can be handled. So I say, fine, this looks good. So then I say that, okay, guys, let us do this thing. This looks good. Let us change the relationship to start, right? Now, what do? You click on this and then you get a drop down and then you select start to start. Okay. So you change the relationship to start. So guys, did you note something? Now these activities are in parallel and the overall duration of the group is now reduced to 10 days. Did you note that?
Yes.
Okay. Now it is reduced to 10 days. Now, so let us look at basically what does the predecessor say to the successor. Let us refresh ourselves. So read this.
When I
When
start, then you also start.
Correct. So this is what it says. Okay. Now let me ask you a logical question. So logically speaking, if I'm canceling the software testing, if I'm not doing the software testing, can I do the defect fixing?
No.
No, because if I don't test, I don't know the defects. If I don't know the defects, then I cannot. It means that I can say that the defect fixing is dependent. Defect fixing is dependent on the software testing. That's why we establish a relationship. Now, do you understand? I hope the meaning of the word dependency and the relationship is clear.
Yes.
Dependency is determined by your engineering knowledge, by your technical knowledge, and relationship is chosen. The appropriate relationship is chosen by your project management knowledge, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so that's why we say dependency and relationship. So now the defect fixing we can clearly see is it is dependent upon the software testing because software testing is the predecessor. Okay, now let me show you something. Now what happens? The predecessor says that I'm going to the next week, right? So let me put it to the next week. Did you note that the successor has moved along? Did you note that? See, I didn't move the successor. I only changed the start date of the predecessor, right? Just watch me doing it once again. Are you seeing that the successor is moving? Because what is the rule saying here? Look at the Excel sheet once again. What does it say?
When I start, then you also start.
Yeah, it clearly says that when I start, then you also start. So due to which, so what's happening? When the predecessor moves to a future date, and the successor also moves along with that, right? So let's say that the predecessor says, okay, I'm going back to my original date. So let me do this thing. Let me bring it back to the original date. Instantly, when the predecessor comes back, did you note that the successor also comes back?
Right.
Did you note that? So this is now. I hope the concept is clear. Now what
Yes.
I'm going to remove my example, and I want you to think. So I'm sure with your experience you can find out. Okay, you can find out something from your memory, which is a very good example of start to start. So you just go back into your engineering domain, okay, and you bring a good example. So I'm sure both of you are experienced enough to find one.
Setup and welding.
Okay, so let's wait for Sylvester. So Sylvester will first write the predecessor. Concrete cube test, yeah, fine. Yes, I can remember that. So what do you do in parallel? Side by side?
Correct. No, no. Setup welding. Of course.
Okay, concrete work casting. So can you please describe that? What is the cube test and how the concrete work casting is dependent on the cube test?
Okay. So I don't know if this is the right one, but I remember when I was working in the site, we normally like the day where we were casting the concrete, it was the same day also people from material take the cube and they take them, like they'll take the cube sample and cure them and then they go crush them to see if the strength is reached. Although this was risky because if if the cube failed, it means we had to demolish it, but we never had a failure. But anyway, so this is what came to my mind right now. I don't know if that's the right series.
Yeah, I've seen that also happening that, basically they will take the material from the same batch and they will cast it into the cubes and then they will test the cubes, right? And if the cubes were right, and then they will just go ahead. So, Praveen, do you agree with that? Is it a start to start? Do you think
Yes, yes.
it is a start to start? Now, guys, I'm going to ask you a logical question. If I'm not doing the cube test, will I still do the casting work?
No.
No, that is not possible. Yes, absolutely correct. Because only if you're doing the cube test and if that passes, then you will go ahead with the casting. So this is a fitting example of start to start, right? But definitely it will not be done immediately, but there will be some lag time. I'll now introduce to you. Suppose you had several cube tests, because a cube test is not only one, right?
Yeah, it's taken multiple
Cube test,
times in every phase. Yeah.
several cube tests. So when you complete the first one, only then you start the work casting. You don't immediately start. You can put a gap of 2 days here, right? You say that we will start from the start, but with a lag of 2 days, right? So you put here 2. Basically, you can work like that, right? So once the first cube test is done, then we go for the casting for the first slab. So we let that happen, right? So this is called the useful delay, right? Is this clear? So lag means delay which is useful. So it will be useful to have that so that we are totally sure about the cube test, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes,
Okay. So Parveen, do you agree with this lag time? Do you think it is be useful to have?
yes, yes, sure.
Okay, great.
Confirm.
Now these two activities will move in the same proportion of the delay, right? Suppose if I move the cube test to another week, so it will basically the successor will also move along, but it will move with the same 2 days of the time lag, right? Do you see that? It's happening. So once it comes back, suppose if I bring back the predecessor, then the successor will also come back, right? The successor will also come back here, and then it will basically show you that, right? So let us reschedule this thing. Now we just do this thing in the status not finish on. So basically what we need to select is none, right? So once we do this, so this activity comes back and it brings back the successor as well. So is that clear? So this is the start to start example. Now, if you look at the overall duration, so what does it look like? How much is that?
12
12 days.
days.
Now I'll show you the maths that why is it 12? See, if you add 10 plus 10, so the total will be 20, right? Now,
Yeah.
if you subtract 12, so how many days are saved? 8 days saved. Okay, 8
Yes.
days saved,
Yes.
right? Now I'll show you that where are those 8 days. I'll show you exactly on the Gantt chart. This is what Henry Gantt did more than 100 years ago, because someone asked him, oh, you are saying 8 days are saved. So how do you save 8 days? He says, look very carefully. You can see 4 days of the overlap here. And you can see the 4 days of the overlap in the next week. That's how you are saving 8 days, right? Is that clear now? Do you see the yellow
Yes.
shade? Or should I use a darker shade?
I can see them. Yep.
Yeah.
4 days in the first week and the other 4 days. Yep.
Yeah, because when you are doing work in parallel, so you are being smart. You are optimizing the time because you cannot have infinite time in the universe, right? So you cannot increase your lifetime. I cannot increase my lifetime, right? And I cannot increase the project time because the client won't grant increased duration. God won't grant you the increased duration in your lifetimes, right? So we have limited time within which to basically complete our goals of life and goals of the project also, right? In the broader sense. So here, what we are trying to be smart, right? So we are basically as a project manager, it is my responsibility that whatever limited time I have, without compromising on the quality, I play smart. So I put these two activities in start to start, but using a lag time of 2 days, and most of the activities like 8 days are in parallel. So I save 8 days, right? Is that clear?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And I think this relationship is very useful when
Yeah,
it comes, as you said, to saving time or to kind of like,
absolutely.
yeah, trying to bring back the time. Yeah.
Yes, very good. So I
So,
appreciate that you are basically interacting. This is, guys, what I'm saying. So I hope you are relaxed, right? If you want to eat anything, if you want to go to the washroom, it's okay. So we'll wait that much time. We will take all the extra time we need, but we will learn it properly. Okay. Now we are going to understand the finish to finish. Again, I will give my example. So I'm doing this thing. There is small little software I'm developing. It's not a big project, but it is software development. So this is a small little project which is just only 4 weeks, right here 4 weeks. Now, what I need is a user manual. Okay, I want this to be packaged and given to the client. So I write here another activity, write user manual. Now, this is to be written by a guy who is having the role of technical writer. So he's sitting next to me. So I ask him, how many days do you need? So he says that, boss, I need 10 days. I write here 10. Okay. So then he's asking me that when I should start. I said, no, it's your start date which is not important, but your finish date is important because your finish date should not go beyond the 27th, right? The day my software is ready and finished, your activity user manual should be ready and finished. It means that he can start any day, but he has to finish along with the last screen of development. So all the details from the last screen, which is developed on the last day, should be inside the manual. So manual has to be assigned in the finish to finish relationship, right? Okay, so since we are already on the successor, we have to select the predecessor. So we go to the assign button inside the predecessor box. We click there, and then we select the activity 1060. So once we select 1060 and click on the assign button, and then we close the box. So once we do it, so we will notice that by default, it will always apply finish to start because finish to start being the most common relationship. So we change it to finish to finish. You change it to finish relationship. So once you change it to the finish to finish relationship, so you can see that this is aligned on the finish date and both the activities are finishing on the same date. Why? Because I want the user manual to be ready on 27th, and the person who is the technical writer, he gets to opportunity to see the entire screens, but he doesn't need 24 days exactly. He needs less number of the days, so he can start at any time, but the software has calculated his duration. You know how the software is calculating? The software calculates like this. So it looks at the finish date and it says minus 10 days, right? So it subtracts minus 10 days from 27. So when it does that, it says that you can start around 17. Now, guys, let me tell you a good practice, a best practice. The good practice is that suppose this guy starts on 15 or 16. If he wants to start on 15 or 16, if he's free, if he's available, let him do it. Always try to stay ahead of the plan. It does not hurt. If you save a couple of days in the middle and you need it in some other activity, you'll find that, you saved something, you consumed it. So you will not be delayed, right? Is that clear?
yeah.
Okay, so that is why. So it is just like the money we put in the fixed deposits in the bank. So if I'm not using any money, I put it into the bank, I save it in the bank, right? So when I need any money in the future, I don't have to borrow from the credit card. So I can use my own money, right? So this is the way you should be doing. So if the schedule says 17, and if this guy has the opportunity to start on the 16, stay ahead of the plan. It doesn't hurt, right? That's the
Yeah,
idea. So here,
yeah.
here it is.
Sorry,
Yeah, yes, you go ahead. Yeah, please.
sorry, I've cutted you off. But anyway, yeah, I just wanted to know the difference between the float and the buffer, if you may expand or explain a little bit about that.
See, float is something which is calculated by the software. Buffer is something that you put. So buffer means reserve. So suppose this guy says that, boss, I need around 10 days, but I see some technical issue. So I would like to increase the duration of my activity to 12 days. I am keeping 2 days as the buffer. So what you can do, you can increase the duration of the activity to 12, and he might not need 12, but he does need 12. So he will look right on the schedule, right? So
Okay.
means that you adjust a little bit the amount of the duration in the activity. So you can keep the buffer duration, you can keep the buffer money, right? Cash. You can keep some buffer material quantities, right? Because there are certain materials which have a wastage pattern. For example, cement. So do you think that when you're handling the cement, you can use the absolute last speck of the dust? No, because the cement is a dust. When you're handling, some of it will be gone to waste. You can say that let the buffer will be, the wastage percentage will be 3%, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Get the point. When you use bricks, some of them break, right, during the handling. So you say that as per our observation, so the 2% is the wastage. So we basically order for extra 2% of that particular material, paints, bricks, cement. So we call that buffer money. Similarly, we put the buffer in the time. But we should not use the buffer too much, because if we use it sparingly, then it will fit into the schedule or the constraint which is given by the client. If we put too much of the buffer into activities, then it might go beyond the expected delivery date of the client. Right? Is this clear?
Yeah, very clear. So I think it kind of resonated to what I asked earlier about like schedule resilience, yeah? Something like that. That
So
could be
yeah,
some example for buffer, yeah? As I'm resilient a little bit.
I'll just tell you that how you should plan, how you can be stand. So there are two dates. One is the delivery date. So I'll tell you what is the delivery date. Then another is the target date. Suppose, according to the client, and you signed in the contract that the delivery date will be 31st December 2025, right? So your delivery date. So how you should target? Should you target the 31st December? No. I believe that you should take a resilience, or you should take a buffer, and you should target to finish your project on the 15th December 2025. Now,
Yeah.
what is the advantage? So if you are targeting to finish on the 15th December 2025, so what do? You observe your critical path and you do the schedule compression on the critical path by applying more man and machine, and try to create a plan which finishes on 15th, right? So you will notice that there can be a variance. There can be a variance, and definitely if you are able to finish by 31st, you look good to the client. If you finish by 20th, even then you save certain number of the days. So what do you save? What do you do with those dates? Don't go and deliver to the client. I'll tell you why. Let me share my experience with you, because the clients have the divine power to identify a defect in the product immediately, and client won't be impressed with that, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So if you finish your job on the 20th, use the extra time which you save to find and do more quality control checks, right? Do some extra testing, right? It doesn't hurt. Deliver to the client only on the 31st December a perfect product in which he cannot find a quality issue, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Then you look like the most professional person, right? That's fine. If you deliver him early and it has a defect, you don't do you think you will look smart to him? Hmm?
Mm.
No, he will not. You will not look smart to him. Okay. So you will look like a clown to him, right? So he will not tell you, but definitely he will think so. Okay. So don't do it. So if you have a delivery date of 31st, and if you finish something early, it's good, but you should use the extra time saved for some extra testing. So that will be always be good for you. And you deliver him on the 31st of the December perfectly and with very minimal issues, right? Okay, now let us have a look at this. So I'm going to ask you a logical question. If I cancel the software development, if I'm not doing that, would I still need to write the user manual? Do you think so?
Yes.
No, I don't have a software. What do I need the?
Okay. Yeah, right.
You got the
Mm,
point. Because the software is the main product. So if you don't have the product, if you're not developing the product, then what do you need the accessory for? You don't need the accessory, right? Is that clear?
yes.
Yes.
So it means that the user manual is dependent, right? It is basically the user manual is dependent on the software development, and I use my project management knowledge to select the finish to finish relationship. So both my knowledge work in parallel, my technical knowledge and my project management knowledge. My technical knowledge says that the user manual is dependent upon the software development, and my project management knowledge says that I should be using the relationship finish to finish. So is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay. Now what happens that my team members say, boss, we need 30 days in the software development. I say, fine. You change it to 30 and observe the finish date. You see that only when the finish date of the predecessor changes, only then the finish date of the successor changes, right? Now, if you increase the duration of the successor to 15, so which date do you think will change? The start or the finish? Which date will change? If you increase the duration of write user manual to 15 days,
The start.
start date will change. The start date will prepone in this case, right? Okay, you just go ahead and change it and have a look. You change it to 15. So it changes to 18, right? The start date changes, but the finish date will not change. The finish date will not change until and unless the finish date of the predecessor changes. Why? Because the finish date of the successor is under the control of the predecessor, right, guys?
Yes.
Is this clear? So it is under the control. Okay. So that controls, so that finish date is controlling the finish date of the successor. Okay. Now I want to remove this from here. Now I would like to think, I would like you to think and just recall from your memory, you must have done something like this, okay? And try to bring it here. You write the predecessor and then you write the successor. Okay, this is something which is new for me, but I would like to ask you this question. The dependency check, yeah. Tactical report analysis and variance report analysis guide, right? Okay, what I'm going to ask is this. If I cancel the tactical report analysis, can I still do the variance reports?
No.
Yeah, then it is dependent. And are they dependent in the finish to finish? So is there any possibility of start to start or finish to start?
No.
No. So it means that this example is okay. So can you please explain a little bit if it makes it?
Yeah. So this was one of my first assignments when I joined
the Project Control Commission. So they asked me to develop this variance report analysis guide. But for me to do that, I had to study and understand some tactical report in the company, and also reach out to various people to kind of gather their opinion and their inputs. So once I have the clarity, I was able to put together a guide.
Okay, fine. So it means that you were able to save time by developing the guide and finishing it along with the analysis, right?
Yeah.
But
So that,
here also
that
I will do fine tuning. So you cannot finish it exactly on the same day. You finish an analysis, you will still in need of a couple of more days to finish your guide, right? So what you can do that you can add a lag time of 2 days here. So that would be useful, right?
you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Because you still will have certain information from the analysis which you will need to study, and then it will take you another a couple of days. So here is the concept of the lag time once again, right? So lag time is also called the useful delay. This is delay, but it is useful, right? So it lets you fully analyze the information and puts it in a proper perspective into the analysis guide, right?
Yeah. Yeah. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, and you still save time. So how much time you save? The simple maths. The maths is simple. The original duration will be always the finish to start. So the finish to start duration is 45 and the current duration it says 32. So guys, what is 45 minus 32?
13.
Yeah, so you are saving 13 days, right? So if you look at the parallel, if you look at the parallel task, or the parallel duration. So how much you are saving? You are saving 1 day here, then you are saving 6 days here, right? Okay. Then you are saving another 6 days
And
here.
the 6 days there. Yeah.
Do you see that it adds up into the maths? So this is what Henry Gann did in 1910. So people were wonderstruck at his. So he was a genius at that time, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
So people were able to understand the scheduling much more better like this. He said, okay, we are saving 13 days. So people were clueless. How do we save 13 days? Then he drew the graph and he showed them this is where we are saving. So when you have a picture, so it is easier to understand the maths, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So that was a good example. So this is something new that I learned today. So I will keep this example in mind. Okay, very good. Now I will
Yeah,
explain.
we are learning from each other. Probably we can learn from Praveen as well.
Yeah, definitely, when I encounter people from different engineering domains, I get new examples, right? So I keep those clips, right? Okay. And then I look at those clips and then I try to understand them. And if a person comes from your domain, right? So I can present this example to him and that reinforces the concept to him even better. So when a person,
Yeah.
he looks at an example from his own domain, he is able to understand. Because I tell people, but it is not necessary that you should be taught by the same engineer. It might be possible he is busy, too busy to teach you. But if another engineer can give an example from your own domain, so I think you can understand it, right? But anyways, engineers are logical people. They're highly logical. They can understand engineering examples from another one, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that's not a problem. So we can do it because so many years ago I was teaching in certain civil engineering college or the university. So they used a new term, piling. So I said, "What is piling?" They say, "Boss, just wait." So one of the guys he connected his laptop to the projector and he went to the YouTube. He said, "Look, I had basically created a YouTube presentation. I'll show it to you." So he showed it to me. He showed me how we do the filing. Okay, so this is the sequence. This is so. Then I told him that how you can represent that work in the MS project. So it was quite a two-way learning process, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we will learn about the start to finish. So before we go into the start to finish, I will simplify this with a situation here, right? Okay. So I have this here on my whiteboard. So I come to my whiteboard here. So guys, here is the situation. So let me show this to you. Okay. Now, I want you to read this much.
I have to catch a train that departs at 5 p.m. from station. It takes 1 hour from home to station on the road travel. When should I start from home so as not to miss the train at all?
Okay. So when do you think? So what should be your start time?
Before 1 hour. Oh,
So what you're saying is 4 p.m. Okay, so let me write here 4 p.m. Now, what happens as you are going along the way? So what happens? You are going in a cab, right? So you start at 4 p.m. So you are sure of reaching 5 or just before the 5. Now what happens that on the way? So 10 minutes are required to change the flat tire, right? Change flat tire. So what do you think? What's going to happen? Do you think that you can catch the train?
no,
No, you can't catch the train, so you're going to miss. Okay, let's say that life gives you another chance, so you want to start again the same journey, right? So when do you think you will start this time?
3:15.
3:30. So let's say that you start at 3:30 p.m., okay? And nothing happens on the way. You just arrive at 4:30, right? Now, as you arrive at the station, you are surprised to find that the station master is your friend. Can you ask him to depart the train for you at 4:30?
No,
No,
No.
he can't depart it early. He can't postpone it because he says that, look, you are my friend, but this is a public utility vehicle, right? And if I depart it early, many people will miss the train. And if I depart it later, it will cause a lot of scheduling problem with the rest of the trains waiting to enter the city. They'll be getting stopped at the outer signals, and a lot of the passengers, they'll feeling unrestful, right? So we have to depart it at the right time. So you will have to wait. So if you wait for 30 minutes, will that be a problem? No, that's not a problem because you are guaranteed to catch the train, right? Because you have arrived early. Now, what does the train say? Train says that before I start, you reach the platform or you finish reaching the platform, right? Is that clear?
yes,
So
Yeah.
who is the boss? The train is the boss. The train says my time is fixed. So you can book a train ticket 1 month in advance. You can book a flight ticket 1 month in advance, right, guys? You can,
Yeah.
yes or no?
Yes.
yes, yes,
So you don't determine the time. You actually select the time which has been predetermined, and you select the date and time which suits you the best, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is how it works. Suppose it's not a train, it's an international flight, and which is going to depart at 5 p.m. and it costs a lot of money because it's an international flight, right? So you are going from Ireland to Tanzania, right? You're going back.
Yeah.
So would you target to reach at 5 p.m. the boarding gate, or will you target to reach much earlier? Tell me, what would you do?
I target to reach there much, much earlier. Actually, my timing for my international flight is to be at the airport at least 2 hours before my
Yeah.
flight. This is me though.
Absolutely right. So you say that I should be at the boarding gate at 4 p.m. and before I reach the boarding gate, I have to get processed inside the airport because it's an international flight. And in the international flight, the security checks are more. And then you will have to go through the passport and the immigration counters as well because it's not a domestic flight, right? In the domestic
Yes.
flight, you don't go through the immigration check. So you have to keep a buffer of 2 hours. So what do? You first of all you calculate 1 hour 4 p.m, then you subtract 2 hours, so 2 p.m you should be at the airport gate. Now from your home it takes you 1 hour, right? So if you have to be at the airport door at 2 p.m you should start from home at 1 p.m, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
yes,
So your start time will be 1 p.m, right, if it involves an international flight. And I'm sure you have not missed any flights in your life. So guys, tell me one more thing. Did you miss any exam in your life, in your school, your college, or any time?
no.
I have. This was a while ago when actually in primary school. I think I was in grade 2.
Okay,
we used to have like the shift. So there was a morning shift and even an afternoon shift. But
correct.
during the exam, they asked us all to go in the morning shifts. But I was also used to afternoon shift, so I was like, I slept and I thought I was gonna. I am
Oh,
on afternoon shift. So when I got there, I found
oh,
the class was full and everybody was there. I was like, what? What's going on? They said, well, you missed an exam. You are supposed to come in the morning shift to do the exams.
okay, okay. I
That was
got
a very interesting story. Yeah, that's a long time ago. But
Yeah.
the teacher was kind enough, so she asked me to. She gave me another exam for
Okay.
myself.
So I hope it was nearby because if you are having a final exam, it is annual exam. If you miss it this year, then you'll have to wait for another year to take that.
Yeah, you're right. It was end of the term exam actually. Yeah, but anyway, those were internal exams. I mean not the national ones.
Not the national ones. Yes, we have a national exam. So if you miss the national exam, so they can't hold it for you specially, right?
You're
So
right. Yeah, once you miss that, you're gone. Yeah, you have to wait for another year.
for the school or the college, so you'll have to wait for the next year. So you got to understand these things. So there are many situations in our life. So I believe that we have been understood. We understood. So we prepare for that. Like if I have an exam, so what I will do, I'll finish the syllabus. Then I will do the revision. Then I will continue to take the mock test. If I have an exam at 5 p.m., I'll try to reach the examination hall much prior to the exam. Let's say I reach there at 4 p.m. Then I study the surroundings. I find the exact hall in which I have to enter. I have to sit there. Then I go through my notes. I go through the important questions at the last moment, and I basically revise all the formulas, and I put them into my head very quickly. And once I'm at my desk and I get the question paper, I can remember all the things which I revised a while ago, right? And I'm cool and I can do it. So that is the way to do the things which are start to finish. Because the exam says before I start, you should finish reaching the examination hall. The train says that before I start, you should finish reaching the platform. The flight says that before I start, you should finish reaching the boarding gate, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
there are many start to finish situation. For example, you get an opportunity in a very good company and the interview is at 5 p.m. Can you tell those guys I will come later than 5? I don't think it's going
No.
to put a good impression on them because the selection board would feel if this candidate he comes late for the interview, he might not be a good manager. He might not prove to be a good manager. If he delays his own interview for such a lucrative position, so how is he going to take his project management? Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, there are many start to finish situations in our lives. So we have handled those and we have not missed many of them. Or
Actually, I'd
so,
like to add an example there
yeah,
again,
sure.
and this is very personal for me. Maybe over the past few months,
Mhm.
I've been following a lot of people, productivity coaches, I would say. So they say before you start your day, I mean, you have to finish it before you start it. So meaning like you have to plan your day well in advance.
Mhm. Yes, yes.
So I like I normally do plan my week ahead of time. So like every Friday at the evening, I'll plan for the next week.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't follow it to the beat of it, but at least it gives me some assurance or some sight that okay, at this time I'm supposed to do this, although I don't do it, but at least in my schedule, in my planning, I know I need to do this kind of thing. I
Yeah.
felt like it has been very helpful to me.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Because, planning is something I learned early from my dad. So basically, so he was in the army. So right now I'm 58. My dad, so you can just imagine how old would be my dad if he were alive. He's not alive, but he participated in a couple of wars, actual wars between India and Pakistan. So, he would plan things very meticulously. Okay, because he went through those. So you know what he will do before he slept for the night. He had a diary. So he will write that what he plans to do the next day. So he will write all the activities and he will look at them and then he will sleep. So when he got up in the morning, I will find that some days he will wake up earlier. 4 a.m. His usual wake up time is 6:30 to 7, right? But on some days, he will wake up earlier at 4 a.m. and he'll start his activities. Because, he realized that the number of activities that he has to do on the next day, the start to finish, right? So he
Yeah.
be on time for something. So the start to finish. So he calculated the time backwards. He slept like that. So he set his alarm so that he could wake up earlier and finish those activities and still be on time for all other, commitments of life, right? So he would start earlier. So he basically taught me by observation, not directly. So, but of course, I learned a lot of discipline from him. But you have to be punctual. If you're not punctual, if you're not on time, you could be dead. Okay,
You're right. And again, apologize for today. I failed to be on time, but yeah. You're absolutely right. By simply planning, we can increase
yeah.
our productivity a lot. Yeah.
What I do, so I took the habit from him. So instead of a diary, I use, those yellow sticky pads. So what I do, if I have to do certain high priority activities, I write them on the yellow sticky pads and I put them inside the cover of my mobile phones because we are handling our mobile phones very frequently these days. Our lifestyles have changed, right? So so as soon as I open my mobile phone, I can see the yellow sticky notepad, and then in the middle of the night, if I get up to go to the washroom, so when I open my mobile, I can see the yellow sticky note. Oh, I have to basically do a lot of activities. Oh, I should not spend too much time on the mobile, so I just close it. Okay, then I go back to catch up on my sleep, and then I wake up on time. So I go through the high priority activities so that all other commitments they fall in time, right? Okay, so this is something which we all know, the start to finish, right? So now let's see that how we implement it in the Primavera. So we will now, I'm not asking you for any example this time, you might not have, but I will give you my example. So these days I'm working with a lot of mobile companies in India. So we are upgrading the 3G and the 4G, the mobile towers into the 5G technology. So most of them are done, but I'm using the example here. There is a task which is to be done on a mobile tower. Activate, we just replaced all the equipments. So activate 5G frequency, right? Now, this job is to be done by a specialist, a subject matter expert, but he is a constrained resource. Constrained means limited, right? We don't have too many of them. So what is the constraint? Let me write it. So we have got one subject matter expert to help in 5 projects, right? So the constraint is like this. So one subject matter expert for 5 projects. So it means that you cannot have a dedicated resource in your team. So each time you want to get this job done, activate 5G frequency, so you have to call up this guy, right? So this guy will tell you a date. So I call up this guy, I tell him, okay, you give me the earliest date. So when you can come to my site and help me activate the 5G frequency. He says, just a moment. He looks up his diary. He tells me this date. So guys, can you read the time scale and tell me the date on the Friday which I'm pointing in this week? Basically, you can basically count from Monday. See, Monday is what? Monday is 15, right? So you
15th,
count.
yeah.
So you count. So what will be the date on the Friday? So you will learn the time scale.
19.
Correct. So you can count forwards or backwards, right? So you can see that, guys, all these are Mondays, right? If you're nearer to this one, so you read in this way. If you're nearer to this one, you read this way, right? You can read from left to right or right to left, right? So you can get, so what he says that he's going to come on the 19th. So it means that I have to shift this activity to the 19th, right? So now let me do this first. I'm going to use something called constraint, but don't worry, I'll teach you in the next lesson. I'm using it for convenience. So I'm selecting a constraint called mandatory start. Mandatory means compulsory start on 19th. So immediately this activity will shift to the 19th. Do you see that it has shifted? Now I ask him that what do you need as an input before you come? What should we keep ready? He says that before I come, you should be keeping 3 things installed. You guys should install the hardware, then you should install the firmware, then you should install the software. So hardware is the computers, firmware is the chips and the IC chips, and the software is basically the software, okay, the program. So Then I call my technical team. So I ask them, guys, how many days do you need? They say, boss, we are fine with 6 days. Then I tell these guys that, guys, you got to finish your task 3 days prior to his arrival. So guys, it means that before the 19th, we have to count backward 3 days and this activity should be finished. So guys, what is 19th minus 3? Tell me, what is the 19th minus 3? 16th, right? So I set them a deadline for 16 because I'm trying to keep a buffer for 3 days, right? Okay, now you click here the relationship tab. You click on the relationship tab. Since you are already on the successor, you will select the predecessor, right? So who is the predecessor for this activity? 1080. So you select here 1080. So after you have selected, you click on the assign button, then you close this box. So after you close this box, now you know it very well that by default it selects the finish to start. This time you will select start to finish, right? Now I introduced you the concept of lead time. So lead means negative, right? So you write here -3, and you will see that this activity will be scheduled to finish 3 days earlier, right? And you should press enter. So once you press enter, you will see that it is calculating 15th of September. Okay. So -3. Okay. So 19th of 19th -3, that should be 16. So let me see if there is something wrong with the time component. So let me look at the time component. So what is the time component? Time component, it is 9 a.m. So if you calculate backward 3 days, so
It's because of the weekend, maybe.
yeah, but the weekend is not falling here. So let me reschedule this. See, normally, that what happens that if you're having like if I put here 0, right? So then it schedules to 18, right? The previous day. And if I'm putting here, then -1. So 1 day. Okay. So if I put here -3, yeah, so that's fine. So basically, it's like this. So if you look at this, so this is your first buffer day 16, then 17, then 18, right? You see that? Because that it should be having a negative lag of 3 days. So it calculates 3 days backwards. So which is correct, actually. I failed to recognize this thing. So -3 days, right? So it is counting 3 days in the backward fashion. Why? Because you have to understand one thing, because there is a deadline. So this guy has to come on the 19th. So this is the 19th. You see the green arrow, that is the 19th, right?
Yes.
You got the point? So basically 3 days buffer. So which are the 3 days buffer? 16, 17, 18. 15th is the target date, but 16, 17, 18 are the basically, these are the buffer days, right? So because I'm saying that you must have a lag of 3 days, right? So lag of 3 days means that they are 16, 17, 18. 15th is the target date and 16, 17, 18. These are the buffer days, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so because I asked him that if we miss you on the 19th, so when is the next date that you can provide us? He says the next date will be at least after 1 month. So as a project manager, do you think that you would like to take that much delay? Do you think that that will be useful? Do you think that will be a responsible thing? No, not at all. So what you will do, that you are going to tell the team that, guys, target to finish by 15th. If you can't, then you can use the remaining 3 days as the buffer, right? So I'm sure that you can do it within the buffer days at least. So before he comes, so we are absolutely done, we are complete, and we are correct, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So in this kind of the cases, so basically this the date of the predecessor is pre-planned. So I think you can understand it from catching a flight, catching up with an exam, catching up with an interview, right? So those dates are pre-planned. So similarly, in the project, there are certain situations in which we have these situations in which we have to pre-plan certain activities. But how do we recognize them? Okay, because these three relationship, finish to start and start to start, finish to finish, these can be determined by your engineering knowledge, right? You can determine them with engineering knowledge, but this one needs to you to be proactive. So how do you come to know? I'll give you two hints, right? You can keep them in mind. First, if you have a constrained high value resource, which is the current example, right? If you have constrained high value resource, which you can't have in a dedicated fashion in your project, right? You have to share it. You have to share it. Now, another situation could be there could be a special request from client. Special request from client to finish a deliverable earlier. Okay, is this clear? So in these two cases, so this is the example number one right now, what you have in front of you. And then there is a special request from the client. The client says that, I want you to finish this particular deliverable little bit earlier than the process duration, right? So in this case, so what do? You apply this constraint and plan backwards. Okay. So this is the start to finish. So is the concept clear?
Yeah.
Okay. I hope that you will be able to use it very much realistically in your future project planning, right? Okay, fine. Now,
Yeah. So sorry, Saji. You mentioned something there very important. I think you said you can start in the beginning and then plan backward. I've seen that. I've heard some people talking about that sometimes, like in the scheduling. They
yeah,
find it useful to start like in the end and then come backward.
yeah.
Can you maybe elaborate a little bit more about that?
So basically, there's a saying which goes in the project management of the community: begin with the end in mind. So why you should begin with the end in mind? So that you get exactly what the client wants. So what are you trying to? Because many people join a project. So I say, oh, you are in this project, you are managing this project, yes. So what you are going to achieve, they have no clue about that. Oh, I haven't read the requirement document yet. So you don't know where you are going. You don't know what you are making. You don't know what you are creating. You don't know what is the objective. Then if you don't begin with the end in mind, I don't know if you will be able to hit the target. You might end up doing something which is a total mismatch with the client's expectation, right? So it will.
Yeah, that makes sense. So you need to have that goal, final goal in the mind while you're planning. Yeah.
You should read the requirement document very clearly. And if you are basically a project manager who has been involved in the project since the initiation stage, then I think that you will hit the target exactly where it should be. It should match the quality. It should be finishing within the time, and it should be finishing within the budget. And of course, it will basically close with a handsome profit. That's what the businesses need, right?
Yeah, you're right. And I think the person that I was listening who was talking about planning backward, I think she was referring to sometimes finding those key milestones. She said sometimes she finds it easy when she plans backward. Like let's say, as you said here, like you're activating 5G frequency. So maybe your final goal, maybe you have your final date for all the tower to be 5G activated.
But
And then from that date, you can plan your milestone or your subsequent task to reach to that target. If you
correct.
come backward, yeah.
Yes, correct. So you got that right. But in this case, I'm basically planning backward due to the constrained resource. Because I need this resource earlier. If this resource can join earlier, oh, it's fine. If I have a dedicated resource, so fine. So whenever I need him, I can just assign him to an activity. But in this case, it is not so. He's a high value resource. And what is the constraint? So there is one resource for every 5 projects. So it means that I need to take an appointment from him when he is to be available next time. So according to that, so I'll have to plan my activities so that I can provide him the inputs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Understood.
Now, I believe that all these concepts are clear. So now we can close this lesson. You can press Control W. Which is a best practice. Okay, now we will look at the rule number 4. So let's go into the Word, and we should read all the rules, if we keep all the rules at all the times in our mind. So we are going to be proficient very soon. So you scroll to the top. So read what is the rule number 4.
Schedule is adjusted by date constraints.
Date constraints means limited dates. So constraint means limitation, right? So there are various constraints. At the project level, what is the constraint? The duration itself is the constraint. The price of the project is a constraint. Number of the resources is a constraint. And then the quality is a constraint because the quality has to be achieved. So you cannot compromise on the quality. So it sets constraints. So you may need to have minimum time to achieve that quality. You need to have the minimum amount of the budget to achieve the quality, right? So what is the date constraint? Date constraint means limited date, but the date constraint happens to be there at the level of the activities, right? And because of the date constraint, the schedule is getting adjusted. Schedule gets adjusted due to the date constraint, due to the limitation of dates. And date constraint is a facility in every software. So we will learn that what kind of date constraints are there and how we can use them to our advantage to fine tune the schedule, right? So we go into the Primavera. You select the Primavera. Okay, now you will create a copy from lesson number 1. So you select the lesson 1 and you press Control C, Control V to create an instant copy, right? Okay, so once you have created this copy, so you can double click here and you can change the name of this lesson come project to date constraints. Date constraints. And you press enter. Now you open the lesson 4. So Praveen, you are synchronized? Praveen, you are here?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, so you have created this. Okay, now there are various kind of date constraints which can be understood through the WBS groups only, right? So let's go into the WBS and we will create those groups. Now you click on the add button on the right side. Okay, so I'll write the first one so you can understand the way we have to write. So the first constraint which is there is start on or after. So you will see there is a certain pattern in which we write. So the first letter will be always capital. Start on or after. You see that the first letter is capital, right? Now we will write the second constraint. So you will write finish on or before, right? Just click on the add. And in the WBS name, you write finish on or before with the first letter in caps. Finish on or before. And you press enter. Now you select the parent once again, and then you click on the add button. And then you write here primary and secondary constraints. Okay, you write here primary and secondary constraints. Constraints. Correct. Then you go to the top, right? And then you add another one. You write here as late as possible. As late as possible. Okay, then you go to the top. And then you write here, you write mandatory finish. Mandatory finish. MANDATORY finish. Mandatory, you understand it means compulsory, right? So you press enter. Now you'll find that these groups which you have created here. So guys, just see this, what happens. So, this WBS is always gone. I don't know. So double click here. Double click on the Gantt chart. So this thing comes back,
Well, this is
but
one
it's,
of the bad thing, yeah.
yeah, so this thing comes back, but it behaves like a mischievous child, right? You ask it to sit here, but it won't. So if you save, so this will just run away, right? You see, it just runs away, right? And it's I've noticed this bug 10 years ago. They still haven't fixed it. I don't know if they consider this like a good feature. I don't know.
Have you raised it to the
Oh,
Oracle people?
yeah, or 10 years back. This is 25. I noticed this in the version 15, right? So I don't know if these guys are too busy to notice my mails. Okay. So now if you look down here, you will find those groups at the bottom, right? So now let me tell you that which activities, how many activities you have to put in each of those groups. So you select 2 activities and you put them, you cut and move them into 4.1. Correct. Cut, Control X. Then you select 4.1, then you do Control V. Okay, that's move. Now you select the next 2. Control X and move it into 4.2. Correct. Then you select the next 2, 40 and 50. Control X and you move it into 4.3. Then this time you will select only one, 60 only. Control X and you move it into 4.4. Okay, next you will select 8 activities. So you will count yourself 8 and cut them. Control X, select 4.5 and okay. So you have moved them, right? Now the remaining activities you have to delete. So when you delete, it is an additional knowledge. So see, right now all the activities are in green color. You know what it means? It means that the critical path has not yet been calculated, right? Okay,
Yeah.
but if you delete one or more activities, it's going to trigger that rule. Calculate the critical path, right? You see that?
Yes.
Instantly, it triggers one of the condition and it calculates the critical path. So since all these activities are equally the longest, so that's why they are all red. Okay, now that was some additional knowledge. Now we come back to our main point. The main point is that what we are trying to understand here is the constraint. Constraint means limitation of the dates. So we will create a pair of the tasks. So we rename this as task number 1, and likewise we rename the next task as task 2. So that becomes 2, number 2. Okay. Okay, now we go to the top, we select task 1 and we select task 2 from top to the bottom, and then we link them. So we need finish to start relationship, right? So we are okay with this. Now you will notice that as soon as you link the successor activity, it acquires a start date, right? Which is different from the start date. So it acquires a start date from the relationship, which is 8th of the September. Otherwise, all the activities which are not having any predecessor, they're starting from 1st September, right? Now this is due to the relationship, it is starting from 8th. Okay, so that's fine. Now, I will tell you what is the situation like, what's happened. So you guys need to listen to me carefully. You assign a person on the task 2, right? Now you are working in the network model. So in the network, you know what happens that, all the resources, their email ID, their records, they're all stored on the server. So when you assign a person to an activity, the server automatically generates an email and it sends the complete details to the person, that is the resource. So that person will receive the name of the project, the activity name, activity duration, activity start date, activity finish date, and name of the project manager, right? So he gets all these details. So he gets those details in the email alert. So he comes to meet you, right? So he says that Sylvester, I have a concern here. The thing is that before when I had joined my current project, so actually I had sought the permission to take a vacation after my activities are complete. So I will be on the leave during this while. Do you see this red portion?
Yeah.
So he says that starting from 8th of September until the 20th of the September, I would be on leave. But if you need me, really need me, so I can basically be doing your activity from 22 September onwards, right? Because he joins on 22, so from 22 onwards, so he can start on 22 or any time after 22, right? So you have the choice to get another resource, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you call your HR manager and ask her. So you describe to her the skill set and kind of the job that you need to get done. She says that okay, I'll get back to you. She gets back to you after 1 hour. She says that Sylvester, the skill that you're mentioning, it is very high value skill. It is a rare skill, so it will take us more than 4 weeks to get this kind of a resource on board. Oh, you says, oh, it will take you 4 weeks, but this guy is going to join in 2 weeks. So you tell me, Sylvester, what is more useful? To wait for this guy to join back, right?
Yes.
Right? Because if you ask the HR person, she says, oh, this will take us 4 weeks minimum to get similar skill set. So you'll have to wait till here. So you say, okay, fine, I'll wait for this guy to join back. So let me do this thing. Let me shift his activity to his joining date, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So I say that start on 22 or after 22, anytime after 22, because this guy is available. So that's why we use a facility called constraint, date constraint. Now, let us move the activity, right? Okay. Now, to move this activity to the 22, so we click on the detail button. Now, in the detail, we select the status tab here. In the status tab, you can see a block called the constraint block. Do you see this? Constraint. This is date constraint, right? Okay. So what is the date? Basically, first of all, what is the constraint? The name of the constraint is start on or after. First of all, you will select the constraint. Constraint type, you select start on or after. So if you scroll down, you can find it. You scroll down more. Correct. And what is the start date? The start date will be the 22. He is joining on 22, right? 22, which is a Monday. Correct. You click on the select. Now you will notice something which happened, right? First of all, you will notice a star mark has appeared on the start date. So guys, remember in Primavera, whenever you adjust a date with a constraint, it will have a star mark, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Because we adjusted the date manually. If the date is calculated naturally, it won't have any star mark. But if you try to adjust it with a constraint, it will have a star just to inform you that, okay, I am a date which is calculated with a constraint. Okay, another thing that I want you to notice, since you put the constraint on 22, this activity has been shifted to the 22, right?
Yes.
Now, whenever you apply a constraint, so you should write a note. Now we will make the true use of notebook, because if you apply the constraint, so there would be many constraints, so you won't be able to remember. oh, why this activity has a constraint? Not only this, and if your boss looks at the plan, he won't like it at all. He will get irritated, right?
Yeah.
They say, oh, this guy has applied so many constraints, but what is the reason? So he asks you, that Sylvester, what is the reason? So, boss, I don't remember. Okay, he won't be too pleased,
What are the
right? So you should write a note for yourself and your boss also, right? Okay, you were saying something. Yeah, please go ahead. Okay, now you write a note. You document. You click on the add here. Then you select constraints, right? You can see that it is the first choice. And then you click on the selection button. After that, you close it. Click on the close button. So once you close it, then you click on the modify. So then you can basically, you can write here the resource applied on this activity. The resource applied on this activity will be available from, will be, you write the word be, will be, yeah, from 22 September onwards, right? Onwards.
Yeah.
Yes, correct. That's good. Now click on the OK. Now, if your boss is looking at the plan, he looks at the constraint, he looks at the activity was shifted, he has a reason to convince him, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Now,
yes.
if you look at this word resource, it also represents machine and material also, right? Is that clear? Maybe I told you initially a human resource, but it can be a machine and material. Suppose if a machine or material is coming on the 22, so you'll have to wait till then, right? Is that right? Correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it could be any resource. Suppose you have man and machine, but not the material. So you'll have to wait. You have the man and material, but not the machine. You'll have to wait, right, guys?
Yes.
So you can use it for any resource. Any resource, if it is delayed, because so guys, let me tell you one thing. Sometimes I plan in my dreams. Okay. So in my dreams, I don't need the constraints, right? Because
Yeah.
in I have all the resources. I need a horse, I get a horse. I need an elephant, I get an elephant. I need a 100-ton crane, I get 100-ton crane. So I don't use constraints in my dream. But if you're planning in the real world, you definitely need constraints to adjust your schedule, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Or maybe one day you might be planning in your dreams too, right? If you get involved in the subject, you might be planning, but you will realize that in your dreams, this is the only feature that you won't use, right? Is that clear?
Yeah. Actually, sorry, I may add this just to just as a by point offside point. Speaking about dream, you know, sometimes like like, this is for me, for example, I had a dream one day which seemed to be so real. Like it felt like it was so real, but it was a dream. But anyway, yeah, proceed, continue.
Okay. No, definitely. The dreams, they give us some
Dream.
So basically, sometimes when you are too much involved in a subject, like if you heard of the scientist called Kakule, he saw in his dream that a snake is trying to grab its tail. Actually, in the lab, he was trying to determine what is the structure of the molecule benzene. So in his dream, he saw that a snake was trying to grab its own tail. Oh, then he realized that then this particular molecule. So basically, the carbon atoms are joined in a hexagon. It is having a round valency, right? In the structure in which the six carbon atoms are joined in a hexagon end to end. So, they basically, so, why I use this example to put in a little bit of humor and little bit of practicality also. You have to understand in real life, in the physical world, we cannot be granted all the resources at all the times, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait for certain things, right? Okay. Now, there is something that I want you to notice. If you would notice, Do you see this dark bar here? This is the float you have created. Why? Because you pushed away the successor and it created a gap of 12 days. So this is a float of 12 days. So basically you have 6 days float in the first week. Okay. Then you have another 6 days float in the second week. Now, I want you to notice one more thing. Do you see this dotted line? This is the relationship line. So there are two different lines here. So one is the float and another is the relationship. So why the relationship line is represented in dotted fashion? Because you have stretched it. So normally the relationship line is represented in a solid line. If you would remember any of the previous examples we did, the relationship line was there, but that was mostly solid. But here it is in dotted format. Why it is in the dotted format? So guys, have you stretched an elastic very forcefully? So you will see that it stretches. It looks like this, right?
Yeah, become thin.
Yeah, it becomes thin, and all the basically parts of the fabric which is embedded in the elastic, they start to show gaps, right? So it looks like this. So that's why you have to keep in mind. If you see a line like this, so you should remember, oh, it's a relationship which has been pulled apart. That's why this line is dotted. It means that there is a constraint. Now, if you look at this activity, okay, so why is it red? Why do you think it is red?
Critical task.
If you look carefully at the entire Gantt chart, so this is the activity which is at the end of the project, right? Do you see any other activity beyond this? All other activities are here. So this activity is at the forefront, right?
Yeah.
This activity is touching the finish date. In fact, this activity itself is defining the finish date. So this activity will be critical, right? So if this activity is delayed, then the project finish line will be pushed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you something. You think logically. Suppose if I increase the duration of this activity, is it going to push the successor? Is it first going to consume the float? What do you think will happen?
I think it's gonna push the.
No, it will not push because there is an empty space here. It will first consume. See, there are two boxes. This is the first box. Okay. Let me write here. This is the box number 1. And this is the box number 2. Now, between these two boxes, there is a gap of 12 feet. So, guys, you tell me, if I push the box 1 toward the box 2, is it first going to consume the empty space, cover the empty space, or it will start to push with that invisible force? Think of it.
No, it has to consume the 12.
Correct. So unless and until it has covered the distance, first what this box will do, box number 1 will first cover the distance. When the distance becomes 0, only then it will start pushing the box number 2. This is exactly what is going to happen here. Just watch it. So increase the duration of task 1 to 12 days and watch that it's going to consume the gap. You change it to 12. Do you see that it has consumed the float? Now, what is the float? 6 days, right?
Yeah.
Now, change it to 18, you will notice something more. You change it to 18. So if you change it to 18, do you note that what happens? It consumes the float and it is back to back with the successor task, which is already critical. And when it touches the critical task, we ignore the Sunday because Sunday doesn't count here, right? So it immediately becomes critical. Now, if you increase the duration any further, it's going to push, right? Okay, now you change the duration to 22 days here. If you change it to 22, then what happens? You will notice that it is now starting to push the successor activity back to back. It is now back to back. Why it is back to back? I hope you remember we have the resource since 22, right? So, during this portion, it will be back to back, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
See that?
Yes.
Let's say I reduce the duration to 21, still back to back. I reduce it to 20, back to back. I reduce it to 18, still back to back. But if I reduce the duration to 10 days, will this activity come? Will the two come? Due to its friendship? No. He says, no, you're still my friend, but I cannot come before the 20 because I'm constrained, right? I'm obliged to stay here because the resource who is going to work on me, he will be joining on the 22. So I cannot come with you, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Because you have a constraint here, start on or after. So I can start on 22 or I can start anytime after 22, right? So this is the meaning of the constraint, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay, so keep that in mind and use it. Now we come to the next constraint, finish on or before. So you do this thing, you rename this 1, 2, 3, and 4, and you join them. Okay, you rename them to 3 and 4, and you join them. Task 3, no, 3, and then 4. This one should be 3, and the next one should be 4. And then you select 3, then 4, then you link. So it will create a simple relationship, finish to start. Because the finish to start being the most common, it is programmed into interfaces. Okay, now you will notice that once you join these two activities, the task 4, it acquires a finish date. Do you see that?
Yes.
Due to the relationship. Or if you don't have a relationship, then you can see all the activities, they are normally finishing on the 6th, right? So this one is finishing on the 13th. Now, what happens? The same thing happens. The resource which you assigned on the task 4, he comes to meet you. He says that, boss, I have a concern here. So I want to tell you something. So he says that, look, I'm on the notice period, right? And my notice finishes on the 20th. So he says that, look, this is my duration by which I am working with the organization. Okay. So it is like this. Do you see the red? Red means not available, right? So what is his last date of the availability? The last date of his availability is the 20th, right? Saturday. Saturday is which date? 20th, if you count backwards from 22, right? 22,
Yes.
120, right? So he says that I would be available till the 20th. So that is the limit, right? So he says that make sure that if you are assigning any task or you are assigning any duration to my predecessor activity, make sure that my finish date is finished on or before the 20th, right? Makes sense?
Yeah.
That's his finish date boundary. So you know what's going to happen if I apply the constraint. So you will see, you see this float here, this float which I'm marking like this. So this float will disappear. So then his float will be calculated from the reference of his finish date and not from the finish date of the project, right? Okay. So let us apply the constraint. So what is the constraint? The constraint date is 20th. So let us do it step by step. So we select the task 4. Then once again, we go to the constraint, we select finish on or before. Finish on or before. So then we put the constraint date as 20th of September, which is a Saturday. 20th of September, we select here, and then we click on the select button, right? So then we notice certain things. So since we applied a constraint on the finish date, you will see a star here. So let me expand the column so that you can see it. Praveen, did you get that?
Yes.
Okay, so you can see a star here. And then,
Yeah.
and since you applied a constraint for 20th, so you will notice that his float is finishing on 20th because that's his last date, right? So
Yes.
this activity can be maximum pushed up to the 20th and not beyond the 20th. So if you have done that, you applied a constraint, you got to write a note, right? You come to the notebook. Now click on the add button and click on the constraints and click on the plus button and this thing. So modify, right? So now you write here, the resource assigned on this activity will be available till 20th September. Till 20th September. Okay. And click on the OK. Now, basically, this resource could be man or machine, right? So click on the OK. Fine. Is this clear?
Yeah.
Now, let us do an experiment. Let's come back to the status here.
But how do these notes being visible, like who, like for example, if I send this report to my supervisor or my manager, how will they be able to see this note? Will they?
If you're sending a report, it won't be visible. So basically your supervisor and manager, if they're using the Primavera, so if they see a star, so definitely they would be expecting to see a note. So they will automatically go to the notebook. So
Okay.
they should find a note there, right? Is that clear? So you make it a best practice. So whenever you apply a constraint, write a reason for that, because you need it not only for them, but for yourself also. You can so many reasons in your mind, so you might forget them right after a period of time, that why did you put this note, what was the reason, which resource is late or something. So that's why you have a facility of the notebook here, right? So you write the dot which is connected to this particular activity. Can you remember all the list of the holidays in your organization? No, you can't. So you got to write a note at the project level. This is a note at the activity level, right? You have got a facility for note for everything. You can write a note for a resource, for an activity, for a project, for a WBS. Okay. You can note for everything, right? Which needs a note, which needs a detailed explanation, right? So, that's why engineers all over the world, they love the Primavera and they look forward to you guys, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So now you write the note here. You come to the notebook. Oh, did you write that?
Yeah, already done.
Already done. So
Yes.
now we are going to do an experiment. So you can see that the float of this activity has been trimmed till this particular date, right? So what is this date? This is 20th. So we will try to push it beyond that, and we will learn something new. Now you go to the task 3 and change the duration to 12 days. So it's going to consume the float and it will become 0, right? So if the float becomes 0, then what happens? They are marked as critical path by the Primavera. Why they are the critical path? Because one of the criteria of the critical path says that if any of the path is having 0 float, it is critical, right? Is that clear? It is not critical because it is the longest. It is critical because it has the 0 float. Its float is being calculated from the reference of the constraint date applied on the finish. So when it touches the limit, its float becomes 0. The float is consumed. So both the activities cannot go beyond this particular date. So that's why they are marked as critical. Now let me show you something more. So you go to the task 3 and you change the duration to 16 days. You increase it still further, right? Then you will notice something more happening here. Now, there are two things I want you to notice. Do you see this -4?
Yes.
Negative 4. Do you see this yellow ribbon here? Do you see this?
Yeah.
This is the negative float bar, right? So there are two kinds of bars. All these dark bars, these are positive float bar, and this yellow ribbon, like this is the negative float bar. So keep this in mind, okay? Negative float bar. So what is the use of this negative float bar? Actually, when the negative float bar appears during the planning phase, it is a friendly advice from Primavera. Don't fear it. The Primavera is giving you a friendly advice that by mistake you have exceeded your finish date, right? Your targeted finish date, you have exceeded. Okay. Now let me show it to you something more interesting fact. It has got a fine point. Many people, they ignore it. They don't have a look at it. See this. Do you see there's a small twist here? It is twisted just like a toffee wrapper, right?
Yeah.
Now, what is the twist meaning? Actually, this means 20th. It says that you are supposed to finish on the 20th, and if you go beyond 20th, you trying to utilize the days which you don't have. So basically, the Monday is your -1, Tuesday is your -2, Wednesday is your -3, and Thursday is your -4. Do you think? Do you see that it adds up so beautifully, right?
Yes.
Because the twist is indicating that you should be finishing up to here, right? So what do you do? How do you fix it? So you call your technical team, you tell them, guys, I'm going to give you more man and machine, and you reduce the duration of task 3 to 12 days, right? So you reduce it to 12 and see what happens. So if you reduce it to 12, immediately you will note that it brings the float to 0, right? So guys, you tell me one thing, it is technically fine, but do you think it is practically fine to plan with a 0 float? Just a 0 float.
No.
No, it is not practicable because it is just like you have an international flight at 5 p.m. and you are targeting to reach the boarding gate at 5 p.m. itself. Do you think it is sensible or it is safe? No, it is
Yeah.
not. You should try to basically, reach muster much earlier, which is sufficient for to basically to guarantee to catch the flight. So what do? You tell your team that, guys, I'm going to give you more man and machine resources. You increase the work and reduce the duration to 10 days. And tell me what extra man and machine do you need, right? So what do? You reduce it to 10 days. And then you will start seeing some positive float. So you will see dark bar here. Do you see this dark bar here? So what does the dark bar
Yes.
indicate? It indicates that you do have some float, and some float in the planning is always welcome, right? It gives you resilience. It gives you basically, what we call as the buffer reserve, right? We have a 2 days of reserve or 2 days of buffer duration, right?
Yeah.
The language in the project management world is reserved. We say that, okay, we have 2 days reserve as a safety margin, right?
Yes.
So
And,
basically,
and we have buffer for both tasks here, both activity. Activity
yeah,
1, 3, and 4. Both of them have
yeah, both.
safe margin.
No, they're not having individual 2 days, but this is the collective 2 days. If any
Okay.
activity uses the 2 days, it will be reduced for both of them.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. It is not 4 days, it is overall, it is 2 days. So any one of them can use it. Okay. Fine.
Yeah.
Now we go to the next one. The next one is even more interesting. So you rename these two tasks as 5 and 6 and you link them. Okay. Task 5 and task 6 and you link them. Now you reduce their duration to 4 days each. Okay, now let me tell you that what is the situation like in the task 6, you need a big resource. You need a 100-ton crane. So let me write here for reference 100-ton crane. Now, since it's a big resource, so you'll have to basically get it from the resource manager. So what do? You take your plan to the resource manager and you show him your plan. You just tell him that I need this 100-ton crane. I would need it on the morning of 5th. I will return it back to you on the evening of 9th. So he looks at the plan. He says, fine. So let me check the resource register, right? So he looks at the resource. Register. So what he does? So he says that okay. So basically, this resource is in use in another project, right? So it will be basically provided to you during this duration. He tells you the dates. He says that you can have it on Monday and you can keep it for these 2 weeks. So you can have it between 8th, right? So he tells you you can have it on the 8th and you can keep it till the evening of 20th, right? Is this clear?
Yes.
But you won't be able to get it before the 8th. So you can get it on the 8th, even if you use it for a few days, but you have the window to use is from ranging from 8th of the September till the 20th of the September, right? Okay, so it means that you have to apply two kinds of constraint. One, start constraint, and another is the finish constraint, right? Because you have a start date limit, you have a finish date limit. Now, what you need to do that first of all, you go to the, so if you look down, so you if you look down, you can see the constraints. It has got two blocks, the primary block and the secondary block. Do you see that? There are two blocks of the constraint,
Yes.
primary block and the secondary block. Okay, now we are going to set up both the constraints. So it is called the primary constraint first. You select from here, start on or after, start on or after, and then you select the date here, which is 8th of September. 8th of September is a Monday. You select 8th and you click on the select. So you will see that the activity will be shifted. Now, what is the finish limit? So you go to the secondary, you select the constraint finish on or before, and then you select the date 20th of September, right? You select here 20th, and then you click on the select. So once you click on the select, you will notice two things. First, you will see a star on the start date and you will see a star on the finish date as well, because you applied constraint on both days, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want you to notice another thing. You will see the time limit. Now, let me show you the time limit. So you will see that the time of this activity starts on the 8th and the limit of this activity it is finishing on the 20th, right? So it means that this activity has been sort of bracketed between these two dates, right?
Yeah.
So that's why it is called a primary and secondary constraint. So you apply the primary constraint on the start date and you apply the secondary constraint on the finish date so that you can finish this activity within this range of dates, right? So this is a Primavera only feature and it is very likely, highly likely to be asked during an interview for Primavera, right? So keep that in mind. And you can explain it with this example. That will be perfectly fine. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
So if you try to push this activity beyond the finish date, you will start to see a negative float, right? Okay, then definitely you will write a note as well. Okay, it is just like borrowing a book from the library, right? Okay, now we will go to the next one as late as possible and you rename this task as closing process. Closing process. Okay. So if you look at the closing process, I will explain to you that what does it mean. So basically, when I'm going to when I finished doing the work on a certain project, so then what happens that before I finish the project, I have to basically do certain administrative job. These are non-engineering tasks and they require a lump sum duration. For example, let me write it in the notebook first. These have to be done toward the end of the project. So it means that this activity closing process has to be aligned with the finish date of the project. So its finish should be aligned here. So it is a very simple thing. So you go to the status, then in the primary constraint, you select from here as late as possible. And if you select as late as possible, there is no need to mention a date. It does not require a date. So you know what's going to happen. This activity immediately aligns itself with the finish date of the project. Now, what is the utility of this activity? This activity represents a checklist. It's not a WBS. Okay, I'll show you. I go into the notebook, I click on the add, then I select the constraints, then I close this box, then I click on the modify to get me. So now I write here checklist of closing process. So what do we do here? I use the bulleted list, not the numbered list, right? Because I can do any of these activities. First, I will clean up. Before I exit the project site, I need to gracefully close my project. So clean up the project site, right? So you have to do it. Second, so you have to get QA certificate from client. And if you get the QA certificate from client, so you can raise final invoice to client. You can raise the final invoice to the client. Then you get a final payment or payments, right? Then what do you do? After you get your payments, make final payments to subcontractors. Then what do? You release men, machines, and subcontractors from projects, right? Now, what do you do after this? You then say that gather up the unused materials, gather up the unused materials and stock up. You put them back into the stock, right? So that you can use them. You don't waste them, right? Now, another thing that you need to do is hand over maps, drawings, and documents to clients, right? And another thing that you should be doing is that provide training to client staff regarding the utilities, right? And another thing that you should be doing is landscaping. Landscaping the site, then final cleaning, then you remove temporary structures, from site, and then gracefully pack up and exit, right?
Yes.
So gracefully pack up and exit. Now, this set of the activities, they require a lump sum duration. You don't have to basically set any dates for them, right? Is that clear? Now, your
Yes.
team member says that, boss, I have gone through these activities. We would require 10 days. You say, fine, take 10 days. So what do? Increase the duration to 10. You will say the start date will prepone. 10 days. So once you put here 10 days, so you can see that this prepones, right? So basically what it does the same thing as before. Basically it calculates 10 days backwards, right? So is this clear?
Yes.
It's backwards. Now, this is basically dynamic. This is not a fixed thing. Suppose if I'm planning with another activity, I go to this task 2 and change the duration to 12 days. Do you see that what happens? So when this activity duration increases, the project duration increases, and this is picked up by this activity, and this also moves along with the finish date of the project. So it realigns itself with the new date. Okay, just see. Suppose if I'm still planning, just watch. 10 days, it is realigning. 8 days, it is realigning. Then if you make it as 6 days, it is realigning, right? Do you see that?
Yeah.
So basically, this is the as late as possible closing process. Okay. Okay. So that is quite good. So is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now we are going to understand the mandatory finish. So mandatory finish, as it says, that compulsory finish. So first of all, so let me collapse the details of the rest of the groups so that we don't need to see them. So we hide them out of the view. Now you just do one thing. You change the activity names to like this: A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay, so you're done,
Yes.
Praveen.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now let's go to the whiteboard. Here is my whiteboard. See, I have a plan here. The plan is like this. I'm constructing a shopping mall, and a building is constructed grounds up. So is my plan is written in an unconventional manner. Do you see the milestone number? They're going from bottom to the top, right?
Yeah.
Now, I have an agreement with the client that by 1st of the October, I will complete the basement level -2 parking, because this is a commercial space, right? And the commercial spaces, they require a lot of the parking space, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when I complete it on 1st of October, and if he finds it complete and correct, I'll get 10 million units of money, right? So the constraint type is mandatory finish. Mandatory finish means compulsory. And what is the advisory? Read this. Read this.
It is combined with a finish milestone.
Yeah, it is combined with a finish milestone. It is never applied on the task. It is never applied on the activity. It is applied on a finish milestone only, right? Now, we will see that how to plan this, how to use it.
What does that mean? What does that mean? So,
Yes, the meaning will be clear when we do it.
okay.
Now, this is basically, this is basically a milestone H. You write here, basement -2 complete. Basement -2 complete. Okay. Now, this is a milestone. So what we do, we go into the general tab here. So once we go into the, once we go into the general tab, and then you select activity type as finish milestone. Because this is not an activity, but it's a finish milestone. Now I'll explain to you the concept of the milestone. See, When you change it to the milestone, there are certain things that happen that you should notice. When you change it to the milestone, the duration automatically becomes 0, right?
Yes.
Because the milestone is a marker, it is not an activity, it doesn't require a duration, so that's why it is 0. Now, since it is a finished milestone will have only a finish date, it will not have a start date. Right? There are two kind of milestones, start milestone, finish milestone. Right? Okay. Now, the milestone, it looks like a diamond symbol. Okay. Now, do you know that what is the purpose of milestone? Basically, this term has been brought in here into the projects by the civil engineers. So the civil engineers, whenever they construct the intercity roads, they place milestones, right? So let's have a look. You see that? Oh, all these milestones, they are almost all of them from India. No other countries having the milestone. Now, so let me pick up the simplest one. So what does it says? It says that this is the third milestone from where you started, and the city name is Indore, and it's about 153 miles from here. If you travel this road in this direction, it's going to take you 153 miles to reach this place called Indore, right? Is that clear?
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
my city.
Okay, so that's his city. So that's where he lives, right? So you can just
Aye.
travel on this road and you can reach his home, right? So this is the purpose of the milestone. So milestone basically were put in earlier times when we didn't have the odometers in the vehicle. So basically, the milestone will tell the traveler that what is the achievement of your travel? How much distance have you achieved at this point? So at this point, what he has achieved, so that would be also mentioned in certain milestones, and certain milestones will also tell him the balance duration, the balance distance. So here it is mentioning only the balance distance, and it is mentioning that it is the third milestone from the origin city, right? So it says that. Okay, so what do the milestones talk about in the project? So basically, the word milestone was brought in. So here the milestone says that your basement -2 should be complete. But what is my original commitment date? 1st of the September, 6 p.m. So it means that I have to set up a constraint. Only then this milestone becomes useful, right? Okay. Now to set up the constraint, I'll have to go into the status. So you click on the status. So once you click on the status, then you select the primary. And then you select mandatory finish, compulsory finish. Now you have to select the date and the time as well. So the date is 1st of September. So you scroll to the month of September, then you select October, sorry, October. It is 1st of October. Yeah. You select 1st October, then you scroll to 18 hours, so which is the end of the business day, 6 p.m., right? You make sure that you are going to use the entire day. Now click on the select. So you will see that as soon as you apply the constraint, star appears and the milestone it shifts to the 1st of October. Did you note that?
Yeah.
Okay. Whenever you apply constraint, so always the star mark will come. Now, since you applied a constraint, so you have to write a note. So come to the notebook. Now click add, select constraints and click on the close button. And then click on the modify, and then you write here. You don't have to write much. You just write as per contract, right? If you want to know that why this constraint has been applied, so it has been applied as per contract. So you go to the contract document and check it out, right? Click on the OK. So you have applied the constraint. So do you see this milestone has shifted? Now, guys, I want you to notice something more. If you look at this dotted line, do you know what is the meaning of this dotted line? So this line is representing month end. So every month end, you will see this dotted line on the Gantt chart, right? So keep this fact in mind. So this represents the end of the September month, right?
Yeah.
And this blue line represents the start date of the project. Okay. Okay. Now I ask my team, so guys, how do you synchronize? I mean, synchron this. How do you sequence these activities, right? Because you can't have all these activities in parallel. So what they're saying that boss, you know, you select all these activities from top to the bottom and you link them. It's very simple. You do them like that. I say, fine. Okay, you select all of them and you right click and link. But once they're linked, then something happens here. Do you notice that you are having a negative float of 15 days?
Yeah.
So basically, you know what has happened due to linking of the activities in the finish to start manner. So what has happened? See, this is your finish date, right? So you have gone beyond your finish date by 15 days. You have exceeded it by 15 days. So that's why you are having a negative float of minus 15 days because you have gone beyond the mandatory finish date. So what is your mandatory finish date? Your mandatory finish date and time is 1st of October, 6 p.m. So you are 15 days late, right? So what do you need to do? You need to do the schedule compression. So did you ever hear of the schedule compression techniques?
I've heard about the term compression, but the technique maybe not
Okay.
much.
So now you will learn it. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, just give me. Okay, guys, I'm back.
Okay.
Okay, so both of you are here?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Now I'll teach you the schedule compression, because if you don't learn the schedule compression, so pressing the buttons in the Primavera won't help you, right? So let me teach you the project management. Okay. So I go back to the whiteboard here. Read this.
Schedule compression. Reducing the originally planned duration of the project activities. Number one, fast tracking. When the finish to start is replaced with start to start or finish to finish to put the activities in parallel. Number two, crashing. When fast tracking is not possible, then we can add more resources to individual activities to reduce the overall duration of the network path.
Correct. Now, let me tell you that schedule compression. See, I told you that if you have a delivery date, right? So what you should be doing, that you should be noting it on a sticky pad, and you should stick that on the corner of the screen, right? So if you have
Yeah.
a delivery date of 31st December, right? 31st December 25. Then you should set a target date for yourself. You say that, okay, guys, let's set a target date for 15th December 25. You note it like this. Then you will do the schedule compression. You will apply this technique, okay, till you reach in the plan 15th of the December, right? So basically 31 minus 15 is approximately how much? 16 days. So you can just discount the non-working days. You can say that you have a buffer of 14 days, right?
Yeah.
This buffer. Okay, you must plan like this. If you plan like this, then you will be highly likely and highly successful project manager, right? So in the schedule compression, basically what happens, originally planned. So what is the originally planned? So right now the plan, which is right in front of me, originally planned, it has got a negative float of 15 days. This is the plan which comes to me originally. Now I'm going to apply the two techniques. First is the fast tracking. The second is the crashing, right? So fast tracking is when the finish to start is replaced with start to start. Why it is preferred first? You have to notice in the fast tracking, you don't have to basically ask for more resources. All you do is use your expert judgment and you change the relationship from finish to start to either start to start or finish to finish, which reduces the duration because it puts the activities in parallel. Second is the crashing. So when the fast tracking is not possible, we can add more resources. What kind of resources? Man and machine. Two activities to reduce the overall duration of the network path. When you cannot change the sequence, then you should reduce the duration of individual activities. Now, why is it the second preferred method? Because you have to go to the resource manager. You have a lot of explanation to do, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So that's
Yeah.
it is preferred because you can't get so many resources even for a short duration of time. You might not have that many resources in the resource pool, right? Okay. So you can get 10 people for 1 month, but you can't get 100 people for 1 day, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So this is something that you keep in mind, right? You see this yellow sticky notepad? Use it like that. Okay. Now we will apply the fast tracking and we will apply the crashing both, and we will learn milestone, we will learn the constraint, and we will learn the schedule compression. We'll learn three things at once. Okay. Now go to the Primavera. Now I look at the activity A to B relationship. So you come to the relationship tab. In the relationship, I can see that it is a finish to start relationship, right? Then I remember
Yeah.
this finish to start relationship can actually be converted into start to start. This is my expert judgment. I say, guys, okay, you change it to start, and you should be fine. Technically, there should be no problem. So, do you see that the negative float is now reduced to -9, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Then I select activity C. Then once again, I draw upon my expert judgment. So I change the relationship. I say that, okay, this can be converted to finish. Relationship type FF. When you select finish to finish, so what do you see here? You see the total float is -3, right? Is that clear?
Yeah. Yes.
Now it is reduced further, so drastically reduced from -15 to -3. Now, what my team members saying, boss, what about the E to F? What about F to G? I said, no, guys, we can't touch that technically. The outcome of E has to compulsorily go into the input of F, and outcome of F has to compulsorily go to the G, right? So it is finished to start technically. We can't change it. But what we can do, that we can apply more man and machine on these activities to reduce the duration by increasing the work per day, right? So then I tell them that I'm going to provide you more resources. So what do? You reduce the duration to 4 days each, 4, right?
Oh, because you add more resources, yeah?
Yes,
to
we
these
added
activities.
more man and machine. The small d, always use small. We increase man and machine to increase the work. If you increase the work, then you reduce the duration. You know it very well.
Yeah.
Okay, now once you did that and you do it in a safe limit, you basically get a float of 3 days. So that doesn't mean that you will start to use it. You will say you should be committed to finishing all these activities by 27th of this September, right? It will be good for all concerned, right? And 3 days, if you need in any drastic situation, only then you should use this buffer duration of 3 days, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is how it works. Now, who is the hero? Basically, this is the guiding light. You know, this is like a lighthouse. Basement -2 complete. This is the finish milestone. And finish milestone is combined with the mandatory finish. Now, once you apply the mandatory finish, you know, this milestone is pinned down. It is pinned down on the particular date. Now, this serves as a lighthouse. You know, it gives you the coordinates. If you go beyond this, you get the negative float. If you come before it, you get positive float, which is welcome, right? So it serves as a lighthouse. Do you know what is the original purpose of the lighthouse? See, let's go back to the times when there were no GPS systems, no satellite-based navigation. You know what the captain of a ship would do during the night? So he will basically he would basically travel near the shores. So if he comes across a lighthouse, he will send a message, where am I? The message will get a reply in terms of, you know, say blinking lights. So, you know, there is something called something like Morse code, right? They can communicate. So the guy at the lighthouse will reply back the latitude, longitude, name of the city, name of the port, or even the name of the country, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the captain of the ship will note the latitude and longitude, and he will mark it on his movement chart. You know, there is a huge chart of paper. So in those days, they will be plotting the lines. Okay. And then he will mark that, okay, I'm here right now. He will do a course correction. And then he will be traveling near the shore. So when he reaches the next lighthouse, if he's still traveling during the night, he will ask the same question, where am I? So he will get the same information, latitude, longitude, name of the city, name of the port, name of the country. So he will mark it once again. So this will ensure that if he's still on the right course, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is the benefit. So this thing, you know, when you combine this milestone with the mandatory finish, it serves as a lighthouse for calculating the float. So right now you have 3 days positive float, which gives you a comfortable feeling. Okay, we can do this, right? And if the team members feel that, okay, we can basically do with 3 days float, you can freeze the plan, you can baseline it, right? And then you can start to do the job. And if there is, so you should be trying to make sure that there is no variance. All the activities, they are finished within their planned duration. 6 days, 6 days, 4 days, 4 days, 4 days. So there are two kind of the techniques you used. So on this, you used fast tracking, and on this, you use the crashing. So crashing means crushing. You crush the duration using more man and machine, right? Is this clear?
Yes.
So let me write
Yes.
fast tracking, crashing. So crashing, you can remember as crushing. You crush the duration by applying more force, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So how do you apply more force? By increasing the work output. How do you increase the work output? You increase the number of men and machine. So then you crash the duration of the individual activities, but the activity relation cannot be changed, right? So these are the two techniques, and overall these techniques, they are called the schedule compression. So schedule compression, when you apply using a software like the Primavera with your knowledge, then definitely you will create one of the best fine-tuned schedules, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so guys, so that's all for today. So today's agenda is complete. So now let me expand all this. Let me lay down in front of you. I would like to know if you have any questions on date constraints or any of the topics that we covered today. Any question is welcome. If you feel some question is there which is distantly related, even you can ask that question, even that's okay.
What's the plan for tomorrow? Like, what's the coverage for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm also not available.
So actually, yeah. So for the tomorrow, I have something. Basically, first of all, you close this.
Oh, yeah.
You close it, and I will tell you the best practice. Then you should exit from the Primavera. Okay, you exit from the Primavera.
Exit here, yeah?
Yeah, you click on the exit and you click yes. Okay, now you go to the folder here. You go into the Primavera folder. So you click here on the Primavera. And then you go to the database folder. See, you have this file which is reset of the